In the center of the great hall, a burly man knelt, trembling all over. Xiao lay beside the man, her clothes in disarray, her hair disheveled, her face grimy. Faint, pink, suggestive marks could be seen on her body. Someone drag him away and degrade him to a military slave. He is never to set foot in the imperial palace again. A piercing pain shot through her index finger. Before her eyes was the fingernail that had just been brutally ripped off. She was covered in wounds from head to toe, her whole body throbbing with pain. This voice was all too familiar to her. The man, gentle as jade, who had saved her from peril several times. Yet now, he was looking at her with a face full of disgust, as if looking at a dead person. The man before her, draped in the imperial yellow robe, was an exceptionally glaring sight. She was filled with regret. To help him ascend the throne, she had not hesitated to turn against her own father, ultimately causing her father, a respected veteran official of 3 dynasties, to be imprisoned on false charges and her family's assets to be seized. Her mother's whereabouts were unknown. Just an ugly old woman who can't get married. And you want to be the empress of this nation? Do you think you're still that high and mighty young lady from the general's family? In your dreams. Chu Shiyu was a pitiful beggar she had brought back from the streets out of a moment of kindness. For her sake, she had pleaded with her parents to adopt her, give her a name and surname, take her in as a sister, and provide her a place to live. She had treated her no differently than a treasured young lady. But she never imagined that this sister, who had always been so respectful to her, would step on her head to climb to a high position. Why do you hate me so much? Xiao couldn't understand. She had provided her with the best food and drink, yet she had repaid her kindness with enmity. She never, ever thought she had raised a wolf by her side. Yes, I was grateful that you took me in back then, but why is fate so unfair? You had everything without doing anything. I couldn't accept it. Do you think the emperor truly loves you? It was only because your father held military power. He was just using you. Now that you have no more value to him, you can go to your death in peace. Xingyu, Xiao called out in disbelief. She would rather believe this was all false. She wanted an explanation from him. Sikong Xingyu kicked away the hand she had latched onto his leg, his face filled with disgust and loathing. Despicable. After doing such a thing, you still have the face to call our name? You even hurt Shiyu. How audacious. Men, do it. Your Majesty, please let her see her father and mother one last time. After all, this servant once called her older sister. 2 people came forward holding square boxes. 2 bloody lumps of flesh immediately fell in her sight. Father, mother. For a moment, a tearing pain shot through her pupils. Shengyu, do you remember what you once promised me? You truly are a fool. If we hadn't used you back then, how could we have obtained the throne? Now that we have the throne, what use is there for you anymore? We only hate that your father looked down on us back then, intent on supporting the 7th brother, while making things difficult for us at every turn and ruining our plans. He deserved to die. Xiao only felt a piercing pain in her index finger. Her body was no longer numb, but in so much pain she could no longer bear it. Men drag her away and degrade her to a military slave. If she survives, make sure she dies a miserable death. And before her eyes were the increasingly radiant, smiling faces of those 2. The Chu clan colluded with foreign enemies, disrupted the court, and intended to rebel. Annihilate all 9 generations of their clan. They cannot be forgiven. The only people she had let down in her life were her parents and no one else. She had been nothing but good to these 2. But what did she get in the end? She got the successive pain inflicted upon her by these 2. Not only her parents, but they also wanted her to die a miserable death, rather than die with such a lack of dignity. Blood continuously spurted from her mouth. How utterly malicious. If he still remembered, how could he treat me like this? Plotting against my whole family, exterminating my entire clan. Father, mother, your daughter has been unfilial. If I had not ignored your advice back then, I would not have ended up in this state, causing you both to die without intact corpses. How can I continue to live shamelessly in this world now? Sikong Xingyu, Chu Shiyu, for the pain you 2 have inflicted upon me in this life. If there is a next life, I will surely repay it tenfold. Xiao's eyes flew open, and she saw the festive red silk. Was she just dreaming? But the dream was so real. She dreamed of her own tragic death. And now, Xiao immediately got out of bed and ran to the mirror. In the bronze mirror was her pale face. Her hair was a mess. A moment later, the door was pushed open. Miss, you're awake. Xiao glanced to the side and saw a familiar face. But why did this face look so youthful? Duo or Mississippi, Let this servant help you change. Today is your joyous day. Prince Yu has been waiting outside for you for a long time. Xiao was stunned for a moment. This face was clearly not her 26-year-old self. Sikong Xingyu, marrying him. Duoer, how old are you this year? Miss, what's wrong with you? This servant is 15, 1 year younger than you. Miss, perhaps you haven't fully recovered yet. But are you really not planning to put on makeup? Today is your joyous day. I'm afraid. Seeing she didn't react, Duoer reminded her, Duo, why today would I? Miss, have you forgotten? Prince Yu promised you that he would marry you when you turned 16. 16 years old. Xiao slapped her own head. Could it be that she was 16 today? Could someone tell her what on earth had happened? She remembered biting her tongue to commit suicide. And now, Miss, what are you doing? Are you perhaps overcome with joy? Xiao coughed twice to resolve the current awkwardness. Real or not, let's get through today first. Duoer, help me change. Isn't today my joyous day? The makeup still needs to be done. Yes, this servant will help you with your makeup right away. After her makeup was done, Xiao finally saw her own face in the bronze mirror. Miss, you truly are a natural beauty. It's just that you usually don't pay attention to your appearance, which has buried such a good foundation. All right, enough with the flattery. This face was indeed different from before. In the past, she never paid attention to her hair and makeup. Her body was already weak, making her complexion look extremely pale. On top of that, her hair was disheveled and her face was grimy. It would be a wonder if she looked good. Xiao picked up the rouge and powder from the dressing table and applied a little more. This face was already stunningly beautiful. Sitting in the bridal sedan, she was still doubting whether all this before her was real or fake. The sounds of the trumpets and swanas stimulated her senses. She tightly gripped her sleeves and walked step by step before the crowd. Halfway there, a pair of slender hands took hers. Her body was also shielded by this person. From under the bridal veil, she saw a bright red sleeve. Today he is to marry me. I didn't expect she would be so easy to deceive. Xiao's fingers trembled. What did she just hear? It was Sikong Xinyu's voice. What's going on? What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? A gentle inquiry then sounded by her ear. This was indeed Sikong Xinyu's voice. So just now, she gently shook her head. That's good then. Come with this prince. From today, you are this prince's consort. Xiao was still fixated on that strange remark from a moment ago and didn't watch her step. Her foot tripped on a stair and her body uncontrollably fell backward. Suddenly, she landed on something, but there was no pain at all. With her large movement, the bridal veil also fell to the ground. The beaded curtain on her phoenix crown dangled beside her ear, cool against her skin. She slowly raised her eyes and met a pair of icy cold ones. How much longer are you planning to lie there? A cool, thin voice sounded. Xiao immediately stood up, the beaded curtain of her phoenix crown jingling with her movement. That moment had stunned everyone present. Was this still that plain-looking, disheveled, legitimate daughter of the Grand General who assists the state's manor? Although it was only for a brief moment, no one had missed that devastatingly beautiful face. Xiao steadied herself, only then belatedly realizing that just now she had fallen into that man's arms. But why was that man sitting here? And who was he? He had a handsome face, but she didn't seem to have ever seen this person. My apologies, young master, Xiao said softly. Young master? He raised his icy eyes, which fell upon Xiao. Seventh brother. Sikong Xingyu quickly came over and took Xiao's hand. Seventh brother, it was my fault just now. Seventh brother, please don't blame her. Seventh brother? Could this be the seventh prince who had never shown his face? Sikong Jing? She had heard of his name. He went to the battlefield at 7, became a vanguard at 10, led troops at 13, and was a young general at 15, having achieved countless military merits. It was just that, because of a battle, his legs were severely injured. He could no longer walk. And just now, she had fallen onto those severely injured legs. She suddenly felt a little guilty. Third brother, today is your joyous day. Let's dispense with these formalities. Marry in peace. Sikong Jing revealed an indifferent smile, then made a hand gesture. The two people around him immediately lifted him up and moved him to another side. Xiao also quickly shook off her thoughts. Right now, she had to see how she would punish this heartless scoundrel. Looking at the hand that held hers tightly, Xiao wished she could chop it off with a knife. Thinking back carefully, it seemed there was something to it. She remembered that Sikong Xingyu had said he would marry her when she was 16. But during that time, she was in poor health, so it was postponed. It was then pushed back again, and the matter was never discussed again. But why was the marriage happening so decisively today? Marrying her brings me one step closer to my goal. A voice rang out in her mind again. It was identical to the first strange voice from before. It wasn't by her ear, but seemed to appear out of thin air. But she was certain it was Sikong Xingyu's voice. Xiao immediately shook off Sikong Xingyu's hand and took 2 steps back. Sikong Xingyu didn't seem to expect this action and looked at her in surprise. That what's wrong, Xiao? Xiao raised her hands and, without hesitation, took off the heavy phoenix crown on her head. Her exquisite and beautiful face was immediately revealed. She casually tossed the phoenix crown onto the floor, where it landed with a crisp sound. Sikong Xingyu was stunned, as was everyone present. All eyes were fixed in this direction. The man who had just been carried away also made a hand gesture, stopping in place, his gaze turning toward them. I'm not going through with this wedding today. A cold, detached voice. Sikong Xingyu was frozen on the spot. The words he was about to say caught in his throat. Was this still the Chu Xiao he knew? What did you say? Xiao stepped closer to him, their noses almost touching. She slowly raised her fingertips to touch Sikong Xingyu's cheek. Her skin is so fine. Xiao once again heard that strange voice. She had wanted to test it, but she didn't expect she could actually hear it that I said. I'm not going through with this wedding today, Xiao repeated. The surroundings immediately erupted in an uproar, everyone discussing the matter. Why? Sikong Xingyu asked subconsciously. Because you are not worthy, Xiao sneered without a second thought. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly saying such things? Didn't we already agree on this a while ago? Sikong Xingyu glanced at the people around them, and immediately, Xiao raised her hand again, this time cupping Sikong Xingyu's chin, bringing his eyes extremely close to hers. I said you're not worthy, so you're not worthy. There is no why. After speaking, she ruthlessly flung his chin away, then patted her own hands as if in disgust. Sitting in the distance, Sikong Jing rubbed his forehead with great interest, seemingly unwilling to miss this good show. Xiao, what are you doing? Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out. Xiao followed the sound and shifted her gaze. It was an all-too-familiar voice. Her father, Chu Jingying, the Grand General who assists the state of Northern Ming, a veteran official of 3 dynasties. At this moment, seeing her father standing intact in the doorway, with only a few strands of white in his hair, not at all like the bloody head full of white hair she had seen that day. His eyes were also extremely powerful. They were not cloudy like that day. Xiao suddenly felt an urge to burst into tears. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. Heaven had given her another chance. It had allowed her to be reborn. She was 16 years old, and everything was just beginning. Xiao, holding her red dress, strode over to Chu Zhengying in a few steps. 2 lines of tears slid down her face, unnoticed by her. She threw her arms around Chu Zhengying's tall frame. She was only 16, and a girl's body was naturally petite, hugging the great general who had once galloped across battlefields. It was truly like a leopard cub hugging a bear, somewhat comical. The people present were truly watching as if it were a play. This great general's daughter is truly one of a kind, was the phrase on their lips. Father, Xiao said with a choked sob, I'll listen to you. I won't marry him. Chu Zhengying was also stunned. When had this daughter ever been so close to him? In the past, she always kept her distance. Today, she'd forgotten to let go of Chu Zhengying. It was because she heard the voice again, not just from Sikong Xingyu, but she could even hear her own father's thoughts. Why is this happening? Chu Zhengying cleared his throat with an unnatural cough because he truly didn't know how to react. This was the first time this child had been so close to him since she was little. What's wrong? Weren't you clamoring to get married just a few days ago? Your father won't forget that someone threatened me with death over this matter. Chu Zhengying awkwardly pried Xiao's body away, straightened his clothes, and said with feigned seriousness, Father, it was all daughter's foolishness in the past. From now on, whatever you say goes, all right. Tears still hung in her eyes, but she smiled with joy. Chu Zhengying strangely reached out a hand toward Xiao's forehead. Could it be that your fever is severe today? How could you say such words? Xiao chuckled lightly. How had she never noticed before that her father was so amusing? Xiao then turned, walked to the side, and brought over a brush and paper. After leaning down and casually writing a few strokes, she walked back to Sikong Xingyu. She stuffed the paper with black characters into Sikong Xingyu's hand. "Your Highness, Prince Yu, my father is getting on in years. I'm gonna serve my father and see him through his old age. Let's just call off the wedding today. But don't worry, it's written here in black and white, a mutual separation. From now on, we owe each other nothing. You don't have to worry about future rumors either. Besides, the wedding ceremony was not completed today. We are not yet husband and wife." Xiao didn't care if he accepted it or not. She walked directly to Chu Jingying's side and linked her arm with his. "All right, apologies for making everyone take a trip here for nothing today. My father will definitely send people to deliver gifts to all your manors as a token of apology. You should all head back early today." Xiao's smile was like a blooming flower. "When did your father say he was going to give them gifts?" Chu Jingying's beard bristled. "When did this girl's temperament change so much?" "Father, you've spent your life on horseback for the country. Don't tell me you don't even have this little bit of money? All right, let's go home. You secretly followed the bridal sedan over here. Your daughter saw everything clearly." Chu Jingying's old face flushed red. He paid no more attention to this daughter who had become so improper. Sikong Xingyu tightly gripped the separation agreement in his hand, his gaze sharp. As Xiao walked past him, he immediately reached out and grabbed her wrist. Xiao, what did this prince do wrong to make you make such a sudden decision? If this prince did something wrong, tell me, and this prince will definitely change. Xiao quickly shook off Sikong Xingyu's hand, the hatred in her eyes completely unconcealed. "Oh, I need to repeat myself. I said, you are not worthy." Ignoring him, she dragged Chu Jingying out of the prince's manor. Sikong Jing approached Sikong Xingyu with a faint smile. "Third brother, it seems today is not the right time. I will come again another day." The Prince Yu manor, bustling just moments ago, instantly became exceptionally quiet. Sikong Xingyu stood alone in the courtyard, holding the now crumpled separation agreement in his hand, his fury immense. "Chu Xiao, is this your new trick?" As soon as she returned to the manor, she was met by that person with a very obedient smile. "Chu Xiu, her good sister. Sister, why are you back?" She came over, wanted to take her hand and be close to her. Upon seeing that face, which was different from the past, her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Xiao was about to pull her hand away, but thinking of the scene from before, she didn't move and let her take her hand. "This is my home. Why can't I come back?" Hearing this, her expression froze. Then she raised a sweet smile. "Sister, what are you saying? This is sister's home. Of course sister can come back anytime. What's wrong with her today? Why has she become so unpredictable?" Xiao's gaze shot straight at the duplicitous woman before her. She was already 2 years younger than her, so she should be 14 at this time. Dressed in white, she looked proper and dignified, with clear and beautiful features, appearing harmless. Even her smile was so pure and innocent. No wonder her past self was deceived by this appearance. It had to be said, her disguise was truly good. So, not only did heaven let her be reborn, but also gave her this extraordinary ability. It was truly something to be thankful for. The moment she saw that pure and innocent face, she thought of how vicious those two were. To think that she had spent the better half of her previous life exhausting her heart and soul for that man, ultimately alienating her parents. And her days in the manor were also tasteless, seeing only that man as her everything. "Insolent thing, kneel down." Along with a hoarse, aged voice, Xiao shifted her gaze but did not move. The old madam of the Chu family, Lu Shi, looked 10 years younger, which was better than in her past life. Perhaps she was beautiful in her youth, with sparkling eyes. But looking now at those old, sunken, triangular eyes, her cheekbones were high, her cheeks collapsed, and she had applied red lipstick, making her look quite terrifying. "Grandmother, Xiao does not know what she has done wrong." Seeing the situation, Chu Xiu quickly ran to Lu Shi's side, intimately supporting her arm. "Old madam, please don't be angry." Then she gave Xiao a look. "Sister, quickly apologize to grandmother. The old madam is just angry for a moment. She doesn't really want to punish you, sister." "Sister, don't be stubborn and talk back to the old madam." It would have been better if she hadn't spoken. The moment she opened her mouth, even if Xiao was innocent, she made her sound guilty. "Insolent thing. Grandmother, Xiao does not know what she has done wrong," Xiao calmly said again. "You ungrateful thing. To do such a rebellious thing at your wedding today. You've thrown away all the face of our Chu family, and now you're still here talking back to me. Who taught you your manners? Truly born of a brothel. Such scolding, which daughter of an official family could do such a thing? Truly not fit to be the wife of a man of the world, and why manners were naturally taught to me by my father. My father is the master of the general's manor. Can he not teach me my manners? Grandmother, after all, you are still living in the general's manor. You should be careful with your words and actions. Otherwise, if you lose grandfather's face, the loss will outweigh the gain, Shi Yao retorted loudly. Lu Shi was originally from a brothel. It's unknown what means she used to trick grandfather into redeeming her. Grandfather was kind-hearted and brought her back to the manor. However, Lu Shi was deep scheming and bore grandfather 2 sons, Chu Wan and Chu Hong. At that time, father's mother, the true matriarch, passed away from illness. The position of matriarch could not be left vacant, so she was promoted. Ever since she entered the manor, she couldn't get along with the matriarch and also held a grudge against father. However, years later, father went on an expedition to defend the country. After years of battle and repeated military achievements, he was appointed as a second-rank official in the court. In contrast, her 2 sons had no official titles or achievements, only becoming merchants. Besides money, they had nothing else. When father brought grandfather to his manor, she naturally wanted to follow. Being revered by the grand general who assists the state was far better than being with her 2 sons of common status. Lu Shi was so angry, she couldn't catch her breath for a long time. Chu Shiyu was desperately trying to soothe her. Sister, old madam. Old madam, sister will definitely go to Prince Yu's manor tomorrow to apologize. Old madam, please don't let anger harm your health. Go and apologize in person tomorrow. If there's any more trouble, not even your father can protect you. With a way out offered, if she didn't take it, she would be disrespecting her. The next morning, the news that the legitimate daughter of the general's manor had rejected the marriage on the spot had spread like wildfire. Xiao was summoned to the palace. Chu Zhengying, worried, went with her. After all, ever since his daughter recovered from her illness, she had become a bit abnormal. The 2 knelt in the great hall. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his expression extremely grim. In her past life, at this time, the previous emperor was still alive, and the crown prince had not yet been deposed. Xiao understood in her heart. After her rebirth, her way of doing things was different, so the course of events would surely be different from before. She was already prepared to face it. Since she was living again, she would definitely not die so easily. You 2, father and daughter, have made things very difficult for us. After a long while, the emperor finally spoke with a frown. Your Majesty, my young daughter, ever since she fell into an unexplained coma for several days, her mind has been a bit. She did such a thing. I hope your Majesty can understand. Father, Xiao tugged on Chu Zhengying's sleeve in protest. She didn't expect her father to explain her rejection of the marriage to the emperor like this. According to him, it was because her mind was addled that she rejected the marriage. You be quiet. Father, there's nothing wrong with my mind. I was clear-headed when I made this decision. Chu Zhengying glared helplessly at Xiao. This was in front of the emperor. When had she become so bold? All right, we do not care for what reason you made this decision, but Xingyu is a dignified 3rd prince. You did such a thing in public, damaging the face of the imperial family. What is to be done? The emperor's tone carried authority, but his face was still reasonably healthy. In her past life, she had not seen the previous emperor many times. By the time of the later palace banquet, the previous emperor's face was already haggard beyond recognition. Later on, he fell critically ill and passed away. The throne logically fell into the hands of Sikong Xingyu. Long before that, the 2nd prince, who was the crown prince, had committed a serious crime, was stripped of his title, and expelled from the imperial city, his whereabouts eventually becoming unknown. This subject does not know either, Chu Zhengying said with difficulty, glancing at the emperor. Old Chu, this daughter of yours has truly inherited your temperament. Audacious, the emperor said with a calm tone. Hearing this, Chu Zhengying pressed down on Xiao's body, and the 2 immediately prostrated on the floor, saying no more. All right, we did not summon you 2 today to hold you accountable. The urgent matter at hand is to give an explanation to the public. The 2 immediately perked up their ears to listen. Since that day, Xingyu has locked himself in his manor and has not taken a single step out. We remember that you and Xingyu were mutually in love, yet we did not expect such a mishap. It was all because of you. Because of this, you can no longer marry Xingyu. Hearing this, Xiao let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Not marrying him was the result she wanted, but we have already issued an edict for you. In a few days, a date will be chosen for you to marry again. Marry again? Was the emperor sure he hadn't made a mistake? Your Majesty, Xiao doesn't quite understand your meaning. Xiao looked up in confusion. With a look from the emperor, the eunuch beside him handed the imperial edict to Xiao. Xiao immediately opened it and was so shocked her face almost turned green. Your Majesty, this? Before Xiao could finish, Chu Jingying snatched the edict from her hand. Once the imperial edict is issued, it cannot be defied. The emperor gave Chu Jingying a reminding look. Chu Jingying immediately put away the edict, pressed Xiao down to prostrate, and give thanks. Xiao was about to resist when Chu Jingying shot her a stern look. Insolent girl, if you have something to say it when we get back. Then he pulled Xiao and walked out. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this marriage. This subject will take his leave. It was less like they were walking and more like they were fleeing in disarray. Father, why didn't you let daughter refuse just now? What do you think the emperor is? Someone you can refuse again and again? The last time you rejected the marriage, you already disgraced the imperial family. You dare to refuse again? Do you think my neck isn't clean enough for the blade? But why would the emperor have me marry him? He and Prince Yu are brothers born of the same mother. The emperor's thoughts are not hard to understand. Prince Yu's eyes are full of the sharp edge of ambition. In comparison, Prince Jing is a good choice. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't marrying Sikong Xingyu, then marrying anyone was the same, as long as it didn't hinder her revenge. A few more days passed. The imperial edict spread far and wide, and along with it, a rumor. It turned out that Miss Chu had refused the marriage to His Highness, Prince Yu, because her heart already belonged to someone else. And that person was none other than Prince Yu's own full-blooded brother, His Highness, Prince Jing. People said that His Highness, Prince Jing, was 10,000 times more beautiful than the #1 beauty of the imperial city. Miss Chua, the emperor is truly shrewd. To prevent Sikong Xingyu from having any objections, and knowing that even if he did, it would be difficult to make trouble for his own brother, he simply married her to that very brother. This was not a bad strategy at all. But what's the deal with her not even being able to leave the manor? Father, your daughter can't even take half a step out of the manor gates now. From your tone, it sounds like you're blaming me. I wouldn't dare. This is all your fault. If you had listened to my advice and turned back sooner, there would have been no wedding, let alone everything that came after. Yes, it's my fault. Seeing the dissatisfaction all over her father's face, Xiao hurriedly said, but Prince Jing is not like those others of his. It's just that his legs are unwell. I'm afraid it will be a grievance to you. As they were speaking, a dignified woman walked out. As she walked, she spoke. This figure was all too familiar to her. It was her mother, Yin Lan. Her face was still youthful and beautiful, showing no trace of time's passage, with very few white hairs. Xiao immediately went over and hugged Yin Lan. Mother, where have you been all these days? Wasn't it because your health was poor? Mother went to Yunding Temple to burn incense and pray for your well-being. In her past life, her health was indeed poor during this time. She probably didn't even know that her mother had gone to the mountain to pray for her. You child, so affectionate after just a few days apart. Why weren't you this close in the past? It was true. In her past life, she always felt her parents were too strict with her because they didn't love her, which led to her gradually growing distant from them. Afterwards, Chu Shiyu took advantage of the opening. With sweet, deceptive words, she gained the trust and favor of her parents. Her parents also often compared her to Chu Shiyu, eventually growing disappointed in her and letting her fall into Chu Shiyu's trap. Don't say that my brain was addled. Let's just say that's the reason for now, Xiao said casually. You little rascal. Chu Zhengying huffed and glared. Yinlan also smiled brightly. Back then, Prince Jing's legs were severely injured because he went to battle, and at that time, do you know what Prince Yu was doing? Yinlan asked. Xiao shook her head. At that time, her mind was completely preoccupied with Sikong Xingyu. How could she have had the time to pay attention to anyone else? At that time, he was gravely ill, bedridden for months, and never leaving his home. Only after Prince Jing was carried back victorious from battle did he venture out to see people. How could your father let you marry such a coward who clings to life and fears death? I don't know what despicable means he used back then to trick you into trusting him, making you so wholeheartedly devoted and intent on marrying him. When will you ever understand our painstaking efforts? Xiao listened, captivated. If it was truly as her mother said, then could the matter of Prince Jing's leg disability be related to him? Just how many sins had this Sikong Xingyu committed? Yet on the surface, he still maintained a sanctimonious appearance. In the evening, Xiao went out for a walk. Following Yun Lan's instructions, she also went to pick out some decent jewelry. After all, in her past life, she had never paid attention to her appearance. She always appeared unkempt before others, which was why people gradually forgot about her. Since she was reborn, she would live brilliantly, even if it was just for the sake of a glamorous appearance. However, not long after she left the house, she was blocked by a horse-drawn carriage. Just as Xiao was about to walk around it, the young attendant sitting next to the driver immediately got down and called out to her. Donger immediately stepped in front of Xiao to block him. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Miss, please wait. Our master has something to say to you." Then, a person lifted the carriage curtain and disembarked. She wondered who it could be. So it was him. Enemies are truly bound to meet on a narrow road. She hadn't even thought of looking for him, yet he came looking for her himself. Xiao stood still. Sikong Xingyu walked up to her. "What is it?" Xiao asked bluntly. Xiao didn't want to look at this person for even a second longer. She was afraid that if she lost control, she might really finish him off with one strike of a blade. For a long while, Sikong Xingyu said nothing, just staring at her intently. It was as if she had become a different person overnight. It wasn't just her appearance and demeanor. She was poised, calm, and composed. The most important point was her attitude towards him. It was a complete 180-degree turn. He hadn't revealed any flaw. Moreover, at this moment, he hadn't done anything that should make her suspicious. Why had she changed so completely? "If you're not going to speak, I'm leaving." Xiao gave him no more time, turning without hesitation to leave. Sikong Xingyu immediately grabbed her wrist, forcing her to turn back around. "Are you really going to marry my seventh brother? What if I am? Could it be that the rumors in the capital are all true?" Xiao didn't shake off his hand. This way, she could hear his inner thoughts. What tricks is he playing? Since he thought she was playing tricks, then she would play along for him to see. Rumors? What rumors? Xiao asked, feigning ignorance. "The reason you refuse me is because you're fond of my seventh brother." Xiao said nothing. Sikong Xingyu took her silence as a confirmation and spoke again. "Do you still remember agreeing to marry me? Yet now, for the sake of my seventh brother. Even so, why did you have to refuse me publicly at the wedding? Tell me, what exactly did I do wrong?" Sikong Xingyu wore an expression of deep sorrow and resentment, but looking at his face, Xiao found it all the more theatrical. Though, speaking of it, at this age, he indeed hadn't had the chance to do anything to wrong her yet. But she wouldn't repeat the same mistake just because of that. At this moment, she shook off Sikong Xingyu's hand and pulled her wrist back. "At this very moment, I am already His Highness, Prince Jing's fiancé. Please, Your Highness Prince Yu, conduct yourself with dignity." From a distance, the sound of carriage wheels approached. "You're in such a hurry to marry my seventh brother?" Anger gradually rose between Sikong Xingyu's brows. Xiao had never found this person so annoying. She didn't know where her judgment had gone so wrong in her past life to be so utterly infatuated with him. "Tell me why. I know you and my seventh brother have never had any interaction. How could you have feelings for him? This is just a pretext for refusing the marriage, isn't it? Do you have some unspeakable difficulty? Is it your father?" He seemed somewhat agitated. "I am a general's daughter. My father dotes on me and loves me. What unspeakable difficulty could I have? Besides, you are not with me every day. How do you know that Prince Jing and I have no interactions?" Xiao interrupted him. "But seventh brother, his body isn't even whole. You're willing to marry such an unworthy person?" Sikong Xingyu refused to give up. "Based on those words alone, I would be ashamed to marry you. Prince Jing is your own full-blooded brother, yet you show no consideration for brotherly affection, openly discussing him like this in front of an outsider. It seems I truly misjudged you in the past. Xiao, my feelings for you can be witnessed by the sun and moon. I only spoke like that just now because I was angry. You don't need to say any more. No matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot change the fact that I'm going to marry him. The imperial edict has already been issued, so it's because of the imperial edict. That's a small matter. I will go and beg Father Emperor. I just like him. I've liked him since the first moment I saw him, and he is certainly willing to marry me. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask him." Xiao interrupted him again. What did you say? Impossible. Sikong Xingyu couldn't believe she had actually said it out loud. Isn't this what you wanted to hear? So now you've heard it. Dong quickly tugged on Xiao's sleeve and whispered in her ear, Miss, His Highness, Prince Jing's carriage is right behind His Highness, Prince Yu's carriage. What did you say? When Xiao heard this, her face instantly burned with shock and embarrassment. Dong also looked awkward. Miss, your servant nearly tore your sleeve off just now, but you pay me no mind. She never expected such a coincidence. Then, what she said about liking him was also overheard. Although Sikong Xingyu was full of lies, he was right about one thing. She had no interaction with Prince Jing whatsoever. Their first meeting was truly at the wedding, and that meeting was quite special. Under those circumstances, her mind was focused on how to get revenge on Sikong Xingyu. How could she remember what Prince Jing even looked like? Miss, what should we do now? Should we greet His Highness, Prince Jing? But His Highness, Prince Yu is still here. Forget it. Right now, the only thing to do is pretend we didn't see and slip away. Greet him? What kind of greeting? They weren't familiar with each other. Just as Miss Chu was grabbing Donger's hand and turning to slip away, a clear voice rang out at the perfect moment. Xiao's steps paused for a moment. She ignored it and continued walking forward. Miss Chu, don't go. Our master says he is willing to have you board the carriage. The young attendant immediately ran over to block Xiao's path, smiling. Only then did Xiao stop. Looking at the smiling face with outstretched arms before her, she felt utterly disgusted. What's your name? Xiao asked through gritted teeth. This servant is called Rinxia. Miss, please. His Highness has been waiting for a long time. Rinxia, is it? I'll remember you. Donger didn't forget to glare at Rinxia. Xiao stepped into the gilded carriage, one step at a time, as if stepping into a tiger's den. The moment she lifted the curtain, she smelled a faint scent of incense. Sikong Xingyu watched the carriage disappearing into the distance, his fists gradually tightening. She didn't get a good look last time, but this Prince Jing is indeed quite handsome. Have you had your fill of looking? Xiao then realized she had been staring at his face since she entered, still stooped over. She quickly sat down in a nearby seat, awkwardly performing a courtesy. A long time later, the moment the carriage stopped, she immediately got off, ending the conversation. As soon as she returned to the manor, she shut herself in her room, trying to recall if she had any interactions with this Prince Jing in her past life. After thinking for a long time, she came up with nothing. Miss, what's wrong with you? Donger asked, puzzled. The moment the carriage stopped, Miss had hurriedly gotten off, rushed into the room all at once, and hadn't said a word. She just looked truly strange. Did His Highness, Prince Jing, say something to you just now? No, he didn't say anything. Before Donger could finish her words, Xiao immediately replied. What the two of them had talked about in the carriage, no one else could know. At this time, in a magnificent bedchamber in the rear court of the imperial palace. Mother Consort, I suppose I've lost this battle. And I lost to him. Useless thing. You are able-bodied, yet you still lost to your crippled brother. I truly overestimated you. Please forgive me, Mother Consort. Please give your son another chance. I will certainly not disappoint you again. A chance? Have I not given you enough chances? If this drags on any longer, forget the throne. You won't even be able to touch a corner of it. You are Zhao Yun's son. How can you be satisfied with being a mere prince? Or should I assume you're just a piece of useless mud that can't be plastered on a wall? Kneel and take your leave. Sikong Xingyu prostrated on the ground, sweat dripping from his temples, his hands clenched into fists in resentment. He didn't dare to glance at the graceful, noble, and aloof woman standing before him. Only after leaving the palace gates did he furiously punch a large pillar beside him. His knuckles were instantly bloodied. What I, the prince, want, no one can stop me from getting. Her conversation with that person hadn't been long, just a few words before it ended abruptly. However, even though that person had been resting with his eyes closed, calm and composed, towards the end, Xiao felt his eyes sizing her up from time to time. And this person was not as simple as he appeared. And it was all just because she had feigned liking him. Forget it. No point in thinking about it. She had been granted this rebirth with the intention of turning the tables. And he was never part of this game. Why think about him? Miss, should we still cook bird's nest soup for your late-night snack today? Donger asked carefully, seeing Xiao lost in her own thoughts. Cook it, Xiao said nonchalantly. But miss, ever since you woke up from your coma, you've been eating this much every day. Won't you hurt your stomach? In this life, shouldn't one take advantage of the limited time to properly nourish the body? Since you said my health is poor, then it must be nourished. From now on, you don't need to ask about these things. As long as it's food you think is nourishing, you can cook it for me. This miss really was different from before. In the past, she struggled to even finish one bowl, but now, when Madame Song arrived, Xiao was at the table eating bird's nest soup. In front of her was a stack of about 3 or 4 recently emptied bowls. Xiao, are you feeling better? In response to Madame Song's cordial question, Xiao didn't even raise her head, focusing on the bird's nest soup on the table. Donger, today's bird's nest soup is a bit too rich. Remember to cook it lighter next time. Yes, Mississippi, seeing her miss eating as if no one else was there, Donger, standing to the side, felt a bit awkward. She noticed that the old woman standing beside Madame Song had a dark expression on her face. She was about to step forward to stand up for her mistress, but was stopped by Madame Song's outstretched hand. After a while, Xiao finally finished the soup in her bowl. Only then did she raise her head to look at the uninvited woman who had seated herself in front of her, Madame Song. She was the biological mother of her younger brother, the Chu Manor's young master, Chu Wensi. Her features were still beautiful, and her face wore a cordial smile. The way she looked at her was as loving as if she were looking at her own daughter. If it were the her from her past life, she would definitely have been deceived by such a kind and benevolent-looking face. Without a doubt. Aunt, what brings you here? You were unconscious for several days a while ago. Aunt was so worried about you. But I had to send your younger brother to school, so I was delayed until now. Seeing that you've recovered well, Aunt can finally rest assured. I doubt it's for such a simple reason, Xiao thought to herself. Wensi, hasn't he always had a private tutor? Why send him to school? Xiao decided not to take her bait and change the subject. Your father said that Shi'er is no longer a child and can't receive special treatment anymore, not even his own son. Besides, it's good for him to go out and interact with others. When did her father become so enlightened? She remembered that in her past life, because of this woman's soft and gentle words, her father and mother had argued quite a bit. This woman was a master of pillow talk, and gradually, her father began to let her do as she pleased. Her youngest son was naturally doted on. She remembered that in her past life, she herself was at times jealous of how much her father doted on him. But when she thought about how this biological brother of hers also met a bad end, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart seemed to lessen. Speaking of this younger brother, in her past life, he was coddled by Madame Song like a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Although he was a general's son, he didn't learn a single bit of martial arts. Instead, he couldn't carry anything on his shoulders or lift anything with his hands. He was born with only a handsome face and was chased by girls all day, gradually becoming worldly, like an unruly, hedonistic young nobleman. Father was often angered by him to the point of breathlessness. Coupled with her own worthlessness, father worried about his 2 good-for-nothing children day in and day out, with no energy for anything else. Thus, others took advantage of the opening. Later, it was said that because he molested the emperor's youngest and most beloved daughter, that daughter ultimately took her own life. The emperor was furious and sentenced him to beheading. Before his death, he begged father to save him. Father kowtowed until his head was broken, but didn't change the emperor's mind in the slightest. And because of this, Madame Song completely lost her mind. A fog clouded her vision, obscuring the scene. Xiao tried hard to open her eyes, trying to see clearly. The thin mist gradually dissipated, and the image became clearer. This scene was all too familiar to her. Wasn't this the day she suffered endless humiliation and torture and did not have a good end? It was a very strange visual experience. She could clearly see herself from a distance, lying on the great hall's floor. But the pain was so clear and real. Could it be that her body had been split in two? Why was she back in this scene? Such a cruel scene. The 2 people standing in the great hall looked down at her coldly as she crawled on the ground like an abandoned dog. They sneered at her broken body. Hadn't heaven given her a chance to be reborn? Why was she back in the scene now? Did she do something wrong? Did heaven want to take it back, drag her away, and demote her to a military prostitute? A cold voice came. Her body was dragged out like a rotten rag. Yes, it was here. No matter what, she could not endure such a humiliating death. So she bit her tongue and committed suicide. She saw her body go limp in that instant, like a puppet with its strings cut, with no sign of life. But why could she still see all of this? 2 servants dragged her body, moving further and further down the long corridor. Just as she was about to disappear from view, a flash of white appeared. Put her down. The voice traveled through the long corridor and into her ears. In that instant, she suddenly wanted to see that person's face clearly. Xiao's eyes flew open. What met her gaze was the all-too-familiar canopy of her bed. Her thoughts froze for a few seconds before she realized it was a dream. "Miss, you're awake. I saw you were sleeping soundly just now, so I didn't call you." Donger walked to the bedside, carrying a basin of water. "Miss, did you have a dream? You're covered in a cold sweat." A damp cloth gently wiped her face. The warm, moist sensation made her feel a little more awake. Thank goodness it was a dream. If she really had to go back to that time, she would feel truly powerless to change her fate. She let out a sigh of relief. "I had a dream, but the moment I opened my eyes, the dream seemed to vanish," Xiao said with a yawn. "Miss must have forgotten what the dream was about. Your servant often forgets her dreams too." Xiao's gaze unintentionally shifted to Donger's face. Donger was concentrating on arranging her clothes, a pure smile on her face. This girl had been with her since childhood. She seemed to have grown accustomed to her diligent and dedicated service, never once complaining. So much so that in her past life, she died for her sake. At the prime of her life, she ended up being sold to a brothel and abused to death. And all of this was because of her. Her closest and most capable maid was a perfect starting point for an attack. "Chu Shiyu, Miss, why are you looking at your servant like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" Donger asked, puzzled, reaching up to rub her own cheek. Xiao took her hand and held in her own. "Donger, have you been wronged by following me?" "Miss, what are you saying? How could I be wronged? Miss treats me so well. I mean, have you ever felt that you're following a useless master like me?" "Miss, all unpolished jade in the world can shine. Your servant believes that you are that piece of jade that will shine sooner or later." "You girl, you really know how to talk." "Miss." Donger smiled shyly. In her past life, Donger often accompanied her while she studied, so she was literate and understood basic principles. But she never expected Donger to understand such things, which surprised her. "In the future, if you have someone you love, don't hide it. You must tell me. I won't keep you by my side for a lifetime." "Miss, where would I find someone I love? Your servant just wants to follow you." Donger's cheeks flushed red. Never mind. This girl had a simple heart. She could understand his every word and action. What's more, she could even read minds. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and Xiao, bored and with nothing to do, went for a stroll in the street. Her mood was originally quite good, but it was interrupted by an unpleasant sound. "You, young master, how can you use your power to bully others? It was clearly you who knocked over my eggs just now. So how can you blame me?" An elderly man shouted with dissatisfaction. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around. "What do you think you are, daring to speak to our young master like that? Do you know who our young master is?" Who is he?" Hearing the other party's imposing manner, the old man's voice weakened slightly. Saying our young master's name would scare you to death. You dirted our young master's clothes. Do you know how much this robe is worth? You couldn't afford to pay for it, even if you were sold. Right now, our young master is only asking you to apologize, yet you are so ungrateful." The youth's voice sounded very young, but also sharp, rendering the old man speechless. These wealthy young masters were ultimately not to be trifled with. "Let it go, Old Lee. Hurry up and apologize to them, lest you bring trouble upon yourself." "That's right, Old Lee. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him." Looking at this young master's clothes and bearing, he's clearly from a noble family. You should just apologize. The surrounding commoners, no longer just watching the show, now urged the old man one by one. "But my old mother has caught a cold, and it's gotten worse these past 2 days. I was counting on selling these eggs today to take my mother to see a doctor. Now what is the meaning of this? You won't apologize, and you expect our young master to compensate you instead? You all are just a bunch of meddlesome dogs catching mice." The youth standing beside the young master was relentless, cursing at the surrounding commoners. The commoners couldn't tolerate being cursed at by a wet-behind-the-ears boy like that. They all started murmuring. "I wonder which family's young master this is, to have raised a servant with such poor manners, cursing at everyone he sees. The master can't be any good either." That's right, this whole thing was clearly their fault. If they hadn't been riding their horse so fast, how would they have bumped into Oldley? They only dirted a corner of his robe, but Oldley was kicked by that horse and fell to the ground. Not only were all his eggs smashed, but he was also injured. "AI, how many of these wealthy young masters are easy to deal with these days? Hearing himself being talked about like this, the young master felt he couldn't stay any longer and was about to turn and leave. The youth beside him grabbed him. "Young master, we can't just let it go like this. If we do, they'll think you're a pushover." And so, the young master was pulled back. "All of you shut up," the youth immediately shouted. He then pushed the young master forward and gave him a confident look. "If you hadn't been blocking the way today, how will my horse have been startled? You don't have to apologize. We can call it even and leave it at that." The youth didn't expect him to let them off so easily. "But old Lee's mother will die if she doesn't see a doctor soon." The person who had spoken up for old Lee earlier immediately said, "You insolent commoner, my young master has already been magnanimous. How can you still be unsatisfied? My young master is the young master of the Grand General who assists the state's manor. Can you afford to offend him?" The youth finally got to say the name he wanted, and it was heard by Xiao. A moment ago, she had indeed felt that these people were making a big fuss over a small matter, arguing in the street. She had no interest in listening further. But just as she was about to turn and leave, she heard that sentence. The young master of the Grand General who assists the state's manor. Wasn't that her pampered younger brother, Chu Wensi? The boy should be 13 at this time. She remembered that in her past life, he hadn't started causing trouble this early. But the young attendant beside him was certainly a ruthless character. Xiao's red clothes fluttered. Coupled with the body she had been specially nourishing these past few days, her complexion had improved considerably. With light makeup, she looked quite outstanding. Xiao walked towards a crowd. Hearing his identity, the commoners dared not make another sound. The previously noisy street fell silent in an instant. "So this is how you bully people with your power." The sudden silence made Xiao's scornful voice sound exceptionally clear. Who is being so insolent here? The voice was heard before the person was seen. The youth beside the young master, not seeing anyone, only heard the voice and immediately shouted in anger. And this shout naturally drew the attention of the commoners. They saw a woman in dark-colored clothes, walking over with an imposing gait. As if it was her natural aura, the commoners all subconsciously made way for her. This figure gradually came into the two's line of sight. "Eldest sister, eldest young miss." The two cried out in unison, as if they couldn't believe they were seeing her here. A few days ago, the news that the eldest young miss of the general's manor had refused the marriage on the spot had spread like wildfire. The commoners had all heard the rumors about her. Why is the eldest young miss here? Glancing at the people around them, and recalling what Xiao had just said, the youth boldly asked. Xiao didn't even spare him a glance, walking directly to Chu Wensi. Standing together, Chu Wensi was only half a head shorter than Xiao. He was a 13-year-old boy, after all. Looking at him this closely, Xiao realized that in her past life, she had never paid this younger brother any mind, let alone cared for him. They had even spoken very few times. As a result, with this child standing before her now, she didn't know him well enough. Xiao slowly raised her hand, about to touch Chu Wensi's cheek. But at that very moment, the youth timely stepped in front of Chu Wensi, protectively shielding his body and causing Xiao's hand to freeze in midair. "Eldest young miss, what are you trying to do?" His eyes were filled with a thick sense of vigilance. Truly a good servant, loyal in protecting his master. "What did you think I was going to do?" Xiao retorted, pulling back her hand. This servant, he had indeed never seen her before. He hesitated, about to think of what to say. "You still know you're a servant? When I speak with my younger brother, when did I ever need to report to you?" Xiao countered coldly. The young man was stunned, frozen on the spot. He never expected that this cowardly eldest miss, who usually never stepped out of the house, could speak with such an imposing aura. So it wasn't just her appearance that changed, but even her personality. "The second madam has ordered that no outsiders are allowed near the young master," the young man said, gritting his teeth. "So that's how it is." This servant was specially chosen by Madame Song to watch over Wensi. "Young master, you can't forget the second madam's instructions." Startled by Xiao's stern gaze, he quickly tugged on Chu Wensi's sleeve to remind him. Chu Wensi lowered his eyes, as if he had thought of something. When he looked up again, the earlier surprise had been replaced by a sheet of cold indifference. He pulled the young man behind him, then met Xiao's gaze. "Eldest sister, there's no need to trouble yourself with today's matter. Eldest sister should return to the manor and focus on preparing for her own marriage." The meaning of these words was, simply put, that she was being nosy. But as soon as he said this, she caught a glimpse of the triumphant smile on the young man behind Chu Wensi. "So young, yet so scheming. Does Wincy feel that I'm being nosy? Xiao asked softly. No, I just feel that for such a small matter, there's no need to trouble eldest sister. A small matter? Your servant injured him severely, yet just because of a patch of mud, you demand an apology from him. And now you're making a scene here for everyone to see. This is what you call a small matter? Her gentle tone instantly turned into a stern reprimand. Though it was a rhetorical question, it carried an air that allowed no doubt. Then what does eldest sister think I should do? Although Chu Wincy asked this, the deep defiance in his eyes was still caught by Xiao. Apologize to him and compensate him with silver, Xiao said lightly. The common folk heard Xiao's words clearly and murmured their approval. So the eldest Miss Chu was actually so reasonable. The past rumors of her being foolish and clumsy were instantly debunked. Eldest Miss, why are you siding with an outsider? It was clearly that rogue who offended the young master, yet you're making the young master apologize to him. Are you even the young master's eldest sister? The young man at the side spoke up again, unconvinced. When did you become a servant in the manor? Why have I never seen you before? Xiao finally asked. I am a study companion personally selected by the second madam to serve the young master in his studies. It has been over 3 years, the study companion said with self-righteousness. It's been 3 years. Then hasn't my brother been deeply corrupted by her influence? From now on, you are not allowed to stay by his side, Xiao said nonchalantly. The study companion was so shocked his jaw dropped. The next moment, he immediately knelt down, hugging Chu Wincy's legs and crying out, Young master, oh young master, you must stand up for me. Eldest miss, she wants to drive me away from your side. I have been with you for 3 years. Chu Wincy frowned from being pulled. Eldest sister, if it's because he was impertinent to you today, I will apologize to you on his behalf. I hope eldest sister will not pursue this matter further. Apologize? Just now, when I told you to apologize to that old man, why weren't you so quick? But for this insolent servant who doesn't know his place, you're quite eager. Chu Wincy was chided into silence for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. But, eldest sister, you've never concerned yourself with my affairs before. Why the sudden interest today? If I don't intervene, you'll become even more lawless. In the past, you were still young. Now you've grown up. It's time your behavior was restrained. Behavior? If we're talking about behavior, eldest sister, aren't you the one who needs to be disciplined more than I do? She wasn't mistaken. The boy's eyes indeed held coldness and hidden resentment. She had said it herself. She had never managed him in the past. So where did this hatred come from? Let's stick to the matter at hand. Why bring up things so far removed? If we delay any longer with that old man, his injuries will only worsen. If he dies, are you planning to have father clean up your mess? Hearing this, Chu Wincy's expression changed slightly, but the stubbornness in his eyes did not let him yield. So what if a lowly commoner like him loses his life? His voice was utterly cold and heartless. Xiao was stunned by his words. He was only 13, yet he already regarded human life so cheaply. If this continued, she feared he would think nothing of murder and arson in the future. She let out a deep sigh. Her gaze immediately fell upon a horse outside the crowd. A long horsewhip was hanging from its saddle. Without another word, she walked straight in that direction. Everyone thought the eldest Miss Chu had lost her nerve and would no longer handle the matter. The common folk all watched Xiao's departing back with disappointment. A cold sneer also appeared on the corner of Chu Wincy's mouth. But they saw her mount the horse, take down the whip, and then return to her original spot, right in front of Chu Wincy. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. You undisciplined brat. You dare? I am father's only son. Chu Wincy, seeing that her words were not a joke, became even more defiant. Only son? What about our elder brother? You still have the nerve to call yourself father's son? So young and already so ill-behaved. Father is ashamed to have a son like you. Eldest sister, are you calling the pot black? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Rejecting His Highness Prince used marriage proposal on the spot. That's even more laughable. Just as Chu Wincy was about to say more, the horsewhip in Xiao's hand instantly fell upon his body, letting out a sharp crack. Everyone present was stunned on the spot by this heavy lash. A moment ago, the study companion who was kneeling by Chu Wincy's legs, crying his heart out, also forgot to keep wailing. The people gathered on the street, as if watching a silent play, all held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Chu Wensi slowly raised his head, the hatred in his eyes deeper, mixed with disbelief. Xiao, of course, saw the defiance in his eyes. He was already 13. For the past decade, he had lived with that mother of his, whose intentions were not pure. She had been raising him since he was little, but who knows what she taught him. It was impossible for him to change in a short time. Are you convinced now? Xiao asked coldly. What right do you have to hit me? He was, after all, a 13-year-old boy. Being hit by his own sister in front of so many people was a great loss of face. What right? The right of being your older sister. I won't spoil you like others do. Think what you will. Whether you resent me or hate me, one day you will know that I did this for your own good. Even if these reasons sounded a bit cliché and weak. Even Father has never laid a hand on me. Just you wait. If I go back and tell Father, do you think you'll have any good days left? He was truly unconvinced. Xiao, holding the whip, had no intention of talking to him further. She walked over to Old Man Li, who was lying on the ground. Tucking the whip under her arm, she carefully helped him up. Old sir, my younger brother is insensible. He's still young and has always been doted on and spoiled at home. His temper is inevitably a bit arrogant. Please don't hold it against him. I apologize to you on his behalf. Then, she took out all the silver she had on her. She even removed the only hairpin from her hair and stuffed everything into Old Man Li's hands. Instantly, her hair came loose, flowing gracefully in the wind. Her expression and demeanor formed a stark contrast to her earlier cold severity. At this moment, even her eyes held a smile. How could Old Man Li accept? He kept pushing her hand back, refusing. Eldest miss, how can I take so much silver? I can't take it. Take it, old sir. It was my brother who caused your injury today. Besides, isn't your mother ill? Take this silver and get her treated. Xiao pushed the silver back into Old Man Li's hands. Is there any brother here who has time to trouble you to take the old sir home? His leg is injured, and it's inconvenient for him. Xiao turned and asked. I'll do it. Several people came forward to support Old Man Li. Old Man Li immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily 3 times before Xiao with loud thuds. Eldest miss, I Li will never forget this life-saving grace for the rest of my life. Old sir, please don't say such things. What happened today was still our fault, and we've caused such a great disturbance to all you good people. Eldest miss, you are so righteous and understanding. It is not your fault. The crowd all cast unfriendly glances at Chu Wensi. All right, the old sir's injury is what's important. You should all go about your business now. Xiao glanced at Chu Wensi, then said to the common folk. In less than half a quarter hour, everyone slowly dispersed. Xiao then felt her arm lighten. It was the study companion who had snatched the whip from her and quickly presented it to Chu Wensi. Young master, if you don't avenge this, the eldest miss will surely bully you in the future. The study companion stood before Chu Wensi, bowing, and said viciously. Xiao turned around, her gaze fixed directly on Chu Wensi. Chu Wensi also met her gaze, but the stinging pain on his back was also provoking him. He had seen the previous scene clearly as well. Chu Wensi lowered his eyes, looking at the whip the study companion presented to him, somewhat hesitant. Young master, take it. The study companion urged him again and again. Chu Wensi finally took the whip. Xiao's eyes quietly bored into him. The study companion opportunely revealed a triumphant smile, standing behind Chu Wensi, looking very pleased with himself. Xiao walked right up to him, standing before him without any fear. Are you going to avenge that lash? Chu Wensi gripped the whip in his hand tightly. His gaze toward Xiao was finally firm. I don't hit women. A smile lifted the corners of Xiao's mouth. Her brother was still salvageable, but I will tell father and have him punish you. When this latter half of the sentence came out, Xiao felt as if he were throwing a tantrum. Young master, the study companion seemed dissatisfied and was about to speak again to persuade him. Shut up, you stupid thing. Are you trying to get father to punish me again? This servant, I've said it before. From now on, he is not allowed to stay by his side. Do you not understand? Xiao snatched the whip from Chu Wensi's hand, about to swing it at him. This servant was truly detestable. The servant dared not speak again and quickly retreated to the side. Then she grabbed Chu Wensi's hand and pulled him toward the fine horse. Even though he struggled, he was no match for Xiao's strength. What are you doing? Get on the horse. Are you getting on or not? Xiao brandished the whip in her hand again. The cracking sound stimulated his eardrums. Chu Wensi had no choice but to get on the horse first. That lash had indeed been very heavy. Afterward, Xiao's movements were as smooth as flowing water. She swung herself onto the horse's back, sitting behind Chu Wensi. Dong, you go back first. I have something to attend to. With a flick of the whip and a pull on the reins, the horse galloped off. Donger hadn't even caught his breath. Chu Wensi was also completely unprepared, only feeling a warm touch on his back. Xiao's arms passed by his sides, tightly pulling the reins. He actually found it quite dashing. From afar, a person saw this scene and nodded with great interest. Brother Yin, I like her. Minji, you cannot like her, he said with a faint smile. Why not? A certain person immediately became unwilling. Because she is soon to marry me, this prince. What? The horse didn't travel for long before stopping. Xiao pulled him off the horse again and walked into a medical hall. Doctor, my younger brother's back is injured. Please bandage it for him. The doctor saw that the siblings were dressed extraordinarily and hurried over to check the wound. Because of the force of the blow, the clothes were torn. Who could be so cruel as to whip such skin, as smooth as congealed fat, into this state? I'm afraid it will leave a scar. Xiao's expression soured. Chu Wensi naturally noticed. Hearing the doctor's words, not only was he not worried, but he deliberately observed Xiao's expression. What's wrong with a man having a scar? He's a man. What does he need skin as smooth as congealed fat for? Xiao said disdainfully. Seeing her bad mood, the doctor dared not say more and was about to take off Chu Wensi's clothes. What are you doing? Chu Wensi quickly clutched his clothes. I'm helping you take off your clothes to bandage the wound. I can't bandage it with your clothes on, the doctor said, troubled. Here? Chu Wensi glanced at Xiao and said, this small shop is full. This is the only space. But I'm your older sister. What are you afraid of? Besides, what's there for me to see on your scrawny body? You. But Xiao said no more, turning around to wait for the doctor to bandage him. After it was done, Xiao remembered that she had given all her money to Old Manly. Don't you have any silver on you? If I did, would I have had to get so entangled with that old man? I was just asking for trouble. This is a small business. On the horse, Xiao was still behind him. Eldest sister, why were you so cruel? You struck so heavily. His tone was full of complaint. If I didn't strike, how could you give the common folk an explanation? You are father's son. You cannot lose father's face and let others say that the son of the great general who protects the nation is completely undisciplined. But he hesitated. At that moment, Xiao's hand, which was pulling the reins, brushed past Chu Wensi's cheek. But I'm also your younger brother. Could it be true, as mother said, that you will kill me? Hearing this sentence, Xiao's wrist trembled. Madame Song's schemes were more than just a little. She could be so malicious. What's wrong with you? Her wrist had trembled just now, causing her body to tilt to one side. Chu Wensi subconsciously turned and reached out to steady Xiao's body. It was a good thing he supported her. Otherwise, she would have fallen off the horse and been half dead. It's nothing. My hand is a little sore. From now on, I will accompany you to the academy. That study companion is too scheming. It was right to send him away just now. The next day, Xiao was waiting at the gate early in the morning. Chu Wensi hadn't taken the matter seriously yesterday. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xiao in a refreshing black outfit, standing with her back to the gate. Her dark hair was tied up high, and her waist-length black silk tresses fluttered in the wind. He suddenly recalled her appearance from yesterday. That scene was breathtakingly beautiful. His sister, with whom he had lived in the same manner for over a decade. He felt as if he had only just begun to understand the tip of the iceberg. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Xiao turned around and looked at him with a smile. All right, eldest sister, don't you have your own things to attend to? Of course I do. In this new life, there were naturally many things she needed to settle, but she couldn't be too hasty. Right now, if this younger brother was truly allowed to be further corrupted by Madame Song, he would really be beyond saving. But I'm already grown up. What would it look like for my older sister to still be following me around? Less nonsense, let's go. After arriving at the academy, she realized it was a whole different world. She had thought he was attending an ordinary academy, but upon arrival, she discovered it was the most famous and highest institution of learning in the imperial city, the Yulin Royal Academy. Naturally, those who could enter here were all of extraordinary status. As soon as they entered the gate, the two siblings attracted many stares. However, Xiao paid them no mind, letting Chu Wensi lead the way into the Mingda Hall for instruction, which was the place where the students studied. They were all, after all, children of noble officials. Even at this hour, More than half of the seats were still empty. Finding a spot, Xiao sat down directly to the side of the seat, leaving the central position for Chu Wensi. The layout and decoration of the Yulin Academy were extremely magnificent. From the moment one entered the gate, one could feel its difference from ordinary academies. It was not only more pleasant than the backyards of some wealthy official families, but there were also countless study areas like Mingda Hall. Sit. Seeing Chu Wensi standing motionless to the side, Xiao patted the central seat, motioning for him to sit down. After that, she paid him no more mind, casually picking up a book from the table and starting to read. She was completely oblivious to the discussions around her. How can a woman come to the Yulin Academy? This is outrageous. Who is she? Why is she sitting next to that young master? And from the looks of it, the young master doesn't seem to like her very much. I heard that today the Academy Dean has invited His Highness the Crown Prince to give a lecture. I wonder if it's true. True or not, there's definitely going to be a good show to watch today. That woman is truly bold. The Yulin Academy is a place for the powerful and noble. What is her status? How could she just come in as she pleases? In a moment, the Academy Dean will definitely throw her out. However, this woman is quite attractive. Perhaps we can go over and have a chat? Unexpectedly, it seems she had read all of these books. If there was one thing she could be proud of from her past life, it was that she had read many books. Before meeting Sikong Xingyu, she spent her days buried in books in the manor. She was proficient in almost everything, from needlework to other skills. However, no one had ever truly appreciated her, nor had she ever had a chance to display her talents. People only saw her plain, dusty appearance, and no one was willing to get close to her. At that time, she still thought Sikong Xingyu was a good person, not influenced by superficial appearances. Thinking back now, all of that was just her deceiving herself. Miss, may I ask for your esteemed name? 3 to 5 young men crowded around Chu Wensi's desk, all looking down at Xiao from their standing positions. In fact, the moment she entered, she had sensed this group's ill intentions. She just hadn't expected them to be so brazen as to come over. Xiao put down her book and slowly raised her head, her eyes sweeping coolly over the group before her. They held folding fans and books in their hands, standing by the desk as if they were studying while fanning themselves and sizing up Xiao. Their hair was tied in a knot on top of their heads, without an official's cap, but they had deliberately used expensive silk to tie their hair. They looked to be about 2 or 3 years older than Chu Wensi. But in Xiao's eyes, this group was far too pretentious. When Xiao raised her head, they finally got a clear look at her face. Just now, it had only been a brief glimpse before she turned her back. Seeing her now, this woman was quite different. She's my older sister. Just as Xiao was about to say something, Chu Wensi timely stepped in front of her, glaring at the group opposite them. Oh, so it's his older sister. Then may we ask for your esteemed name, sister? Seeing Chu Wensi blocking Xiao, the group teased again. Xiao's mind cleared. Wensi hadn't been at the academy for long, so they probably didn't know his identity. Eldest sister, you should go back quickly, Chu Wensi said, turning to Xiao. But today was quite gratifying. The boy still knew to protect her. Hey, you just got here. What's the rush to leave? We can discuss life together. Truly a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears brats. Her real age was old enough to be their aunt, yet they were trying to hit on her. Just as Xiao stood up, not yet ready to leave, the group had already blocked her path. You better not get close to my sister, Chu Wensi said again. You little brat, yesterday you had a study companion. Today you have your sister. Are you going to bring your wet nurse tomorrow? Seeing Chu Wensi blocking the way again, one of the young men sneered disdainfully. Chu Wensi was furious and was about to lunge forward, but the group quickly restrained him. Sister, your little brother is being disobedient. We'll teach him a lesson for you. My younger brother is not for outsiders to discipline. Let him go, Xiao ordered coldly. Even her gaze could freeze a person. Ooh, this one's a spicy one, young masters. We might have some fun today. The group's words became more and more outrageous. Seeing Chu Wensi's face flushed red with anger, Xiao slapped the man's hand away, forcing him to let go. Then, with a few quick moves, Xiao knocked away the hands of the others. She pulled Chu Wensi behind her. The group clutched their hands, which were stinging from the attack, and looked at Xiao in disbelief. You damn woman, you dare to lay a hand on us? You must be tired of living. Get her, all of you. As soon as the words fell, nearly half the people in Mingda Hall rushed toward Xiao. Insolence! What is all this commotion? A majestic voice came from the doorway. Everyone instantly froze and looked toward the entrance. At the doorway stood several people of extremely prominent status. This is the Yulin Academy, not your home. If you continue to be so insolent, have your fathers take you back. Don't come back again. The Academy Dean frowned in exasperation. Then he respectfully bowed and cupped his hands. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, please. The person behind the Academy Dean, dressed in a bright yellow robe, had his hands naturally clashed behind his back as he entered. Behind the Crown Prince, a group of people also filed in. Why haven't you all returned to your seats? What a disgrace. The stunned group scrambled back to their seats in an instant. The students greet His Highness, the Crown Prince. The people crowded around Chu Wenxi's desk quickly dispersed. Xiao also stood up and bowed along with the others. But in a room full of students wearing identical uniforms, Xiao's black attire stood out conspicuously. The previously empty desks were now all occupied, and the moment he entered, he had clearly seen that unique color. It was her. You may dispense with the formalities. The Crown Prince's voice was quite gentle. Xiao raised her head and saw the person standing in the center at the front. When she saw his appearance, he was scholarly, kind-faced, and benevolent, with a faint smile in his eyes that was not exaggerated but just right. Although he was the Crown Prince, he gave people a very approachable feeling. Xiao could never have imagined that he would commit the grave crime of colluding with outside officials in an attempt to seize the throne, be stripped of his title as Crown Prince, expelled from the imperial city, and ultimately disappear without a trace. At this time, the Crown Prince should still be favored. The first prince had died young, and as the second prince, he was the emperor's eldest living son, having been established as Crown Prince for only a few years. Who are you? How did you get in here? How did a woman enter this academy? The Academy Dean's voice immediately pulled Xiao's thoughts back. In that brief moment, she had considered many things. If this Crown Prince was truly framed, then the person who framed him must be connected to Sikong Xingyu. To prevent him from succeeding, for now, the only way was to find a way to protect the Crown Prince's position. She only hoped that this Crown Prince was truly the kind person she imagined him to be. In that case, if he ascended the throne, he could also bring fortune to the people. The Academy Dean's shout caused everyone in the room to turn their eyes toward Xiao. Guards, quickly escort this woman out. This is getting more and more outrageous. The Academy Dean's mood had already been soured, and seeing this scene now naturally angered him. Wait, the person standing by the desk in front of Xiao spoke up. Young Marquis, what is it now? The Academy Dean rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Forehead. I just think, Dean, shouldn't you first ask for her identity before talking about throwing her out? Nangong you reminded with a smile. He then turned to Xiao and offered a friendly smile. Because of his handsome features, even his smile appeared bright and sunny, his eyes full of mirth. Who was this young Marquis? Why would he help her? And why was he smiling at her so friendly? Did they know each other before? She didn't recall ever knowing this person, not even in her past life. The Academy Dean coughed awkwardly. Who are you? This esteemed sir. Oh no, Dean. My identity is not important. What's important is that I am just an older sister who is worried about her younger brother studying alone. After speaking, she deliberately glanced at the group of troublemakers from before. That group of people trembled. They quickly lowered their heads, afraid of being noticed. Younger brother? The Academy Dean glanced at Chu Wenxi, then seemed to recall something. You said you were his older sister? Xiao nodded. The Academy Dean's expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao spoke at the right time. Yesterday, my brother's study companion committed an offense and was sent away. My brother couldn't find a study companion on such short notice, so today, I, his older sister, personally escorted him. Dean, you could just treat me as an ordinary study companion. The Academy Dean's eyes blinked unnaturally, and he didn't question it further, nor did he mention throwing her out again. But the group from before was even more unconvinced. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. That woman just now went to our young master's room. Look at our young master's hand. Look what she did to it. It turned out to be the study companion of the troublemaker from before. Do all study companions love to stick their necks out these days? A clear handprint was on a man's elbow. It was already swollen and red from the force of the slap. Chu Wenxi was about to step forward to explain when Xiao grabbed his wrist. She subtly shook her head, signaling him not to go over. His Highness the Crown Prince is here to teach you today. Why Why trouble His Highness with such trivial matters? Now stand down. The Academy scholar was already vexed enough. With the Crown Prince present, they still dared to cause such a scene. How utterly thoughtless. If the Crown Prince were to become displeased and assign blame, he, the head tutor, would be the one to take the fall. Couldn't this group of noble young masters spare him some trouble? The Crown Prince slightly raised his hand, stopping the Academy scholar from saying more. This prince has suddenly thought of a saying. The villain is the first to file a complaint. Scholar, do you think this saying is appropriate for this situation? The Academy scholar immediately nodded. It is. Your Highness is truly wise. The page boy dared not speak again and quickly retreated. Before leaving, he even received a cold glare from his master. All right, everyone sit down. Today, His Highness the Crown Prince will lecture you on the meaning of etiquette. Half a shurchen later, the Crown Prince finished his lecture. Xiao's impression of him was that he was erudite and multi-talented. He spoke eloquently and logically. He was indeed well-read. Before leaving, he seemed to feel the Crown Prince's gaze. He turned and met the Crown Prince's eyes. Then, the Crown Prince smiled faintly at Xiao and nodded slightly. His etiquette was impeccable. Xiao also returned the courtesy. She had just stepped 1 foot out the door when her wrist was grabbed. Before Xiao could see who it was, she was already dragged outside. Xiao quickly shook off his hand. Who are you? Why are you pulling me? Nangonyu quickly turned around, his hands hovering awkwardly in the air. He hadn't expected a woman who looked so frail to have such strength. Turning around, Xiao finally got a clear look. It was the man who had helped her out of the predicament just now. He didn't look very old. I was just. Whatever your reason, you cannot casually grab a woman's hand in public. Moreover, a married woman, Xiao said calmly. So, you're this eager to marry this prince. Xiao spun around quickly. She saw the person sitting on the raised chair, leisurely fanning himself with a folding fan. Recalling the way those ruffians held their folding fans earlier, compared to this man, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. But the current situation was awkward. Xiao turned back and looked at Nangonyu. Nangonyu quickly waved his hands and said, I was just pulling you over to see Brother Boyan. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Xiao said nothing and prepared to walk past the two of them. But just as she passed by the man, her wrist was bound by something unknown. Turning to look, she saw it was a long white silk ribbon. The white ribbon extended from Sikong Jing's sleeve, holding her from a distance. Xiao tried to pull the white ribbon off her wrist, but no matter how much strength she used, it had no effect. Brother Bo Yin, that's the 9 Heavens mystic iron ribbon. You can't break free from it, Nangonyu explained from the side. Xiao shot him a cold glare. Nangonyu immediately fell silent and looked plaintively at Sikong Jing. Suddenly, she remembered the horsewhip tucked at her waist, the one she had brought to deal with Chu Wensi today. She quickly reached her right hand behind her back, pulled out the horsewhip, and swung it at the man. Sikong Jing swiftly flew up, dodging the whip strike. Then he landed back on a raised chair, as if the previous movement had never happened. She swung again and again like this, only stopping at the very end, because it was completely useless. Xiao whipped again, swinging the whip directly at the white ribbon. Even using all her strength, it still had no effect. Instead, the impact made her own arm ache. The man simply sat still, quietly watching Xiao's actions, as if watching a monkey perform. Xiao raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead. You let me go. Given up already? Sikong Jing drawled lazily. Nangonyu had long been watching from the side, stunned. He had never seen a woman so fierce. The force of each whip strike was no joke. Because she didn't hit anyone, the whip struck the ground heavily. It made sharp, cracking sounds. Actually, if he thought about it, he had seen it yesterday. It was when she whipped Chu Wensi. That whip strike was indeed full of force. But this was pure physical strength, with no internal energy mixed in. Xiao had never felt so resentful. In the past, she was always grateful to the heavens for not only giving her a chance at rebirth, but also the ability to probe for information. Most importantly, because she had eaten quite a lot before this, she had not only nourished her body back to health, but the strength in her hands had also increased significantly. She was no longer the weak and feeble person from her past life. But when it came to him, how did this strength become mere brute force? It was completely useless. What exactly do you want? The The man before her was no simple character. Although his legs were impaired, she had seen his extremely high level of internal energy just now. Even though she was strong, she couldn't affect him in the slightest. The feeling he gave her was that this person would be extraordinary in the future. Originally, he was not in her grand plan for revenge, and she had no intention of including him. But she was to marry him in a few days, and he was the full-blooded younger brother of Sikong Xingyu. So how should she face him, and where should she place him in her plan? But no matter how she racked her brains, she couldn't remember what this person's fate was in her past life. "My dear consort, you're distracted." Sikong Jing's arm suddenly waved. The white silk ribbon rapidly retracted into his sleeve, as if it had automatically become invisible. Xiao's body was also pulled uncontrollably by the white ribbon to Sikong Jing's side. Just before she was about to fall, Xiao reached out and grabbed Sikong Jing's shoulder to steady herself. Nan Gongyu, who was watching the show from the side, quickly sucked in a sharp breath. No woman had ever dared to touch Brother Bo Yan. He widened his eyes, watching the subsequent performance with extreme concentration. Who would have thought that Sikong Jing wouldn't get angry, but would instead chuckle lightly? "So my dear consort is this impatient." Hearing this, Xiao immediately tried to pull her hand back. However, the white ribbon was wrapped tightly around her wrist and wouldn't come off no matter what. Others use white silk ribbons to hang themselves. "You, on the other hand, handle this white ribbon so skillfully," Xiao said angrily. "Oh, my dear consort knows this so clearly. Could it be that you've tried it before?" She no longer wanted to play games with this person. He kept calling her my dear consort this and my dear consort that. She really doubted if this was the cold, proud, and unapproachable prince from the rumors. Meanwhile, elsewhere, "Nanny Li, do you feel the girl has changed in any way?" Madame Song asked thoughtfully, sitting by the tea table. "Is Madame referring to her appearance?" Nanny Li asked respectfully, standing by Madame Song's side. "Madame need not worry. She just added some makeup to her face. It's nothing to be concerned about, but I still feel a little uneasy in my heart." "Madame, you're overthinking it. No matter what, isn't she ultimately someone who will marry out of the family? Besides, she's about to marry that crippled prince in a few days. No matter what she does, she can't stir up any major trouble. Our young master Shi is the true and legitimate heir of the Chu residence." Nanny Li's eyes darted around a few times as she said smugly, "You have a point. However, in the days before she gets married, you must keep a close eye on her for me. If there are any unusual movements, you must report back to me immediately." "Yes, this old servant will go now." Nanny Li had not been gone for long when she rushed back in. "Madam, it's bad. Something has happened to the young master." Xiao had been entangled with this man for a while. Looking around, Chu Wenxi's figure was long gone, but this man kept her wrist bound. "What is it you want to say?" Xiao asked impatiently. "Nothing much. I just wanted to get closer to my dear consort before the wedding and cultivate our feelings." She suddenly felt that this two-faced prince was very difficult to deal with. To think she had felt guilty for hitting him before. Now it seemed her guilt was unnecessary. This person seemed intent on picking a fight with her. "Your Highness's legs are inconvenient. It's better not to run around so freely." Hearing this, Nan Gongyu once again sucked in a sharp breath from the side. He clearly felt the surrounding atmosphere freeze over by several degrees. He carefully glanced at Sikong Jing's face. He saw that the faint smile on Sikong Jing's face was gone, replaced by a cold silence. Nan Gongyu knew this was a sign that he was angry. He had to admit, her courage was extraordinary. No one, even if given 10 times the nerve, would dare to say such a thing so brazenly. With a shoo sound, the white ribbon instantly loosened and retracted completely into his sleeve. Xiao's hand was also instantly freed, feeling much lighter. It seems this person really only responds to force, not persuasion, Xiao thought to herself. Xiao raised her wrist and stretched it. Without another word to him, she turned and left. "Hey, sister-in-law." Nan Gongyu quickly followed Xiao's steps. He was about to say something, but was stopped by Sikong Jing. Nan Gongyu had no choice but to retreat. "Brother Bo Yin, are you all right?" Nan Gongyu asked cautiously. "Yueji, do you think I was too harsh just now?" Sikong Jing raised his head and asked with an extremely serious expression. "Huh, Brother Bo Yin, is this really the time to be thinking about that?" The moment Xiao entered the door, she felt that the atmosphere was off. Donger ran out from the inner room with hurried steps, her expression extremely panicked. "Young miss, it's bad. Something's happened." Entering the main hall, she heard waves of gasping, followed by a woman's crying. "Master, Shi'er is your only son. How can he suffer such a grievance? Master, look at what a state he's been beaten into." The The moment she entered, everyone in the main hall turned their eyes to Xiao. She saw Chu Wensi, his clothes in disarray, being held by Madame Song as he knelt at Chu Zhengying's feet, crying and complaining incessantly. Madame Song's appearance and demeanor already seemed gentle and pitiful. Now that she was crying, it made the person who hurt her seem all the more unforgivable. Seeing Xiao enter, Madame Song immediately dragged herself over and threw herself in front of Xiao, grabbing her arms and holding on tightly. Xiao, whatever grudges or hatred you have, you could take it all out on me. Sheer is still just a child. How did he offend you? Is it not enough for me, his mother, to apologize to you? Why must you make things difficult for a child? Madame Song moved aside, and only then did Xiao see Chu Wensi kneeling on the ground. In front of him was the set of clothes he wore yesterday. The fabric was stained with large patches of blood, looking extremely conspicuous. Chu Wensi slowly raised his head, glanced at Xiao, and then quickly averted his gaze, not looking at her again. And with that one glance, Xiao seemed to understand something. She remembered that yesterday, Chu Wensi had said he would tell their father and have her punished. So, was he planning to settle the score today? Madame Song desperately shook Xiao's body, constantly repeating what she had just said, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly miserable. It was as if she was repeatedly reminding Chu Zhengying and also reminding him. And Xiao stood there, letting Madame Song shake her body. She made no reaction. Slowly raising her eyes, she quickly spotted a figure flashing by the doorway. It was someone she had just seen yesterday, who had left a deep impression on her. How could she forget that shrewd page boy? The person Madame Song had placed by Chu Wensi's side. And Madame Song's reaction right now was so agitated. If so, the one who tattled was not necessarily Chu Wensi. All right, you stop for a moment. Chu Zhengying, his head aching from the noise, waved his hand helplessly at Madame Song. Although Madame Song was crying her heart out, she knew it was time to deal with business. She tried hard to hold back her sobs. Looking up, she saw that it wasn't just her father and mother in the hall, but also her grandfather and grandmother. This Madame Song really knew how to scheme, putting on a complete show and calling everyone over. What is the meaning of this? Did you cause the injuries on Wensi's back? Chu Zhengying asked with a frown. Xiao pushed Madame Song's hands away, took a step forward, and replied, answering father, I did it. You. Chu Zhengying hadn't expected her to answer so calmly, without a single word of explanation. Well, Zhengying, look at this daughter of yours. The last incident hasn't even passed, and now she's added new trouble. This time, she even laid a hand on her own younger brother. So vicious, her heart is truly punishable. Old Madame Lu sat to the side, her eyes filled with disgust and resentment as she looked at Xiao. Master, old madam, please calm your anger. How could elder sister be such a malicious person? Elder sister is usually so pure and kind, she wouldn't even step on an ant. How could she hit young Master Wensi? There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Chu Xiu quickly got up from her seat, walked to Xiao's side, and knelt down, saying urgently. She looked so very sincere. She just admitted she did it. Could it be that someone held a knife to her neck and forced her to say so? Who are you? Is this a place for you to speak? Old Madame Lu said pointedly. I. Chu Xiu quickly took a step back and said no more. Old Madam, it's best you don't inquire further into this matter. After all, this is our family's affair. Chu Zhengying was already annoyed by Madame Song's clamor. Now, with another person whose voice was a whole octave higher than Madame Song's, he felt even more irritated. They say 3 women make a drama. This drama is certainly well staged, Xiao thought to herself. Zhengying, you must handle this properly. If she is not well bred, it might be that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. After speaking, she even shot a reproachful glare at Yinlan. Yinlan sat quietly beside Chu Zhengying, not saying a word, but her eyes, as she looked at Xiao, were full of trust. You should also say a few words less. The old master, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke with a frown. After hearing this, old Madame Lu dared not speak again. After Xiao said those words, Chu Wensi raised his head again. Only then did he shift his gaze to her face, seemingly not expecting her to admit it so easily. He didn't know how many people he had startled with the words he had just spoken. Even Donger was so scared she trembled. The young miss usually never concerned herself with the affairs of the outer courtyard, and she rarely spoke with the other 2 young masters in the residence. She had always stayed in her room, minding her own business. To now say that the young miss had hit someone, she refused to believe it. Even if the young miss had become more cheerful and spontaneous since waking up, hitting someone, and the precious son of the second madam at that. The young miss had no reason to look for such trouble, right? From a distance, she could see Chu Wenxi's body trembling from the cold. The weather was already turning cooler, and to let Chu Jingying see the raw, red wounds, Madame Song had not only stripped off his clothes, but also unwrapped the white cloth strips from his originally bandaged wounds. They were thrown in a messy pile by his kneeling legs. The cloth strips were stained with traces of blood. The pain from his back, combined with being unclothed and shivering like this, his body was still developing, and he was pampered and spoiled. He certainly couldn't bear it. For a moment, Xiao felt a pang of regret. If she had held back a little yesterday, perhaps he wouldn't be suffering like this today. Does this Madame Song truly love him, or is she faking it? Watching her own flesh and blood tremble in the cold wind, yet she was still just putting on a pitiful show. Xiao didn't waste any more time with Madame Song and walked to Chu Wenxi's side. Without a word, she took off her own outer robe and wrapped it around Chu Wenxi's body. Chu Wenxi was a little flustered, looking at Xiao with wide, confused eyes. Xiao met his gaze, but the movements of her hands didn't stop. She grabbed his hand and held the outer robe closed to prevent it from opening. And in that instant, she seemed to hear something. "You get away. What are you doing touching my son again? Isn't it enough that you've tormented him into this state?" Xiao's hand paused. Just as she was pondering something, her body was shoved aside by Madame Song, who had lunged over. Caught off guard, her body slammed heavily onto the ground, her elbow scraping painfully. Madame Song immediately and frantically hugged Chu Wenxi, as if afraid Xiao would get close again. In such a scene, anyone would assume it was Xiao's fault. After Xiao's body was pushed to the ground, Chu Xiu quickly rushed over to help her up, even faster than Donger. "Elder sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine. But seeing how nervous you look, it seems you were hoping I wasn't. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Chu Jingying asked, looking at Xiao. After he finished, Chu Wenxi also subconsciously raised his eyes. He stared at Xiao. Xiao pushed Chu Xiu away and walked to the center of the room. "Father, it is true that I hit him." Xiao's eyes met Chu Jingying's without a trace of fear. Chu Jingying seemed to have reverted to his attitude towards her from her past life. His face was cold. "Why did you hit him?" "No reason. He deserved to be hit." When she said this, both Donger and Chu Wenxi cast astonished glances at her. "No reason? You mean you hit him for no reason at all?" Xiao neither admitted nor denied it. "Men, take her away. I will deal with this later." Chu Jingying finally spoke after a long pause. "Master." Donger and Madame Song cried out in unison. "What else is there?" Seeing Madame Song speak, Donger had no choice but to fall silent. "Master, you must give my Shi'er an explanation. My Shi'er is only 13, yet he is being abused like this by his elder sister. If this continues, it will be even worse in the future. I dare not even imagine it. Both of your children. I hope Master will not be too biased." After speaking, Madame Song didn't forget to glance at Yunlan, her eyes full of defiance. "I have my own considerations." On the surface, Madame Song looked pitiful, but the jealousy and resentment in her eyes were extremely obvious. It seemed this Madame Song couldn't wait to cause trouble for her. Before leaving, she saw Chu Wenxi kneeling on the ground, his body struggling to turn to the side. His eyes kept darting towards her. Several times, he looked like he wanted to stand up and say something, but Madame Song kept a tight grip on him, so tight that the veins on the back of her hand bulged slightly. "Father, does it hurt a lot, She?" "Don't worry. Your father will definitely get the best doctor to treat you." The weather was getting cooler. If a charcoal fire wasn't lit in the room, it would feel quite cold. The moment she stepped outside, she felt a gust of cold wind. Donger followed closely behind Xiao. Two servants led Xiao to a room. "Young miss, please wait here for the master for now." Then they grabbed Donger's body and started to escort her out. "Young miss." Donger looked worriedly at Xiao. Xiao gave her a reassuring look, and then Donger was taken away. The door was locked. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. It wasn't that she was worried about how her father would punish her. On the contrary, she was at ease about that. Even with Madame Song crying and shouting like that, her father didn't punish her on the spot, only saying he would deal with it later. A few days ago, Chu Wenxi had caused such a huge scene on the streets. It was impossible for her father not to have heard a whisper of it. When the time came, he naturally wouldn't punish her too severely. Father naturally understood Chu Wenxi's character. Actually, she could have explained the situation from that day on the spot, but the nature of it would have been different. Father is the grand general who assists the state, protecting the country and its people. He loves the people as his own children. Father is an upright man. How could he easily let Chu Wenxi off? In that moment when she touched Chu Wenxi, she heard the anxiety in his heart. He was regretting his carelessness, letting someone discover the blood-stained clothes. But on this point, Shi Yao was somewhat relieved. It seemed her guess was correct. Chu Wenxi did not go and tattle to their father. If he had been determined to tattle, he would have done so the moment he returned to the residence that day. Why would he wait until today? When she was being led away just now, she also clearly saw Chu Wenxi's indecision. After all, he was still a 13-year-old child. He was influenced by his mother and couldn't easily have his own opinions and ideas. Moreover, his mother controlled everything about him. He was afraid of being punished by his mother, and even more afraid of being punished by his father. But hitting someone, by any normal person's logic, was her fault. She wondered if that child had properly applied medicine after going back. Feeling a dull ache in her elbow, she lifted her arm to look. Only then did she realize it was scraped when she fell just now. It wasn't serious, but it had bled a little. The skin was broken, looking raw and irritated. From a corner of the room, a woman revealed a triumphant smile. Go and inform the second madam. It would be a pity to miss such a golden opportunity. Someone else. I've sent it for her. Yes, young Mississippi. This servant will go now. Outer courtyard, main hall. Madam, she has been locked in the confinement room. Everything is going according to Madam's plan. Nanny Lee said with a smile from the side. Nanny Lee, we can't be happy too soon. We still don't know how the master will punish her. Madam, no matter what, the master will surely have a clear judgment in his heart this time. He will be disappointed in her and naturally lose faith in that Yinlan. Besides, the victim this time is you, madam. The situation won't be too bad. Madam can rest assured for now. You have a point. By the way, where is Shiyu? She went to attend to the young master. Tell her later to be more restrained and not to cause trouble outside with the young master. That child is too rash in her actions, but her heart is in the right place for the young master. Madam, young Miss Shiyu had someone bring over the eldest Mrs. Personal Maid, and said. Nanny Lee rushed in from outside and whispered into Madame Song's ear. That girl Shiyu is a clever one. She never would have thought that the person she had always treated as a dear sister would be like this. The smile on Madame Song's face grew more triumphant. Then, madam, how should we deal with that maid? Nanny Lee asked from the side. Fine, I'll leave her to you. Serve her well. And let that girl, Shi Yao, learn to restrain herself. Since waking up, she has become more and more unrestrained. It seems she still needs to be disciplined, but that's her personal maid. If the punishment is too severe and she goes to complain to the first madam, what should we do? You have even less to fear. Today, she didn't say a single word about this. She watched her own daughter being wronged without making a sound. She's clever. She knows how to protect herself, afraid of anything that might threaten her position. Now, just for a mere maid, she certainly won't get involved. This old servant understands. A strange smile gradually appeared on Nanny Lee's face. Donger was thrown into a dark, dusty room by the two rough servants. The air was filled with a pungent, unpleasant smell. When those two were dragging her away, she had felt something was wrong. She tried to struggle, but they were two grown men. The more she struggled, the rougher they were. What are you doing? Donger was thrown into the room. Just as she was about to rush out the door, 3 to 5 figures entered. Backlit, she couldn't see their faces, only that the person in the very front was tall and stout. The room was already dark. A door opened. A sliver of light finally shone through, only to be blocked by a tall figure, inspiring a strange sense of dread. Donger's eyes widened, staring at that face, afraid of missing anything. You two go out and stand guard. Don't let anyone near. Mama Lee said to the two tall men from just now. The two men left in unison, closing the door behind them from the outside. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. But in a short while, a flicker of candlelight appeared in the pitch-black room. Donger could also smell the scent of lamp oil. Mama Lee had lit the only lamp in the room. She held the lamp in her hand and slowly walked in Donger's direction. The warm yellow light of the lamp should have been comforting, but at this moment, she only found the old woman's face before her to be sinister and terrifying. Having already been kicked to the ground by those two men, she now subconsciously propped herself up with her hands and scooted backward, utterly panicked. The sound of the lock clicking on the door made her even more frightened. Mama Lee, what are you doing? Donger asked, mustering her courage. Girl, don't hide. You'll have to suffer through this sooner or later. It's better to just obediently listen to me. Get over with quickly and save your energy, right? Although Mama Lee's tone was questioning, the expression on her face was exceptionally grim. Hearing Mama Lee's words, Donger grew even more confused. Mama Lee, what do you mean by this? What are you trying to do? Could it be that the second mistress sent you? Smack! Before Donger could finish her sentence, she received a solid slap across the face. You lowly slave. How dare you presume to guess the second mistress's thoughts? A maid behind Mama Lee stepped forward and slapped Donger. The group finally cornered Donger against the wall. Only then did Mama Lee place the lamp in her hand on a nearby table. Is everything ready? Rest assured, Mama Lee, it's all ready. Then, the maids behind Mama Lee continuously pulled out iron objects from their sleeves, placing them on the table with clanging sounds. Iron hooks, long thin needles, pliers. Begin, Mama Lee said coldly. The maids then swarmed her. No matter how Donger tried to hide, it was useless. Xiao Jie had just come out of Chu Wenxi's room when he was stopped. Sister Lianer, what is it? Do you want to get some payback for what happened that day? Outside the confinement room, Xiao faintly heard a noise at the door. She quickly walked over. Donger, is that you? Xiao asked in a low voice. As soon as Xiao spoke, the sound immediately stopped. Donger, Xiao called out again, tentatively. However, there was still no response. Xiao thought she was hearing things. But after a short while, there was another noise at the door. Xiao didn't call out again. If it were really Donger, she definitely would have answered. But who would be here at this hour? The noise gradually stopped. Xiao subconsciously gave the door a push. She didn't expect it to be pushed open so easily. Xiao quickly looked around, wondering who could have come to rescue her. It was already dusk. The sky was dim and gray. She searched everywhere, but saw no sign of Donger. The ominous feeling in Xiao's heart grew stronger and stronger until she heard a piercing scream. Xiao kicked the door open and saw Donger, covered in bloodstains and with her clothes in disarray, lying on the floor, tightly clutching the clothes at her chest. And beside her was a man whose clothes were half cut. Xiao was stunned by this scene before her. So shocked, she almost lost her mind. The man had a sleazy appearance and was extremely vulgar. Upon seeing Xiao enter, he quickly tried to get dressed, about to rush out the door. Xiao kicked the man to the ground. Speak, who told you to do this? Xiao grabbed the man's neck with one hand and stepped on his chest with her foot. Her eyes looked as if they could drip blood. I don't know. Speak. She increased the pressure. The man's chest was being heavily stepped on by Xiao, as if he would stop breathing the next moment. I really don't know. He just gave me money. I was just doing a job for money. Young miss, spare my life. I haven't had a chance to do anything to her yet. The man explained desperately. Donger lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, her body still trembling nonstop. Even her fingers and toes were bleeding continuously. Xiao casually took a pill from her sleeve, pried open the man's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Stop playing tricks on me. If you can't find out his name, you could just wait for death. Xiao kicked the man hard again. The man quickly scrambled back, trembling. Yes, young Mississippi. This lowly one will definitely find out. I'll definitely find out. Get out. The man immediately scrambled out the door. Xiao quickly took off her outer robe and covered Donger's body. Messy hair, bloody fingers and toes. Where was her usual liveliness? She remembered that in her past life, Donger was, and in this life, she had almost let Donger suffer this calamity again. The moment she touched Donger's body, she trembled uneasily. Donger, don't be afraid. I'm here. Xiao hugged Donger's body tightly, hoping to give her some sense of security. Only then did Donger slowly raise her eyes. Young miss. The tear tracks on Donger's face had not yet dried, and now her eyes stung to the extreme. Donger, you're injured. I'll take you to get treated now. After your injuries have healed, you can slowly tell me what all this was about. No matter what, I will make those who bullied you pay the price. Xiao directly picked up Donger's body and rushed out the door. Without caring about the shop, Xiao just found a clinic and rushed inside, carrying Donger. Doctor, quickly look at her injuries. She never expected the clinic to be so crowded. There was a long queue. These people were all seriously ill. It would naturally be wrong to cut in line. But right now, she couldn't afford to hesitate. Doctor, hey, you girl, are you blind? Don't you understand first come, first served? Go to the back of the line. Xiao was stopped as soon as she tried to move forward. She's seriously injured and cannot be delayed any longer. Xiao explained briefly and walked straight ahead. Hey, you girl, who here isn't seriously ill? But you have to respect the first come, first served rule here. Otherwise, that young Master Nailin won't see you. At this moment, Xiao was in no mood to listen to these people lecture her. Donger's face was turning pale from the pain. Miss Chu? A clear voice rang out. Xiao turned to look in that direction. Miss Chu, I didn't expect to meet you here. You are. Xiao subconsciously hid Donger's face. It's me, Nan Gongyu. We just met last time. How could you be so forgetful? Xiao had no time to deal with this person, so she simply ignored him. But Nan Gongyu seemed to have understood something. He poked Xiao's arm. Miss Chu, follow me. Xiao was hesitating. Nan Gongyu directly took Donger's body from her. Miss Chu, I know you need to save someone. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we'll miss the best time for treatment. Nan Gongyu ran incredibly fast, even while carrying a person. Xiao immediately followed after him. Nan Gongyu hurriedly went up to the second floor, knocked 3 times, and then pushed the door open and went in. Xiao followed him in without hesitation. But the moment she stepped inside, she was dumbfounded. The room was uniquely elegant. Several men were sitting inside, their gazes all turning to Xiao. Xiao should have guessed long ago that nothing good comes from running into this kid, Nan Gongyu. And as luck would have it, that person was also here. Miss Chu, I was just going to get medicine for our boss when I ran into you. I figured you were in trouble, and our boss wouldn't refuse to help. Nan Gongyu chuckled from his side. Your boss probably doesn't know you're acting on your own, does he? Sikong Jin raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiao without any intention of speaking. Xiao suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness. Miss Chu, quickly say something nice to our boss. He whispered, secretly poking Xiao's arm. Xiao glared at Nan Gongyu. If she had known she would be made a fool of like this, she would rather have carried Donger and run a few more miles. The corner of Sikong Jin's mouth curved slightly, but his long fingers covered half his face, preventing anyone from noticing. Something nice? What is something nice? Your Highness, could you please come over and speak? Sikong Jin slowly spoke. Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately walked to his side. In the future, are you willing to be at my disposal? She didn't know why he would suddenly ask such a question, but for now, she could only agree. Xiao immediately nodded. Nailin, go and treat her. Xiao turned her gaze to the person sitting to the side. He stood up, gave Xiao a polite smile, and then walked over to Nan Gongyu, taking Donger's body. The moment he took her, Nan Gongyu got a clear look at Donger's face. Just as he was about to say something, Nailin Sun had already carried Donger into the inner room. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Not a single person made a sound. It seemed everyone was quietly waiting for Nailin Sun to come out. Although Xiao looked disheveled at this moment, with a few strands of hair having come loose from running just now, which happened to fall across her face, she stood beside Sikong Jin, thinking of nothing, just waiting quietly. Even in her disheveled state, it couldn't hide her innate aura. Miss Xiao, how did you get blood on your sleeve? Nan Gongyu, who had been holding back on the side to the point of internal injury, seemed to have finally found an opening. Only then did Xiao glance at her sleeve. If Nan Gongyu hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten about the scrape on her elbow. It was probably from just now, Xiao said faintly, who knew that in the next moment, her wrist would be pulled over by that person, and her sleeve would be lifted by him. Instantly, the wound, with its not yet fully dried blood, was exposed to the air. The atmosphere became quiet. Nan Gongyu sat to the side, watching dumbfounded. He blinked, shocked by Sikong Jin's action. As far as he knew, this cold and proud Prince Jing, who was indifferent to everything, would take the initiative to touch someone. And this person was a daughter of the Chu family, who was rumored to be nothing special. Young miss, Xiao also hadn't expected Sikong Jin to make such a sudden move. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but no matter how much strength she used, her wrist remained motionless in his hand. Your Highness, please let go. Xiao's tone was no longer calm, now tinged with anger. You were to marry me sooner or later. Why you still care about these formalities? The corner of Sikong Jin's mouth lifted slightly, as if he found her suppressed anger very interesting. The warm and cool sensation on her wrist made Xiao's mind clearer, but confusion followed. She stopped struggling and quietly stared into those dark, mesmerizing eyes. Where was her mind-reading ability? Why couldn't she hear a single thing at this moment? What was he thinking? Or is he not thinking anything at all right now? Or is it that my mind-reading ability is sometimes effective and sometimes not? What are you thinking about? Sikong Jin suddenly released her wrist, staring into Xiao's eyes with a calm expression. Only then did Xiao snap back to reality and pull her hand back. I was wondering if your highness can't control himself whenever he sees a woman, and just has to touch her. Nan Gongyu, who had just brought a cup of tea to his lips, nearly spat it out. Then what do you think, my beloved consort? Sikong Jin made a move as if to raise his hand again. Xiao immediately turned to the side. Your highness, this young lady. Just as Xiao turned, Nayland Sun walked out from the inner room. Xiao immediately walked up to Nayland Sun, nodded slightly, and bowed. Young Master Nayland, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Xiao. Nayland Sun smiled faintly and nodded. By the way, young Master Nayland, how is Dong? Nayland Sun sighed slightly and shook his head. Young Master Nayland, what do you mean by that? Seeing Nayland Sun shake his head, Xiao quickly grabbed his arms and asked urgently. Nayland Sun's brow furrowed slightly at the force. Don't be anxious. I was just expressing my admiration for that young lady. What do you mean by that, young master? Xiao realized her actions were too aggressive and quickly released his arms. That young lady's fingernails and toenails were all forcibly torn off. Her fingertips were also pierced several inches deep with a sharp object. She has many other injuries on her body as well. The torture was extremely vicious. The pain of 10 fingers is connected to the heart, and nearly every one of her fingers was pierced. She was able to endure such agony and hold on to her last breath. So her life is saved for now. It's just what? Xiao asked immediately. It's just that her fingers are very severely injured. It will take more than half a year for the nails to grow back, and they will ache from time to time in the future. She must rest and recuperate well. After hearing Nayland Sun's words, Xiao was silent for a long time, her eyes lowered in deep thought. All her nails torn off, and her fingertips pierced with sharp objects. Such heart-wrenching pain. Who could be so cruel as to use such vicious methods to retaliate against her? If she continued to sit back and do nothing, she would only be at the mercy of others. They injured her personal maid to warn her. This person shouldn't be hard to find. Miss Xiao, what's wrong? At this moment, Xiao's eyes were chillingly fierce, her hands clenched in a fist so tightly they cracked. Coming back to her senses, Xiao quickly concealed her emotions and gave Nayland Sun a faint smile. I'm fine. Will Donger wake up? Within 3 days. Xiao nodded slightly, then bowed slightly. Thank you, young master, for saving her. You're too kind, Mississippi. It's what I should do. Nayland Sun nodded slightly, then walked before Sikong Jin. Your Highness. Nayland, I've troubled you. Your Highness is too kind. It is my duty to serve your Highness. As soon as Xiao entered the room, she saw Donger lying silently on the bed. All 10 of her fingers were delicately wrapped in white cloth strips. Blood was still faintly seeping through the strips. Xiao tucked Donger in and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Donger, you must wake up soon. Donger's lips trembled non-stop, and even her eyelids were twitching. She was extremely restless, making faint sounds. Xiao immediately leaned her ear closer. Mama Li, no. Xiao's hand immediately clenched tightly. Brother Nayland, what do you think of my sister-in-law? Outside the room, Nangongyu glanced at Sikong Jin with great interest and asked Nayland Sun. Nayland Sun raised a hand and gently rubbed his arm. This one is indeed different from the rumors. Haha, how is she different, in Brother Nayland's opinion? Nangongyu noticed Nayland Sun's action and couldn't help but laugh. The rumors say that the sole daughter of the general's manor is so ugly that she stays in the manor all day and never leaves. Not only is she uneducated, but she also never interacts with people and is extremely stupid. But from what I see now, her appearance is not ugly at all. On the contrary, she is beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Her words also don't sound like someone who has never interacted with people. And her eyes are extremely sharp, not like a woman raised in the inner quarters. Oh, even Brother Nayland thinks she's so different. No wonder my brother Jing. Nangongyu snickered on the side. Nianji, you've been very idle recently. Sikong Jin said, raising an eyebrow slightly. No, not idle. The tutor just ordered me to copy scrolls yesterday. How many scrolls? Sikong Jin asked again. 2 scrolls. Don't you think the tutor is deliberately making things difficult for me? He is deliberately making things difficult for you. I'll go speak to your tutor later and add 10 more scrolls for you. Hearing the first half of the sentence, he thought Brother Jing would stand up for him and started nodding. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped as if he were a machine. What? Brother Jing, what are you doing? You know I hate copying more than anything, because you're very idle. Nalan Sun chuckled dryly on the side. Young Master Nalan, I'll have to trouble you to look after Dong-er for the next few days. I have matters to attend to and must return to the manor first. Rest assured, Mississippi Nalan Sun chuckled dryly. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? What for? Sikong Jin asked. To fight, Xiao replied coldly. Then with a flick of her sleeve, she stepped out the door. Xiao kicked open the gate to Madame Song's courtyard. The force of her presence made the servants in the courtyard retreat one after another. Those who tried to block her were also kicked aside by her. Xiao walked straight into the main hall. Who is so bold as to barge in here so rudely? Mama Li stood beside Madame Song and shouted angrily. Seeing it was Xiao, Mama Li became even bolder. So it's the eldest young Mississippi. What does the eldest young miss want? Eldest young miss, you must not be rude to the mistress. Mama Li immediately stood in front of Madame Song. I'm not here for her today. I'm here for you, you old shrew. Xiao grabbed Mama Li by the collar and yanked her over. No matter how stout her body was, she was like a pile of rotten cotton in Xiao's hands. Xiao dragged Mama Li by the collar and started pulling her outside. Wait, Madame Song spoke up immediately, then got up from her seat and walked in front of Xiao. Xiao, I don't know how this servant of mine has offended you, to the point that you would come to seize her personally. Madame Song's gaze was fixed on Xiao, her hostility becoming more apparent. Second mistress, do you really not know about this matter? Xiao said coldly. I don't know what matter Xiao is referring to. Please speak more clearly, Xiao. I don't understand. If you truly don't understand, then let's go explain it clearly before my father. Xiao dragged Mama Li and started to walk out. But Xiao, you seem to have forgotten one thing. You should still be in the confinement room under the master's orders, right? Could be that you escaped. How I got out is not important. Second mistress should think about how she's going to explain herself in a moment. Xiao wasted no more words with her and dragged Mama Li all the way to the main hall. With one kick, she forced her stout body to kneel on the ground. The people in the main hall were also shocked by Xiao's astonishing actions. Mama Li lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Such a huge commotion naturally gathered everyone in the manor. Chu Zhengying and Yun Lan sat in their chairs, watching the scene in the center of the hall. What are you doing? Chu Zhengying asked. Father, today your daughter is here to seek justice. What happened? Chu Zhengying glanced at Mama Li, who was lying on the ground. He asked, Father, this old shrew, under someone's orders, took my personal maid away from my side while I was locked in the confinement room yesterday. Not only that, but she also subjected her to brutal torture. My personal maid, Dong-er, is now seriously injured and unconscious. Eldest young miss, this old servant has never offended you. Why must you frame this old servant like this? This old servant was serving the second mistress all day yesterday. Where'd I have had the time to do the things the eldest young miss speaks of? Ah, master, this old servant has been wronged. Mama Li started wailing from the floor. Madame Song had also hurriedly followed Xiao to the main hall and quickly sat down next to Chu Zhengying. Xiao, what Mama Li says is true. She was indeed by my side the entire day, yesterday, and never left for even a moment. How could she have done those things? In this world, everything requires evidence. Since you say she did such a thing, do you have any proof? Madame Song immediately retorted. As for evidence, she indeed had none. She had only heard Mama Li's name and Dong-er's delirious mumbling and had become so enraged that she lost her head, with no time to think about finding evidence. It seems she had been too careless this time. Xiao, you will be marrying into Prince Jing's manor soon. There must be no more trouble in the manor. If you delay Prince Jing's marriage, it will be a great crime. Yun Lan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. She then gave Xiao an imperceptible shake of her head. Xiao naturally noticed her small gesture. But mother, what does she mean by this? I have no evidence, Xiao said calmly. In that case, you have no evidence, yet you insist that Mama Li did it. Isn't this a false accusation? Mama Li has been with me for decades. We are closer than mother and daughter. For you to frame her like this, if others were to hear, they would think I ordered her to do it. Are you trying to bully me like this? The matter with Shiyu is not even over, and you can't wait to make a move against me? Madame Song pressed on relentlessly. But I do have a witness. Xiao couldn't be bothered to listen to her nonsense and said, bring him in. Then, two servants brought a man into the main hall. It was the man who had tried to assault Dong. The man's body was trembling with fear. Xiao stood before him, looking down at him. Nearly half the people in the manor are in this hall right now. You can stand up and take a clear look. Is the person who instructed you among them? The man stood up, trembling, and carefully looked around. If you can't see clearly, you can get closer. Look at each of them clearly, and then tell me if it was them or not. Xiao said again. The man quickly looked at each person carefully. After a long while, eldest young miss, I see him clearly. It's him. The man grabbed Xiao Jie's body and pulled him over. What are you doing? Let go of me. Xiao Jie, who had been grabbed, shook off the man's hand as if he were trash. Eldest young miss, it was him. He was the one who instructed this lowly one to do it. You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever instruct you to do such a filthy thing? It was clearly you who was bold enough to have lecherous thoughts. You said it. You said that as long as I defile that woman, you would reward me with silver. How can you deny it now? The man roared at him. Hearing this, the hall immediately fell silent. Madame Song and Mama Li were both lost in their own thoughts. Evidence? What evidence do you have to prove that I instructed you? Xiao Jie retorted. The man instantly fell silent and said no more. So it was just a lecher lusting after a woman. But Xiao, you said your personal maid was seriously injured. Could it be that this lecher not only lusts after women, but also has sadistic tendencies? Madame Song said mockingly. Eldest young miss, I didn't. Eldest young miss, you saw it too. This lowly one hadn't done anything before you discovered me. How could I? Xiao raised a hand to stop the man's words. This matter today is definitely related to him. She just needed to know who was trying so hard to strike at her in every possible way. But she felt that things were not that simple. It seemed the servants trained by Madame Song were more eloquent than she thought. Then tonight, he would have to talk his fill. All right, you may leave now. Yes, eldest young Mississippi. The man quickly left the main hall. Xiao, what is the meaning of this? You gathered everyone in the main hall just to show us such a play? Isn't it a bit too dull? Madame Song mocked. Father, Donger has served me for many years. Now that she has suffered such an injustice, I ask for Father's permission to thoroughly investigate this matter. Xiao knelt down and said, do as you wish. Just don't make too much of a commotion. After all, you are a person who is about to be married. Chu Jingying waved his hand. Thank you, Father. Young lady, that move of using a borrowed knife to kill was truly brilliant. Lianer stood beside Chu Shiyu, gently massaging her shoulders. Young lady had me go and warn the second mistress first, but I didn't expect the second mistress to be so obedient. Young lady only said to dampen the eldest young Mrs. Spirit, but I didn't expect the second mistress to be so ruthless. Then I went to inform Xiao Jie, and this Xiao Jie's mind works even better. He simply found someone to defile her. This way, even if that maid doesn't die, she'll only have half a life left. The second mistress doesn't know that not only did she dampen the eldest young Mrs. Spirit, but she also provoked the eldest young Mrs. Anger. In the future, those people in the manor will no longer get in young lady's way. The eldest young miss will help young lady take care of them all. This way, when the snipe and the clam grapple, young lady will only need to collect the ripe fruit. Young lady truly possesses a heart of 7 apertures. Only young lady could have thought of such a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the outer courtyard, as soon as Madame Song returned to her room, she smashed most of the things inside, burning with rage. That wretched girl actually dared to use me as a weapon. I will definitely let you know the consequences of provoking me. At night, Xiao quietly snuck into Xiao Jie's room. Xiao Jie was deep in a dream when he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his neck and immediately opened his eyes. Who are you? Seeing a gleaming dagger held to his neck, Xiao Jie cried out in alarm. Shut up. Xiao stepped on Xiao Jie's chest and pulled down the black cloth covering her face. Eldest young Mississippi. What are you doing? Xiao Jie immediately asked in terror. Remembering how he had just offended Xiao a few days ago, Xiao Jie's body trembled even more violently. Tell me who instructed you to harm Donger. Xiao's voice was bone-chillingly cold. No one ordered me to. Xiao Jie was so scared that even his voice trembled as he spoke. Cut the crap. Xiao moved the dagger's edge a little closer, pressing it against his neck. Really, no one ordered me to. It was Sister Lianer who told me. I originally just wanted to vent some anger. Lianer? Chu Shiyu's personal maid? Chu Shiyu, I never thought you'd start plotting against me so early. Just to vent some anger? Just to vent some anger, you would rob a woman of her innocence? It seems if I don't punish you properly today, you will only continue to run rampant. Eldest miss, spare me. I shouldn't have offended you. As long as the eldest miss spares me, I'll do anything you ask. Xiao Jie trembled nonstop, begging for mercy. I don't need you to do anything. On the contrary, you're always by when she's side, always getting him into trouble, teaching him to have not a shred of manliness. And now you've hurt Duoer. At such a young age, you actually have such a vicious heart. Today, I must avenge Du. Eldest miss, what are you going to do? Xiao slowly moved the dagger downwards until it reached Xiao Jie's lower body. Don't worry, I won't take your life. I'm just going to let you know what you should and shouldn't do, who you can offend, and who you absolutely cannot offend. That's all. Xiao fiercely raised her arm and brought it down heavily. Immediately, a cry of pain that pierced the sky was heard. Climbing out the window, she threw away the blood-stained dagger in her hand. Just as she was about to return to her room, she heard the sound of clapping. Xiao immediately turned around and saw that person, sitting leisurely in the center of the courtyard, clapping his hands and watching her with amusement. Truly a lingering ghost. Xiao walked towards him. What are you doing here so late? My dear consort, this move of yours truly makes this prince see you in a new light. Xiao couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. Why, dear consort? Are you not going to invite this prince in for a seat? It's already late. Your highness should go back. Just as Xiao was about to leave, she saw dozens of masked figures holding swords leap down from the air. The men in black all attacked in Xikong Jing's direction. Xikong Jing sat in his chair, completely still. Only when the men in black were about to reach him did he begin to dodge. Even though his legs could not stand, his movements were still incredibly agile. The men in black's techniques were all fatal. Xikong Jing flew up, and in an instant, his chair was hacked to pieces. Although she had not learned martial arts in her previous life, she could still tell that Xikong Jing's martial arts were not weak. However, at this moment, he was fighting 1 against 10, and his legs were an inconvenience. Whether he could defeat that group of people was still unknown. But who on earth had he offended that they were determined to take his life? Then, in an instant, a cold gust of wind swept past. Xiao quickly leaned aside, dodging the blow. It was one of the men in black who had just attacked Xikong Jing. Although Xiao dodged that blow, but she was, after all, just a weak woman with no martial arts. The man in black slashed at her, one strike after another. But in the next moment, the man in black's body was tightly bound by a white silk ribbon. In a flash, the man in black's waist was tightly constricted by the ribbon. The man in black ended up spitting blood and dying. Afterwards, Xikong Jing's body fell from the air. With no support for his body, he sat limply on the ground. Xiao now understood. She had been lucky last time, not having her wrist snapped by this man's 9 heavens mystic iron ribbon. Xiao quickly ran to Xikong Jing's side, squatting down to check if he was injured. Are you all right? I'm fine. Xikong Jing shook his head and said. Xiao looked at him sitting limply on the ground. She usually saw him high and mighty, sitting in a high place with an otherworldly air. Seeing him lying on the ground like this now felt different. In that case, your highness should please return. After speaking, she stood up, preparing to go inside. The night is late and the dew is heavy. You're just going to leave this prince here like this. The person behind her spoke, dissatisfied. Yes, oh, what does your highness suggest? Xiao turned around, looking at Xikong Jing, still lying on the ground. This prince wants to go inside. Go inside? Wait until your highness has returned to the prince's mansion. But this prince is already unable to return to the mansion right now. He lay on the ground, his legs motionless. He has nothing to do with me, Xiao said and turned to walk inside. Guards. The moment Xiao turned around, the person behind her started shouting loudly. Xiao quickly turned back, walked to his side, and clamped a hand over his mouth. Her palm pressed against his soft, thin lips. A strange feeling stirred in her heart. She immediately reined in her thoughts. What are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to wake up everyone in the residence? So they can find out that the great Prince Jing is shamelessly refusing to leave in the dead of night. The key was that she didn't want anyone to know she had private dealings with this person. While she covered his mouth, those deep, beautiful eyes blinked nonstop, as if he had something to say. I'll let go, but you're not allowed to shout again. Xikong Jing nodded. Only then did Xiao release her hand. This prince was just calling someone to escort this prince back to the mansion. The night is too cold. This prince is afraid he won't last until morning. This person was a prince, after all, yet he made himself sound so pitiful. Be that as it may, fine, you can rest here tonight. I'll have someone send you back tomorrow. Xiao didn't notice that as soon as she finished speaking, the corners of Xikong Jing's mouth lifted into a teasing smile. She had intended to support his body into the room, but his legs were both immovable. immobile, so supporting him was no use. Therefore, Shi Yao simply decided to carry him. "What are you doing?" Sikong Jing looked at Shi Yao, not understanding. "Carrying you into the room." Shi Yao's reply was very casual, but the person hearing it was not so calm. "What? Carry? What else did you think?" Shi Yao retorted. Her two hands reached for his waist and shoulders. Then, with a slight effort, she actually lifted his body up in a princess carry. Sikong Jing's eyes instantly widened. He stared, unblinking and with a look of utter shock, at Shi Yao's face. Perhaps it was because this prince sat in his chair all day, but his body was not heavy at all. She didn't even have to use much strength to carry his body back into the room. She placed Sikong Jing's body on the soft couch. The moment she put him down, she met those incredulous eyes. At this moment, the man's hand was still resting on the nape of her neck. "All right, you can rest here for the night. I'll have someone send you back tomorrow morning." Sikong Jing said nothing, just staring at the face before him without letting go. Only then did Shi Yao push his body. Sikong Jing also realized his own odd behavior and immediately retracted his hand. What has happened? He, a full-grown man, was actually carried by a delicate woman, and she had even walked such a long way. Yet that person treated it as an extremely ordinary matter, as if she had performed this action countless times. Thinking of this, he felt something was strange, but he couldn't say what. Shi Yao took a thin blanket from the bed and threw it to Sikong Jing. Then she got into bed herself, leaving him to fend for himself. Sikong Jing caught the thin blanket, stunned for a moment. Only after a while did he lie down. The next morning, when the maids pushed open the door, they saw a scene they had never witnessed in their lives. A man as handsome as a banished immortal was actually lying on their eldest, Mrs. Soft couch, his eyes peacefully closed, so peaceful that one couldn't bear to disturb him. The maid stood stunned in the room, not knowing what to do next. The moment the maids pushed the door open, Shi Yao had woken up. Getting up, she saw the group of maids standing in the middle of the room, gazing obsessively at the man's face. She cleared her throat twice. The maids hurried over to help her with her toilette. Shi Yao waved her hand, subconsciously lowering her voice. "You all go out first." The maids had been sent by Chu Zhengying to serve Shi Yao. Because Duo was injured, he had assigned a few more maids to her. The maids were obedient and tiptoed out the door. Only then did Shi Yao walk towards the man. Sikong Jing's eyes were still tightly closed, with no sign of waking up. Shi Yao thought he was still fast asleep and didn't disturb him. She didn't know if it was his habit or something else, but seeing his peaceful sleeping face, she had no desire to disturb him. It was just that only a small part of the thin blanket was covering his body, while a large part had fallen to the floor. Shi Yao walked over, picked up the thin blanket from the floor, and gently patted off the little bit of dust on it. Just as she was about to cover him with it, she came face to face with that handsome face. To be honest, she had never looked closely at this face before. Looking at it up close, it was indeed handsome. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his face was more beautiful than a woman's. However, this face did not have the soft lines of a woman's, but exuded a firm and handsome angularity. And those light, thin lips, incomparably handsome, transcendent, and refined. She had known before that his looks were otherworldly. However, she was long past the youth and impulsiveness of that age, and naturally wouldn't judge a person by their looks. And yet, this person's appearance always drew her gaze, even though she always wanted to ignore this strange feeling. Shi Yao stood slightly dazed, holding the blanket, unaware of a hand slowly reaching out from behind her. Suddenly, that hand wrapped around Shi Yao's waist. Shi Yao's body promptly fell against his chest. Shi Yao was stunned at this moment, only managing to grip the blanket in her hands a little tighter. But it was no use. She slowly raised her head and met a pair of eyes filled with a faint smile. He smiled with an easy, inscrutable air. He was leaning against the pillows and hadn't gotten up, but his arm was wrapped around Shi Yao's waist, not letting go oh, you like to peek. Nonsense. Shi Yao was about to get up with the blanket, but the man's hands were like a lock, clamped tightly around her waist, making it impossible for her to move. "Let go." "I won't. You rogue." The two were very close, so close that Shi Yao could smell his faint, cool scent. A ray of sunlight streamed in through the window. She turned her cheek slightly. Those sword-like brows that flew up to his temples had an arc as ethereal as an immortal's. Such radiance suddenly locked Shi Yao's gaze onto his face. This person seemed even more ethereally beautiful from his side. Shi Yao's breath hitched. Forcing herself to regulate her breathing, she slapped a palm against his chest. She hoped to break free from this rogue's restraint. But after the slap, Si Kong Jing began to cough uncontrollably. Xiao quickly took the chance to stand up. She thought the man was joking, but the sound of coughing didn't stop. Xiao hurried over, patting his chest over and over to help him catch his breath. After a while, he finally stopped. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao asked quickly. She knew she had struck a bit hard just now. This prince already looked frail and sickly. That slap couldn't have broken him, could it? Sigh. This prince was unharmed on the bloody battlefield, only to end up being murdered by his own wife. Si Kong Jing gave a wicked smile and said lazily, "What nonsense are you talking about? The sky is bright now. You should go back later." Just as Si Kong Jing was about to reply, 3 knocks came from the door. "What is it?" "Eldest miss, the young master has returned. The master has sent someone to summon the miss to the front hall." Eldest brother. Since her rebirth, she hadn't seen her eldest brother. In her past life, her eldest brother was a provincial governor and was often not at the residence. "I know. The people coming to get you will be here soon." After saying that, Xiao left the room. Si Kong Jing coughed twice to clear his chest. He lowered his gaze and discovered a white jade hairpin on the floor beside the soft couch. He picked up the hairpin. It was a hairpin that looked simple and ordinary, but was in fact a very precious one made of willow branch white jade. Its color was bright and beautiful. Most importantly, this was a hairpin worn by a man. This hairpin was clearly an item worn by a man, yet it seemed to have just slipped from her hair. Si Kong Jing's gaze swept over the hairpin. After a moment, his eyes instantly became extremely deep. At the tail end of the hairpin, in a very inconspicuous spot, was the hidden character U, a man's hairpin. He tucked the hairpin into his robes, lost in thought. The moment Xiao entered the room, she saw it was full of people. They were travel-worn, all looking as if they had just rushed back. This must be the daughter of the general's residence. Xiao walked to the center of the room and performed a perfectly appropriate curtsy. "Xiao greets you, my lords." Then she walked to the side of the main seat and curtsied again. Eldest brother. This was the first time she had seen her eldest brother since her rebirth. In her past life, her eldest brother was always busy with political affairs and was rarely at home. Thus, their relationship was not close. Eldest brother was a provincial governor, serving in the same court as father. He worked hard his whole life, diligent and uncomplaining, and was a man of integrity. In the end, he and his family suffered the fate of having 9 generations of relatives executed. In the end, all of this was because she was a poor judge of character, not only harming herself, but also implicating her family. She didn't know how her eldest brother felt about her. Although their relationship was not as intimate as in ordinary families, and they didn't talk much, in this life, she would do her best to protect her family. From the moment Xiao entered the room, she attracted everyone's attention, including Chu Wenxuan's. "That you're here," Chu Wenxuan said softly, his eyes filled with a gentle smile. His gaze also rested on her without wavering. In her past life, she didn't understand this eldest brother very well. She only knew that he was always gentle and refined with everyone, and was conscientious, sincere, and generous in his work. But recently, she had been puzzled by something. Why did Madame Song say time and again that she was father's only son? Was eldest brother not? Eldest brother, why are you back today?" Xiao asked. "The matters in Yecheng are mostly handled. The Empress's birthday is approaching, and the number of affairs to be handled in the imperial city has increased, so I was ordered to return." "I see. But why have so many people been called to the residence today?" "They are all officials who returned from Yecheng with me. They came today for an important matter, and secondly, to pay a visit to father." Xiao nodded and retreated to a tea table at the side to brew tea. "Young master, His Highness Prince Yu has arrived." A servant boy came in to report. Xiao's tea brewing hand trembled slightly. What was he doing here? The group of people immediately stood up. Before Si Kong Xingyu entered the door, they were already prepared to bow. However, Xiao continued to brew the tea in her hands as if no one else was there. "Your subjects greet His Highness Prince Yu. Everyone, please rise." Si Kong Xingyu was dressed in a Helan-colored silk robe, looking utterly noble. However, the moment he stepped through the door, his attitude became extremely humble as he helped each person up. Xiao's movements slowed down a little more. Firstly, she was unwilling to interact with this person. Secondly, she wanted to hear what this person was really up to. Xiao. However, her unwillingness to engage did not mean others wouldn't engage her. Xiao. Seeing that Xiao didn't react, Chu Wenxuan quickly walked to her side and gently tapped her shoulder twice. Only then did Xiao turn around. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Yu." Xiao curtsied to him, polite yet distant. Xiao, you really don't have to be so polite with me. Sikong Xingyu walked up to Xiao and gently took her hand. The moment he touched her hand, she immediately pulled it back. His Highness Prince Yu's status is noble. How can I not bow? If outsiders were to see, it would cause gossip, Xiao replied faintly. Sikong Xingyu sighed lightly, then walked to the seat that had been prepared for him and sat down. Xiao, His Highness Prince Yu must have come today for an important matter, right? To make all the lords wait like this, isn't it a bit improper? Xiao interrupted faintly. The officials sitting to the side all smiled politely, not daring to make a sound. After all, they had heard a little about the matter between the eldest Miss Chu and His Highness Prince Yu. It was naturally better to avoid trouble. Hearing this, although Sikong Xingyu's expression was not good, he couldn't act out in front of so many people, so he had to let it go. First, I thank you all for giving this prince face, for coming to see this prince as soon as you return to the imperial city. Sikong Xingyu walked to the center of the hall, standing with a kind and humble attitude. Your Highness Prince Yu is too kind. The end of the year is near, and we have all completed our duties in our respective regions. Serving the country is our duty. Your Highness must not be so polite with us. That's right. Your Highness must have important matters to instruct us on for this return to the city. Your Highness, please speak frankly, the official sitting around said. Very well. This prince had originally intended to let you all return and rest for a period of time before discussing other matters. However, the Empress's birthday is approaching, and the officials in the imperial city are all occupied with their duties. Many matters will have to rely on your leadership. But for the Empress's birthday, how can the crown prince be absent? Why would His Highness Prince Yu be in charge of this matter? An official asked. Second brother has recently caught a cold and is recuperating in the Eastern Palace. He is unable to attend to these matters for the time being, so they have been handed over to this prince. I see. His Highness the Crown Prince must take good care of his health. Xiao's eyes paused. The Crown Prince caught a cold? He seemed perfectly fine a few days ago. Moreover, for the Empress's birthday, why was he so eager to organize it? The Empress's birthday is just around the corner. This Sikong Xingyu is probably getting impatient. Then how does His Highness Prince Yu plan to organize the Empress's birthday banquet? This is precisely what this prince wishes to discuss with you all today. With the year's end approaching, there are many affairs in the court. This prince cannot ask the ministers to put aside their work to do other things. Therefore, the first priority is to organize the birthday banquet. We can also take the opportunity of the banquet to select some talented individuals. The number of court officials is decreasing daily, and those who retire due to old age are a daily occurrence. This is a very unfavorable phenomenon. If this continues, the court will definitely be shorthanded. This prince has discussed this matter with Father Emperor, but Father Emperor has been busy with other things, and a suitable opportunity has not been found, so the matter has been shelved. This prince feels that the Empress's birthday banquet this time can be well utilized. The Empress is also a person who loves and cherishes talent. This prince believes she will be happy to see it happen. What do you all think? What His Highness Prince Yu says is not without reason. Yes, it's a good way to kill two birds with one stone. The matter at hand should be resolved sooner rather than later. The officials below looked at each other and discussed among themselves. Brother Wenshuan, what is your opinion? Sikong Xingyu suddenly asked Chu Wenshuan. Chu Wenshuan quickly stood up and bowed to Sikong Xingyu with his hands clasped. This matter is for your Highness to decide. We will just follow the orders your Highness gives, Chu Wenshuan said with a faint smile. Then, does anyone else have any objections? Sikong Xingyu turned again to ask the officials seated around. Your Highness, it's not that we don't trust your Highness, but we feel that this matter cannot be decided arbitrarily. After all, our words carry little weight, and this matter is of great importance. Your Highness should still discuss it with His Majesty, or with the Prime Minister and others who can offer advice, before making a decision. Very well. It just so happens that we are gathered at the General's residence today. The Great General is a second-rank official of our Northern Ming Court, with high status and great power. It would be best to discuss it with him nearby. What do you all think? Sikong Xingyu asked again. Xiao's fingers suddenly tightened. At this moment, she somewhat understood what scheme this Sikong Xingyu was up to. He called it a discussion, but he had arranged everything clearly by himself. He kept saying he would discuss it in the General's residence, to discuss it with Father. But Father was not here right now. As an imperial prince and a Wangye, his status was noble. Whatever he said went. Who would dare to refuse? At that time, any decision he made would be tied to Father. If things went smoothly, it would be fine. But if something went wrong, Sikong Xingyu would just use his own youth and vigor as an excuse. At that time, he would definitely push all the trouble on a father. He wanted to win over eldest brother, and through eldest brother, make it so father couldn't escape involvement either. Besides, from the moment he opened his mouth, she could see something was amiss. Selecting talent during the Empress's birthday banquet, even if the court was short-handed, it wasn't that urgent. He definitely wanted to install his own people in the court. Involving father at this time was either because he was still holding a grudge over the failure of the marriage, or he wanted to restrain father. So, he was starting to make his move. Sikong Xingyu, do you think I'll let you succeed so easily? But why hasn't the old General Chu come yet? Sikong Xingyu turned to ask Chu Wen-Xuan. Father said just now that he would be here in a moment. I suppose father will be here soon. Someone, go and call for father. Yes, young master. Everyone, please wait a moment. Father will be here shortly. Chu Wen-Xuan gave a slight bow to the officials again. After a while, a figure slowly walked in from outside the main hall. Dressed in a water-blue luo skirt, she walked in with proper, mincing steps. Her conduct and bearing were dignified and proper. To outsiders, it seemed as if this was the sole daughter of the general's residence. She who greets His Highness Prince Yu, greets the young master, greets you, my lords. Even her voice was soft and sweet as water, her eyes gentle, her autumn waves secretly shifting. All the officials nodded secretly, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Xiao turned around, her gaze locked on Sikong Xingyu. If she wasn't mistaken, this should be the first meeting between Chu Shiyu and Sikong Xingyu in this life. In her past life, she had no idea when Sikong Xingyu and this sister of hers, Shiyu, had gotten entangled. She hadn't even seen a single clue when the two of them were colluding. But this time, it would never happen again. She wanted to see just how these two would get entangled under her very nose. You may rise. Sikong Xingyu merely looked Chu Shiyu up and down, without a second glance or any extra attention, as if looking at an ordinary woman. However, Chu Shiyu's attire today seemed specially chosen. Her makeup was exquisite and delicate. A 14-year-old girl dressed so grandly, as if she were attending some banquet. At this moment, with only two women standing in the great hall, the two of them naturally formed a stark contrast. Chu Shiyu's makeup was beautiful and dazzling, while Xiao was just in a dark, somber outfit, her light makeup close to a plain face. But even so, the aura she gave off was completely different. She was like a deeply hidden mystery, inviting people to probe deeper. But just looking at the surface, Chu Shiyu still appeared more dignified. Who are you? Sikong Xingyu asked in a flat tone that in reply to your highness. This servant serves by my sister's side. However, I was taken in by my sister since I was young, given a name and surname, and treated like her own sister. Chu Shiyu smiled as gently as water, not forgetting to walk to Shi Yao's side with downcast eyes. She looked very obedient. Since you are Shi Yao's sister, there is no need to refer to yourself as this servant. Sikong Xingyu seemed to say this intentionally. Yes, thank you, your highness. Chu Shiyu's smile never left her lips. You have some business. Sikong Xingyu finally asked, in reply to your highness. The master sent Shiyu to deliver a message. He said he suddenly felt a headache and fatigue, so he will not be coming to see everyone. He hopes the lords will forgive him, Chu Shiyu said. Hearing this, Sikong Xingyu's brows suddenly furrowed tightly. A curve appeared on Shi Yao's lips. She knew father was clever. The great general all right at this moment? Sikong Xingyu suddenly asked with concern that in reply to your highness. The master is dizzy and will probably not be able to see your highness today. The master said he will definitely pay a visit when he is free in the future. It seems this prince has come at an opportune time. However, for today's matter, I must ask Brother Wen-Xuan to relay it. This prince still needs to hear the great general's opinion, Sikong Xingyu said with a frown. Rest assured, your highness, I will certainly relay the message to my father. That is excellent. Then I shall take my leave first. Just as Sikong Xingyu walked over, Chu Shiyu's body suddenly went limp, falling perfectly into Sikong Xingyu's chest. Xiao stood to the side, watching this scene with cold eyes. It seemed that today, she was determined to latch onto Sikong Xingyu. Sikong Xingyu also subconsciously wrapped his arm around Chu Shiyu's body to prevent her from falling to the ground. Chu Shiyu's body felt extremely soft and boneless. Her arms pressed tightly against Sikong Xingyu's chest, and her cheek naturally rested there as well. In an instant, it was as if a sticky plaster had been slapped on him, clinging to his body. However, Sikong Xingyu subconsciously glanced in Shi Yao's direction. He then quickly pushed Chu Shiyu's body upright, not forgetting to hastily retreat. He took 2 steps back, straightened his clothes twice, and only then stood properly. Only then did he say softly to Chu Shiyu, "Be careful." Chu Shiyu took the opportunity to make a bashful gesture, lightly biting her lip. Even her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. At this moment, she truly looked the part, with her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes glistening like water. What man could resist such a delicate flower, shy and about to bloom? "Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. Shi will remember it." Sikong Xingyu quickly walked over to Shi Yao. Shi Yao. Shi Yao had no intention of listening to his nonsense in the first place. After putting down the things in her hands, she walked out without giving him so much as a glance. "Big brother, I'm going to check on the shop." Xiao gave him no chance to speak and walked straight out of the main hall. Sikong Xingyu stood where he was, instantly left in an awkward silence. "Your Highness, Chu Shiyu quickly moved her body over, just as she was about to say something more to Sikong Xingyu. Sikong Xingyu flicked his sleeve and also left the main hall, leaving a group of people to stare at each other in dismay. Chu Shiyu tightly wrung her sleeves, her eyes revealing extreme. A few days later, the Empress's birthday banquet was held as scheduled. The grandeur of the scene was beyond words. Even though Chu Jingyi did not follow Sikong Xingyu's instructions to relay his opinion to him, Sikong Xingyu still proceeded with the plan he had mentioned that day for the time being. The daytime portion of the event was held in the suburbs, as Sikong Xingyu had arranged a hunt. Any official, scion of a noble family, or person of ambition in the imperial city could participate. The daytime hunt was equivalent to a martial competition, while at night, in the largest courtyard of the imperial city, reciting poetry and composing songs was equivalent to a literary competition. When Xiao arrived at the training grounds, she saw a group of people fully prepared and ready to go, each on horseback with a bow and arrows, their faces glowing with vitality. It seemed they all knew the purpose of this birthday banquet was to select talented individuals. Everyone wanted to present their best side, hoping to be chosen. Whether in literary or martial arts, it was a good thing. The most important part of this event was participation. Therefore, both men and women could participate, but they needed to draw lots to decide which event they would compete in. Xiao had no desire to participate in these activities. It had to be said that Sikong Xingyu did have some ability. He had organized this birthday banquet quite well. However, she had no desire to participate. Cousin, which event are you planning to participate in?" 2 gorgeously dressed women sidled up to Xiao and asked. Xiao glanced at the 2 women. Dressed in pink and green, they were brightly adorned, but they gave off a tacky feeling. They were the daughters of her second and third uncles, who were her father Chu Jingying's 2 younger brothers, Chu Wan and Chu Hong. Upon learning that today was the Empress's birthday and that there would be such an event, they had rushed to the imperial city with their families. They were eager to participate in these events. Even if they couldn't win first place, they might find an ideal husband to bring home. This was their plan, even though they had not said it to her. Seeing their obvious actions, Xiao could tell at a glance. "There's nothing worth participating in," Xiao said softly. "Cousin, you are first uncle's only daughter. If even you don't participate, wouldn't that be a loss of face for first uncle?" Chu Ling, the daughter of Chu Jing's second brother, Chu Wan, said from the side. "Cousin Linger has a point. Cousin Xiao, you are the only daughter of the Grand General who assists the state. How could you not participate in anything? Look, all the young ladies over there are staring at you, cousin." Chu Zhan, the daughter of Chu Jing's third brother, Chu Hong, pointed to a group of women dressed in pinks and greens in the distance. Xiao shifted her gaze in that direction. She saw a group of women standing together in a cluster. They were pointing in her direction, talking about something. "Hey, look at that woman. Who is she? Her aura is so extraordinary." Almost everyone's attention was drawn by this woman's surprise cry. Xiao also subconsciously looked toward the entrance. A woman in a pink riding outfit, with a bow on her back and a quiver full of arrows. Her hair was tied up high, and her face seemed to have been meticulously made up. Her makeup was exquisite and beautiful. This whole look was both playful and eye-catching. At this moment, she was riding a white horse, slowly stepping into the field, cutting a magnificent figure. That woman seems to be the adopted daughter of the general's manor, named Chu Shiyu. I suppose she could be considered the second young miss of the general's manor. A woman beside her then explained, Sister Shinro, she looks more like the Grand General's only daughter. That bearing, that appearance, she's not the least bit inferior to the Grand General's daughter. I've never seen her before. Seeing her today is truly remarkable. A gentle-looking woman dressed appropriately whispered from the side. Sister Shinro, but she's still not as beautiful as you, Sister Shinro. Sister Shinro is the most beautiful woman in our Baiming. The woman beside her quickly supported her arm. Don't talk nonsense. There are many women in Baiming. How can you speak such nonsense? Although Shan Shinro said this, her eyes still inadvertently glanced toward the distant spot where only 3 women stood. Sister Shinro, I'm not talking nonsense. Sister Shinro is naturally as gentle as water. Sister Shinro, you are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even if you don't know martial arts, you can still make a stunning impression tonight. That Chu Shiyu, even if she is beautiful and knows martial arts, isn't she just an adopted daughter living under someone else's roof? How can she compare to you, Sister Shinro? Sister Shinro is the Prime Minister's daughter, the #1 beauty of Baiming. The woman beside her looked at Shun Shinro with a face full of admiration. Even though the woman beside her said so, Shan Shinro's gaze remained fixed on that spot from before, not moving away. All right, if you keep talking like this, others will laugh at us, Shan Shinro said with a slight frown. Although Chu Shiyu was on horseback, her eyes were constantly searching for something, so much so that she didn't even notice something was wrong with the horse beneath her. The sound of hooves thundered. With a loud neigh, another extremely large horse charged in. That horse had a coat of glossy and fine reddish-brown fur. Its 4 hooves galloped, as fast as the wind and lightning. Xiao was also drawn by this sound. She saw that horse, and the white horse Chu Shiyu was riding collide head-on. The 2 horses crashed into each other. That white horse, compared to the reddish-brown steed, was countless times weaker. The white horse was knocked aside in an instant, while the reddish-brown steed merely reared up on its front 2 hooves, leaping several meters high. Such a scene was breathtaking, and Chu Shiyu, who had been so high-spirited just a moment ago, was now as disheveled as a chased-out cat, flying ungracefully from the white horse. For some reason, seeing this scene, Xiao had a surprising urge to laugh. She bit her lip to avoid showing an inappropriate expression. In the next moment, the person on the reddish-brown steed flew up, catching the person who had been flung uncontrollably through the air. The people present watched the two as if watching a play. The white horse fell with a thud, letting out a tragic whinny. Chu Shiyu felt her body being caught and immediately turned her head to look at the person who had caught her. The 2 of them slowly landed on the ground. Chu Shiyu was already stunned by the person who had caught her. For a moment, she couldn't tell their gender. They were too beautiful. After landing, that person gracefully helped Chu Shiyu to her feet and stood her up properly, then offered a smile. Chu Shiyu quickly came to her senses, gave a slight bow, and said, "Thank you for saving me, young master." Young master, next time you ride, don't let your mind wander. That person gave a casual smile, then turned around, leading the reddish-brown steed toward another direction. Heavens, isn't that General Xiao? Someone in the crowd shouted. Xiao was also drawn to this person. A suit of silver armor, under the sunlight, emitted a faint silver glow, just like the person herself, radiating a dazzling light all over. Even though they were far apart, she noticed that brilliant and eye-catching face. Truly a captivating person. Even Chu Shiyu was captivated, frozen in place. General Xiao is truly more handsome and dashing than a man. AI, what a pity. If only she were a man. General Xiao. Could it be Xiao Shui? Xiao heard the discussion from the group of women in the distance. Xiao Shui, her father, the Grand General who pacifies the distant, retired, and she inherited his title. She has been fighting on the front lines for years, achieving illustrious military merits. In her past life, she had only heard the name Xiao Shui. The 2 of them were not acquainted. If there was any connection, it was probably that her father had some dealings with Xiao's father. Xiao Shui's father and her father had known each other for a long time. In their early years, they had been on the same battlefield, protecting the country together. They were good friends. However, Xiahou Shui's father was in poor health, so from a young age, he trained his eldest daughter to a level that even men would sigh in admiration. In the end, she inherited his title. In the end, they were both daughters of generals. Xiahou Shui managed to live such a brilliant and dazzling life, as free as the wind. And herself? She had ended up as a good-for-nothing eldest miss. She had to admit defeat. "Cousin Linger, what do you think of this General Xiao?" Chu Zhen suddenly asked Chu Ling. "She's a formidable character, but I heard that a prince from Xiliang seems to have taken fancy to her. Even during battles, he was constantly holding back. It seems that Prince is determined to marry the only female general of our Baiming. In that case, do you think our emperor will marry her off to the Xiliang prince for the sake of national peace? Xiliang is a powerful country. To avoid war, I think the emperor might have that idea. However, she's also our Baiming's only female general, and her abilities are extraordinary. It's also possible the emperor won't do that." "What did you just say?" Xiao immediately grabbed Chu Zhen and asked, "Cousin, we were just talking about General Xiahou. What's wrong?" Chu Zhen was caught off guard and asked with a frown, "You just said a Xiliang prince wants to marry her?" We're not sure. We just heard it as a rumor." Xiao slowly let go of Chu Zhen's hand. "A Xiliang prince wants to marry her. Could it be that the story of the female general she heard in her past life was about Xiahou Shui? In the end, the relationship between Xiliang and Baiming broke down. Xiliang captured the leading general of Baiming's army, wanting to steal military secrets and recruit her to serve their country. The general chose death over submission and was eventually killed. Her head was cut off and hung on the city gate for several days and nights, not taken down until the flesh had dried out. Her condition was tragic. Was it her? Was the person who has killed her? The banquet had already begun, and most of the attendees had arrived. But Xiao was still immersed in the chaotic thoughts from just now. "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor and Mother Empress. I wish Mother Empress fortunes as vast as the Eastern Sea and a life as long as the Southern Mountains. Yuan Ming, you are in poor health. Hurry back. It's windy here," the Empress said with concern. "Today is Mother's birthday. How could your son be absent? Your son will stay here with Mother today." You child, you don't even know how to cherish your own body. "Very well, come sit by my side and watch." "Yes, Mother Empress." The Crown Prince walked to the Empress's side and sat down. Xiao looked at the Crown Prince and noticed that his face was indeed somewhat pale. She suddenly remembered that last time at the academy, his complexion had been quite good. Not much time had passed since then, yet his complexion was already this poor. What on earth had happened in between? "Xingyu, you've done a fine job today. You've worked hard," the Emperor said with a smile. "Today is Mother's birthday. This is all what your son should do," Sikong Xingyu said humbly. "The sun is wonderfully bright today. It's the best day for a hunt. My brave men, raise the bows in your hands and let everyone see the grace of the sons and daughters of our Baiming." Inspired by Sikong Xingyu's rousing words, the group of people became even more eager to try, wishing they could immediately display their prowess and showcase their abilities. The young ladies also stared at their sweethearts with their hearts in their eyes. The young masters' faces were all flushed, as if being watched by this group of young ladies made their hearts leap even more. "Sister, aren't you going to watch?" Chu Xiu walked to Xiao's side and asked with a faint smile. "Watch what?" Xiao didn't look at her, just gazed toward the training grounds and asked softly in return. "I heard His Highness, Prince Yu, will also be hunting," Chu Xiu replied. "So what?" Xiao asked back. "Sister, do you still not understand what I mean? This hunt is a rare opportunity. If sister misses it, then your relationship with His Highness, Prince Yu, will..." Chu Xiu deliberately spoke in a veiled manner. Xiao sneered inwardly. She knew that Xiao used to be infatuated with Sikong Xingyu, yet she still deliberately got close to him in front of her. And now she says this. Is she pretending to be a good person? Too bad. She had already seen through her tricks. An opportunity? Why don't you tell me what kind of opportunity? Xiao deliberately pretended to be very interested and asked, "Sister, why not take this opportunity to win back His Highness, Prince Yu's heart? I know that last time, sister rejected the marriage on the spot only because you wanted His Highness, Prince Yu, to remember you. In the past, His Highness, Prince Yu, was always cold and indifferent to sister. I actually felt it was unfair for you. But sister's clever plan last time really made His Highness, Prince Yu, see you in a new light. And this time, with just a little push, His Highness, Prince Yu's heart will surely be firmly locked on his sister." Chu Shiyu's words were spoken with sincerity and earnestness, as if she were genuinely considering things for Xiao. Xiao gave a faint smile and said, "Is that so? Does he really think that way?" "Of course it's true. I've been specially observing His Highness, Prince Yu, these past few days." His eyes are filled with Sister's image. Seeing Shi Yao's indifferent expression, she immediately grabbed Shi Yao's hand and placed it affectionately in her own palm. "Sister, do you still not believe my words? When have I ever deceived you, sister?" That's because the time hasn't come yet," Shi Yao thought to herself. Chu Shiyu held her hand in her palm, patting it affectionately. "Then what do you want me to do?" Shi Yao's gaze was faint as she glanced at their joined hands, pretending to be very interested as she asked. "Ha!" She took the bait. Sure enough, she heard that familiar voice. Ever since the last time she had skin contact with Sikong Jing and heard no voice at all, she had suspected that her mind-reading art was no longer working. She didn't expect it to work again today. From this, it seemed that last time that Sikong Jing probably wasn't thinking anything, which was why she couldn't hear him. "Sister just needs to ride your horse into the forest for a while, then find an opportunity to appear before His Highness, Prince Yu, at the right time. At that moment, a hero saves a beauty. As for what happens next, I don't need to say for sister to understand." Chu Shiyu smiled with pure amusement, as if she truly and sincerely hoped that she and Sikong Xingyu would have the encounter she described. "You know I have no martial skills. If I go hunting, I will definitely bring shame to father," Shi Yao said, looking at Chu Shiyu with feigned worry. "Sister, rest assured, I learned some skills from Big Brother Wen Xuan since I was young. I know the basics of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. When the time comes, I'll share the prey I shoot with sister. Besides, sister's constitution is already weak, and then you'll be saved by His Highness, Prince Yu. At that point, who would even notice whether sister shot any prey or not? You've certainly arranged it all quite thoroughly. But these are all just sweet words to trick me, aren't they? I better not go. The people in the hunting grounds all have some martial skill. I can't even draw a bow. Going will only bring shame to father. It's better not to go." Xiao pulled her hand out of Chu Shiyu's. Even so, her gaze still swept over her face without a trace. She saw a flash of cunning in Chu Shiyu's eyes, which was then quickly covered by a smile. "If sister doesn't go, you'll surely be slandered by others. Sister is the only daughter of the Grand General who assists the state. If even sister doesn't go, in the eyes of outsiders, it will be an even greater loss of face for master. I think sister can weigh the pros and cons. I've said all I can. Sister, think it over for yourself." Chu Shiyu turned around, her gaze shifting to the cluster of women to the side. She then gave an imperceptible nod before entering the training grounds. "Look, isn't that the adopted daughter of the Grand General's manor? Yes, it seems to be her. She's actually going to hunt. If even she's going to the hunt, why isn't the Grand General's eldest legitimate daughter, Chu Xiao, going? Haven't you heard? That Chu Xiao actually knows nothing. She's just an empty shell occupying a noble status. In reality, she's a good-for-nothing. But seeing her today, she doesn't seem like the rumors say. Just like her appearance, it's not as unsightly as the rumors claim. So what? What don't we have in our Biming? A simple disguise technique can solve all that. Who knows if she's not doing it on purpose? This hunt today, in the end, is all about bringing honor to one's family. Such a good opportunity, yet she doesn't even participate. Even the adopted daughter is participating, but she's hiding in the back, afraid to come out. Such a timid, mouse-like person is not even as good as that adopted daughter. She really lives up to the rumors of being an idiot. Speak softer, she's still sitting over there. Be careful she doesn't hear you. So what if she hears? She's timid as a mouse herself. Is she afraid of being talked about? That group of women kept discussing Xiao, and every word they said was heard by Xiao. She originally didn't want to participate in this event, but since Chu Shiyu wanted her to participate so badly, she might as well see what kind of trick she could play. Someone, prepare a horse. Xiao ordered the servants standing in a row behind her. Those who heard this were all a little amused, but they still scrambled to prepare a horse. Chu Shiyu, who hadn't gone far, revealed a triumphant smile. She then cracked her whip and rode her white horse into the deep forest. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao followed Chu Shiyu's figure into the deep forest as well. Even though she had never learned martial arts, having been born into a military family, she had been influenced by it since childhood. She wouldn't be too far behind. It It was just that in her past life, she had been timid and hesitant in everything she did, so she never got to display her inherent abilities. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but sigh. She was timid and hesitant in everything she did, so why was she so determined to follow that heartless man to the bitter end? If she had been timid and hesitant in that matter, wouldn't the tragic outcome have been avoided? Although she followed Chu Shiyu's figure into the forest, the moment she entered, Chu Shiyu's shadow was gone, as if she had vanished into thin air. Upon entering the forest, a chilly sensation washed over her body. It felt like a cool wind, yet it also felt like nothing at all, like the morning dew in the air dripping on her face, refreshingly cool. Looking around, there was no one else. It was as if she were all alone in this deep, dark forest. The trees were tall, lush, and green, like a giant oasis covering the land. Sunlight filtered through the layers of branches and leaves, sprinkling into the forest and onto her face. From high above, there were occasional bird calls and birds hastily flying past the treetops, all revealing the silence and mystery of this forest. Xiao subconsciously tightened her grip on the horsewhip in her hand. She pulled hard on the reins with her left hand, and the horse beneath her quickened its pace, heading deeper into the forest. Thinking of how Chu Shiyu had tried every means possible to get her to participate in this hunt, she didn't have to worry that she wouldn't appear. Right now, all she had to do was wait quietly. Since she had been tricked into coming here, there must be some scheme to be executed. But quite a few people had entered the forest just now, so why hadn't she seen a single person? Could this also be the Emperor's test for everyone? Although she carried a bow and arrows on her back, she had never touched this type of weapon. It was just like a decoration. She didn't know how to shoot an arrow. How was she supposed to get any prey? She rode her horse forward aimlessly, not controlling its direction, just letting the horse walk freely. She took an arrow from the quiver on her back and examined it closely. This was the first time in her life she had ever touched this weapon. The arrowhead was made of hard iron, sharpened to be extremely pointed and sharp. It seemed she wasn't without a way to get prey. For some reason, looking at the birds in the forest sky and the occasional prey running past her, she tightened her grip on the arrow. Suddenly, she felt that it might not be completely uninteresting. She tried to grip the arrow tightly, then aimed at a bird flying in the sky. She slowly moved it to a certain direction. With a flick of her arm, the arrow in her hand flew out nimbly. Then, the bird that had been flying so fast in the air just a moment ago immediately fell. Xiao hadn't expected her first try to be so successful. Overjoyed, she quickly spurred her horse forward and caught the bird falling from the sky. The arrow was still stuck in the bird's body, having pierced right through it. The bird flapped its wings twice and then went still. Xiao sighed softly, "AI, little bird, my apologies." She then pulled out the arrow, placed the prey on the back of her horse, and began to look for her second target. In this way, back and forth, about half an hour passed. The back of her horse was already hung with prey. From time to time, she would crack her whip, and each strike was a perfect hit. Xiao chuckled to herself. She never thought hunting would be so simple for her. Just as she was about to catch a prey falling from the sky, a figure suddenly flew past her eyes, snatching the prey that had just fallen from the air. Xiao caught nothing but air. She then saw that person land lightly on a horse's back, her back to her, holding the prey she had just shot down. Xiao waited quietly for the person to turn around, but it seemed that person was also waiting for her to speak. After a long while, Xiao finally spoke, resigned. "Who are you? Why did you snatch my prey?" Sure enough, only then did the person slowly turn around. Xiao also got a very clear look at her face. A trace of sorrow, pity, and other complex emotions flashed through Xiao's eyes, but did not escape her notice. "We haven't seen each other in years, but you've really made me see you in a new light." Haven't seen each other in years? Had they met before? Xiao pursed her lips and didn't speak, her eyes quickly returning to a calm state as she looked at her. "You can have so much fun all by yourself. Is it fun?" She rode her horse and gradually approached Xiao. "Why aren't you talking? Or have you forgotten me after all these years?" She asked again, her eyes seeming to hold starlight as she stared at Xiao without blinking. An unknowing person might think there was something between the two of them. "The only female general of Baiming. Who doesn't know of you?" Xiao said faintly. "So you do remember. But I feel more and more that you're not quite the same." Xiahou Shui revealed an inscrutable smile, scrutinizing Xiao. "But I don't remember us ever meeting as children. In the end, you still forgot me. How heartless." Xiahou Shui threw the prey she was holding tightly in her hand toward Xiao. The prey flew straight at Xiao's face with the intent to attack. Xiao was about to reach out and catch it, but unexpectedly, another figure floated past her eyes, swiftly catching the prey. Xiao once again caught nothing but air. You crazy woman, who allowed you to attack her? After catching the prey, that person immediately landed on Xiahou Shui's horse. The two of them were now riding the same horse. He then pointed at Xiahou Shui's nose and started scolding her. What's it to you? Get off me. Xiahou Shui turned her head and was about to push him off, but that person nimbly dodged her. You crazy woman, can't you learn to be a little gentler? You act like a man all day long. Nangongyu, I just got back today and you're already picking a fight with me. Are you deliberately trying to cross me? I have no time to cross you. Nangongyu stopped arguing with her, quickly leaped off the horse, and tossed the prey in his hand into the basket behind Xiao. Quick and accurate. And you, crazy woman, I'm telling you, she is the one who's going to marry Brother Boyan. You're not allowed to bully her. You say I'm bullying her? You brat. I knew her before you were even around. What are you showing off for? You crazy woman. I don't want to talk to you. Nangongyu turned his gaze, glanced at Xiao without a trace, and then shot a defiant glare at Xiahou Shui. Xiao watched the two of them bicker back and forth, which actually eased the awkward atmosphere from before. Little Xiao, don't get too close to her. She's just a tomboy. All she knows how to do all day is fight and kill. Nangongyu turned his head and said to Xiao in an extremely serious tone. Seeing his earnest expression, Xiao found it amusing and subconsciously let out a couple of soft laughs. When she looked up, the two of them were, in perfect unison, staring at her face without blinking, as if looking at a monster. Little Xiao, I've never seen you smile. I never thought your smile would be so captivating. It's a pity Brother Bo Yin doesn't have the right conditions. As soon as Nangongyu said this, Xiao immediately withdrew her smile. Why didn't you use your powers just now, and instead threw the sword with your bare hands? Xiahou Shui voiced her earlier confusion. Because I don't know how, Xiao said truthfully. Are you joking? Xiahou Shui stared at Xiao in disbelief. I'm not. I never joke. Little Xiao, from your skills just now, it doesn't look like you've never learned to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. Besides, your father is the Grand General who assists the state. How could you not even know how to shoot an arrow? Xiao didn't try to explain further. Xiahou Shui lowered her eyes, thinking about something. Suddenly, she raised her gaze to look at Xiao. When we were children, you used to say you didn't like playing with swords and spears. When I practiced the moves father taught me in front of you, you showed no interest at all. Could it be that you still haven't practiced martial arts to this day? Xiahou Shui asked in astonishment. Hearing this, Xiao fell into deep thought. She just said she practiced moves in front of me. When she was little, there did seem to be someone who was always around her, pestering her to watch them practice martial arts. But she remembered that person being a boy. Xiao glanced at Xiahou Shui doubtfully. You just said you always had me watch you practice? Xiahou Shui nodded. That's right, but you always look completely uninterested. So later on, I stopped practicing in front of you. But I only remember that I didn't have many friends in my childhood. There was only one little big brother who often came to find me. But later, that little big brother also disappeared. You really are silly. Well, little big brother, since I was young, my father raised me as a boy, even down to my clothes and appearance. Who else could that little big brother who accompanied you in childhood have been but me? You woman, you've had bad intentions toward little Xiao since you were children. You actually dressed up as a boy to tease her. It seems this unusual bad habit of yours was developed since childhood. Nangongyu commented coolly from the side. Who's there? While the three were talking, several masked men in black suddenly flew down from the sky. They all attacked Xiao, their swords and blades aimed straight at her body, without the slightest deviation. Xiahou Shui immediately flew up and blocked the first person who lunged at Xiao with her sword. However, this group of men in black was not small. Immediately after, one after another, they continuously attacked the three of them. Crazy woman, who are they? Why are they attacking us? Nangongyu asked Xiahou Shui while fending off the attacks. How would I know? It must be you who's gotten into some romantic trouble again. Even though the two of them said so, Xiao, who had been on guard, didn't think it was that simple. This group's martial arts were not ordinary, and they were all top-notch experts. She had never practiced martial arts. At this moment, she was struggling to swing the horsewhip in her hand wildly. With a whip in one hand and a sword in the other, even though she dodged the attacks, it was extremely strenuous. "Girl, go quickly," Zayahu's Shui, taking advantage of a lull in the fight with the men in black, shouted to Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao didn't leave immediately, but only glanced hesitantly at Zayahu's Shui. "What are you standing there for? Go quickly." Zayahu's Shui's martial arts were superb. With Nangonyu added, the two of them were originally handling it with ease. However, there were many men in black here. Two fists are no match for four hands. They also had to divert their attention to protect her. Her being here was actually making things worse. Besides, this group was clearly after her. If she left, she could also temporarily distract the men in black. Xiao no longer hesitated. She whipped the horse hard on its back. The horse neighed and then galloped toward the deepest part of the woods. Just as she had expected, as soon as she rode away, she was quickly followed from behind. The sound of hooves was incessant. Xiao didn't know where to go. She just kept running forward. She only hoped to run into the main party at this moment. With strength in numbers, this group of men in black would surely not be so brazen. The wind whistled past her ears. Suddenly, she saw a sharp weapon fly swiftly past her ear. The weapon didn't hit her, but instead pierced a nearby tree. Xiao glanced over and saw that the weapon was firmly embedded in the tree, revealing a two-edged, sharp tip about 3 inches long. The tip was not straight. Its edges were curved in one direction, like a hook. If she wasn't mistaken, the weapon was a throwing dart. This group was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also incredibly fast. They were even using throwing darts. They were no ordinary people, but she felt something was strange. Just now, when that group attacked them, they didn't use darts, only swords and blades. It was only when she rode away that this group chased after her, and only now did they use darts. It was as if they had joined the chase midway. Xiao subconsciously pressed her body against the horse's back. This would be safer, as she noticed that the throwing darts from before were now coming with the wind past her ears. There was nothing she could do now but flee and dodge. To survive, she had to take a gamble. However, when a person is in a desperate situation, they can always unleash infinite potential. Xiao quickly focused her attention, pricking up her ears to listen to the sounds behind her. She subconsciously pulled a fletched arrow from the quiver on her back. She turned slightly to observe what was behind her with her peripheral vision. Then she fiercely threw the arrow in her hand toward the man in black behind her. She didn't know if it hit, but she only heard a horse's scream. Immediately after, she threw one arrow after another behind her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nangonyu was panting, leaning against a tree, and looking at Zayahu's Shui as if she were a monster. "Crazy woman, you're something else. You fought so many people, and you're not even out of breath." Zayahu's Shui ignored Nangonyu, looking grimly at the men in black she had just defeated. Nangonyu thought she was in a daze. He walked to her side, clutching his arm which had just been cut, and waved a hand in front of her face. "Hey, what's wrong with you? What are you spacing out for?" Zayahu's Shui then came back to her senses. Seeing him clutching his arm, his face a little pale, she said, "You're injured." She firmly and unhesitatingly grabbed his arm to inspect it. "This is just a scratch. I've been through thick and thin," Nangonyu said with a nonchalant air, shaking his arm. Zayahu's Shui paid him no mind, simply taking his arm. Then she tore a piece of cloth from her outer robe. Without another word, she quickly bandaged the wound he had just received. As soon as she looked up, she found Nangonyu staring at her with a strange look in his eyes. Meeting Zayahu's Shui's gaze, Nangonyu immediately looked away and said casually, "I didn't expect you to be so skilled at this. I've just seen it a lot. When you've seen enough on the battlefield, this is indeed a minor injury. You, with your delicate skin, look like you've never suffered. If this isn't bandaged in time, you won't be able to take it. You crazy woman, who are you looking down on?" Xiao was driving the horse, while keeping an eye on the people behind her. Suddenly, the horse stopped abruptly. Xiao's body was uncontrollably about to slide off the horse's back. The next moment, she fell swiftly into someone's arms. Then, her body was held, and she landed on another horse. Xiao immediately turned her head to look and found it was someone she never would have expected. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, how could you be here? Besides, this group is after me." Xiao's question was not yet finished when she was interrupted by Sikong Yuanming's urgent words. Sikong Yuanming, with swift eyes and quick hands, pulled 3 arrows from the quiver on his back, knocked them, and shot them quickly, accurately, and fiercely at the men behind Xiao. the men in black who had been relentlessly pursuing her. Xiao sat in front of Sikong Yuanming and could only feel an unusual anger emanating from him, and the tough aura of a martial artist. He was completely different from the crown prince she had seen in the academy last time. She had originally thought this crown prince was just a frail scholar, but she didn't expect that one can't judge a book by its cover. Although he usually looked gentle and refined, his martial arts seemed extraordinary. He had just said this group was after him, but why had they been relentlessly pursuing her? Originally, she thought Chu Shiyu was behind this, wanting to deal with her, and had hired these people. But how could Chu Shiyu have the ability to find people with such high martial arts skills? But the men in black just now looked like two separate groups, no matter how you looked at it. Assuming for a moment that one group was hired by Chu Shiyu, who hired the other group? Sikong Yuanming shot round after round. At this moment, Xiaohu's Shui arrived with Nangongyu. There weren't many of the pursuing men in black left. Later, more were killed by Sikong Yuanming. Now that Xiaohu's Shui had arrived, she easily took care of the rest. Your Highness, this subordinate general was late in coming to your rescue. I asked for your Highness's punishment. Xiaohu's Shui immediately knelt and cupped her hands to ask for forgiveness. General Xiaohu's, please rise. You are not to blame for today's sudden incident. Just as Xiaohu's Shui stood up, she saw Sikong Xingyu arriving late on his horse. Second brother, are you all right? Sikong Xingyu immediately rode his horse, stopped in front of Sikong Yuanming, and asked nervously, I am fine. Xiao was being protected in Sikong Yuanming's arms. From a distance, she could feel that person's gaze directed at her. Your subject and brother heard the sounds of fighting from afar. I rushed over only to find that second brother was being attacked by assassins. It is my fault for not arriving in time. Third brother, do not blame yourself. Fortunately, General Xiaohu's arrived in time. I am unharmed. Oh, General Xiaohu's. General Xiaohu's has only just returned to the capital, hasn't she? Sikong Xingyu turned his gaze to Xiaohu's Shui and asked, replying to your Highness, this subordinate general returned yesterday, and I must thank General Xiaohu's for saving my second brother. Sikong Xingyu's gaze held a probing look. Your Highness is too kind. It is this subordinate general's duty, Xiaohu's Shui replied calmly and politely. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're injured. A sharp female voice suddenly cried out. Following the voice, everyone looked at Sikong Yuanming. They hadn't noticed when she had arrived. Sikong Yuanming's body was indeed stained with traces of blood. He was already wearing a bright yellow robe, and now stained with blood, it looked even more conspicuous. Xiao also subconsciously turned her head to look for his injuries. The situation had been urgent just now, yet Sikong Yuanming had found the time to save her. If he was injured, it must be because of her. You, how are you on the Crown Prince's horse? Chu Shiyu, at some point, had already ridden her horse closer, looking at Xiao in horror. His Highness the Crown Prince saved me just now. Xiao was about to get off the horse, but Sikong Yuanming subtly pressed her arm down. General Xiaohu's, did you notice anything unusual when you rescued second brother just now? Sikong Xingyu asked. Just as Xiaohu's Shui was about to speak, she heard Sikong Yuanming give two soft coughs. Xiaohu's Shui glanced up at Sikong Yuanming. Then she cupped her hands towards Sikong Xingyu and said, replying to your Highness, the men in black earlier acted strangely and were highly skilled. All those captured alive bit their tongues and committed suicide. Nothing unusual was found. Men, investigate this matter thoroughly. To dare assassinate the noble crown prince of our northern Ming, I want them alive, or their bodies if they're dead. Sikong Xingyu immediately ordered the guard behind him. Yes, your Highness. The guards accepted the order and quickly rode away. Now, only a few of them remain. Second brother, quickly come back with me to have your wounds properly bandaged. Third brother, no need to trouble yourself. I am not injured. Furthermore, do not publicize this matter. Today is our Empress Mother's birthday. We must not let the Emperor Father and Empress Mother worry. Since second brother wishes it so, none of you are to speak of this. Have you all remembered? We obey His Highness Prince Yu's command. In that case, since the sun is about to set, second brother should return with me. Sikong Yuanming nodded and said, that's a good idea. He then prepared to ride away. Wait, second brother. Sikong Xingyu timely blocked Sikong Yuanming's path, stopping him. Third brother, is there anything else? Sikong Xingyu feigned hesitation before speaking. Second brother, you should probably let her down for now. After all, your status is noble. To be seen with a woman like this could cause gossip if others see. Her foot was injured just now. It would be inconvenient for her to move about. It's just sharing a horse. There's nothing to be said. Sikong Yuanming ignored Sikong Xingyu and rode his horse around him to move forward. But, third brother, say no more. I'm the crown prince of a nation. If I can't even be near a woman, then I would be too pathetic. Sitting in front of Sikong Yuanming, Shi Yao could feel the rise and fall of his chest. From what she saw now, this Sikong Yuanming was completely different from the last time she saw him, and she felt that the relationship between Sikong Yuanming and Sikong Xingyu, while calm on the surface, was not as it seemed beneath the placid lake. Could it be that Sikong Yuanming had discovered something, or had long known of Sikong Xingyu's treacherous ambitions? Although Sikong Xingyu appeared extremely worried about Sikong Yuanming today, to her, it all looked like an act. Please, second brother, do not be too impulsive. Not to mention this woman was once betrothed to me. Even if she wasn't, the emperor father has already betrothed her to our seventh brother. Isn't second brother's action a bit too improper? Sikong Xingyu asked, pursuing the matter relentlessly. Sikong Yuanming did not make another sound, simply urging his horse to leave. Chu Xiao, what exactly are you trying to do by stirring up trouble between my brother and me? Are you not satisfied with your father's position that you must weave between my brother and me? I thought you were a respectable lady, but I never expected you to be so cheap and shameless. Sikong Xingyu would not give up, his tone filled with anger, and these words seemed to be deliberately spoken for others to hear. Third brother, you are the royal family. You should watch your words, lest you become a laughingstock. Sikong Yuanming said angrily, then rode his horse and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only after leaving the woods did she realize that all the people who had entered the woods had come out. They were the last group. From afar, she heard some voices. Looking into the distance, she saw that detached and serene figure sitting on a palanquin chair. But the voices were extremely discordant. Jinger, you came today as well. The Empress looked at Sikong Jing sitting below and said kindly, Empress Mother, today is your 50th birthday. Your son and subject must come to offer congratulations, Sikong Jing said with a faint smile. Thank you, Jinger. I haven't seen you this thin in a long time. Isn't that so? The seventh prince is getting thinner by the day, and today he even came specially to wish the Empress a long life. What filial piety. Don't you think so, Sister Zhaoyan? A radiantly dressed woman sitting next to the Empress immediately chimed in. Sister Lan Fei is right. The seventh prince has always been very filial. Noble consort Zhaoyan glanced at Sikong Jing sitting below and said expressionlessly, it's just that the object of this filial piety might be worth reconsidering. What does Sister Lan Fei mean by that? Sister Empress is the head of the palace and the mother of the nation. She is the Empress mother to all the princes and princesses. It is only right to be filial to her. Hearing Zhaoyan say this, Consort Lan's lips curled even wider. That may be so, but the seventh prince is, after all, your own flesh and blood, Sister Zhaoyan. But he doesn't seem very close to you, does he? He really seems more like the Empress's own flesh and blood. Could it be because Sister Zhaoyan, seeing the seventh prince's inconvenient legs, is increasingly thinking of abandoning him? Oh, I almost forgot. The third prince. Enough. Today is my birthday. Lan Fei, you should quiet down. The Empress, who had been silent for a long time, said with a deep frown. Although Consort Lan was unwilling, she timely closed her mouth, but the look she gave Zhaoyan was provocative and triumphant. Zhaoyan did not look at her, but cast her gaze into the distance. The fingers hidden in her sleeves clenched tightly. For some reason, even from so far away, Xiao could still hear those people's discussions. The voices discussing Sikong Jing entered her ears one by one. At this moment, she suddenly had the urge to see the expression on that man's face. Sikong Yuanming brought her out of the training grounds. Everyone's gaze fell upon the two of them. Sitting in front of Sikong Yuanming, Xiao could clearly feel his unsteady breathing. He had said the blood on him wasn't his, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Your Highness the Crown Prince, let me down, she said in a low voice to Sikong Yuanming behind her. Sikong Yuan Ming didn't make a sound. He only rode the horse to the entrance before dismounting, then even extended a hand to help her down. Looking at the hand Sikong Yuan Ming held out, waiting for Xiao to take it to dismount, Xiao glanced at it. The words Sikong Xingyu had said earlier suddenly came to mind. Right now, she was still Sikong Jing's fiancée, yet she was sitting on Sikong Yuanming's horse. And before that, she had been betrothed to Sikong Xingyu. What Sikong Xingyu said wasn't wrong. To outsiders, she was indeed entangled with three noble princes. Although she couldn't be completely sure if Sikong Yuanming was a good or bad person based on his actions just now, he was countless times better than the two-faced Sikong Xingyu, and he had just saved her. If she were to have intimate contact with him now, given his status as the crown prince, many people would surely be watching and making a big deal out of it. So, no matter what, she had to keep her distance from him. So she did not take Sikong Yuanming's hand, but instead supported herself to get off the horse. But as soon as she dismounted, her arm was held. It was Sikong Yuanming. Xiao was about to pull her arm back, but Sikong Yuanming held it tightly. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I said to Third Brother just now?" While Xiao was lost in thought, her body was lifted into the air by Sikong Yuanming, who held her by the waist. Then he walked onto the banquet platform. The crowd was in an uproar. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please put me down quickly. This is not good for your reputation," Xiao said immediately. "It's fine. We were already seen riding one horse together when we came out. Putting you down now would be for what?" Sikong Yuanming directly carried her and placed her on the seat she had been in before. "Yuanming, are you injured? I told you not to go just now, but you wouldn't listen. Your body hasn't even recovered yet." The Empress, seeing Sikong Yuanming come up, asked worriedly, "Empress Mother, your son and subject is fine. I'm not injured. Look at you covered in blood. How unlucky." After saying this, the Empress subconsciously glanced at Xiao. "Empress Mother, this blood is from the prey I hunted just now. It's a symbol of bravery. The more blood there is, the braver your son and subject is. Empress Mother should be happy for me." Sikong Yuanming patted his chest and said with feigned bravado, "You child, you've learned how to make your mother happy today. Empress Mother, today is your birthday. With Emperor Father, all the consorts, and us children here with you, you should be happy today. Don't worry anymore." Sikong Xingyu walked up to the platform, stood beside Sikong Yuanming, and said filially to the Empress. The Empress smiled and nodded in gratification. Xiao averted her gaze, truly unwilling to see this person constantly appearing before her. The moment she saw his face, the tragic scenes from that life instantly flooded her mind, making her wish she could kill this venomous villain right away. But as she averted her gaze, it happened to meet that person's eyes. For some reason today, his eyes no longer held their usual playfulness, nor was it that light, fleeting gaze. She didn't know if it was the same for others, but when her gaze met his, it was extremely different from usual. It was calm, cold, and abnormal. Xiao tried to immediately look away, to stop looking at him. After a while, she discreetly glanced over again. Unexpectedly, his gaze was still on her. It wasn't that she was afraid of that gaze, but she saw a probing look in those eyes. Why was he looking at her like that? Even though they had a few encounters in the past few days, they were all insignificant. Neither had offended the other, and she had no secrets on her. Sikong Jing, what did he want to know from her? It seemed it was time to go and touch his hand. Xiao, feigning a limp, got up and walked before the crowd to salute the Empress. "Your Majesty, Empress, your subject's foot was injured just now. His Highness the Crown Prince saved your subject and brought me back. I hope your Majesty the Empress will forgive me. May your subject go and have my injured foot looked at now." Hearing this, the Empress's frown gradually relaxed. She looked at Xiao and nodded. "How could you be so careless? You're getting married in a few days. You should go back and have it properly treated," the Emperor said from the side. "That's right, and Jinger happens to be here too. You can go back with him," the Empress said. "Yes." Xiao got up, limping, and slowly walked to Sikong Jing's side. Just as she was about to walk forward, her legs suddenly gave way and she fell to the ground. Her hand landed right on Sikong Jing's wrist. As expected, she touched his cool skin. Xiao immediately focused her attention, hoping to hear something. Sikong Jing looked up and saw her pensive expression, her gaze lost somewhere. Her hand was still on his wrist. She had fallen and not gotten up. Sikong Jing gave a look, and the attendant standing beside him quickly went to Xiao's side, about to help her up. As soon as the attendant touched her arm, she subconsciously flung his hand away. With that push, the attendant's body swayed to the side, bumping right into the palanquin chair. The chair instantly tilted. Sikong Jing's body also fell to the side along with the chair. The movement was so sudden that it immediately pulled Shi Yao back to her senses. The wrist under her palm was quickly pulled away. Only then did she realize what she had done. She grabbed the hand that was about to pull away, pulling the wrist toward her. Sikong Jing's body was pulled over by her, but the palanquin chair beneath him still fell to the side, tumbling down the steps and shattering into pieces. But Sikong Jing's body was held by Shi Yao, and he fell out of the chair and onto her. Everyone was stunned by this dramatic scene, watching the palanquin chair fall down the steps and the man, bent like a broken line, fall onto a woman. It was like a farce, yet one couldn't help but want to see what would happen next. Xiao's head also hit Sikong Jing's chest. The two of them were now on the ground together, drawing the stares of the crowd. The attendant who had stepped aside was already dumbfounded. A disgrace. Zhao Yun, who was sipping tea, glanced at them with an extremely cold look. She said coldly, and these two words fell very clearly into Xiao's ears. Xiao didn't know who those two words were directed at, but besides her and Sikong Jing, there was no one else. Sikong Jing was her son. She had no reason to say that about him, and she had no interaction with herself, so there was even less reason. What was noble consort Zhao Yun really thinking? Oh, look at this, what a scene. This sharp and gloating voice could only belong to Consort Lan. Why aren't you helping them up? What are you standing there for? Zhao Yun coldly snapped. The attendant dared not dally any longer and hurried to Sikong Jing's side, about to help him up. The seventh prince's body seems to have gotten much weaker. He even needs help to get up now. Consort Lan laughed again. The attendant's hand reached out, about to help Sikong Jing up, but was blocked by Shi Yao. Because in this position, with Sikong Jing lying on top of her, she could clearly see his expression. At this moment, his eyes were cold enough to freeze a person to death. She could also see his forbearance, and how he was pretending that everything was fine. Aren't you overstepping your bounds, Sister Consort Lan? Isn't Princess Changle enough to keep you busy? Sister Zhao Yun, I just feel sorry for the seventh prince. Even his own mother. Shut your mouth. My son is not for you to comment on. All right, that's enough. Today is my birthday. Can't you two be quiet for a moment? The Empress, whose face had been stiff for a long time, said with authority. Only then did Consort Lan quiet down. Zhao Yun also rose slowly and walked to Sikong Jing's side. Shi Yao was lying slanted on the ground, so she had a perfect view of his face. At this moment, the magnificently dressed, noble consort Zhao Yun was looking down on them condescendingly. Is this an occasion you should be attending? You've completely disgraced me. Zhao Yun's eyes were filled with deep disgust and impatience. And all of this registered in Shi Yao's eyes, shocking her. This was not how a mother should speak to her son. Moreover, her indifference towards Sikong Jing was even more surprising. She was still gripping his wrist, and she could faintly feel it trembling slightly. He was holding back. It seemed their relationship wasn't as simple as mother and son. What kind of biological mother would treat her own son with such a cold attitude? At this moment, almost everyone present was watching him, making a joke of him. In her eyes, Prince Jing had always been a lofty, pure, and incomparable figure. Yet now, because of her, he was lying on the ground, being laughed at. Because of his leg, he was so despised. After all, a few years ago, he was a hero who had achieved great military merits for the country. His body was crippled for the nation. Yet now he had to suffer the scorn of his own countrymen. He was enduring it with such difficulty. For some reason, thinking of him from her past life, she felt a sense of shared misery. At this thought, a sense of indignation rose in her heart. She took a deep breath, grabbed Sikong Jing's wrist, and pulled his body onto her shoulder, slowly, standing up. Standing up, her gaze met noble consort Zhao Yun's directly. But she didn't look for long before turning to face the people on the high seats. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Empress, he is not feeling well. Shi Yao will escort him back first. And with that one glance from Shi Yao, noble consort Zhao Yun successfully shifted all attention to her. Oh, didn't you just injure your foot? How can you support him now? Consort Lan sized Shi Yao up, not forgetting to add a mocking laugh. Shi Yao supported Sikong Jing's body, letting him lean his full weight on her shoulder, then met Consort Lan's gaze directly. Your Highness Consort Lan, I only injured my foot. Shi Yao paused. Miss Chu is truly different from the rumors. Just the other day, I heard she was devoted to the third prince. In the blink of an eye, people's hearts are truly hard to fathom. Consort Lan pretended to adjust the hair at her temples, her words seemingly aimed deliberately at Xiao. Your Highness Consort Lan, I don't know if people's hearts are hard to fathom. I only know that I'm going to marry him, so I am his fiancée. I still know to follow the rules and etiquette. Let's go. Xiao couldn't be bothered to say more to her. Supporting Sikong Jing, she began to retreat. Wait, she had just taken a step when she was stopped by someone from behind. Xiao turned to meet Zhao Yun's eyes. Zhao Yun slowly walked up to Xiao, her gaze filled with intense scrutiny. You're old General Chu's daughter, Chu Xiao? Zhao Yun asked coldly. Xiao nodded and said, I am. Since you will be marrying into the family soon, is this what you call following the rules? Zhao Yun said icily. Noble consort Zhao Yun, what do you mean by that? Talking back to your elders, is that the etiquette you've learned? Is this how your father taught you? Noble consort Zhao Yun, I am his future wife. I don't see what's wrong with defending my husband-to-be at this moment. Since your highness is his mother, shouldn't you be the one defending your own son even more? Your highness, can't you see he's already in great discomfort? Please forgive us. I must take it back now. Without pausing again, Xiao directly supported Sikong Jing and walked out of the venue. Noble consort Zhao Yun was left standing there, gritting her teeth in anger, staring fixedly at Xiao's departing back. Ren Xiao followed beside the two of them, not knowing whether to help or not. He could only follow them helplessly. Xiao helped Sikong Jing's body into the carriage. From a moment he entered the carriage, he sat there quietly, not saying a word. His expression was so cold, it was unreadable. But Xiao could feel that he must be feeling terrible right now. Usually, he always had a calm and detached demeanor. Seeing him like this today made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Perhaps at this moment, he needed to be alone to calm down. Xiao didn't disturb him. After only a brief pause, she prepared to get off the carriage. But just as she reached out to lift the curtain, her wrist was suddenly pulled. Xiao's body was pulled to his side. Xiao tried to pull her wrist back, but it wouldn't budge. What's wrong with you? Although she had a slight idea of what was wrong with him, she still asked the question. You let down on me too. Sikong Jing slowly raised his eyes, his gaze fixed on Xiao's face. It was as if he was looking through her face at someone else. Xiao was pondering how to answer this question, just as she was about to speak. Sikong Jing cut her off again. You look down on me too, don't you? Sikong Jing gripped her wrist forcefully, as if he had to get a clear answer. His forceful grip on her wrist reminded her of something. The mind-reading ability. His hand had not left her wrist just now, yet she hadn't heard a single word. Was this a coincidence or something else? Why could she hear everyone else's thoughts, but not his? While she was lost in thought, Sikong Jing suddenly flung her hand away. Even you look down on me. Get out. Xiao finally came to her senses, but she had already been misunderstood by him. I don't. Get out. Before Xiao could finish, she was cut off by Sikong Jing. His voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. Suddenly, she thought of his cold and heartless mother from just now. He was like a trapped beast, instantly locking himself in a cage. Even his eyes were lifeless, as if he had shut out the entire world. She had never seen Prince Jing like this. A while ago, she had mentioned his leg, but it was just to dismiss him, and he hadn't been like this then. But today, he was like a porcupine that couldn't be touched, allowing no one to get close. In the end, Xiao didn't explain further. She just gave him one last look and got off the carriage. The moment she got off, she was startled by the person eavesdropping next to the carriage. Xiao grabbed Ren Xiao by the collar of his back and pulled him aside. Mishu, hello. Ren Xiao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Being caught in the act was indeed very awkward. Do you always make a habit of eavesdropping? No, I was just wiping the carriage. Ren Xiao said with an awkward laugh. Then you can continue wiping. Xiao said and prepared to leave. Hey, Miss Chu. Ren Xiao thought for a moment and still followed, blocking Xiao's path. What is it? Miss Chu, I don't know if I should tell you this or not. Ren Xiao said hesitantly. Since you intentionally stopped me just now, this is not the time for you to hesitate about whether to speak or not. Xiao's gaze drifted coolly to Ren Xiao. Miss Chu, actually, I heard everything you and His Highness said just now. I know that, of course. Get to the point. Ren Xiao scratched his head, his gaze towards Xiao filled with admiration. It seemed he knew why the prince was different with her. Miss Chu, please don't be angry with the prince. Just now, he didn't mean to speak to you in that tone. So what are you trying to say? Xiao asked, a little impatiently. This Xiao was really too long-winded. Perhaps, Miss Chu, you've already seen it. Although noble consort Zhao Yun is the prince's biological mother, she doesn't dote on him. I feel that this noble consort Zhao Yun always has a cold, frosty demeanor, seeming indifferent to everything. And she's even more so towards a prince. Judging from noble consort Zhao Yun's attitude towards him just now, it really did seem like she didn't care about him. Now that Ren Xia said this, she was even more certain of noble consort Zhao Yun's strangeness. Since noble consort Zhao Yun is his biological mother, why would she treat him like this? Xiao asked. I don't know about that either. Even though I grew up with the prince, I could never figure out why noble consort Zhao Yun is always like this. But she's not like this with His Highness Prince Yu. Sikong Xingyu? Yes. Even though she usually appears very strict, she values His Highness Prince Yu greatly. It's like the more she values him, the stricter she is. But when it comes to our prince, she's always indifferent, as if he's not her child and has nothing to do with her. Xiao didn't speak, just quietly listened to Ren Xia talk. The prince was in a bad mood just now. He didn't mean to speak harshly to you, Miss Chu. Please don't mind it, Miss Chu. You're quite good at speaking up for your master. Hey, not at all. It's just that I see the prince treats you differently from others. Ren Xia scratched his head again, mumbling the last half of his sentence unclearly. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. In the evening, the palace banquet was held as scheduled. The feast was set in the largest palace hall. The architecture of the Northern Ming Imperial Palace was already grand and magnificent, and this largest hall could accommodate a great number of people. Of course, for the current empress's birthday, anyone with even a slight connection to courtly fame and fortune had come. Many guests had already arrived in the Great Hall, all of them high-ranking officials and noble families. The daytime was for martial contests, and the night was for literary ones. The emperor sat in the center of the northernmost position, with his consorts seated to his left and right. The most prominent figures sat on the left and right of the main hall, while the rest were separated by gender. Those with higher status could sit closer to the front. Those with lower status were in the back, and some didn't even have a seat and could only stand. However, at such a gathering, even being able to stand here was an honor. The princes and princesses sat near the foot of the dragon throne. Xiao had not wanted to come, but everyone in her manor had gone to the palace. Her father also said that it would be a loss of status and would arouse suspicion, so she came to the banquet as well. As the night deepened, the banquet quickly began. Xiao sat quietly at her assigned seat, drinking the wine on the table as if it had nothing to do with her. Madame Song's hands moved, carefully adjusting Chu Wenxi's collar. Then she said, "Sheer, does your back still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Chu Wenxi's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally looking at Xiao, who was seated in front. However, Xiao sat motionlessly in her seat, not giving him a single glance. "Then are you willing to compete today?" "Mother, are you talking about today's literary competition?" Chu Wenxi finally turned his gaze to Madame Song. "Yes, you're no longer a child. It's time for people to get to know you properly." "But mother, I'm only 13. "Shut up. How can you be so spineless? Who else in the general's manor can we present right now? You are the master's only son. Don't you know how to win some glory for your father and mother? If this continues, who will still take us seriously?" Madame Song suddenly pulled back the hands that were on Chu Wenxi's collar, her expression immediately turning stern. "All right, whatever mother says goes." Chu Wenxi also frowned, seeming unwilling to hear Madame Song say such things anymore. "Sheer, you must understand. Although you're the son of a concubine, you are destined to take over your father's position in the future. You are the only male heir in the general's manor. Though you're from a concubine, you are effectively the main heir. Everything mother says is for your own good. Don't be unwilling to listen. You must remember those who hurt you in the past. You must not let them get away with it. When you have power in the future, you must pay them back for every single thing, doubly." Madame Song's last sentence was clearly spoken louder and in a certain direction. The wine cup in Xiao's hand was still at her lips, but a mocking smile appeared, unnoticed. "Mother, I don't understand any of this, but I know you mean well for me. I will do whatever you ask me to do. It's just." Chu Wenxi began hesitantly, stopping halfway as if he was thinking about something. "Just what? Is there something you find difficult?" Madame Song immediately asked. "No, nothing, mother." Chu Wenxi quickly denied. Seated in front, Xiao heard their conversation clearly. It wasn't that she was intentionally eavesdropping, but that Madame Song seemed to be deliberately saying it for her to hear. "Miss, would you like more wine?" In just a short while, she had emptied the wine wine pot on her table. The unfamiliar maid, standing beside her, asked respectfully. Xiao was also a little surprised. When had she become such a capable drinker? She remembered that in her past life, she didn't touch a drop of alcohol. The maid beside her had an unfamiliar face. Ever since Duo was injured and went for treatment, this maid had been following her. Even though she had served her for a few days, she still felt her face was unfamiliar. She was very thorough in all her duties, with almost nothing to find fault with. To use one word, it would be seasoned. But this maid looked older than Duo, so it was inevitable that she was more seasoned. Perhaps she just wasn't used to Duo not being around. No more. Xiao replied. I see that Miss is very fond of the palace wine. You've drunk so much without any sign of being drunk. Miss, your tolerance for alcohol is truly good. The maid praised her from the side. Xiao just gave a faint smile and didn't reply. There was no need to say much to someone she wasn't familiar with. Miss, why don't I go get another pot for you? She said, about to pick up the wine pot on the table. Xiao casually knocked it, and the wine pot slipped from the maid's hand and fell onto the table, splashing the food and soup on the table onto Xiao's outer robe. Miss, I didn't do it on purpose. I know I was wrong. The maid quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, her voice frantic and panicked. This attracted the attention of a group of people around them. Get up. I'm fine. I'll just go change. Xiao was about to stand up when the maid quickly got up. Miss, this trouble was caused by me. How can I let Miss go change by herself? Miss, just take off your outer robe, and I'll take it to be changed. Xiao looked at her extremely nervous expression, which didn't seem like a lie. She didn't think much of it, took off her black outer robe, and handed it to the maid standing beside her. Then, Miss, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. The maid draped the outer robe over her arm and ran out of the hall. Although she had taken off her outer robe, she didn't feel much of a chill. The hall was crowded, and with the bright lights, it wasn't very cold. Without the outer robe, the sleeves of the inner garment she wore were not wide. The sleeves at her arms were tied with a cloth strip, and her waist was cinched with a belt, making her look neat and capable. It was also a dark color garment, the same black as her outer robe. Clothing of this color further accentuated her fair and smooth skin and the vivid, beautiful color of her lips. In less than a moment, an outer robe was draped over her back. As soon as Xiao turned her head, she saw a very familiar face. She was about to raise her hand to take off the outer robe and return it to him, but her hand was pressed down by his. It's too hot in here. Can't I just leave it with you for now? Chu Wenxi stood by her side, but his gaze was looking elsewhere, as if deliberately avoiding her. Huh, you're not wearing much, are you? Xiao sized him up and said, I just feel hot. Is that a problem? Chu Wenxi stubbornly pressed his hand on her back, not allowing her to take off the garment. It was currently winter. He wasn't wearing much. How could he not be cold? All right, stop fooling around. Hurry up and put it on yourself. Xiao was actually trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. She hadn't missed Madame Song's presence. I said I'm not cold, so I'm not cold. Why are you so long-winded? Chu Wenxi looked at her face extremely awkwardly. There's an empty seat next to you. You can put it there. Xiao pointed to an empty seat beside her. Chu Wenxi glanced at the empty seat, feeling a bit awkward, but he didn't let go. Xiao grabbed the collar, about to take it off, but Chu Wenxi's hand remained pressed on her back, not letting go. Xiao certainly understood what he meant. At this moment, she felt a little gratified. This child was just stubborn but soft-hearted. At least he knew how to care for others. But it was strange. She had just reprimanded him last time. So why was he concerned about her today? What are you doing? What are you trying to do to my son again? While the two were pushing and shoving, Madame Song immediately rushed over, pulling Chu Wenxi behind her. Xiao hadn't used much force just now, but she didn't expect Chu Wenxi to keep pressing down. Madame Song's cry of alarm successfully attracted the attention of others. With this commotion, everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao. When Madame Song saw Chu Wenxi's robe still on Xiao's back, her eyes nearly popped out. Well, you even want to snatch my son's clothes. The weather is so freezing today, yet you still snatch his clothes. What are your intentions? Madame Song snatched the robe from Xiao's body and draped it over Chu Wenxi. Mother, she didn't. Shut up. Before Chu Wenxi could finish, he was sharply cut off by Madame Song. Then she walked up to Xiao, looking down at her. Chu Xiao, Xi'er is your own brother. You've actually intimidated him to the point where he doesn't even dare to speak the truth. What exactly do you want? Madame Song was like a chicken with its feathers ruffled, squawking endlessly at Xiao. Xiao had no desire to pay her any mind, quietly sitting in her seat and drinking tea as if it had nothing to do with her. Madame Song's shouting drew even more of the crowd's attention. As expected, everyone was discussing Xiao. I didn't expect the eldest daughter of the Chu family to be this kind of person. She won't even let her own brother go and bullies him so openly. Truly cold-hearted. I only ever heard she was mediocre and incompetent, but I didn't expect that on top of that. She's also so domineering. That young master looks so young. How could she be so cruel? Exactly. Look at that old-fashioned outfit of hers. It's simply unbearable to look at. But her looks are... What about her looks? Being so vicious. What good is a pretty face? Voices discussing her came from all directions. Not a single pleasant word among them. Chu Wensi tried several times to come out and say something, but he was blocked by Madame Song's body every time. It's already the 12th month. The weather is so cold. If my Shi'er catches a cold, what are we to do? Madame Song started wailing, covering her mouth, wishing everyone knew that Xiao had bullied Chu Wensi. Feeling that it wasn't enough, Madame Song grabbed Xiao's collar, preparing to lift Xiao up to question her. Xiao subconsciously swatted away the hand gripping her. She really disliked being grabbed like that. But before she could even use a fraction of her strength, Madame Song's body collapsed to the ground like a pile of soft mud. Her wailing grew twice as loud. You dare to lay a hand on me. At the very least, I am your aunt. Master, look at this good daughter of yours. She actually dared to hit me. Xiao helplessly rubbed her forehead. How had she not discovered in her past life that this Madame Song could be so shameless? In her past life, Madame Song had always been superficially pleasant to her. Even if she pulled tricks behind her back, on the surface, things were passable. How had she become so hysterical in this life? From beginning to end, she hadn't said a word, just watched this person perform. The people sitting opposite were also drawn by the commotion. Several men of extraordinary bearing were all watching Xiao with great interest, anticipating her reaction. At this point, the positions had shifted. Xiao stood by Madame Song's legs, looking down at her paw on the ground. Seeing Madame Song fall to the ground, Chu Wensi gave Xiao a complicated look, then quickly knelt down to help Madame Song up. However, Madame Song seemed unwilling to get up. No matter how Chu Wensi tried to help her, she seemed to be glued to the floor. Xiao glanced coolly at Madame Song, then returned to her seat. If she wanted to act, then she would let her act to her heart's content. Master, come back quickly. Come back and deal with this rebellious, good daughter of yours. Madame Song kept crying out with all her might. Xiao sat nonchalantly to the side without looking at her, as if she had nothing to do with the matter. However, the voices of condemnation grew louder, all of them condemning her. Finally, Chu Jingying returned from the emperor's side. As soon as he came back, he saw this terrible scene. Chu Jingying quickly went over and helped Madame Song up. Madame Song's face was already streaked with tears, her carefully applied makeup ruined. Master, after that bout of wailing, Chu Jingying, who didn't know the cause, now understood. What are you doing? Did you really push your aunt? Chu Jingying felt extremely embarrassed. He quickly helped Madame Song to a nearby seat and sat her down, then turned to question Xiao. Father, I did not push her. She likes to lie on the ground herself. Nonsense. What are you saying? Chu Jingying glanced around, pulled Xiao closer, and lowered his voice. Father, you should properly manage that favorite concubine of yours. She's always making baseless accusations against me. Look at the hall right now. Is there anyone not talking about me? It's not me, Father. If I wanted to bully her, why would I choose a venue so disadvantageous to me and to you? That woman is too stupid. You think you're the only one who knows how to complain? Xiao also deliberately lowered her voice and said into Chu Jingying's ear, Hey, you have a point. Chu Jingying thought about it and nodded, feeling it was reasonable, right? Xiao smiled, but when he heard the last sentence, Chu Jingying's face immediately turned serious. You insolent thing. She's your aunt, after all. How can you speak like that? No respect for your elders. Chu Jingying casually tapped Xiao's forehead and said. Then he looked at Chu Wensi, standing next to Madame Song, and beckoned to him. Wensi, come here. Father has something to ask you. Chu Wensi nodded and was about to come over, but Madame Song squeezed Chu Wensi's hand and gave him a look before letting him go. What exactly happened just now? Father, just now I was the one who put the robe on elder sister. She didn't snatch it. Chu Wensi thought for a moment and said, Then just now, did your elder sister push your mother? I don't know. Just now. It was Mother who grabbed elder sister's collar first, and then Mother fell to the ground. I don't know if elder sister pushed her. Chu Zhengying nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Madame Song immediately stood up and walked over. Master, look at Sheer. He's been so intimidated by her that he doesn't even dare to speak the truth. It was her who pushed me just now, Master. That last master was a high-pitched, coquettish sound that made Shi Yao instinctively shrink her neck. Aunt Song, you said I pushed you just now, but looking at the way you ran over, you seem quite robust. Xiao also deliberately raised her voice. Then she moved a few steps closer, came to Madame Song's side, and leaned into her ear, lowering her voice. Aunt, when you're trying to frame someone, you don't have to be so stupid. See, you've already exposed yourself. The contempt and mockery in Xiao's tone made Madame Song even more furious with nowhere to vent. Also, Father was very angry just now, because you made me lose a lot of face. I am Father's legitimate daughter. The face I lose is Father's face. If Father knew you deliberately made him lose face, what do you think Father would do to you, Aunt Song? Xiao finished with a radiant smile, then walked to Chu Zhengying's side. Father, Aunt said just now that she has something to tell you. Chu Zhengying nodded and looked sternly at Madame Song. Filled with extreme hatred, Madame Song glanced at Xiao, then immediately put on a smiling face and looked at Chu Zhengying. Master, I was also at fault in that matter just now. The shoes I'm wearing today are a bit uncomfortable. I got up too hastily just now, so I fell. It's not Xiao's fault. Then what was the reason for all your wailing and crying just now? Chu Zhengying asked. Madame Song stammered, not knowing what to say, just glaring at Xiao. All right, you're not young anymore. Stop making a fuss. Miss, quickly put on this outer robe. Don't catch a cold. When the scene had quieted down, the maid came rushing back with the robe. She draped the outer robe over Xiao. Xiao didn't think much of it and let her. Outside the main hall, Nangong Yu supported Sikong Jing as they walked towards the hall. Just as they reached the entrance, Nangong Yu's steps faltered. He hesitated but still spoke. Brother Boyan, are you really going in? Naturally, Sikong Jing said, unconcerned. But Brother Boyan, in the past, you would never step foot in this kind of event. Besides, isn't noble consort Zhaoyan unwilling to? Are you really doing this for Xiao? Nangong Yu, who usually had a playful and smiling face, was now completely serious. For her, do you really think I'm doing this for her? A flash of coldness instantly crossed Sikong Jing's originally calm eyes. But Brother Boyan, I remember before, you seemed quite concerned about this future wife of yours. I thought you. Nangong Yu trailed off. She is the legitimate daughter of the general's manor. Do you really think she would willingly marry me? Don't forget, behind her, there's still the Chu family. And there is still a Prince Yu. What? How did this change? Didn't he refuse the marriage on the spot on the wedding day? Nangong Yu frowned. What you saw was only the surface. Sikong Jing lowered his eyes, glancing at the pair of legs that Nangong Yu was carefully supporting. A cold glint flashed through his gaze. How much Chu Shiyu cared for third brother before that. You and I have both heard. Sikong Jing's eyes gradually cleared. Brother Boyan, you mean that day she was putting on a show for everyone? On the orders of Prince Yu and the old general, just to sever their relationship? Nangong Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Sikong Jing did not answer, merely looking at him quietly, which was taken as a tacit agreement. But I always feel that Xiao, she isn't that kind of person. She doesn't seem like someone who would willingly be manipulated. Besides, even if she refused the marriage, why was she ultimately betrothed to you, Brother Boyan? What the eyes see is not always the whole truth. The reason third brother severed ties was to prevent Father Emperor from suspecting his wolfish ambitions. I'm his full brother. Marrying her to me is better than marrying her to any other prince. The old general holds military power. You should be clear about what I hold in my hands. Third brother has played his cards well. Brother Boyan, you mean to say the old general will support third brother to ascend? Nangong Yu's eyes looked as if they were about to pop out from shock. Sikong Jing raised a hand to stop him. Do not speak of such things again in the future. Third brother's reputation has been growing recently. It will be troublesome if someone with ill intentions overhears. Nangong Yu nodded. Ever since returning from the training grounds during the day, Brother Boyan hadn't said another word. He also knew that Brother Boyan was feeling down because of noble consort Jiayan's words. But he hadn't expected Brother Boyan to see these matters so clearly. In the past, he had always thought Brother Boyan was genuinely interested in Xiao. But from what he just said, it seemed Brother Boyan didn't have such thoughts. He just didn't know when Brother Boyan had seen through all this and whether his actions toward Xiao were intentional or not. Brother Boyan, then do you toward her? Nangon, you couldn't help but ask. All right, we should go in. Sikong Jing didn't answer his question, only patting the hand Nangon Yu was using to support him, and said faintly. Seeing that Sikong Jing had no intention of speaking, he could only help him inside. As soon as Xiao returned to her seat, Chu Zhan immediately came over and grabbed her arm, looking very happy. Cousin, just now a servant came to ask what we wanted to compete in for the record. I signed you up for the zither. That shouldn't be a problem, right, cousin? Xiao's mood quickly shifted as she looked at Chu Zhan, whose eyes were full of calculation. Who told you I wanted to participate? A competition. Cousin, I remember you didn't say you wouldn't participate just now. Oh no, what do we do now? The servant from before has already left. It's too late to change it now. Chu Zhan looked at Xiao, feigning panic. I originally thought you wouldn't have a problem, cousin, so I signed you up. What should we do now? Today is the perfect opportunity to make you lose face. How could I miss it? Xiao coolly removed her hand and, without looking at her again, casually walked to her seat. Then she said, I'll compete myself. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You set a trap to make a fool of me. How could I not know? But how could the me of today be the same as in my past life? Older sister is really going to go on stage to perform on the zither? Truly commendable courage. After Miss Shun, it will be your turn, older sister. Chu Shiri reminded her from the side with great kindness. If older sister really doesn't want to go, your younger sister can take your place. No need. Xiao stood up and slowly walked toward the stage. At this moment, the lights in the grand hall seemed to brighten with her steps, allowing everyone to see her face clearly. It was no longer just a fleeting glimpse, and though she was only 16, her posture and the way she walked were nothing like that of a 16-year-old girl. Her steps were unhurried, but her movements seemed to carry a graceful charm, her clothes swaying with her motion. Her hands were naturally folded over her abdomen. The dark outer robe made her skin appear even fairer, like polished jade. Her eyes were serene and bright, like a pool of azure lake water, giving off a sense of tranquility. And she was only 16. But her posture and the way she walked were nothing like that of a 16-year-old girl. Her steps were unhurried, but her movements seemed to carry a graceful charm, her clothes swaying with her motion. Her hands were naturally folded over her abdomen. The dark outer robe made her skin appear even fairer, like polished jade. Her eyes were serene and bright, like a pool of azure lake water, giving off a sense of tranquility. So this is the old general's daughter. She truly looks extraordinary. Yes, not at all like the rumors say. Rumors truly cannot be trusted. The people around began to murmur amongst themselves again. Xiao lifted a corner of her skirt and sat calmly before the zither. In her past life, she hadn't learned what she should have, but she had learned a great deal of what she shouldn't have. However, the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were not difficult for her. It was just that she wanted those who plotted against her to know that she was not hopelessly stupid, unable to fight back or retaliate, but only capable of enduring. Even a soft persimmon will one day burst when squeezed. When that time comes, the fruit inside will naturally have its payback. Xiao slowly extended a pair of fair, slender hands, gently placing them on the zither strings. On Xiao's hands, a hint of color was visible on her slightly raised fingers. Her bright nails were beautiful and firm. As she touched the strings, a faint, ethereal melody seemed ready to emerge. When the song ended, the crowd only then realized it was over. Truly, the melody lingers in the air, so captivating. Yes, I never expected the eldest Miss Chu's zither skills to be so superb. It seems we were blind. We just listened to rumors and thought that because she didn't show her face, she was without talent or virtue. Now that she has appeared, we know what it means to be breathtakingly beautiful. This is what you call remaining silent only to stun the world with a single cry. The people below were all praising her, a world of difference from before she performed. What's so great about this? You all just haven't seen a real talented lady. She just played a few casual notes, and you're all mesmerized. Who knows if she's only been practicing this one song behind scenes. Look quickly, what's on eldest Miss Chu's back? Someone shouted loudly, once again drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Xiao. On her back, upon the dark outer robe, a shimmering, golden pattern that covered the entire garment had suddenly appeared. That's a qilin. It's really a qilin. Such a large qilin. Those who saw this phenomenon immediately crowded toward the center of the hall, not daring to even blink, afraid of missing such a sacred scene. Xiao stood in place, seeing that everyone's gaze was on her. The emperor and empress also stood up from their seats in shock. The shimmering golden light made Xiao's figure appear even more mysterious. Her already extraordinary face looked even more mysterious and beautiful in this light. Although Xiao was confused on the surface, she maintained a calm and composed appearance. Slightly turning her eyes, she could see that her entire body was emitting that golden light. This woman is manifesting a Qilin. It is an auspicious sign. Could it be a divine manifestation? No. The Qilin is the most revered of all beasts, a divine creature from ancient times. For it to appear on eldest Miss Chu now, does it not clearly mean there are ulterior motives? Old General Chu, you arranged this scene. If this isn't having ulterior motives, what is? At this moment, someone immediately shouted out. In less than a moment, the grand hall was in an uproar. Looking at the fine silk robe she was wearing, she realized it wasn't the one she had worn from the manor, but the one the maid had changed her into. She seemed to understand the reason now. Baiming has always believed in God since ancient times, and today, a Qilin had actually appeared on her. It was impossible for it not to arouse suspicion. But whose person was that maid? Someone was using this Qilin to cast suspicion on her father. It seems that person is determined to suppress the general's manor and weaken its power. Who could this person be? But this robe on her was truly strange, to be able to emit such a dazzling light. This was the first time she had ever heard of a garment that could display a special pattern and emit a dazzling light. It was impossible for such a strange object not to arouse curiosity. Seeing this, Chu Jingying also lifted his robes and hurried toward the stage. That light was truly bizarre. Sikong Yuanming immediately took off his own outer robe and quickly draped it over Xiao. The shimmering light immediately vanished, as if the magnificent scene from just moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Your Highness, how can Your Highness casually drape this robe over someone else? This is a symbol of the Crown Prince's status. An official from below shouted in dissatisfaction. Sikong Yuanming walked to Xiao's side, the dragon robe now draped over her. Sikong Yuanming placed an arm lightly on Xiao's shoulder and looked down at the people standing below. Would you all please close your mouths and listen to a word from me? Sikong Yuanming frowned at them. His voice was very gentle. The people below quickly fell silent and looked at Sikong Yuanming. Sikong Yuanming turned around and first bowed to the Emperor and Empress. Father Emperor, Mother Empress, today was supposed to be Mother Empress's birthday, yet your son has disturbed your good spirits. Your son is truly ashamed. Rise and speak first. What is all this about? The Emperor's expression was also somewhat grim, but he forced himself to sit calmly on the dragon throne. The Empress followed the Emperor and sat down. Chu Jingying, standing beside Xiao, was about to step forward, but Xiao gave an imperceptible shake of her head. Seventh brother is to be married after the new year. Your son took this opportunity to give his wife a meeting gift. I did not expect it to cause such discussion. Sikong Yuanming once again walked to the front, facing everyone. I did not know that a piece of clothing woven with special gold thread could astonish you all to this extent, even leading you to fabricate such absurd stories. Should I say you are all inexperienced or just ignorant? Do you all usually put your minds to the affairs of the state? If you had even half the imagination you showed just now, how could those national policy essays be written so terribly? Seventh brother and I have been close since childhood. What's wrong with giving his wife a piece of clothing? Ulterior motives? There's no lack of people with ulterior motives down there. Are you perhaps dissatisfied with me ascending to the position of Crown Prince? Sikong Yuanming's expression suddenly turned stern. His intimidating gaze and majestic voice made the officials' hearts tremble. Coupled with such a sensitive topic, who would dare to step into the line of fire? They all knelt down in unison. Your subjects would not dare. I hope you all remember my words today. If you continue to spend your days on such scheming, I will absolutely not be lenient. Of course, these words are not directed at everyone present, but are just a reminder to certain people here. It would be best not to make the same mistake in the future. As he finished, Sikong Yuanming's tone softened. Most of the people present gradually breathed a sigh of relief. We, your subjects, will respectfully follow His Highness the Crown Prince's teachings. In the future, we will certainly devote ourselves to our duties until death. The ministers quickly performed a kowtow. The emperor's gaze shifted to Chu Zhengying and Xiao. His eyes were profound, yet filled with hesitation and inquiry. Xiao clearly saw his gaze. That hesitation seemed as if he truly suspected her father. But after tonight, this matter would surely spread throughout the entire capital by tomorrow. Beloved Minister Chu, do you have any good ideas? The emperor suddenly asked Chu Zhengying. Chu Zhengying was about to step forward, but was stopped by Xiao's hand. She then walked to the front and stood beside Sikong Yuanming. Your Majesty, Your Highness, my father was completely unaware of today's matter. I never mentioned it to him either. I believe my father has no way to deal with this. Xiao glanced at Chu Zhengying and said. Chu Zhengying looked at Xiao with a worried expression. Xiao gave him a reassuring look. I have already passed the age of my hairpin ceremony. Naturally, I can make some decisions. I cannot trouble my father with every single thing. Xiao glanced at Sikong Yuanming, then extended her hands and took off the dragon robe he had just draped over her. The golden light immediately reappeared. The crowd stared even more intently. Sikong Yuanming was also puzzled by Xiao's actions and reached out to stop her. But Xiao draped the dragon robe over his arm. Without stopping or looking at him, she continued to take off the shimmering outer robe. Only then did she give Sikong Yuanming a faint smile. I've truly troubled your highness, the crown prince. In just one evening, I have cost you 2 robes. She held the outer robe in her own hands and did not give it to Sikong Yuanming. She certainly knew this robe was not his. His actions just now were only to help her out of a difficult situation. Sikong Yuanming didn't know what she intended to do. He said nothing, just watching her quietly. Xiao slowly raised the robe in her hands. Although the qilin pattern was very conspicuous when she wore it, now that she had taken it off and held it in her hands, the pattern was obscured and would not be fully visible. It only emitted a faint glow. When she had held the robe just now, she had clearly seen the workmanship on its back. It was indeed made of gold thread. But around the gold thread, a fine gold powder had been sprinkled. The powder was difficult to see with the naked eye, but it shimmered under the lights. The powder and gold thread, illuminated by the lights, emitted an unknown fragrance. As the fragrance spread, the robe gradually began to glow, creating this peculiar sight. Your Highness, I'm afraid I must disappoint your kind intentions today. In Xiao's hands, the robe was torn into several pieces, until the qilin pattern was no longer visible. After tearing it to shreds, she threw the robe on the ground. The entire hall was in an uproar. Almost everyone was shocked by her actions. For an ordinary person, who would destroy such a precious garment? Yet she did it without hesitation. Everything that had happened was caused by a piece of clothing. Now, the so-called qilin no longer existed. This was a fact that everyone had witnessed with their own eyes. That robe's material was just a bit special. It was not for the miraculous reasons everyone had imagined. I hope that everyone will not spread false rumors about things that are not true. Otherwise, it will only make people think you are trying to bewitch the public, which will do you no good at all. Xiao stood on the stage and finished her speech with composure. Standing in high position, she showed no trace of stage fright, as if she had been there countless times and was completely at ease. Her words were spoken with conviction and carried the air of a great lady. What many people had been most looking forward to today was seeing what kind of joke the old General Chu's daughter would make of herself. They had all been waiting patiently, but they never expected that what they saw today was this kind of eldest Miss Chu. She didn't make a fool of herself, but rather made them truly, formally recognize this eldest Miss Chu. Hearing her words, no one said anything more. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have indeed caused a lot of trouble for everyone today. I have no face to remain here to celebrate Her Highness's birthday. I will return to my manor immediately to reflect on my mistakes. Xiao bowed, then turned and took Chu Zhengying's hand. The two of them descended from the high platform. She was calm and composed, her expression peaceful, as if she was not at all bothered by what had just happened. Chu Zhengying also clasped his hands in a salute, and the two of them walked toward the exit of the hall. The emperor watched their departing figures, lost in thought, but did not stop them. The moment she stepped out of the grand hall, a cool breeze blew against her, making her shiver. Only then did she remember that she had taken off both of her outer robes. Chu Zhengying quickly let go of her hand and looked at her in shock. I've discovered that ever since you woke up last time, you've become difficult for me to understand. Xiao turned to look at Chu Zhengying and said with a light laugh, So you're saying, Father, that you always found me easy to understand before? You know that's not what I meant. I mean, how come I never saw you be so bold before? It seems a serious illness has completely changed your temperament, Chu Zhengying said. No matter how I change, am I not still your daughter? It's just that during my illness, I thought some things through and have come to see things more clearly. So, father, do you think I should be the mediocre Chu Xiao from before or the Chu Xiao I'm now? Chu Zhengying sighed and looked into the distance. After a long while, he finally spoke. I would rather you were always the carefree girl from before. That way, you wouldn't have to worry and fret so much. Do you know that just now, in front of the emperor, the empress, and all the ministers, if you had said one inappropriate word, it would have been a capital offense? But you handled it calmly. On that point, you take after me. After saying this, Chu Zhengying couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. Hearing this, Xiao froze on the spot. My poor father. The old Chu Xiao was willful, ignorant, and disobedient. For a man, she brought ruin upon the entire family, leaving no one alive. If you still wish for me to go back to being the old Chu Xiao, then you will surely be disappointed and regretful. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Is something the matter? Chu Zhengying turned around and saw Xiao standing still, several steps behind him, and asked in confusion. Xiao quickly caught up. No, father. I was just thinking about who is trying to harm us. Chu Zhengying was also pondering with his head down. Father, did you know? Ever since Duo fell ill, the maid by my side was replaced. Today, it was this new maid who brought that outer robe for me to wear. At first, I thought the maid was assigned by you, father, so I didn't suspect anything. But thinking about it carefully later, I wasn't originally wearing that robe. It was because she accidentally spilled food juices on my outer robe. After she took my robe to be changed, the one I ended up wearing was that one. This matter must have been premeditated by her. I just don't know whose person she is or whose order she follows, Xiao said. So, there are already spies from others in our manor. To go to such lengths to frame me, to make the emperor lose his trust in me, there can only be one purpose. For so many years, I have held military power. No matter which side I stand on, there will be people with ill intentions. If the emperor becomes suspicious of me, he will reclaim the military power. Then, no side will receive support. From this, it must be one of the princes involved in the struggle for the throne who would do such a thing. Xiao nodded, feeling that her father's words made a lot of sense. Father, do you think this person could be Sikong Xingyu? Xiao asked. Chu Zhengying shook his head. That is unknown. The emperor has many sons. It could be any one of the princes. Last time, I rejected his marriage proposal in public. Is it possible he holds a grudge and did this to get revenge on us? If that's the case, then there must be his spies in our manor. Although he is the prime suspect, we cannot act rashly. We can only wait quietly and look for abnormalities. As soon as Madame Song returned to the manor, she began to smash things in her room without restraint. She continued until all the valuable items in the room were in pieces, as if only this could vent her anger. Oh, what's wrong with second madam? Chu Xiu walked in from the doorway, her steps filled with schadenfreude as she looked at the messy floor. She said with feigned concern, "What are you doing here?" Madame Song glanced at the valuable items on the floor, a flash of pain in her eyes. It seems second madam is heartbroken over that robe that was torn to shreds by older sister. Chu Xiu stopped in front of Madame Song and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? What does that robe have to do with me? Why should I be heartbroken?" Madame Song, as if afraid of being seen through by Chu Xiu, quickly turned her back to her. Second madam, why must you be so secretive in front of Xiu? Second madam, that gold-threaded Qilin robe. Only you could have embroidered it, right? Chu Xiu seemed unwilling to let it go, slowly walking to stand in front of Madame Song, her eyes fixed on her face. The robe you worked so hard to embroider, which you originally wanted to treasure, was unexpectedly torn to pieces by older sister, wasn't it? Chu Xiu's feigned look of pity made the resentment in Madame Song's heart surge even higher. What exactly are you trying to say? Chu Xiu had guessed her thoughts with some accuracy, and she became extremely angry and embarrassed. She got straight to the point. I just want to help second madam. Chu Xiu took a step, moving a little closer to Madame Song. Help me? You would be so kind. You, who can even plot against the person who kindly adopted you, would be so kind to me? Oof. Madame Song sneered. Second madam, every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. I believe you understand this principle. I wanted to repay her, but I never had the chance. Besides, this is not the fate I was meant to have. Since she adopted me, I think this is perhaps a chance given to me by the heavens to change my destiny. Chu Xiu's voice suddenly became serious. Don't you think you're repaying kindness with enmity? She never did anything to harm you. and in fact, she was benevolent and righteous toward you. Madame Song thought quietly for a moment and said, "Second madam, do you think this is the time to be talking about this? The way you're speaking, it sounds like you're on her side. That's not what you should be saying, second madam. Don't you forget, as long as she remains unmarried, you and young Master Wensi will never have your day." After Chu Shiyu's kind reminder, Madame Song immediately remembered what was most important. "How can I trust you?" Madame Song asked. "I grew up by her side. I know her better than anyone. I can tell you her shortcomings and weaknesses. Then we can ruin the reputation she worked so hard to win back and see how she can ever make a comeback." As Chu Shiyu said this, her eyes were filled with deep calculation. "What is your goal?" Madame Song clearly saw the calculation in Chu Shiyu's eyes. Such a look could not be fake. If she had the help of this young girl, it would be better than fighting alone. "I want to ruin her. I want to be the daughter of this general's manor. I never want to be called the adopted daughter of the Chu manor by outsiders again. I want to take everything from her, even her man." Chu Shiyu's face was filled with a desire to win. "Her man? Don't tell me. You also want to fight with her for that cripple who can't even move a step?" Madame Song asked in surprise. "Second madam, you're overthinking it. I'm talking about the person she loves. How could she be fond of that Prince Jing? I've always been by her side. I know full well how deeply she is in love with Prince Yu. Prince Yu is indeed dashing and suave. Which woman wouldn't be captivated by his elegant demeanor? Unfortunately, Prince Yu has not the slightest interest in her. This is the perfect opportunity to make a move." Speaking of Prince Yu, a rare light shone in Chu Shiyu's eyes. Madame Song, who had seen countless people, had long since noticed her special feelings for Prince Yu. She slowly extended a hand toward Chu Shiyu. "In that case, we each take what we need. But since we face a common goal, we must be honest with each other." Chu Shiyu looked at the hand Madame Song extended and, without a trace, revealed a triumphant smile. She then extended her own hand. The two clasped hands tightly. Although they looked at each other's faces, and both showed friendly smiles, those smiles did not reach their eyes. As soon as Xiao returned to the manor, she summoned all the servants from her courtyard. The servants all thought something major had happened and quickly gathered as instructed. Looking at the people standing in the courtyard, she could tell at a glance who was good and who was bad, who was loyal to her, and who was a traitor. When she first woke up, she hadn't paid attention to these things. But after what happened today, it was time for her to investigate those who were disloyal to her. "Does anyone know where the maid who accompanied me to the palace today went?" Xiao stared at the crowd's faces and asked faintly. "I was wondering what Miss was going to ask." A maid let out a heavy sigh of relief and quickly answered. "Miss, are you talking about the maid who replaced Sister Duo? Her name is Qiufang. She was just transferred over from the master's side." "But why isn't Qiufang here today?" The maid looked around in confusion. "Where did she go?" Xiao asked again. "Miss, didn't Qiufang go to the palace with you today?" Xiao walked away from her and stood before the crowd. "Does anyone know where Qiufang went?" Xiao raised her voice and asked the people standing there. "Miss, I just heard that Qiufang seems to have gone back to her hometown to visit relatives. I don't know if it's true." One of the maids in the crowd replied. Xiao nodded, then spoke again. "Do you all know that Qiufang made a huge mistake today? Before I could punish her, she fled to escape punishment. You all remember this. No matter what, you must find her and bring her back to me. Otherwise, you can all pack your things and leave. The manor will not give you a single cent." Xiao suddenly raised her voice, her gaze like a sharp sword sweeping over the crowd. The servants quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look her in the eye. The young miss had never managed the affairs of the manor, always letting things be, spending her time on other matters. They had all gotten used to it, but today was different. Ever since the young miss woke up, she carried an air of sharp authority. Although they had noticed it, they had only thought it was because she had been in a coma for a long time and was suddenly energetic after waking up. They never expected today's young miss to be so different. "I have been awake for many days, and it is indeed improper for me to only deal with household matters today. However, since I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the general's manor, I will not continue to be decadent. I will not be perfunctory in any of my duties. You all had better put away any improper thoughts. If you make a mistake, I will definitely punish you severely." A few days before the year's end, the people in the residence had already slowly begun preparing the necessary New Year's goods. Various fortune characters were also pasted on the doors to ward off evil and avert disaster. Festive decorations were everywhere, and the atmosphere of the new year grew stronger. Xiao also brought Duoer back. All 10 of Duoer's fingers were wrapped in thick white cloth. Her hands had not recovered, and she could not do anything. Xiao specially arranged for 2 maids to tend to her daily needs. The new year was a time for celebration. She couldn't leave Duoer to spend the new year alone in a cold and cheerless medical hall. The new year was also a new beginning for her. This would be the first new year she celebrated since reawakening. She ought to celebrate the chance heaven had given her to live again. On New Year's Eve, Xiao took Dun out to see the lanterns. The two were immersed in the beauty of the lantern lights, unaware that someone in the residence was plotting something major. Lian, are you sure the Prince of Yu will come tonight? Chu Shiyu asked, grabbing Lian's hand with an extremely serious expression. Yes, my lady. I, your servant, have already inquired clearly today. There will be no mistake. Good. Go and help me prepare my clothes first. Be quick. Chu Shiyu nodded, a look of delight in her eyes. Yes, my lady. I, your servant, will go at once. After Liana left, Chu Shiyu took out a white porcelain bottle from her sleeve. The mouth of the bottle was tightly plugged with a wooden stopper. Chu Shiyu held the porcelain bottle in her hand up to her eyes, examining it carefully back and forth, as if she were looking at something else through the bottle. Elder sister, tonight I will let you taste what it means to be in a state between ecstasy and torment. Haven't you always wanted to have His Highness, the Prince of Yu? Well, today, your younger sister will help you fulfill this wish. Chu Shiyu stared unblinkingly at the porcelain bottle in her hand, constantly muttering to herself. If everyone in the world were to find out that you rejected the Prince of Yu's marriage proposal, then climbed into his bed, yet still intend to marry his own younger brother, what do you think people would think? His Highness, the Prince of Jing, what kind of position would he give you? How would he treat you? Ha! Just thinking about it excites me to no end. Chu Shiyu laughed, like a madwoman whose scheme had already succeeded. Suddenly, her smile vanished, replaced by a look of concern. Your Highness, the Prince of Yu, I know you don't actually want to have anything to do with her. But rest assured, I won't let her truly touch you. I have already arranged everything. You only need to make an appearance. I care about you so much. How could I let another woman touch you? Only I can. My lady, His Highness, the Prince of Yu, has arrived. You must change your clothes quickly. Liana rushed into the room and handed a pink gauze dress to Chu Shiyu. Chu Shiyu also began to change her clothes in a hurried fluster. Sikong Xingyu had originally come to look for Shi Yao, but instead, he saw a rather unfamiliar face appear before him. Chu Shiyu walked with graceful steps to stand before Sikong Xingyu, offering a gentle, water-like smile and performing a curtsy. Chu Shiyu already had a pure and refined face, and now, dressed in a pink gauze gown, it made her complexion appear even more rosy and captivating. Greetings, Your Highness, the Prince of Yu. A soft voice then came from her lips. Her sparkling eyes were locked tightly on Sikong Xingyu's face. Sikong Xingyu had just turned his gaze and saw such a beautiful woman. His gaze lingered for a moment before he spoke. Why is it you? Where is your sister? She had naturally seen that momentary pause from Sikong Xingyu and was secretly delighted. But upon hearing his words, the secret delight from just a moment ago came to an abrupt halt, but the smile on her face remained unchanged. Your Highness, my sister went out early this morning. Perhaps she had some business to attend to. In truth, Xiao had only gone out in the evening. Sikong Xingyu nodded and prepared to leave. However, Chu Shiyu quickly blocked his path. Her foot bumped into Sikong Xingyu's leg, and her body then fell downwards. Sikong Xingyu immediately raised his hands to catch her. In that motion, Chu Shiyu immediately raised her hands to clasp Sikong Xingyu's shoulders, lifting her head high to look at the face of the person above her. The two held the pose for a moment. Sikong Xingyu quickly helped her up. His expression was a little awkward. Are you all right? To ease the atmosphere, Sikong Xingyu immediately asked, Your Highness, Shiyu is fine. Your Highness has saved Shiyu once again. Chu Shiyu looked at Sikong Xingyu's face with gratitude. It was a small matter. Anyone would have done the same. Don't mind it too much. Sikong Xingyu seemed to be deliberately explaining something. Chu Shiyu's expression stiffened. Regardless, it was Your Highness who saved Shiyu. Shiyu will definitely repay Your Highness. Let's just forget it. You don't have to. After speaking, Sikong Xingyu prepared to leave. What if I can help Your Highness and my sister reconcile? Seeing Sikong Xingyu about to leave, Chu Shiyu immediately spoke up, shouting at Sikong Xingyu's back. Sure enough, Sikong Xingyu's steps immediately halted. He turned around to look at Chu Shiyu. Your Highness, Shiyu has seen my sister's affection for you. Shiyu has lived with my sister for dozens of years and knows her better than anyone. Shiyu often sees my sister staring blankly at the items your Highness gave her, sometimes even forgetting to eat. Even though my sister rejected your Highness's marriage proposal, I don't think it was what she wanted to do. After that, my sister would look at those objects heartbroken. Even if my sister said some harsh words to your Highness, I believe she must have had some unavoidable difficulties. After all, loving someone doesn't just turn into not loving them so quickly. Chu Shiyu looked into Sikong Xingyu's eyes, and her last sentence seemed as if she were speaking about herself. That gaze was extremely affectionate, easily causing misunderstanding. Sikong Xingyu had been looking at Chu Shiyu's face very seriously, but when she finished her last sentence, he immediately turned away, no longer looking at her face. So? What can you help this prince with? Sikong Xingyu asked faintly. Chu Shiyu once again walked in front of Sikong Xingyu. She took out the white porcelain bottle from before from her sleeve and handed it to Sikong Xingyu. This is called Huansik Sinsen. Once a person takes it, not even 8 bulls can pull them back. I think your Highness understands the inner fervor it causes. Sikong Xingyu slowly shifted his gaze to the medicine in his hand. Without a second thought, he prepared to throw it away. But before he could, Chu Shiyu immediately reached out with both hands and tightly grabbed the hand Sikong Xingyu was about to throw it with. Your Highness, don't be in a hurry to throw it away. This medicine, you only need to put a piece the size of a pinky fingernail into my sister's tea, and it will have a tremendous effect. Plus, it's colorless and odorless, so it can't be tasted. She is your sister. How can you do such a treacherous thing? Sikong Xingyu asked back in surprise. How? Is this treacherous? Your Highness and my sister are in love with each other, and your Highness has also shown me kindness. It is only right that I help your Highness and my sister. Between your Highness and my sister, there is only a thin layer of window paper left to be pierced. Now, with just this, it can be done. Your Highness should think it over carefully. Chu Shiyu carefully let go of Sikong Xingyu's hand. Sikong Xingyu also gradually tightened his grip on the porcelain bottle in his hand. As soon as Shi Yao returned, she was pulled into her room by Chu Shiyu, who linked their arms. Although she was extremely unwilling to be touched by Chu Shiyu, she did not refuse in order to get close to her. Elder sister, your younger sister has good news for you. His Highness, the Prince of You, has come. He is waiting for you in the guest room. His Highness is so devoted. He hasn't even had a sip of tea and has been waiting there for you all this time. It's truly enviable. Chu Shiyu chattered on, not knowing that Shi Yao had already seen through her scheme. Even without touching her, Shi Yao could see it in her beautiful yet calculating eyes. What is he here for? Shi Yao asked faintly. Tonight is New Year's Eve. His Highness, the Prince of You, naturally wants to spend it with you, elder sister. She once heard that if 2 people who know and love each other spend New Year's Eve together, they could be happy and blissful forever. Xiao laughed secretly, wondering where she had heard such nonsense. Elder sister, don't be angry with His Highness anymore. We have all seen His Highness's affection for you. No matter what, you should go see His Highness today. Chu Shiyu said to Shi Yao in a feigned, earnest tone. Looking at Chu Shiyu's face, full of calculation, Shi Yao became even more certain in her heart. Shi Yao patted Chu Shiyu's hand, then offered a faint smile. All right, I know. Thank you for the reminder. I'll go see him now. A smile immediately appeared on Chu Shiyu's face, one that seemed relieved, yet at times triumphant. She watched Shi Yao's departing back. Chu Shiyu's smile grew even more brilliant. Shi Yao walked slowly to the door of the guest room. From the outside, the faint yellow light looked hazy. A scornful smile appeared on Shi Yao's lips. She then raised a hand and knocked 3 times. As the 3rd knock sounded, the door was immediately opened from the inside. Seeing the person standing outside, Sikong Xingyu's originally expressionless face instantly broke into a smile. It seems what she said wasn't entirely without reason. Sikong Xingyu secretly praised Chu Shiyu in his heart that you're here. Sikong Xingyu's face was full of smiles. Seeing this smile, as clear and warm as the wind, she suddenly thought of her past life, how she too had been utterly captivated by such a smile from him, so much so that she lost all sense of direction. Sikong Xingyu immediately stepped aside, clearing a path and gesturing for Shi Yao to enter and talk. Shi Yao gave him a faint glance before walking past him through the path he had made, not touching him at all. As soon as Shi Yao entered the room, she sat down directly in a chair by the table and looked faintly at Sikong Xingyu. "That I heard from Shiyu that you have something to say to me. What is it?" Hearing her ask so directly, Sikong Xingyu suddenly didn't know how to answer her. He just looked at her with loving eyes and a smile on his face. Shi Yao turned her head away, not wanting to look at his face anymore. Sikong Xingyu slowly walked over to Shi Yao. He suddenly knelt down and tightly gripped her hands with both of his. Shi Yao was startled by his sudden action and immediately tried to pull her hand away. But Sikong Xingyu seemed to use all his strength, gripping her hands so tightly it hurt. "What are you doing? Don't move. Shi Yao, I hope you can give me a chance to explain." Sikong Xingyu quickly said, "Explain then, explain. Why are you holding on to me?" Sikong Xingyu looked at her, but did not speak again. "If you don't let go, I will never give you a chance to explain," Shi Yao said, glaring at him coldly. Although Sikong Xingyu was reluctant, he still slowly released her hands. "That's Shi Yao. I have no ulterior motives in getting close to you. Can you not see my sincerity? No ulterior motives? How laughable." When he had presented himself at her door earlier, she had already seen through him completely. She hadn't expected this person to lie without batting an eye. "If this nonsense is all you have to say to me today, then I'm sorry. I have other things to do and no time to spare." Shi Yao immediately stood up to walk out. "Wait, since you're unwilling to listen to me anymore, then can you at least agree to drink this cup of wine with me? Just consider my apology to you. In the future, I will no longer pester you and cause you trouble." Sikong Xingyu held 2 cups of wine that had been poured earlier and handed one to Shi Yao. Shi Yao raised her eyes and stared directly into his. For some reason, seeing Shi Yao's gaze, the wine cup in Sikong Xingyu's hand trembled slightly, causing the wine inside to ripple. Her gaze made him feel a sense of panic, as if he had been discovered. He secretly forced himself to calm down and stared fixedly at Shi Yao's face. Shi Yao had of course noticed the fleeting panic in his eyes, but she did not plan to expose him. "If I drink this cup of wine, you will no longer pester me in the future. Is that right?" Shi Yao asked faintly, confirming once more. Hearing this, Sikong Xingyu suddenly felt a sense of relief. What was he thinking? He had long witnessed her foolishness and ignorance. Why worry that she would find out? "Naturally, I'm a man of my word," Sikong Xingyu immediately replied. Shi Yao slowly took the cup of wine from Sikong Xingyu's hand. The two clinked their cups and prepared to bring them to their lips. Just as it reached her lips, Shi Yao pretended to lower it again. Sikong Xingyu also paused to look at her. A faint smile played on Shi Yao's lips. "This wine, you haven't put some kind of poison in it, have you?" Shi Yao deliberately spoke very slowly, observing Sikong Xingyu's expression. A flash of unease quickly crossed Sikong Xingyu's face. He then raised his cup and looked at Shi Yao. "Oh, you distrust me so much now? It's just a cup of wine." Sikong Xingyu drank the wine in his hand without hesitation, then turned the cup upside down. He pretended to pour it out, showing that not a single drop of wine was left in the cup. Shi Yao raised her sleeve. When women drank wine or tea, they would use their wide sleeves to cover their faces. Shi Yao covered her face, then raised the wine cup and pretended to tilt her head back. In the end, the wine flowed down her sleeve, soaking into the highly absorbent cotton fabric. From Sikong Xingyu's perspective, it looked as if she had indeed drunk the wine. Afterwards, Shi Yao put down her sleeve and pretended to wipe her mouth with it. This made it look as if she had indeed drunk the wine. The stone in Sikong Xingyu's heart was mostly lifted. Shi Yao also mimicked Sikong Xingyu's earlier action, turning the mouth of the cup upside down. Not a drop was left in her cup either. Putting down the cup, she then looked at Sikong Xingyu. "So, can I leave now?" Sikong Xingyu nodded with a feigned look of sorrow. Just as she reached the door and was about to open it, Shi Yao's body collapsed. Sikong Xingyu took this opportunity to sweep Shi Yao's body into his arms. Shi Yao, what's wrong with you? Wake up." After calling her name many times with no response, Sikong Xingyu assumed the drug had taken effect. He picked up Shi Yao's body, walked to the bed, and placed her on it. "I didn't want to do this either. It's only because you no longer listen to me. You can't blame me for this. You were going to be mine sooner or later anyway. I've just moved things forward a bit. Sikong Xingyu immediately pressed down on top of Shi Yao. Just as he was about to get close to Shi Yao's face, he didn't realize that Shi Yao's hand had already slowly risen behind his head. In the next moment, almost simultaneously, Shi Yao struck the back of Sikong Xingyu's neck. Before Sikong Xingyu's kiss could land, he had already fainted on Shi Yao's chest. Shi Yao pushed Sikong Xingyu's body onto the bed, then got up. Looking at his face with its tightly closed eyes, the hatred in Shi Yao's heart grew deeper. She never thought he would actually conspire with Chu Shiyu to plot against her. But it was not yet certain who would win or lose in the end. She took the part of her sleeve that had absorbed the wine, held it in her hand, and squeezed it tightly, letting a few drops fall on his Sikong Xingyu's lips. The drops of wine seeped into his mouth along his lips. Then, with a playful smile, she got off the bed, went out, and did not forget to close the door tightly behind her. Duo-er, go find a way to inform Chu Shiyu that something has happened to Sikong Xingyu. Remember, don't let anyone know it was you who leaked the news. Do it without leaving a trace. As soon as she returned to her room, Xiao gave Duo-er her instructions. Half a shurchen later, Duo-er returned smoothly. How did it go? Don't worry, my lady. Just now, I had someone accidentally let the news slip. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Miss Shiyu rushed over. Duo-er's complexion had clearly improved, but her hands were bandaged so tightly that she couldn't do anything. You are still the most reliable. Xiao patted her shoulder in gratification. My lady, what do you mean by that? Did something happen while your servant, was away? Duo-er asked with concern. It's a long story. You will know in the future. Also, I need to remind you of something. Chu Shiyu is no longer the innocent Chu Shiyu of the past. You must be more vigilant. Do you understand? My lady, why would that be? Your servant. Remember that Miss Shiyu and you used to be on such good terms. How could she change just like that? And Miss Shiyu must be aware of the kindness you have shown her. She would never. Duo-er looked at Shi Yao in disbelief. Sometimes, people's hearts are hard to fathom. In this world, not every cause has an effect, and not every kindness will be repaid. Some people are blinded by profit, and it is very difficult to make them turn back. I have done everything I possibly could for Chu Shiyu, but do you know how she repaid me? If I hadn't been extra careful today, the one who would have been harmed tonight would have been me. Xiao's gaze was fixed on the distance, her tone tinged with a sigh. My lady, why do I feel that things are getting more and more complicated? It seems that many things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. My lady, will you be in any danger? Duo-er immediately looked at Shi Yao with concern. Your feeling is correct. Many things are not as simple as they seem. There are many more things we will have to face in the future. You will have to rush about with me. Don't worry, my lady. I, your servant, have been with you for decades and will continue to walk with you. Good. Tomorrow, you will come with me to watch a good show. Xiao removed the hairpin from her hair, placed it on the dressing table, and then prepared for bed. And at this moment, in the guest room of the general's residence, a man and a woman, naked and honest with each other, had already begun their clouds and rain. Early the next morning, Xiao and Duo-er arrived outside the door. She knocked lightly 3 times, then pushed the door open without waiting for response. The first thing that met their eyes was the two of them, naked and embracing, a truly indecent scene. The doorway was also surrounded by several maids. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the two bodies trembled violently. They looked towards the door in unison. Then, Chu Shiyu immediately fumbled to grab the blanket by the bed, covering her body and shrinking into the corner of the bed. Sikong Xingyu also hastily threw his outer robe over himself. Seeing Shi Yao standing at the door, Sikong Xingyu was utterly astonished, and he didn't forget to immediately turn his head to look at the person on the bed. Shi Yao said nothing, merely covering her mouth in feigned surprise. Then, without another word, she turned and ran out of the room. Shi Yao. Sikong Xingyu was straightening his clothes, about to rush out of the room, when Chu Shiyu immediately grabbed the corner of his robe. Duo-er also looked at Sikong Xingyu with disappointment and sighed heavily. Your Highness, the Prince of Yu, Our Lady was thinking of coming to see you early this morning. We never expected to see such a scene, Sai. Your Highness, you'd better watch yourself. Then she turned her gaze to Chu Shiyu. Miss Shiyu, what did you say to Our Lady yesterday? I never thought you would do something to hurt her like this. To even take her intended. Our lady has always treated you well. Sigh. After saying her last words, Duoer left the room. Duoer's words echoed again and again in Sikong Xingyu's ears. He never imagined that the person in the bed would be her. Last night, he had clearly seen that the person beneath him was her. How could he wake up to a completely different person? And his body wouldn't lie. He felt exhausted. The fragmented clips from last night replayed constantly in his mind, but he hadn't seen Chu Shiyu's face at all. Chu Shiyu huddled on the bed, her hands still tightly clutching the corner of Sikong Xingyu's robe, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. Sikong Xingyu thought of what Chu Shiyu had said yesterday, and then thought of how Xiao had fainted in his arms. It was only when he was on the bed that he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and then there was a period he couldn't remember. But later, he clearly remembered seeing a woman's naked body. Yet it all turned out to be someone else. Last night, he had believed the person beneath him was her. At this moment, the people outside watching the commotion wished they could drill into the room to see. Sikong Xingyu felt he had lost all face. He glared fiercely at Chu Shiyu. At this moment, he suddenly found her tear-streaked face to be exceptionally repulsive. Yesterday, he had been very hesitant about whether to drug her. At his most hesitant moment, he had thought of Chu Shiyu's encouraging words. If Chu Shiyu hadn't given him that bottle of medicine yesterday, he might not have mistaken the person in a daze and been seen so clearly by Xiao. Now his plan was completely ruined. He had just managed to get her to change her mind, and now things had fallen to a freezing point again. And all of this was because of the woman in front of him. Sikong Xingyu coldly ripped his robe from Chu Shiyu's grasp, looking at her as if she were an extremely disgusting object. I never thought your scheming would be so deep. Everything you said to this prince yesterday was all part of your calculations, wasn't it? You wanted to climb into this prince's bed that badly? So much so that you would steal from your own sister. Chu Shiyu was stunned. She had not expected Sikong Xingyu to completely abandon his usual gentle and refined demeanor, his tone towards her now chilling to the extreme. To think this prince trusted you so much yesterday. I never thought you would scheme against this prince like this. The one thing this prince despises most in life is being used and schemed against. What do you want? Tell this prince, what do you want? Seething with uncontrollable rage, Sikong Xingyu suddenly grabbed Chu Shiyu by the neck. Chu Shiyu's eyes instantly widened, and they quickly became bloodshot. Sikong Xingyu's powerful grip on Chu Shiyu's neck caused the veins to bulge, a terrifying sight. Chu Shiyu's eyes were locked deeply on Sikong Xingyu's face, and two streams of hot tears slid from the corners of her eyes onto the back of Sikong Xingyu's hand. I just have admired your highness for a long time. Chu Shiyu managed to squeeze out in a hoarse, extremely aggrieved voice. The two warm teardrops fell onto the back of Sikong Xingyu's hand. As if stimulated by something, he instantly released his grip on Chu Shiyu's neck. Chu Shiyu immediately clutched her chest and began to cough uncontrollably. Of course, she remembered last night. The moment she entered the room, her body was pressed against the wall by Sikong Xingyu. At that time, she had felt a trace of secret joy. She hadn't expected the man she admired to have feelings for her too. But when he pushed her onto the bed, he had called out the two words, Xiao. Those two words extinguished all the passion in her body. Those two words echoed constantly in her ears. She lay on the bed, motionless, while Sikong Xingyu took the lead the entire time. Her resentment grew stronger. Since it had come to this, why not see it through to the end? Who could endure being treated like this by the man they admired? The burning heat in her body urged her to respond, step by step. She couldn't just give up. This was such a good opportunity. How could she miss it? Chu Xiao, this man you long for in your heart is now mine. Chu Shiyu's. You can never have him again. I will take everything from you. I never thought the first step would be so easy to achieve. She was immersed in the joy of success, but she never expected that when she opened her eyes, she would be faced with that man's cold words and utter humiliation. But what did it matter? By now, the whole world should know about what happened between them. Are you worthy? Sikong Xingyu said, seething with rage. Oh, you have a right? You're merely an adopted daughter taken in by others. What right do you have to like this prince? Sikong Xingyu's words were like sharp knives, stabbing into her heart one by one. Just yesterday, they had been talking with mutual respect, but today he made it sound so worthless. Is it wrong for your highness to like someone? From the first time you stepped into the manor, the first time I saw you, I fell in love at first sight and couldn't pull myself away. But you were always focused on my sister. However, I know you don't like her. You're only using her because she is the legitimate daughter of the general's manor to carry out your plan. Since it's like this, then I can help you too. Chu Shiyu immediately grabbed Sikong Xingyu's hand, explaining desperately. Sikong Xingyu was extremely shocked by what Chu Shiyu said. He hadn't expected this Chu Shiyu to know things so clearly. How do you know? Who told you? Sikong Xingyu didn't shake off her hand and asked immediately. Your Highness, a person's eyes don't lie. There's no love for her in your eyes. Although she said this, the events of last night surprised her. If she's not in your heart, why did you subconsciously call out my sister's name? She could only comfort herself by thinking he was drunk, because last night she had clearly smelled alcohol on him. What else do you know? Sikong Xingyu immediately grabbed the blanket on her chest, pulling her body over to ask, Your Highness, rest assured, I don't know much, but for your Highness, I can do anything, including obtaining the power of the general's manor to help your Highness seize the throne and rule the world. Whenever she got to an important part, Chu Shiyu would lower her voice and whisper softly in Sikong Xingyu's ear, because she knew the importance of the matter. How can this prince believe you? You are merely an adopted daughter of the general's manor. Your status is only a little higher than that of a maidservant. Your Highness, in this general's manor, my reputation is much better than my sister's. Moreover, the old general and madam trust me very much as well. Compared to those useless spies, my identity is probably much better, isn't it? Chu Shiyu suppressed the sadness in her heart and said forcefully with a smile, If you dare to deceive this prince again, this prince will make you disappear from this world immediately. Although Sikong Xingyu was furious, he knew this was not the time to act on impulse. He knew well that he could no longer win back Xiao's heart. At this moment, this was the only way. Chu Shiyu slowly fell into Sikong Xingyu's embrace, her hands wrapping around his waist. With deep affection, yet a sob in her voice, she said, How could I? A woman's purity is more important than her life. Yet she willingly gave her purity to a man. Isn't that enough to prove her love for him? Looking at the delicate woman in his arms, his feelings were somewhat complicated, but he didn't push her away again. Xiao stepped out the door, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. Sikong Xingyu, Chu Shiyu, from this moment on, you will pay the price for your actions. Originally, she hadn't planned to make a move so soon, but those two with their filthy minds couldn't wait to deal with her. If she didn't fight back, she would despise herself. Donger followed beside her, wanting to speak but hesitating. She just looked at Xiao with worry and finally spoke up. Miss, did you anticipate that this would happen today? Xiao didn't speak. Donger walked behind her. Looking at her back, she felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness. I truly never expected that Miss Shiyu would snatch away the person Miss likes. She's truly an ungrateful backstabber, Donger said resentfully. Donger, since the day I publicly refused the marriage with him, my heart has long been dead to him. Chu Shiyu was constantly flirting and making eyes at him. Wasn't it just to climb up through this connection? I suppose I've fulfilled a wish of hers, Xiao said indifferently. It's just that Sikong Xingyu has always been competitive and would stop at nothing to get what he wants. And now, in his eyes, Chu Shiyu is probably a scheming woman who stops at nothing. What he can't stand the most is being used. It could be said that she has touched his taboo. In her past life, Chu Shiyu painstakingly cultivated an image of a pure and flawless, jade-like maiden in front of him. In this life, I'm afraid she will never get her wish. Even if the two of them get together, with someone as deeply suspicious as Sikong Xingyu, he will never fully trust her in this lifetime. But miss, I can feel that you are not happy. Donger didn't miss a single expression on Xiao's face. Ever since Miss woke up again, she no longer has that genuine smile from before. She's always indifferent, but her actions have gradually become more purposeful. Before, I also felt that Prince Yu's feelings for Miss didn't seem genuine. But watching Miss throw herself at him wholeheartedly, becoming so infatuated that she gradually lost herself. But after a serious illness, this change, in my opinion, means Miss has truly grown up. But regarding Prince Yu, although Miss says she has no feelings for him, that loneliness, perhaps Miss herself hasn't even noticed it. Happy? In this world, there are few things that can make me happy. If I can fulfill my wish in this life, that would probably be the thing that makes me happiest. Xiao sighed softly. Donger didn't understand the meaning of her words. On the first day of a new year, unexpectedly, the loudest rumor was about Prince Yu, who just a while ago was passionately involved with the general's legitimate daughter, Chu Xiao, but today had relations with the general's adopted daughter, in front of everyone. That steamy scene truly left everyone speechless. No one expected it. Prince Yu and the general's legitimate daughter were originally such a well-matched pair. They had even reached the point of discussing marriage, but unexpectedly, things got worse and worse. Now it's become too scandalous to even listen to. The rumors spread like wildfire, passed around by everyone, a mix of truth and falsehood. Prince Yu's good image as a graceful young nobleman instantly collapsed, turning him into a rotten-hearted, promiscuous philanderer despised by almost everyone. After noble consort Zhao Yun heard this news, she immediately summoned Sikong Xingyu to the palace. Sikong Xingyu, of course, knew what it was about. He just didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. He grew more and more agitated. If Mother Consort knew about this, she would naturally be furious. But he couldn't escape it now. He could only think of a better way to deal with it. As Sikong Xingyu stepped into the hall and walked before noble consort Zhao Yun, he was about to bow. Before he could even bend down, he was fiercely slapped by noble consort Zhao Yun, the force nearly making him kneel. Sikong Xingyu simply knelt down, lowering his head to await noble consort Zhao Yun's scolding. Noble consort Zhao Yun had just fiercely swung her sleeve. That slap just now had used a full 9/10 of her strength. Her body was even trembling slightly now. Noble consort Zhao Yun was truly enraged. She withdrew her hand, which, covered by her sleeve, was trembling unnaturally. 5 red marks immediately appeared on Sikong Xingyu's face. Noble consort Zhao Yun's eyes instantly turned red, and her face darkened to the extreme. She looked coldly at Sikong Xingyu kneeling beside her. "Idiot, how could you do such a disgraceful thing? You've completely shamed me." Noble consort Zhao Yun kicked Sikong Xingyu. Noble consort Zhao Yun was wearing the palace shoes worn by female members of the court, which had extremely hard soles. Coupled with her martial arts skills, this one kick sent Sikong Xingyu toppling to the ground. "Now, your affair has spread throughout the entire capital. All the efforts I made for you before have been wasted. If your 7th brother's legs were still fine, why would I need to cultivate a useless piece of trash like you?" Sikong Xingyu, who had originally planned to endure her scolding, suddenly heard the word 7th brother and could no longer bear it. His hands clenched into fists uncontrollably. "Mother consort, your son was wrong." Sikong Xingyu gritted his teeth and forced out these few words. Before Sikong Jing's legs were crippled, his brilliance always overshadowed him, the older brother. He went to the battlefield at 7, became a vanguard at 10, led troops in a battle at 13, and was a young general at 15, achieving countless military honors and winning the admiration and worship of countless people. And at that time, I was always being compared to this 7th brother. How humbly I lived, being 4 years his senior. I could only strive to improve my martial arts and literary talents, hoping that one day I would no longer have to live under the shadow of my 7th brother's brilliance. Even Father Emperor praised him endlessly. The words always spoken in my ear were, "Why don't you learn from your younger brother? You are older than him. You should be working harder than him." Even after his legs were crippled, Father Emperor actually bestowed upon him the Jade Lu. This Jade Lu signifies the ambition to contend for the throne and can be used at any time to mobilize all the troops in the capital. What is this Jade Lu? It is an object countless people dream of possessing. Yet Father Emperor bestowed it upon him when 7th brother's legs were already crippled. What immense trust he had in him. I was unwilling to accept it. Why? We were born of the same father and mother, yet we were treated so differently. Back then, when did Mother Consort ever spare me a glance? All day long, it was cold looks and indifference. She placed all her hopes on 7th brother. What did she ever pay attention to me? All I got was ridicule and scoldings. Countless times, I doubted if I was her biological son. Finally, my chance came. 7th brother's legs could no longer move. Who would cultivate a cripple who couldn't even walk? Even though he held those things in his hands, so what? How could he compare to a normal person with 2 healthy legs? Gradually, Mother Consort lost all hope for 7th brother as well. With crippled legs, what could he do? What right did he have to be the vessel for others' hopes? So, Mother Consort turned her gaze to me. She gradually began to value me. I was no longer that prince who was ignored by everyone. He was ecstatic. He swore to win the trust of Father Emperor and Mother Consort and ensure that 7th brother would never have a chance to rise again. You know you're wrong? You know you're wrong, and you still dare to make such a low-level mistake? Aren't the women I usually give you enough? You had to go and get involved with that kind of lowly woman. I told you to marry the general's legitimate daughter, but you don't know how to better yourself, and instead hook up with an adopted daughter. I truly wish I could beat you to death in public. Noble consort Zhao Yun's every word was a thorn, cutting Sikong Xingyu down to nothing. Please calm your anger, Your Highness. Mr. Feline walked in from outside the hall. Seeing Sikong Xingyu kneeling on the ground, he tried to dissuade her. Sikong Xingyu also raised his eyes to look at him. Seeing Mr. Feline give him a reassuring look, for some reason, he inexplicably trusted this Mr. Feline, and his heart slowly relaxed. Mr. Feline strode to Sikong Xingyu's side and bowed to noble consort Zhao Yun with his hands clasped. Mister, why have you come? Although noble consort Zhao Yun was in extremely bad mood, she quickly composed herself. Looking at Mr. Feline, she said politely, Your Highness, I believe this matter is not entirely His Highness's fault. Mr. Feline glanced at Sikong Xingyu, who was kneeling on the ground. Mister, what do you mean by that? Since he has made such a huge mistake, how can it not be entirely his fault? Noble consort Zhao Yun's expression soured whenever she looked at Sikong Xingyu. Your Highness, think about it. This incident happened early this morning, and by noon, the news had already spread like wildfire, known to everyone. Don't you think someone deliberately orchestrated this, Your Highness? If this matter was deliberately orchestrated, then His Highness must have been plotted against last night. Mr. Feline looked at noble consort Zhao Yun calmly and said, Noble consort Zhao Yun seemed to have taken Mr. Feline's words to heart and didn't speak for a long while. His Highness is so obedient and follows Your Highness's words to the letter. How could he knowingly make a mistake? Your Highness should be more rational. Mr. Feline's last sentence was persuasive. Noble consort Zhao Yun also turned her gaze to Sikong Xingyu. Sikong Xingyu also slowly raised his head, and their eyes met. Sikong Xingyu's eyes were full of grievance and unwillingness, which noble consort Zhao Yun saw clearly. The anger in her heart was not as intense as before. You may rise and speak, noble consort Zhao Yun said lightly. Only then did Sikong Xingyu get up, pat the dust off his clothes, and stand beside Mr. Feline. Sikong Xingyu glanced at Mr. Feline, his eyes filled with admiration. It really was Mr. Feline. He had so casually spoken the hidden truth of the matter and saw it so clearly. But this incident has already happened today, and his reputation is ruined. How can he turn around now? Marry that woman, Mr. Feline said without hesitation, as if he were talking about a very ordinary matter. What? Mister, you're not joking, are you? Noble consort Zhao Yun looked at Mr. Feline in surprise. Mr. Feline did not answer immediately, but turned his eyes and looked at Sikong Xingyu with a faint smile. Your Highness, if I'm not mistaken, that woman should be very fond of Your Highness. Last night's incident must have had something to do with her, right? Sikong Xingyu was shocked. Mr. Feline's wisdom was astonishing. He hadn't expected him to know things so clearly. Sikong Xingyu glanced at noble consort Zhao Yun, who was looking at him at that moment, and finally nodded slightly. Seeing Sikong Xingyu nod, Mr. Feline finally spoke. This matter has already come to pass, and the rumors are known to everyone. At this time, if Your Highness does not marry her, you will be accused of abandoning her after a dalliance. By then, Your Highness's reputation will be in tatters. It will be better to marry that woman. There is no harm in marrying her. But mister, she is only an adopted daughter of the general's manor. How can someone of such a low status be worthy of marrying a prince? Noble consort Zhao Yun said, Your Highness, at worst she is still the adopted daughter of the general's manor. Isn't that much better than an ordinary noble lady? Furthermore, if His Highness marries her, it would be giving the general's manor enough face. When the time comes, welcome her with a grand 8-carrier sedan chair, giving the general's manor plenty of face for an adopted daughter. They surely won't refuse again. Besides, Your Highness has forgotten. The Emperor has already issued a decree for Prince Jean and the general's legitimate daughter to marry after the new year. Prince Jean is also Your Highness's son. When the time comes, both women will be in Your Highness's hands. Would you still worry that the old general won't support His Highness? After Mr. Feline finished speaking, both noble consort Zhao Yun and Sikong Xingyu were silent for a long while, carefully pondering the logic within. Mr. Feline is truly resourceful. I am impressed. Only after a long time did noble consort Zhao Yun show a long-lost smile, looking at Mr. Feline. Your Highness praises me too much. This is just my humble opinion. It is my honor to help your Highness. By the way, Mr., if I marry her, will those rumors really? Sikong Xingyu asked hesitantly. Your Highness, you have no other choice. You must marry her. If you don't, the rumors will only intensify. The Emperor will surely be disappointed. Although she is an adopted daughter, you will marry her as a secondary consort, but treat her with all the rights of a primary consort, including the 8-carrier sedan chair. In front of outsiders, you must act as if you dote on her. Over time, the rumors will collapse on their own. As for the general's legitimate daughter, Chu Xiao, your Highness should not think about her anymore. The Emperor has already decreed the marriage. From now on, she will only be Prince Jin's consort. For some reason, when he heard Mr. Fulin's last sentence, Sikong Shengyu felt a wave of unease in his heart, as if a part of him was empty. He couldn't explain why. He could only attribute that complicated feeling to his conflict with Sikong Jing. Chu Xiao, she is the legitimate daughter of the general's manor after all. 7th brother, he is now. Sikong Xingyu glanced at noble consort Zhao Yun and spoke hesitantly. Mentioning 7th brother, noble consort Zhao Yun's face was calm, showing neither joy nor anger. Your Highness, I know what you mean. However, based on my general understanding of the general's legitimate daughter, Chu Xiao, these past few days, that woman is different from ordinary women. It's just that I haven't understood her clearly yet. I only feel that this woman is not someone an ordinary person can comprehend. However, since she did not refuse to marry Prince Jin, she must not care about Prince Jin's condition. But right now, shouldn't your Highness be thinking about going to His Majesty to request a decree? If you're late, I'm afraid. Mr. Feline looked at Sikong Xingyu, his words trailing off. Sikong Xingyu seemed to remember something. He hastily bid farewell to noble consort Zhao Yun and Mr. Feline and went out. At this time, only noble consort Zhao Yun and Mr. Feline were left in the hall. Noble consort Zhao Yun looked at Mr. Feline gratefully. I must thank Mr. Feline for his strategic planning. Otherwise, today's matter would have been difficult to handle. Your Highness is too kind. This is what I ought to do. At this moment, Chu Xiu was kneeling in the main hall with a weary face. She was not made up, and her hair was messily scattered over her body, looking utterly wretched. A circle of people sat around her. Almost all the members of the Chu family were looking at her, and no one gave her a pleasant look. Xiao also sat to one side, just looking at her faintly, without a trace of expression, as if treating a stranger. Xiu, how could you do such a lowly thing in the general's manor? If people hear about this, what will they say about our general's manor? Chu Jingying sat in the main seat, his brows tightly furrowed. Yun Lan, sitting beside him, also looked at Chu Xiu with disappointment. When Xiao asked us to take you in, you were so obedient and sensible. Now, after more than 10 years with Xiao, we all trusted you very much. How could you end up with him? Even if she can no longer be with Prince Yu, you can't just openly do such a thing with Prince Yu in the manor. Aren't you deliberately trying to break her heart? Xiao naturally knew what her mother meant. Even though her mother had spoken very cryptically, she still maintained a blank expression. She wanted Chu Xiu to know how she herself had felt when Chu Xiu had humiliated her in front of everyone countless times in the past. Chu Xiu knelt in the center of the hall, not daring to say a word. She was still wearing yesterday's pink gauze dress, which felt like a mockery. Yesterday, she had worn this pink gauze dress, appearing bright and beautiful before the man she loved. But today, she was wearing this wrinkled, torn to shreds gauze dress, kneeling before everyone, accepting their disdainful, contemptuous, and scornful gazes. Although it was the new year, the winter chill had not completely faded. The cold floor and the surrounding cold air made her shiver. She would forever remember this first day of the new year when she suffered so much. The warm embrace of last night was now long gone. Having just become a woman, her body ached all over. She subconsciously raised her head and saw that expressionless face. At this moment, she didn't even seem to want to look at her. Once upon a time, the two of them were like conjoined twins. They would always appear in the same place together, as close as sisters. She could feel that her sister treated her with all her heart. But every time she saw her beautiful, flawless smile, she couldn't help but feel jealous, couldn't help but resent the unfairness of fate. Yes, she had harmed her sister countless times, but hadn't her sister never found out? Even though she hadn't been as close to her recently as before, her sister still smiled at her. It wasn't this cold face. But today, this face was deeply seared into her heart. She had stolen her sister's man and had relations with her beloved in front of her. Anyone in this situation would not give her a pleasant look anymore, right? The more she thought this way, the more she suddenly felt the shackles in her heart being released. In the future, she would no longer have to pretend to curry favor with her. There was also a hint of loss in her heart. But on second thought, how could her identity allow her to break this relationship? Once upon a time, the adopted daughter status she had detested countless times should be gone now, right? She would be kicked out of the general's manor, right? You're only 14, not yet of age. Doing such a thing will surely bring endless ridicule. The manor can no longer keep you. AI, who knows who brought this one back? I said a long time ago that this girl was a scourge. Someone just wouldn't listen. Now look, the general's manor has been completely shamed. Seeing the opportunity, Song Shi, who was sitting on the side, immediately fanned the flames. An imperial edict has arrived. Before Song Shi could finish her words, the sharp and long voice of a palace eunuch came from outside the manor. The group of people sitting in their chairs quickly got up, preparing to head outside. Chu Shiyu's body trembled. For some reason, she had a premonition that this imperial edict was her lifeline. The adopted daughter of the Chu manor, Chu Shiyu, received the edict. The eunuch holding the imperial edict was let in. The eunuch walked directly to Chu Shiyu, who was kneeling in the hall. Chu Shiyu's heart suddenly began to pound. She quickly prostrated herself, ready to receive the edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Prince Yu and Miss Shiyu are in love. In consideration of Prince Yu's sincere request and his devotion, therefore, a marriage is bestowed upon the two. Miss Shiyu is to be Prince Yu's secondary consort, with a wedding ceremony to be held in the 3rd month. By imperial order, the 3rd month. Miss, hearing this, Donger was about to speak immediately. Chu Xiao held out a hand, signaling her not to speak. And when Song Shi heard the contents of the edict, her face turned red and white. This girl really has some tricks up her sleeve. Miss Shiyu received the edict. Chu Shiyu was stunned. Early this morning, Sikong Xingyu had left without hesitation, without a trace of lingering. She had thought Sikong Xingyu had not accepted her, but this imperial edict had come at just the right time. She cried tears of joy. His Highness, he wasn't completely indifferent to her. He wanted to marry her. To marry her, she was finally going to shed this identity as an adopted daughter. In the future, she could finally stand with him openly and honorably. In the future, she would no longer be the adopted daughter of the general's manor, but Prince Yu's secondary consort. Miss Shiyu, are you too happy to move? Quickly receive the edict. The eunuch walked up to her and reminded her. Chu Shiyu hurriedly and clumsily tidied her messy hair and quickly took the imperial edict from the eunuch's hands. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, eunuch. Looking at the bright yellow imperial edict in her hands, with the words written clearly in black and white, a proud smile finally appeared on her face. Please see yourself out, eunuch. Chu Jingying politely prepared to see the eunuch off. Congratulations, old General Chu. The general's manor is producing 2 royal consorts. The eunuch said with a smile. We've troubled you to make this trip, eunuch. Chu Jingying's expression was extremely unpleasant, but he still forced a smile. Oh, what are you saying? You are a veteran of 3 reigns, and your 2 daughters will be royal consorts in the future. Imperial relatives, it is my honor to make an extra trip. Chu Jingying didn't say much. He just gave a couple of dry laughs. After seeing the eunuch off, Chu Shiyu stood up on her own, without seeking anyone's permission. No one present congratulated her. The hall was exceptionally quiet at this moment. No one spoke. Only Chu Shiyu, with a dazzling smile on her face, clutched the imperial edict as if it were her most precious treasure. Upon receiving the edict, the trace of guilt that was in the depths of her heart suddenly vanished. She felt more and more that what she did was right. If she hadn't done this, how would she have received this marriage edict today? Chu Jingying sighed, said nothing, and left the hall. Following him, the people in the hall left one after another until it was empty. Xiao looked at Chu Shiyu, who was still immersed in her own happy world, and was about to leave with a cold expression. Sister, you blame me, don't you? Chu Shiyu suddenly spoke from behind Xiao. It was both a question and a statement. Xiao's steps halted, but she didn't turn to look at her. However, Chu Shiyu walked in front of her herself, the smile still on her face. Sister, it's not wrong to love someone. As for Prince Yu, the first time I saw him, I was attracted by his unique aura. I fell in love with him at first sight. I didn't even stop you when you were about to marry him. I originally wanted you to be happy, but you actually refused a marriage in public. That was your own choice, sister. You abandoned the person you loved most, so you can't blame me, your younger sister. His Highness tried so hard to please you, but you only treated him with cold indifference. I don't know what trauma you've suffered, sister, or what you discovered that made you unable to accept it, to treat His Highness like that. I really couldn't bear to watch. Since you don't cherish it, sister, don't blame me for snatching away what you don't treasure. What you don't treasure, I, your younger sister, hold as a precious gem. After speaking, she didn't forget to wave the imperial edict in her hand in front of Xiao. Xiao looked at her extremely hypocritical face. If you truly wanted to help me, then the series of tragedies that followed would not have happened. And now you're still putting on an act in front of me. She really wanted to tear off this sanctimonious mask. Xiao took 2 steps closer, bringing her face nearer to Chu Shiyu's. She tilted her head and brought her red lips to her ear. So tender and beautiful. Prince, you must have liked it last night, right? He sent the imperial edict right away. As far as I know, before yesterday, you and Prince Yu were not close enough to have relations. Could it be that younger sister used some special means to make Prince Yu so infatuated with you? After Xiao finished speaking, she stood up straight. Hearing this, Chu Shiyu's eyes immediately widened. She stared intently at Xiao. Seeing Xiao's brilliant smile, she felt a surge of arrogance. Xiao paid her no mind and strode out of the room with a flourish. In the 3rd month of spring, the flowers bloomed in the warm air. This day was the best day of the month, suitable for marriage. The general's manor had 2 great joyous events, as both young ladies were marrying into the imperial family. However, the general's manor did not seem to be filled with the atmosphere of this joyous day. Even though the manor was decorated everywhere with red silk, exceptionally vibrant, it still didn't seem as festive as it looked. The servants of the manor were all busily arranging things in every corner of the manor. Although they were busy, everyone had a happy expression on their face. People coming and going were constantly offering congratulations. Leonor brought in the neatly folded red wedding dress and placed it on the dressing table. She was still saying, "Miss, don't take Master Fei Kong's words from yesterday to heart." This Leonor really knew how to bring up a sore subject. Chu Shiyu's face immediately showed a hint of annoyance. Seeing this, Leonor quickly tried to make up for it, saying, "Miss is so likable. You will definitely live in harmony with Prince Yu and have everything you want." Chu Shiyu angrily slammed the comb down. "Why did you bring up that bald-headed donkey?" And I respected him as a great monk of his generation. He actually said I drew the worst possible lot, cursing me with a lifetime of hardship, deserted by all, and coming to a bad end. Utter nonsense. Chu Shiyu gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear that bald-headed donkey's mouth apart. Leonor was so frightened, she quickly knelt on the ground. Trembling, she said this servant was wrong. He actually said that Miss Xiao has the fate of an empress. How could that be possible? Is she even worthy? Hurry and get someone to continue my makeup. Today, I will become the most beautiful woman in the entire capital. Chu Shiyu's eyes were filled with a desire to win. Ever since she was young, she had discovered that this older sister who had adopted her was extremely beautiful. The older she got, the more her beauty could not be hidden. Before anyone else noticed, she used all sorts of schemes to cover up her looks, making herself the most beautiful woman in the manor, hoping to get more attention. But this sister, who had always been under her control, had gone off script. She no longer listened to her manipulations. That uncontainable beauty was also gradually revealing itself. She could not, and would not, let her steal the spotlight that should have been hers. The auspicious time has arrived. Brides, please get into the sedan chairs. The afternoon sun was bright. The two, wearing red wedding gowns, walked out side by side from the entrance of the general's manor. Their veils had not yet been put on. The surrounding people stared, stunned. Both brides were beautiful beyond compare. It was just that one had an expression as indifferent as water, while the other's eyes held a smile, gentle and playful. Chu Jingying brought the family to see them off, but only they themselves knew who they were truly sending off. Xiao turned around and saw that her father's and mother's expressions were not very good, yet they were still forcing themselves to look happy for her. To be honest, her father and mother were definitely unwilling for her to marry either Sikong Xingyu or Sikong Jing. but this could not be undone. It was slightly better this way. Sikong Jing was an upright person. Marrying him should put them somewhat at ease. Xiao walked up to them. Yin Lan's eyes glistened with tears, yet she still looked at Xiao with a smile. Father, mother, in the future, your daughter won't be able to be by your side often. You two must take good care of yourselves. Don't overwork. Xiao didn't know what to say. She only remembered that in her past life, because her parents did not agree to her marrying Sikong Xingyu, when she got married, her parents, having been utterly disappointed in her, did not come out to see her off. So she didn't say anything either, like a daughter who had run away from home. No greetings, no blessings. Until later, she gradually grew distant from her family. But in this life, she had this chance. Thinking of this, she should be gratified. Chu Jingying gently patted Xiao's shoulder and nodded in gratification as well. Our daughter has grown up. It's been a while since I've noticed how beautifully you've grown. In her past life, her father had never said such a thing to her. Because of her willfulness and disobedience, she had driven her parents to their wits' end. How could they have had the time to say such things to her? The two sides were always arguing endlessly, parting on bad terms. Hearing these words, Xiao suddenly felt a sourness in her eyes, but she tried her best to hold it back, still pretending not to care at all. She took 2 steps forward, extended her hands, and threw herself into Chu Jingying's arms. Chu Jingying also hugged his precious daughter back, patting her back gently twice. Father, since when did you learn to say such things? Then she let go of Chu Jingying and walked to Yunlan. Mother, your health was never good to begin with. Don't stay up late with father so often. You must rest. Yinlan's tears were already rolling down, yet she still smiled and nodded. Xiao also hugged Yinlan. Father, you must take good care of mother. Don't always drag her along to work with you. Letting go of Yinlan, Xiao didn't forget to turn her head and look at Chu Jingying with a very serious expression. Chu Jingying smiled honestly. Watching the 3 of them in this emotional farewell, everyone present had their own thoughts. Chu Shiyu stood to the side, feeling extremely awkward. Of everyone present, not a single one was genuinely wishing her well. In her 10+ years in the Chu family, although she was extremely jealous of her sister, she had never done anything to harm her family. It was because of them that she could stay in this manner. She wanted to gain the trust and satisfaction of everyone in this family, constantly showing off. In the end, she did gain their trust. But after the incident with Prince Yu, all of that came to an end. She did not regret it. Her life was just beginning. Those things that should be abandoned must be abandoned. Only then could she do what she was supposed to do without any worries. Chu Shiyu's gaze gradually drifted into the distance, a trace of melancholy in her eyes, her thoughts unknown. After Xiao said her goodbyes one by one, Chu Shiyu walked over. She knelt before the Chu family members. Shiyu thanks Master and Madam for your meticulous care over these many years. Shiyu is endlessly grateful. Now that Shiyu is about to be married, this debt of gratitude can only be repaid in the future. Chu Shiyu's words were surprisingly sincere. If one didn't listen carefully, one would really think she was being genuine. Chu Jingying and Yunlan, in perfect unison, turned their heads to the side, truly unwilling to look at her. Seeing her warm face met with a cold shoulder, Chu Shiyu did not insist. She stood up, turned, and saw that Xiao was about to get into the carriage, so she walked straight towards her. Sister, Chu Shiyu called out. Only then did Xiao turn around, looking at her with a blank expression. She saw Chu Shiyu walking towards her step by step. Sister, you and I have not been separated for these 10+ years. Now we are about to part. Don't you have anything to say to me? Chu Shiyu walked up to Xiao. The time has come. Any more delays, and we'll miss the auspicious hour. Xiao's voice was extremely cold, and in the next moment, Chu Shiyu rushed forward and suddenly hugged Xiao tightly. Sister, Master Feikong said your love life will be full of twists and turns, and you might harm your health if you get involved in romance. In the future, you must not force anything. She had long expected Chu Shiyu to have ill intentions, but she didn't expect her to be so bold. Xiao only felt a sharp pain in her back shoulder, and then Chu Shiyu immediately let her go. Only then did Xiao see a thin hairpin hidden in her sleeve, and since her back was to the crowd, that jab must have been from her. It turned out she had already chosen the spot. Truly full of schemes. Xiao's gaze towards her grew even colder. Sister, although we are both married, it's not like we won't have free time catch up in the future. If you ever feel lonely, you can always ask me to accompany you. Chu Xiu looked at Xiao with a smile as radiant as a flower. These words were spoken with extreme intimacy, as if their relationship was genuinely that good. Xiao did not respond with a single word. She just immediately turned around and got into the sedan chair without hesitation. Chu Xiu, however, stood where she was and watched her retreating back for a long time, finally revealing a malicious smile. Soon, the two bridal sedans quickly set off. After getting into the sedan, Xiao quickly slipped her right hand into her collar, slowly moving it towards her back shoulder. She reached the spot where Chu Xiu had stabbed her and pressed gently. There was still a faint, dull pain. Xiao pulled her hand out and discovered that her fingers were stained with faint traces of blood. It must be from where Chu Xiu had pierced her. Although she felt uneasy, the deed was done. Right now, only that spot had a faint pain. She figured it was probably just a small trick Chu Xiu played to make her suffer a little out of ill will. It probably wasn't a big deal. After comforting herself like this, she straightened her clothes and sat quietly in the sedan, waiting. Because Prince Jing's manor and Prince Yu's manor were in different directions, the two processions split at a fork in the road. One could see that on the streets leading to Prince Yu's manor, the strings of red silk were exceptionally ostentatious. The streets were already cordoned off by soldiers, clearing the way. When the common people were pushed to the very edge of the street, they said, "This is Prince Yu's secondary consort." The common people were all surprised. A secondary consort, yet her wedding procession was even more magnificent than a primary consort's. The young girls on the street all let out sighs of envious admiration. Sitting in the sedan chair, Chu Xiu heard these discussions and couldn't help but peek out through the gap in the sedan curtain. Seeing this scene, her heart grew sweeter and sweeter. At this moment, she suddenly wondered what the situation was like on her sister's side. Sitting in the sedan, Xiao felt waves of dizziness. She hadn't felt anything just now, but now the sedan felt unusually stuffy and hot. She could feel a thin layer of sweat forming on her body, but the sedan was still moving. She had to hold on until she reached Prince Jing's manor. The streets on this side were not adorned with those ostentatious red silks. A path had simply been cleared. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sedan finally stopped. Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Donger walked to the door of the sedan, gently lifted the curtain, and helped Xiao out. Because of the veil, she could only see the area at her feet. Donger carefully supported her. The moment Donger took Xiao's hand, she felt a clammy dampness. A little worried, she whispered in Xiao's ear, "Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" "I'm fine, let's go." The moment she stepped out of the sedan, she felt a cool breeze, and her body felt much more comfortable. The stuffy feeling was gone. She assumed it was because it had been too stuffy in the sedan just now, so she had felt that way and didn't think much of it. Right now, she just wanted to take a bath quickly. Her body felt terribly sticky. Just from the sounds, she could sense how many people were in Prince Jing's manor at this moment. She slowly walked through the entrance. Bride, step on the tile. This represents loyalty and chastity. A middle-aged man in front instructed. Then, Xiao saw a dark green tile in front of her feet. Of course, she knew what this meant. Better to be a shattered jade than an intact tile. In the past, many women, wanting to show their gentleness, would not break the tile, only to later earn a reputation for being disloyal and unfilial. Although she had never stepped on one, she knew the principle behind it. "Miss, be careful," Donger reminded her in a low voice from the side. Xiao lifted one foot and stepped on the tile. The people standing around were all watching with bated breath. Xiao used a bit of force, and with a crack, the tile shattered into several pieces. The surrounding people all let out a gasp. They just didn't expect her to be so decisive. After walking a few more steps, she saw a basin of burning firewood. The flames in the fire basin were not strong, but not weak either. An ordinary woman would indeed not dare to step over it. Bride, step over the fire basin. This is to ward off evil and welcome good fortune, for prosperity and a fiery married life. Donger looked at the basin of fire with some worry. "Miss, the train of your wedding dress is already a bit long. This is too dangerous. Miss, let's not step over the fire basin in front." "No need. Go tell them." Donger was about to leave, but Xiao gently pressed the back of her hand. Then she withdrew her hand and was no longer being supported. She slowly lifted her skirt, looked at the fire basin in front of her, gritted her teeth, and successfully stepped over it in one stride. The surrounding people also clapped their hands in appreciation. Then, she entered the main hall, but Sikong Jing was nowhere to be seen in the hall. "Miss Chu, please wait a moment. His Highness will be here shortly," the man from before said, somewhat apologetically. Xiao didn't mind. In any case, she had already come this far. What difference would a little earlier or later make? But speaking of which, since the Empress's birthday banquet, she had not seen this person again. Not even once. And at this moment, that person was in a completely different situation. Half a shurchen ago, Sikong Jing's leg had begun to ache faintly. The pain grew worse and worse. Sikong Jing, changing from his usual simple white robes, was now wearing a red robe he had never worn before, today's wedding attire. But at this moment, he was in so much pain that he had collapsed on the bed. His hair was already a complete mess. An attendant beside him, holding a medicine bottle, was also sweating profusely with anxiety. "Your Highness, please just take one pill. Otherwise, the pain will kill you." The attendant held the pill, about to feed it into Sikong Jing's mouth. But Sikong Jing swatted the pill away. The pill immediately fell to the ground, rolling a great distance. "Get it away. I'm not taking it." The attendant hurried over to pick up the pill. He carefully blew the dust off it. "Your Highness, this pill, it's the one young Master Lon spent many days concocting. It's extremely precious. Without it, how can we stop the pain?" The attendant was also at his wit's end. Has she arrived?" Sikong Jing asked, gritting his teeth. "You mean Miss Chu?" Sikong Jing didn't answer, just stared intently at his attendant, his eyes bloodshot. "Your eyes are already like this?" "Ahem. Miss Chu arrived a long time ago. It's just that in your state, Your Highness, you absolutely cannot go out to see people." Sikong Jing suddenly showed a desolate smile. His face was as pale as paper. "Your Highness, don't scare me. I don't scare easily." Seeing him in so much pain, yet still able to smile, the attendant was terrified. "Every time it hurts, it serves as a deep reminder. If I do not avenge this, I am no gentleman." From the moment she stepped over the fire basin, Xiao felt that strange, uncomfortable feeling in her body return. Now, her body began to itch intensely, causing her to stand unsteadily. The itch was so bad she wished she could reach out and scratch, but with so many people watching, she absolutely could not do something so indecent. At this moment, she finally knew where the problem lay. Chu Shiyu didn't just want her to suffer a little. She wanted her to be utterly disgraced in Prince Jing's manner today, to lose all face. The people present were also getting anxious waiting. They said he would be here shortly, but a whole shurchen had passed, and there was still no news. Xiao's thoughts grew more and more chaotic. She began to wonder if Sikong Jing's absence today was a deliberate move against her. After all, on the day of the Empress's birthday banquet, she felt that this person seemed to have changed. There are indeed things in this world that are unbearable. The itchiness tormented her so much that her body began to sway. Donger noticed that something was wrong with Xiao and quickly supported her. "Miss, what's wrong?" Xiao said nothing. If this dragged on, it would be a disaster. She absolutely could not let Chu Shiyu's scheme succeed. So, Xiao slowly walked up to the elder who had been presiding over the ceremony. "It's no matter for me to wait for him alone. But the banquet has been set. If we delay any longer, the food will get cold," Xiao said in a low voice. But the wedding ceremony hasn't been performed yet," the elder said, looking troubled. "The emperor has already issued a decree. This is an indisputable fact. At this point, what difference does it make whether we perform the ceremony or not?" Although Xiao's words were a question, they carried a tone of certainty. The elder thought about it for a moment. It did indeed make sense. The princess consort's words are wise. "In that case, I will have someone escort the princess consort to the bridal chamber to wait for His Highness." In a short while, they arrived at the room. To Xiao, however, it felt as if she had walked 100,000 Li princess consort. "Please wait for His Highness in the room." After speaking, the elder left. As soon as she entered the door, Xiao saw a very large bed. The curtains on the bed were all a festive, bright red, but Xiao was in no mood to admire it. She quickly walked to the side of the bed and sat down. "Donger, quick, close the door." Xiao's voice was hurried. Donger noticed that something was wrong with her mistress, so she quickly went to close the door. Then she ran to Xiao's side. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" She watched as Xiao reached out and scratched all over her body through her clothes, looking puzzled. Dong, quick, come and see what's wrong with my body. It's itching all over. There isn't a single spot that doesn't itch. She wished she could grow 8 hands at once. Donger quickly came over and pulled open Xiao's clothes. Instantly, she covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. Donger, what is it? Xiao asked immediately. Miss, your body? Donger hesitated, not daring to speak. Just say it. What is it? You're making me anxious. Miss, your body is covered in red rashes. Xiao subconsciously looked down at her chest. She saw that her chest was covered in a dense spread of red rashes. Seeing these rashes, Xiao suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Miss, what do we do? Today is your wedding night. If Prince Jing sees this. Donger was in a panic, not knowing what to do. Miss, what on earth is going on? You were fine when we left. How did you become like this in just a short while? Donger, don't panic yet. Let me think. Although her body felt as unbearable as if 100 claws were scratching her heart, she still forced herself to calm down. After a moment, she finally spoke. Quick, go instruct someone to prepare a tub of water. Say, I want to bathe. Yes, this servant will go right away. But what if His Highness comes? Donger was so anxious, she was almost incoherent. It's fine. He didn't come for so long just now, so he should be fine for now. Remember to put some salt in the tub. The more, the better. Donger, you go out and stand guard. Don't come in until I call for you. Do you understand? Xiao said while taking off her clothes. Donger quickly headed out. Yes. Miss, if you need anything, just call for me. I'll be guarding right outside. After Donger had prepared the water, Xiao was already on the verge of collapse. She ripped off the intricately layered wedding dress in a few tugs, threw it aside, and then immediately stepped into the bathtub. The red rashes all over her body soaked in the hot, salty water, and she instantly felt a fiery, stinging sensation. It was like a trial of ice and fire. It was already itchy, and now this fiery, stinging sensation stimulated her so much that she almost thought this body wasn't her own. After a short while, she found herself gradually getting used to this feeling. Perhaps the salt water was having some effect. She actually felt that it wasn't as scorching, itchy, and unbearable as before. She seemed to remember reading in a book before that pouring salt water on a wound is indeed unbearably painful, but it can make the wound heal faster. The reason she didn't let Donger in was that she was afraid she would see it and worry again. Soaking in this salt water was not only unbearably painful, but it would also draw out the poison fluid, which would inevitably cause bleeding. Although she didn't know what kind of poison Chu Shiyu had used on her for now, this was the only way she could deal with the temporary agony. It seemed Chu Shiyu was already impatient to make a move against her. She had given her such a show of force right after she got married. In that case, she would definitely not be soft-hearted either. Not that she had planned to be soft-hearted in the first place. Xiao leaned against the bathtub for an unknown amount of time, not even realizing that she had fallen asleep. Xiao's waterfall-like black hair cascaded down from the edge of the jade tub. Her light, swallow-mist eyebrows, like a pair of swallows flying in tandem, were set on her fair and flawless face. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her red lips were lightly pursed, and she wasn't sleeping peacefully. Her brow was slightly furrowed, but it did not affect her beauty. However, such a beautiful body was soaking in bloody water. The moment Sikong Jing flew in, this was the scene he saw. Before he even landed, he sensed that something was wrong. But the inconvenience of his body made him land right on the chair next to the bathtub. The large patches of red rash on Xiao's body instantly fell into Sikong Jing's eyes. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Using 2 fingers, he gently touched Xiao's shoulder. Then he brought them to his nose and sniffed lightly. Just as he was about to do something, he heard a noise outside the door and quickly flew out of the room. Outside the door, Donger seemed to have heard some noise in the room, so she quickly entered to check. But she found no one there. Looking at her mistress, she was too shocked to speak. The water her mistress was soaking in had turned so bright red. Donger was terrified. She hurried over and called out to her, afraid that some accident had happened. Xiao slowly opened her eyes, full of exhaustion. Donger, I'm fine. Just sleepy. Only then did Donger breathe a sigh of relief. Today had indeed been too tiring for her mistress, and for some unknown reason, she had developed so many rashes. It was truly strange. Donger quickly went over to help Xiao dry her body and tidy up. The next morning, Donger came to inform her that, according to custom, she had to serve tea to her husband on the second day of marriage. To Donger, he didn't come at all last night, did he? Xiao asked Donger, who was busy to one side. Miss, are you talking about His Highness? Donger asked, feigning ignorance. Who else could it be? Donger walked to Xiao's side with some clothes and said with a smile, this servant was wondering who Miss was talking about. Perhaps Miss has some expectations for His Highness? This servant has seen His Highness's face. He is truly peerlessly handsome. Donger seemed to be saying this deliberately for her to hear. Actually, Donger had her own selfish motives, but they were for her mistress's sake. Miss was already married to Prince Jing. This was an indisputable fact. Prince Yu's character was indeed not worthy of Miss's pining. It would be good if Miss could forget him. Although she didn't know what kind of person Prince Jing was, she had heard of his heroic deeds. He went to the battlefield at such a young age and was brave and skilled in combat. If not for that accident that prevented him from ever going to the battlefield again, he would surely be brave, fearless, and covered in military glory now. A person like that, even if his health was poor, was much better than the superficially handsome Prince Yu. Donger, since when did you become such a gossip? What does his peerless handsomeness have to do with me? You still haven't answered my question from before. Xiao was a little helpless, but she naturally knew that Donger was also doing it for her own good. Miss, this servant was guarding the door all last night and did not see His Highness come over. Thank goodness. Xiao let out a sigh of relief and said softly, thank goodness? Miss, have you lost your mind? Last night was your and His Highness's wedding night, the nuptial chamber. Yesterday, not only did His Highness not come to perform the wedding ceremony with you, he didn't even show his face once. From the wedding until now, he hasn't said a single word. If outsiders find out, they will gossip about you again, Mississippi. While Xiao was sighing in relief, Donger became nervous. How could I let anyone see me in that state yesterday? It's a good thing he didn't come and didn't find out anything. It's fine. Let them gossip if they want to. I don't lose anything. Miss, quickly change your clothes. It's getting late. You still have injuries on your body, so changing clothes will surely take a lot of time. Donger quickly laid out the clothes. A princess consort's clothes were indeed much more complicated than the clothes she usually wore. All right, Xiao nodded. Perhaps the saltwater bath last night had worked. Her body was not as unbearably itchy as it was yesterday. It was just that because of the red rashes, it wouldn't heal so quickly. Her skin inevitably had a faint, dull ache. But as long as she didn't touch it, it was bearable. Half a shurchen later, Donger led Xiao towards the front hall. As soon as she stepped into the room, she smelled a faint incense. If she wasn't mistaken, it was probably the scent of agarwood. Agarwood has many effects and can treat a variety of difficult and complicated illnesses. Although she didn't know much, she happened to know its most outstanding feature. That is, to promote qi circulation and relieve pain. After entering the room, Donger immediately retreated behind her. Just as she walked to the center of the room, she looked up. She saw that person reclining sideways on a long chair, his face still somewhat pale. His complexion was much dimmer than the last time she saw him. But this was also the first time she had seen him since the Empress's birthday banquet, at least 3 months apart. Xiao's movements were extremely small. 1. She was afraid of discomfort on her body, and 2. She was afraid that one wrong move would cause unnecessary trouble. After all, she was now in a completely unfamiliar place. It was never a bad thing to be cautious in all matters. It was laughable, really. A few months ago, they were complete strangers, and now they were married. Although they were husband and wife, this was the first time they were formally meeting. She was just lamenting, but why did he look so tired today? If anyone should be tired, it should be her. He didn't show up at all yesterday. Who knows where he was sleeping to be this tired? Perhaps he was out carousing with some woman again. After all, her memory of him from a few days ago had not faded. Greetings to your highness. Although she was unwilling to make this gesture, she still knelt down properly and performed a very standard kowtow. Sikong Jing lay on the chaise lounge, his eyes opening and closing as he sized up the person kneeling before him. Rise, Sikong Jing said lazily. His voice was neither loud nor soft. After she stood up, the maid brought the tea things to her side. She took the tea set, walked over to the long couch where Sikong Jing was reclining, and placed the tray on the tea table beside it. She quickly prepared the tea, held the cup with both hands, and brought it before Sikong Jing. Your Highness, please have some tea. Sikong Jing did not hesitate, and took the tea from Xiao's hands. But he had not even taken a sip when he brought it to his lips before he began to cough uncontrollably, the remaining tea in his hand. from the force of his coughing, spilled onto his white robes. Xiao was at a loss. She hadn't expected that just a cup of tea would cause him to end up in such a state before her, not knowing what to do next. Seeing this, Ren Xia rushed to Xikong Jing's side, supported him, and continuously soothed his chest. After a good while, Xikong Jing gradually stopped coughing. His Highness immediately took the cup that Xikong Jing had just drunk from, brought it to his nose, and sniffed it. Then he looked at Xiao. Eldest Miss Chu, oh no, Princess Consort, His Highness cannot drink tea that is too hot. Tea that an ordinary person would find to be the perfect temperature must be left to cool for a while before it can be given to His Highness. Due to his health, His Highness can only drink lukewarm tea. It can be neither too hot nor too cold. And the Princess Consort's cup was too hot. This was the first time Xiao had heard that drinking water that was too hot could make someone choke and cough. But just now, she had naturally tested the tea's temperature with her hand. She had originally thought it was a bit cool, but unexpectedly, it was so hot for him that he couldn't even drink it. The prince is truly so pampered. I understand. I will be more careful next time. Although she had her objections, she wasn't foolish enough to show them. Princess Consort, you have already married into the prince's mansion. From now on, you must stay by His Highness's side at all times. His Highness's health is poor, so you need to have a clear understanding of his daily habits and such. This was the first time Xiao had seen Ren Xia look so serious. She nodded and glanced at Xikong Jing. The coughing fit just now had caused a fine sweat to break out on his temples, and his clothes were also wet. Xiao suddenly felt a pang of guilt. For some reason, she felt he had been different since they last parted. In the past, he would always joke around with her and act improperly for a bit. But meeting him today, she felt something was off. Besides the paleness of his face, there was also his gaze. His eyes looked very tired. Your Highness, your clothes are wet. Let this servant help you back to your room to change. After speaking, Ren Xia moved to support Xikong Jing's body. But Xikong Jing waved his hand and said, that won't be necessary. All of you may leave. The Princess Consort can do it. But even though he was worried, His Highness had spoken, so he could not disobey. Ren Xia walked to Dun's side and paused for a moment, then took a few more steps forward. But seeing Dun still frozen in place, he looked a little helpless, grabbed Dun's arm, and pulled him along. Only then did the two of them exit the room. All the servants in the room also left. Xiao stood rooted to the spot, somewhat dazed. She had no idea what she was supposed to do. Today was her first official day in the prince's mansion, and she was being asked to support the ailing Prince Jing. No one had ever told her what she should pay attention to. In this way, she felt rather lost. What are you doing, standing there in a daze? Come here. Xikong Jing's words broke Xiao's train of thought. She immediately took 2 steps forward, moving closer to Xikong Jing. At this moment, only the two of them were left in the room. Just now, Ren Xia had said to support him, so that must mean she was supposed to help him to his room to change his clothes. Just then, Xikong Jing extended an arm toward Xiao. Xiao no longer hesitated. She bent down slightly, draped his arm over her shoulder, held his wrist with one hand, and gripped his waist with the other, afraid that something might happen to this frail man. Xikong Jing also slowly straightened his body and, with great difficulty, moved his legs to the floor. He barely managed to stand on his own 2 feet, and at this moment, Xiao was astonished. She was just now realizing that his legs could stand. A moment ago, she had been wondering why she needed to support him to go inside. Now she understood. His legs could stand. Since they could stand, there must still be a chance for a cure. Having heard so much about him over time, she knew how heroic this man had once been. Yet in the prime of his life, his legs had become unable to walk. What a huge blow that must have been. He must want to get better more than anyone else. Just as Xiao was lost in thought, Xikong Jing's legs suddenly gave way, and his body began to slide down uncontrollably. This startled Xiao. With quick reflexes, she wrapped an arm around his waist, pulling his body close. With this movement, Xikong Jing's head bumped against her shoulder. Xiao instantly sucked in a sharp breath, and at that moment, as luck would have it, their eyes met. Xikong Jing naturally noticed the pain her expression had just betrayed, but Xiao instantly concealed it. Seeing the questioning look in Xikong Jing's eyes, Xiao quickly averted her gaze. What's wrong with you? Xikong Jing asked, his eyes still fixed on hers. I'm fine. Xiao glanced at his body. It was indeed difficult for him to stand. If she really had to support him step by step all the way inside, it would take forever. And then she remembered that she herself was not feeling well today. If they kept struggling like this, they would both just end up miserable. She suddenly recalled the last time, how he had lifted her up so easily. Better to get it over with quickly than to prolong the pain. Before the thought in her head was even complete, her hands were already in motion. Xiao simply lifted her other hand, reached for the back of his knees, and lifted his legs as well. You. Sikong Jing struggled, about to say something, but Xiao lowered her gaze, meeting Sikong Jing's dark, deep eyes. Your Highness need not feel embarrassed. This isn't the first time you've been in a princess carry. For some reason, though it was a perfectly proper reason, it sounded inexplicably strange even to her own ears when she said it. Sikong Jing was already in her arms, stunned by the princess carry. For a moment, Xiao truly felt that in front of this man, she was like a big, burly brute. Holding Sikong Jing, Xiao walked toward his room without any unusual expression. However, the servants they passed along the way were all so shocked their jaws dropped. Their new princess consort, who had just married into the mansion, had actually lifted their prince with her bare hands. And in such a manner, it was a move that men usually did to women. Who would have thought that the princess consort, a seemingly beautiful and delicate woman, would possess such a special ability? Finally, they reached his room. Inside, the same faint scent of incense lingered. Unsurprisingly, it was the same kind of aged incense. Xiao was a little puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it for long. Xiao carried him directly to the bed and set him down. Then, as if nothing had happened, she went to find the clothes he was to wear. Meanwhile, the man who had just been carried seemed unable to react for a long time, his mind filled with the servants' gossip from just now. Xiao found a few sets of clothes and brought them before Sikong Jing. Look at these clothes. Which set do you want to wear? Pick one yourself. Sikong Jing stared intently at Xiao. How could she act so nonchalantly? Your Highness? Your Highness? Seeing that Sikong Jing wasn't moving and was just staring blankly at her face, Xiao waved her hand in front of him a few times, finally bringing him back to his senses. Sikong Jing casually pointed to one set of clothes. That one, then. Xiao handed the clothes to Sikong Jing and was about to leave. But before she had taken 2 steps, her wrist was grabbed. Xiao turned to look at Sikong Jing, her eyes asking what was wrong. This prince requires assistance in dressing. Now, it was Xiao's turn to be surprised. He needed her to help him dress? Your Highness, why don't I go call Renxia to help you change? Shouldn't the princess consort be the one to help this prince change his clothes? Just as she turned, the man behind her spoke. Xiao's footsteps halted. Your Highness, today is only the first day. It's not quite appropriate, is it? Not appropriate? Has the princess consort forgotten? You are no longer the young miss of the Jiang mansion. Sikong Jing deliberately emphasized certain words, as if to pointedly remind her of something. But to Xiao, his words fell off somehow. The Sikong Jing of today was truly hard for her to figure out. All in this meeting, he no longer seemed to be the Prince Jing she thought she knew. Xiao raised a faint, unreadable smile, then turned and slowly walked to the bedside. She looked at Sikong Jing, her eyes placid, as if looking at a very ordinary person. At this moment, she was beginning to understand what he meant by his earlier words. She was no longer the young miss of the Jiang mansion, so she could no longer act on her own whims, doing only what she was willing or unwilling to do. The thoughts in her mind gradually became clearer. She would not forget what she had to do. Although she now had the status of Princess Consort Jing, she remembered that this Prince Jing was Sikong, Sheng Yu's own half-brother. Blood is thicker than water. She could not, in a moment of confusion, forget her own identity or the level of this person's identity. At a glance, the two of them were not the same kind of people. Walking up to Sikong Jing, she slowly extended a pair of fair, slender hands toward his chest. Though her face held a faint smile, it was impossible for anyone to discern her true thoughts. Sikong Jing just stared intently into her eyes. This act of undressing someone, she had done it countless times before and always for the same person. Just touching him here, her mind would subconsciously recall that scene. Her hands paused for a moment. Sikong Jing had already noticed her distraction. He suddenly grabbed her wrist, pulling her body into his embrace in an instant. From this angle, Xiao's body was leaning against his chest, while he looked down, staring intently into her eyes. He saw that Xiao's eyes were almost too watery, so much so that one might think she had tears in them. Sikong Jing's hand gripped her wrist tightly. The collision of their bodies made her already uncomfortable body even more uncomfortable. Xiao subconsciously furrowed her brow, wanting to end this uncomfortable position. You're this impatient to help this prince change his clothes? What were you thinking about just now? Sikong Jing's tone was extremely cold. Meeting his gaze, Xiao felt as if it were coated in frost. She hadn't expected him to catch that fleeting moment of distraction. She felt more and more that the man before her was very dangerous. Unlike Sikong Shengyu, Sikong Sheng, you would clearly show what he wanted. Even if he lied, she could always find out. Not like this person who was always impossible to figure out. Even when touching his skin, she couldn't hear his inner thoughts. Your Highness is overthinking it. I am not impatient. I have just never done this for anyone before, so I'm a bit clumsy. Xiao looked at Sikong Jing calmly and said, You're right. You are the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, pampered and spoiled. Of course you've never done this kind of subservient work. Marrying this prince must be a great grievance to you. Sikong Jing suddenly broke into a smile, but to Xiao, that smile seemed incredibly desolate. She had never thought that Prince Jing, who always appeared so distinguished in front of others, could be like this. Her heart suddenly clenched. Your Highness, you should let go of me first. You still have to change out of these wet clothes. Xiao didn't respond to his words, simply averting her gaze and speaking calmly. At her reminder, Sikong Jing seemed to recall something and immediately let go of her hand. Xiao also quickly stood up and draped the outer robe over his shoulders, fastening it button by button. She glanced at Sikong Jing and found that his expression had instantly become calm and unruffled, as if that scene just now had never happened. After everything was done, Xiao stood before Sikong Jing. Your Highness, our marriage was entirely His Majesty's will. I also know that Your Highness has many dissatisfactions with me. Now that the marriage is done, the imperial edict cannot be defied. I will also do my best to do what I should. But for things I cannot do, I ask that Your Highness not force me. We need not be at odds with each other, nor do we need to be deeply in love. It would be best if we could simply treat each other with respect. And the subtext of Xiao's words was, don't interfere in my business, and I naturally won't interfere in yours. Sikong Jing quickly glanced at Xiao, his expression unchanging, only a slight flicker in his eyes. Treat each other with respect? Xiao nodded. So, what was your purpose in marrying this prince? Xiao met Sikong Jing's eyes and faintly noticed that his gaze carried a hint of inquiry and suspicion. She was beginning to feel that this person had become moody and unpredictable. He was always watching her with a probing gaze, so he had been suspicious of her from the start. She should have realized it sooner. My purpose? I've already said it. The imperial edict cannot be defied. If I had some purpose, then I would truly have to admire my own abilities to be able to sway even the emperor's decision. Xiao's expression also turned cold. This prince was just about to admire your abilities. A while ago, the affair with my third brother was causing a huge stir. In the blink of an eye, you rejected the marriage on the spot and turned around to marry this prince. Any woman with a brain would not want to marry a man who could never give her happiness. Tell me, what do you hope to gain by marrying this prince? Xiao didn't know what state of mind he was in to say such a thing. If you insist on thinking I want something from you, then why didn't you reject the emperor's decree back then? You're deeply favored by the emperor. Surely, whatever decision you make, the emperor would do his best to grant it. You and I were two completely unrelated people, yet we were bound together by an imperial edict. Xiao paused for a good while, then sighed slightly and continued. Forget it. What's done is done. There's no point in talking about the past now. In the end, her marrying him wasn't entirely without purpose. Back then, she had rejected the marriage with Sikong Shengyu on the spot, but the result was the emperor making that decision. No one had anticipated it. Originally, it was just her seeking revenge on Sikong Shengyu, but by a strange twist of fate, he had been dragged into it. It wasn't that she had never thought of using him to deal with Sikong Shengyu. Sikong Jing had already removed himself from worldly affairs, staying far from the court, living a life free of worries. But because he married her, a person with a sensitive identity, he was inevitably drawing attention. At first, she had only thought that as long as he didn't interfere with her plans or block her path to revenge, she could ignore him. But now, on just the first day of their marriage, she felt that things were not as simple as she had originally thought. In fact, if she really wanted revenge, she could just kill Sikong Shengyu and Chu Shiyu. But she always felt that things shouldn't end so hastily. What does your highness want me to do? Xiao gathered her thoughts and asked, looking at Sikong Jing very seriously. Sikong Jing raised a hand to rub the space between his eyebrows and didn't speak for a long time. Hearing this, Xiao said no more, just nodded faintly and walked out the door. Just when Xiao thought he wasn't going to speak, he slowly lowered the fingers from his brow. This prince is tired. You may leave. She originally felt this was an unimportant matter, but her heart felt that something was not quite right. Something was contradictory. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be nothing. Miss, what's wrong? Did His Highness give you a hard time just now? Why do you look so preoccupied? As soon as she returned to her room, Duo came over to ask. It's nothing. Duo, do you think? Xiao started to ask something, but then trailed off. Miss, what did you want to ask? I feel like you've been very preoccupied ever since you came back from His Highness's quarters. Forget it. We could talk about it later. All right, whenever Miss feels like talking. You can tell me then. Duo helped Xiao sit down. Oh, right, Mississippi. This is the medicine I got from Rinxia just now. It should help your body. I'll apply it for you in a bit. Duo took out a small white jade bottle from her sleeve. Xiao took the small bottle, feeling it was a bit strange. You got this from Rinxia? What did you say? I said my pollen allergy was acting up and I had a rash. So Rinxia found this bottle of medicine for me. This white jade bottle doesn't look like something an ordinary attendant would carry. Miss, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Duo asked, puzzled. No, help me apply it this evening. In Sikong Jing's bedroom. Have you found out? Sikong Jing asked Rinxia, who was standing beside him. My lord, at the wedding yesterday, Miss Chu Shiyu hugged the princess consort at the end. This servant suspects that's when she was poisoned. Also, this servant found this. This hairpin is indeed tainted with a powder that causes skin to itch. But rest assured, this servant has already given the antidote to Duo. As for Prince Yu's mansion, a servant came to Chu Shiyu's door and announced, Secondary consort, His Highness will not be coming over tonight. Please do not wait up and rest first. The servant's tone was clearly somewhat contemptuous. Hearing this, Chu Shiyu felt as if she had been struck by something and immediately demanded loudly, Where is His Highness? Take me to see him. The servant looked Chu Shiyu up and down, his gaze still filled with disdain. His Highness is not someone the secondary consort can see just because she wants to. The attendant's disdain was obvious. He had already heard that this woman had schemed against His Highness to climb into his bed, even using her own purity to threaten him. He didn't know why His Highness had still married such a lowly woman with such a grand ceremony. Chu Shiyu was filled with disbelief. Since the day she married into the mansion, Prince Yu had not come to see her even once. The day to return to her family home was approaching. She could not just sit and wait. Since you have entered this prince's mansion, you should abide by the mansion's rules. This servant feels that you, secondary consort, should also learn the rules along with Ningxin's maids. After he finished speaking, he prepared to leave, but he didn't expect his shoulder to be tightly gripped by a slender hand. He turned around to see a long, sharp hairpin at his neck, pointed right at his main artery. A mere servant like you is worthy of speaking to me like that? The attendant froze on the spot, but didn't dare to make a rash move, cautiously glancing at the hairpin against his neck. Get moving. Do you want me to poke a hole in your neck, right here? Chu Shiyu's voice carried a sinister threat. I am His Highness's personal attendant. You wouldn't dare. There are only the three of us in this room. If I say you bumped into and offended me, no one will question it, and that I killed you by accident because of it. What do you think of that reason? As she spoke, the tip of the hairpin gradually pressed against his skin. How could he dare to hesitate any longer? If this woman really had an accident, then it would truly be an accident. The attendant led her to the door of a room. The room was brightly lit. This is the one, the attendant said quickly. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Chu Shiyu pushed the door open. Liana was also by her side. She saw a beautiful woman sitting in Sikong Sheng Yu's lap, the two of them whispering intimately. Chu Shiyu slowly walked in that direction. Your Highness, why did she come over like this? The woman sitting in his lap seemed to be questioning her. Didn't this prince tell you to rest first? Sikong Sheng Yu's tone was a little impatient. Chu Shiyu didn't speak, but shifted her gaze to Sikong Sheng Yu's face. Looking at this scene, she suddenly found it somewhat ironic. Her eyes were full of hurt. Your Highness, since the secondary consort has come looking for you, Your Highness should go back with her. After all, she is the secondary consort personally bestowed upon Your Highness by the Emperor. Sikong Sheng Yu, ignoring everyone else, lifted the chin of the beauty in his arms. For is so clever and quick-witted. How could this prince bear to leave? Stay by this prince's side. If anyone treats you poorly, come and tell this prince. This prince will naturally stand up for you. These provocative words were clearly meant for Chu Shiyu to hear. For immediately said shyly, "Your Highness is the one who dotes on me. It's not in vain that I've been by your Highness's side for so long." Chu Shiyu was cursing internally, but on the surface, she maintained a harmless, gentle, and generous appearance. She covered her mouth and giggled. "Sister, you may have misunderstood me, not to mention my deep affection for His Highness. Now that I have married in a Prince Yu's mansion and become my husband's woman, I should naturally cherish what my husband cherishes. I don't even have enough time to be good to my sisters, so how could I do the things you imagine?" Chu Shiyu said these words in a pleasant and amiable tone. Even though she was at her breaking point, she still understood the need to assert her authority. For, relying on the long time she had spent by His Highness's side, wanted to intimidate her, the newcomer. It was nothing more than a battle of wits. If she couldn't even handle this little trick, wouldn't she be bullied until nothing was left of her in the future? For discreetly glanced at Sikong Shengyu, only to hear him speak. "Husband, you are not the primary consort. You need not address this prince as such." One sentence, utterly cold, instantly hit Chu Shiyu's sore spot. Not the primary consort, so she couldn't address him that way. "What I hate most in my life is people bringing up my status. But right now, I have all this anger with nowhere to vent it." For stood up and walked to Chu Shiyu's side. "Little sister, it's getting late. His Highness should be resting. To avoid catching a chill on the way, you should head back early." These last few sentences were spoken with extreme ambiguity, as if she couldn't wait for her to leave. Chu Shiyu stood there, feeling as if she were on pins and needles. She slowly turned her gaze to Sikong Shengyu. However, Sikong Shengyu didn't even spare her a glance, sipping the tea in his hand with a blank expression. "Your Highness, I am waiting for your explanation." Chu Shiyu finally admitted defeat. After saying this, she immediately left the room. As soon as Chu Shiyu returned to her room, her anger could no longer be contained. She smashed the objects in the room onto the floor, one by one. Lianer stood far away, watching, not daring to get close. What does he mean? He married me with such a grand procession. So why has he changed in just a few days? Chu Shiyu was filled with confusion. Miss, please calm down." Lianer didn't know what to do and could only try to persuade her loudly. "Miss, please calm down. This is not the time to be throwing a tantrum. If His Highness finds out and embarrasses you during the homecoming visit, Miss Xiao will laugh at you." Lianer said earnestly from the side. "You're right. Right now, the homecoming visit is the most important thing. As for the vixens in this mansion, I won't let a single one of them off in the future." Lianer quickly chimed in, "Yes. Otherwise, they'll really think Miss is easy to bully." As if finding her words very reasonable, Chu Shiyu's eyes gradually began to dart around. In the evening, Duo was applying medicine to Xiao's back. Xiao was lying on her stomach on the bed, lightly dozing. Her long, dark hair was swept to one side, draping over her shoulder and covering more than half of it. The two of them were chatting idly about trivial matters. But Duo's movements suddenly became much lighter. "Duo, why did you suddenly lighten your touch so much? The pressure from before was better. Your light touch is actually making me feel itchy," Xiao said lazily with her eyes half closed. She heard no reply, but the pressure increased slightly. "Duo, are you afraid of hurting me? Don't worry. I've been through much more painful things than this. A little pain like this is nothing. In life, who doesn't go through a few painful things?" This last sentence seemed to be said for someone else to hear, and also for herself. She herself didn't know what was wrong with her today. She was being a bit too talkative. "Duo, why is your touch sometimes light and sometimes heavy, sometimes stopping and sometimes starting? Do you have something on your mind too? Duo, why are you so quiet now? Don't you usually chatter on and on?" Xiao suddenly asked. However, there was still no response, only the sensation of medicine being gently applied to her back. Xiao slowly opened her eyes and saw from the bed a pair of long boots embroidered with gold thread on the floor. These were clearly a man's feet, yet the sensation on her back had not stopped. Realizing something was wrong, Xiao immediately grabbed the blanket beside her, wrapping it around her body with lightning speed. Then she immediately pressed herself against the wall, looking warily at the newcomer. When she saw that familiar face, Xiao's face was filled with shock and panic. "You, How are you here? How is it you? Duo. She could feel an unnatural heat burning on her face. When on earth did this person arrive? Why hadn't she heard a single sound? This person really walks as if he's floating. And it was true. He was indeed floating. Just now, she had thought it was Duo applying medicine for her, and she had even said all those nonsensical things. Who knew it was actually him? She had no idea when he had arrived. That Duo, she didn't even give her a heads up when she left. To have her body seen just like that for no reason. Although it was just her back, she still felt a little awkward. Rinxiao must have had some matters to attend to. So now the master is doing the servant's work? Xiao's eyebrow twitched unnaturally a couple of times. She glanced at his body, seeing him sitting quite normally on a chair, his legs hanging naturally towards the ground, his feet resting naturally on the floor. To an unknowing person, they might think his body was still perfectly fine. Because of Xiao's sudden movement, Xikong Jing's hands were frozen in midair. One hand held the porcelain bottle, while the fingers of the other were still stained with the transparent ointment. For some reason, Xiao found this pose somewhat comical. The Prince of Jing, who had always seemed above worldly matters, was actually doing this kind of thing. But that wasn't the important thing right now. What was important was that he had seen her body, and that his godlike, silent appearance was truly frightening. It seemed she had to find a way to make him make some noise when he appeared. Otherwise, with him flying around like this, she would be scared to death sooner or later. The air suddenly became extremely quiet. Xikong Jing sat on the chair with no intention of leaving, while Xiao hugged the quilt and leaned against the wall. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say to him. That it's very late. Aren't you going back to rest? Before Xiao could finish her words, Xikong Jing instantly leaped onto the bed and covered her mouth. Then, Xikong Jing raised his other hand and made a shushing gesture at his lips. Seeing Xikong Jing's vigilant look, Xiao stopped struggling. Through the light in the room, she saw a figure move quickly past the window. Only then did she understand what Xikong Jing was being cautious about. Perhaps because the room she was in was always lit with incense. As soon as he got close, she could smell the faint scent of incense on him. Xikong Jing turned his head to look out the window, not noticing that Xiao was currently sizing him up. Xiao could only see his profile. His dark hair appeared extremely lustrous under the candlelight. Because of his sudden movement just now, a few strands of his hair, which had been draped over his back, had fallen onto his chest, looking a bit messy but not detracting from his charm. From the side, she could also see his high-bridged nose and abnormally long eyelashes. Such features should have belonged to a woman. Xikong Jing saw the person in black disappear and only then turned his head back, only to meet a pair of eyes that were lost in a daze. His hand was still covering her mouth. Her warm, soft lips unintentionally brushed against the skin of his palm. He quickly pulled his hand away. As she could suddenly breathe freely, Xiao also immediately came back to her senses. Only now did she realize how awkward the position between the two of them was. She was leaning against the wall, sitting on the bed with her legs stretched out straight, and Xikong Jing was bracing himself with his arms on either side of her body. They were extremely close, so close they could faintly feel each other's breath. Their gazes met and held quietly for a long moment. "Your Highness, it's really getting late. Are you going to stay like this?" Xiao turned her head away in embarrassment. Only then did Xikong Jing retract his hands. Who knew that his next move would be to move right past her body and lie down on her side, that I'll make do here again tonight. Xikong Jing's eyes were already half closed as he said lazily. However, this sentence was shocking to Xiao. Had he forgotten what she had said to him during the day? And now he was coming to sleep in the same bed with her. And make do? Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. With an extremely careful movement, she pulled her clothes out from under the quilt and immediately put them on. She only felt at ease after confirming that nothing was exposed. She then carefully got up, just as she was about to slowly step over his body. Xikong Jing suddenly opened his eyes. At a glance, he saw Xiao with her leg straddling over him. Even though Xiao's leg didn't touch his body, such a posture was still suggestive. "What are you doing?" Xikong Jing asked faintly. Xiao quickly retracted her very awkward leg. "Nothing. Your Highness can sleep here. It doesn't matter where I sleep. Since it doesn't matter where you sleep, then just settle down and sleep here." He clearly knew that wasn't what she meant, but he didn't give her an easy way out. "I'm not used to sleeping with someone next to me. I'll go somewhere else." She was about to step over him again, but unexpectedly, Xikong Jing actually yanked the quilt from under her, and Xiao's body instantly fell onto him. By a strange twist of fate, straight, she also bumped into his legs. Instantly, a muffled groan was heard. Xiao immediately looked at his face, only to see his brows tightly furrowed, looking to be in great pain. Xiao had naturally felt that heavy impact just now. It was her leg that had hit his leg. Are you all right? Sikong Jing didn't make a sound. Xiao was about to subconsciously look at his legs, but he pulled her up and placed her back in her original spot. Getting you to sleep is truly a difficult task. Do you think in my current state, I can still do anything to you? Sikong Jing said, forcing back the pain. Xiao thought about it and agreed. She lay down beside him and didn't get up again. What's with the red rash on your body? After a long while, Sikong Jing finally asked. Just as Xiao was feeling drowsy, she heard this question that it's from being swarmed by a bunch of flies. Does it still hurt? Sikong Jing asked again, but the corner of his mouth lifted into a tiny arc. What's this? Physical pain is nothing. A pierced heart is what's truly, agonizingly painful. Xiao was starting to ramble. Perhaps she was too tired today and felt very weak. Her eyes were already gradually closing. Who was it? Sikong Jing's voice was extremely soft, but in the end, he heard no reply, only the sound of even breathing. Sikong Jing slowly turned over and saw that peacefully sleeping face. A few stray strands of hair rested on her face. As if by subconscious action, he slowly raised his fingers and gently tucked the strand of hair behind her ear. Those words she had said to Duo earlier, he had indeed heard every single one. She has experienced things more painful than this. Physical pain is nothing. A pierced heart is what's truly, agonizingly painful. What exactly had she been through? Before marrying him, what exactly had she experienced that was so agonizingly painful? His fingertips gently brushed across her fair, smooth cheek. The person before him was a complete mystery. How much was she hiding? The next morning, when Xiao woke up, the space beside her was already empty. Even the quilt was cold, as if the scene from last night had never happened. A good half a month passed, and the number of times she saw him was few and far between. That day when Duo came in to ask a question, she was also stammering and couldn't explain clearly. But seeing Duo's happy to see it happen attitude, there was no need to ask further. On this day, Duo suddenly came in to pass on a message, saying that Uncle Lu from the manor had arrived. Xiao quickly had Uncle Lu brought in. Young miss, this old servant has an important matter to report. Uncle Lu had an anxious look on his face. Uncle Lu, what do you have to say? Don't rush. Speak slowly, Xiao said with a comforting smile. Young miss, some time ago, I was busy with your wedding, so the matter of finding Qiufeng was not actively pursued. However, in the past period, I did send people to search Qiufeng's residence, but there wasn't a single trace. Later, this old servant didn't give up and went to her countryside home to search again, only to find that she had already married and was pregnant. This old servant gave her some money, and she spilled everything she had done. Speaking of Qiufeng, it had been so long since she was mentioned that she had almost forgotten who Qiufeng was. But Uncle Lu was truly a good person. After all this time, he still remembered it. What did she do? Xiao asked. Young miss, this Qiufeng, she's actually one of the second madam's people. She wasn't surprised by this result at all, only that woman would constantly find fault with her. But young miss, this matter seems to be very deeply involved. Hearing Uncle Lu say this suddenly piqued Xiao's interest. Xiao also focused her attention and listened quietly as Uncle Lu slowly recounted the story. The second madam is actually the sister of the Minister of Justice, Song Yuankue. The young miss should know this. Qiufeng said that one day, she was outside the door and secretly overheard a conversation between the Minister of Justice and the second madam. It was actually the Minister of Justice who told the second madam to frame the young Mississippi. Uncle Lu was also very shocked. Did that Song Yuankue state a reason? Why did he want to frame me? Xiao asked. The Minister of Justice only told the second madam that this was something very beneficial to him. The second madam agreed without a second thought. Afterwards, she instructed Qiufeng to give that piece of clothing embroidered with a qilin to the young miss to wear. A dignified Minister of Justice, a high-ranking court official, would actually frame a woman who posed no threat to the court. If it was for his sister, Madame Song, the reason was rather far-fetched. Even if he wanted to frame her, he wouldn't use the qilin rumor to do it. Wouldn't that be making a mountain out of molehill? Any casual action could have framed her. Why go through so much trouble? That Song Yuankue must have had another reason for targeting her. Her father was the most primary reason. That day, if she remembered correctly, when she put on that Qilin garment, someone in the crowd below who was stirring up the emperor's suspicion shouted loudly that their family had treacherous intentions. Such a divisive act was clearly meant to sow discord between the emperor and the general's manor. But he didn't need to do this. When the emperor suspected someone, 10 bulls couldn't pull him back. Besides, even before that, the emperor was already suspicious of her father. Since the Minister of Justice wanted to suppress her father, he would definitely want to weaken his military power. At this time, no one could get the support of the general's manor. For whom would he do this? And whose man was he? Young miss, there's one more thing, but it's rather unimportant. Uncle Lu spoke again. What is it? It's that Chunlan. She's also one of the second madam's people, planted in our courtyard to keep an eye on the young miss's every move. Because that Chunlan is good with sweet talk, the young miss trusted her very much before. So this old servant didn't dare to tell the young miss about this. But since there's a chance today, this old servant will say it all at once, to avoid future worries. Uncle Lu, you don't need to worry about this Chunlan. Now that I'm married into the Prince of Jing's manor, even if he grew 10 pairs of eyes, they wouldn't be able to see their way into the Prince of Jing's manor. You just need to help me keep an eye on the manor, watch over my parents. Don't let petty people get close to them. My parents are old. They can't take any more turmoil, Xiao said with a frown. That's a given. Even if the young miss didn't say so, this old servant would do his best to protect the master and madam. They have shown me kindness, and this old servant must repay their kindness, Uncle Lu said with a smile. Good, Uncle Lu. So far, I have been married into the prince's manor for over half a month. It's about time for the homecoming visit. Go back and tell father that I will find a chance to return. I also have an important matter to discuss with him. Yes, young Mississippi. If the young miss has any trouble in this manor, you can always send someone to pass a message to this old servant. Young miss must take good care of your health. Xiao nodded. Uncle Lu had been very good to her since she was a child. It was just that she had never paid it much mind. After seeing Uncle Lu off, she went to Sikong Jing's room without hesitation to discuss the matter of the homecoming visit. From far outside the door, she heard a series of dry coughs. Xiao quickened her pace to the doorway. Just as she was about to knock, she found that the door was not closed, but left ajar, as if it had been inadvertently blown open by the wind. Through the crack in the door, she saw him lying on his side on the bed, reaching out a hand to grope for the teacup on the tea table beside the bed. The movement was somewhat difficult. The moment he touched the teacup, his body uncontrollably slid off the bed. The teacup was also knocked to the ground by him, shattering into pieces. His hand landed right on the shattered teacup. Bright red blood instantly seeped out from his long, slender fingers. Yet he lay fallen on the ground for a long time, without getting up. Xiao no longer hesitated and directly entered the room, walking to his side. Just as she reached out to support his body, he slowly raised his head and his eyes met Xiao's. Xiao only glanced at him and said nothing. She helped his body up and leaned him against the bed. Rinxia, why isn't he here to serve you? After some thought, she finally asked. This prince sent him to run an errand. Seeing that his finger was still bleeding, she carefully took his hand and pulled a white handkerchief from her sleeve. Rinxia is always by your side to serve you. Why not send someone else to run the errand? Do you have no one else by your side? Xiao wiped the blood from his hand. Sikong Jing didn't refuse and let her do as she pleased. Even though his complexion was poor, he didn't show a trace of pain. Of course, I do. The dignified Prince of Jing has no one to serve him, and I saw you in such a pathetic state. Aren't you afraid I'll go out and tell people? It was truly strange. He was in his own manor, yet he didn't seem to be at ease. He would rather struggle alone than have someone else take care of him. Sikong Jing raised his eyes and glanced at Xiao. What do you know? Why should this prince have to explain my actions to outsiders? She finished bandaging his finger, gave him a glare, and applied a little force on the final knot. Sikong Jing immediately pulled his hand back, looking at her with an unfriendly gaze that I thought you didn't feel pain. His face was pale, and his lips were a bit dry. She didn't know what had happened these days. The radiant imp from last year seemed to have vanished completely. In the short half-month she had been in this manor, and aside from that one night half a month ago, they had not shared a bed again. Just from seeing him sporadically these few days, she already knew how inconvenient his movements were. Last year, he was so radiant, she had thought he would be living well. But his current situation was unknown. The once heroic and dashing Prince of Jing, admired by thousands, had now become like this. She imagined he must be feeling extremely miserable himself. Sikong Jing raised his eyes and quietly looked at Shi Yao's face, his expression somewhat complicated. What is it today? Usually, if there was nothing, she would never take the initiative to seek him out. I came today to discuss a matter with your highness. Sikong Jing looked at her, gesturing for her to continue. I have been married into the prince's manor for over half a month now. It's time for the homecoming visit. Your highness's health is not good, so it's fine if I go back alone. When are you planning to leave? Sikong Jing asked. Tomorrow morning. Sikong Jing nodded. Xiao hadn't expected him to agree so readily. This made things much easier. In that case, I'll head back first. Wait, just as Xiao was about to leave, Sikong Jing spoke up. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Xiao asked. Tomorrow, this prince will accompany you. She never would have expected that he would ask to go back with her. What's wrong? You're not willing. Sikong Jing's eyes suddenly lifted to look at Shi Yao. No, it's just, won't it be inconvenient for your highness? Xiao immediately replied, what's inconvenient? Since it's a homecoming visit, the husband should accompany his wife. This matter is decided. Go back and have someone pack some things. We'll bring them to the general's manor together tomorrow. Sikong Jing's tone left no room for argument. After saying this, it was clearly his final word. He then closed his eyes, preparing to rest. Seeing Sikong Jing's firm attitude, Xiao didn't say anything more. After a simple acknowledgement, she left the room. But the moment she stepped out the door, Sikong Jing's previously closed eyes suddenly snapped open. His gaze slowly moved to the handkerchief left behind after Shi Yao had bandaged his wound. He just stared at the handkerchief, his gaze distant for a long time. The next morning, the convoy of carriages was already waiting at the gate. When Shi Yao came out, she happened to see Sikong Jing being helped into the carriage by Rinxia. For some reason, her eyes subconsciously looked at the two wheels of the carriage. Princess Consort, please get into the carriage quickly. After Rinxia finished helping Sikong Jing into the carriage, he turned around and saw Shi Yao standing at the door, dazed. He said with a smile. Hearing Rinxia's voice, Shi Yao quickly walked over, but her eyes swept over the carriage wheels once more before she got on. Lifting the curtain, she saw Sikong Jing sitting upright in the middle, his complexion looking slightly better than yesterday's. Xiao didn't quite understand why his attitude was so firm. He didn't usually go out often. This time, he could have completely used his physical inconvenience to refuse this outing. But unexpectedly, he had agreed, and his attitude was so resolute. If it was because he couldn't bear for her to go home alone and be gossiped about, she wouldn't believe it for a second. He must have some motive for this trip. Along the way, Xiao was immersed in her own thoughts. Sikong Jing glanced at her several times, but she didn't notice. What are you thinking about? After a long moment, she finally heard his voice. Xiao quickly came back to her senses. What? Xiao asked, a bit slow on the uptake. What are you thinking about? Sikong Jing looked into her eyes and asked again without any impatience. Nothing. Xiao glanced at him, then quickly looked away. This prince is accompanying you on your homecoming visit, yet you are so absent-minded. Are you afraid this prince will discover something? Sikong Jing's tone was a bit low, with a suggestive meaning. Xiao slowly raised her eyes, looking at Sikong Jing with an extremely calm gaze. He really did have a motive. Ever since she married into the prince's manor, he had always been on guard against her. After getting married, he seemed to have become a different person, and being with him felt exceptionally oppressive. There was suspicion in his eyes, though she didn't know what he suspected her of. But she had nothing to feel guilty about. He wouldn't discover that inside this body lived a woman with years more experience, several years older than him. I was thinking about whether I would run into people I don't want to see when I get back. I felt that your highness would not want to know about such trivial thoughts. So I said I was thinking of nothing, Shi Yao replied faintly. Oh, if you don't say, how would this prince know I don't want to know? Now that you've said that, this prince is all the more curious. Who is this person you don't want to meet? Sikong Jing stared intently at Shi Yao's eyes. I didn't expect your highness to have things you're curious about, too. But just as Shi Yao was about to say something, she felt the carriage jolt. Sikong Jing's body already didn't have much strength to support it. This violent jolt sent his body falling to the side. With quick eyes and nimble hands, Xiao swiftly moved over and supported Si Kongjing's body. She threw her arms around him. Even so, the friction just now caused a patch of blood to seep through the bandage on the hand he had injured yesterday. One of Xiao's arms went behind his back, but her arm was a bit too short for a man's body, only reaching his back shoulder. Her other arm went across his chest to support him. Are you all right? That violent jolt just now had indeed shifted her body a few inches as well, let alone his. Xiao immediately frowned and asked, if anything happened to the Prince of Jing during the homecoming trip, then she would be the one to take responsibility for the consequences. Si Kongjing unnaturally raised his eyes and met Xiao's somewhat worried gaze. For some reason, it felt like something unknown streaked through his heart. That I'm fine, Si Kongjing replied faintly. Xiao nodded and helped him lean against the carriage wall. She then straightened out her clothes that had been messed up just now. Only then did she look at him. You sit here for a moment. Then, Xiao prepared to turn and head towards the front of the carriage. But Si Kongjing grabbed her sleeve. What are you doing? Xiao didn't say anything, only calling out of the carriage. Duo, what happened? After that violent jolt, the carriage had stopped. A noisy commotion suddenly came from outside. After a long while, Duo finally lifted the curtain, but she was covering half her face, her eyes red. Young miss, the road is blocked by a group of troublemakers. Rinxia is being held by them, Duo said, looking aggrieved. Xiao quickly walked to her side and moved the hand covering her face. What happened to you? Did they hit you? A cold glint flashed in Xiao's eyes. Duo stammered, unable to explain anything clearly. Xiao didn't want to listen any further. You stay here and take care of His Highness. Both Si Kongjing and Duo looked at Xiao. Without any hesitation, Xiao directly lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. Take your people and get lost. How dare you block my way? Who are you people? How dare you be so bold? You kick my master's carriage without even finding out his identity. If the person inside is hurt, can you bear the responsibility? A man dressed as a servant, leading a group of people, surrounded Rinxia, cracking their knuckles, as if they would teach him a lesson at any moment if his attitude was wrong. Your master? Who is your master? Just some country merchant. Do you know whose path your carriage is blocking? If we say our master's identity, it would probably scare you witless. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Take your people and scram. That servant was indeed too arrogant. A servant speaking to Rinxia, yet clearly acting like a master. You are the ones blocking the road for passers-by, yet you twist reason. The ones who should move are you. Rinxia was not one to back down either. Xiao saw that Rinxia's hands were already clenched into fists, as if he was holding something back. Indeed, the passers-by were all blocked in that area, and a crowd had gathered. Insolent peasant. After saying that, he was about to raise his hand to slap Rinxia's face. All of you get them. Beat all these peasants away and destroy the carriage, blocking our young master's way. You truly don't know what's good for you. Just as that group of people was about to charge forward, Xiao swiftly moved in front of them, grabbing the wrist of the man who was about to slap Rinxia's face. She gripped the man's wrist tightly, her pair of utterly cold eyes locked on the extremely arrogant person before her. Everyone's gaze shifted to this woman who had suddenly rushed out. The woman was dressed in a dark robe, a color of black mixed with red, looking more and more like the color of dried blood. Coupled with the cold aura the woman was currently exuding, it made her seem even more like a messenger from hell. S.O. It was you who kicked the carriage. Xiao did not let go of the man's hand, her tone faint, as indifferent as if she were talking about what she had for lunch. The servant struggled to pull his hand free, but it remained motionless in her grip. Her hand looked fair and soft, not at all like someone who could exert such great force. The servant's face turned ugly. The strength in this hand was simply too great, and his wrist was held so tightly it was excruciatingly painful. You, who is this woman? You're truly audacious. Let me go. Do you know whose man I am? The servant looked up and saw a woman with a face like a celestial fairy, and his speech became a little stuttered. But with so many people watching, and his master still watching from the tea house, he absolutely could not lose face for his master. I don't care whose man you are. Since you kicked my carriage and hurt my people, then you will pay the price for it. Xiao glanced at him faintly, and then, with only a crack, Xiao released his wrist. His hand dangled lifelessly, like a puppet with its strings cut. Xiao didn't know why she was so angry about this matter. She only knew that she couldn't stand it when her people were hurt. Then, the servant let out a sudden, miserable scream, as if the pain was delayed or he was slow to react. At the sound of the crack, he didn't seem to have registered it. It wasn't until the sharp pain came later that he screamed. The common people standing on the side watching were all terrified by this scene. Ew, my hand. What's wrong with my hand? Xiao Si used his other hand to clutch the one that had just been broken. He couldn't lift it no matter what. The pain was unbearable. Xiao looked at him with a flat expression. Today, this hand of yours will serve as a substitute for the foot you used to kick the carriage. If you dare to bully others by relying on your power again, next time, it won't be as simple as just a hand. After saying this, Xiao took Ren Xiao's hand and walked toward the carriage. Ren Xiao was already stunned on the spot. The hand held by Xiao was trembling slightly. He even subconsciously swallowed. Their princess consort was truly imposing and domineering. He actually felt a sense of being protected, and by a woman. He finally understood how his lordship felt, constantly being protected. Young lady, please wait. Xiao had no intention of stopping. She had rescued her man, and that was enough. Why would you stop here? Xiao didn't stop, but the person quickly chased after her and knelt before her. Xiao had no choice but to stop and look at the old man in front of her. He was an old man of about 60. Seeing that Xiao had stopped, the old man finally raised his head to look at her. Only then did Xiao see his face, which was covered in bruises and cuts. Even his clothes were stained with a lot of blood. After a short while, an old woman, pulling along a pretty young lady, knelt before her as well. The old woman's face was also full of sorrow. The young lady looked even more haggard, with a look of despair. Young lady, you must be a person of extraordinary status. Please, you must save our family. The three of them kowtowed to her at the same time. Xiao was a little confused. What do they mean by this? She had simply rescued one of her own people, yet she was being entangled here for no reason. Xiao glanced at Ren Xia, then looked back at the three people kneeling before her. Old sir, madam, I have important matters to attend to. I'm afraid I can't help you. After saying this, Xiao was about to walk away. She was not one to meddle in others' business. She knew full well that meddling would surely lead to trouble. Her current status did not allow her to stir up trouble. Besides, she wasn't the type to casually show great compassion. Young lady, you are also a woman. You should be able to deeply understand the feeling of being used and abandoned. My daughter, not only was she defiled, but that man still won't let us go. He wants to drive us out of here. If we don't leave, he will have our entire family beaten to death right here. The old woman was crying her eyes out, hoping to grasp this last straw. Xiao hadn't wanted to get involved in this matter, but she heard the phrase used and abandoned. She suddenly remembered her past life. She, too, could be considered to have been used and abandoned. Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the three people kneeling before her. She had only glanced at them before and hadn't looked closely. The young lady was no more than about 15 years old. Her life had just begun, yet she had suffered such a tragic fate, to be brutally ruined by someone. Not only that, but he also wanted to drive her entire family out of here. Just what kind of powerful person was this, to be so ruthless as to eliminate them completely? Not only did he commit such a vile act, but he also wanted to drive the victim away. Brother Sean, look, it seems like something is happening over there. In the tea house, two wealthy young masters were sitting, leisurely sipping their tea. Suddenly, one of the young masters noticed from the window that things over there were getting stranger. Worthy brotherly, what are you so nervous about? It's just a small scuffle. What's there to be afraid of? But Brother Shun looked quickly. Li Bing quickly patted Shun Iji's shoulder. Shun Iji pretended to glance outside nonchalantly. He saw his men retreating in a panic. The situation was indeed strange. Let's go take a look. Shiniji put down his teacup and immediately stood up. Xiao helped the three of them up slightly, then walked toward the group of people from before. Not toward anyone else, but straight for Xiao Si, the one with the broken hand. Xiao Si subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at Xiao warily. What are you doing? Xiao Si stared at Xiao, forcing himself to look calm. Xiao grabbed the lapel of his collar and dragged him in front of her. Xiao Si was so scared that even the flesh on his face trembled. Tell me what happened to them. Was it you? Xiao asked directly, and no, it wasn't me, Xiao Si said quickly. Then who was it? Xiao asked again. Xiao Si looked at her eyes, which were as cold as frost, and began to feel uneasy all over. Someone with such strength must have practiced martial arts. What if she accidentally snapped his neck? But if he spoke, he would offend the young master. He was truly in a dilemma I can't say, Xiao Si stammered, bracing himself. But in the next moment, before he could react, his body was thrown to the ground by Shi Yao like a dirty rag. Then, she stepped on his back. Once again, he was completely immobilized. If you don't speak, this time it won't be just a hand. Shi Yao's devilishly charming voice came from above his head. But he was helpless. The group of servants standing around all watched this scene, not daring to get close, afraid of getting their hands and feet broken if they got any closer. Just now, Xiao only knew that a noble of extraordinary status had bullied the young lady, but she didn't know who that noble was. Even a young lady's family didn't know. How ironic. To bully a family of common people with no power to even trust a chicken, and in the end, they don't even know who did it. That person wanted to cover up this ugly affair completely. Please, I really can't say. If I do, the young master will break my legs. Xiao Si was now lying on the ground, his face pressed against the dusty floor. He looked extremely miserable. The common people watching did not speak up for Xiao Si. They had all seen clearly when that Xiao Si had publicly beaten and cursed that family. Such a lawless person deserved to be punished. Xiao was also extremely curious. What kind of master could raise such an audacious servant? And from his words, this Xiao Si was just following orders and was also afraid of death. Then aren't you afraid of me breaking your hands and feet right now? Xiao couldn't care less about his dilemma. I'll talk. My young master is. Before Xiao Si could finish, the sound of clapping came from a distance, drawing closer. Everyone looked in that direction, only to see two lavishly dressed young masters walking over, laughing loudly. Xiao also looked over. The two of them walked closer and closer until they were right in front of Xiao. Li Bing's heart skipped a beat. It's actually her. This young lady is indeed extremely beautiful, but her actions are a bit too crude, aren't they? The man standing slightly in front sized up Xiao. Young master, save me. Hearing his master's voice, Xiao Si immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Shun Yiji ignored the person crying out miserably and just kept sizing up Xiao, his gaze filled with blatant mockery. The moment Xiao saw this person, she could tell he was devious. Although he was dressed lavishly in a silk brocade robe that revealed his noble status, and the crown on his head was not ordinary, and his features were handsome, his devious nature was seen by Xiao at a glance. To put in one phrase, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Xiao said nothing, simply taking her foot off Xiao Si's back. Xiao Si instantly felt the pressure lift. He quickly got up and ran to hide behind Shiniji. Young master, she broke my hand. This woman is truly vicious. Young master, you must be careful. Back behind Shiniji, Xiao Si's miserable, pleading expression vanished, replaced by a fierce glare at Xiao, the very picture of a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Shiniji turned a deaf ear, the mocking smile still on his face. He took a few more steps toward Xiao, reached out a hand, raised his index finger, and slowly hooked it under Xiao's chin. Li Bing was about to stop Shiniji, but he had already made his move. Xiao didn't make a move either, just watched him faintly. Rin Xia, at the side, watched with a sinking heart and closed his eyes in despair. But he wasn't despairing for Xiao, but for Shin Yiji. I like this feisty type. They're more fun to play with. Before Shin Yiji could finish speaking, Xiao once again grabbed his wrist. Why do these people always like to get physical? If this keeps up, people will think she only knows this one move of twisting wrists. Rin Xia opened his eyes at the right moment and shook his head helplessly. To dare to harass even a woman like the princess consort, he truly had a death wish. Only someone like our prince could tease our princess consort. Xiao didn't use much force, just held his wrist at O. Look at her, she's quite forward. Shin Yiji laughed happily. The next moment, Xiao let go of his wrist and slapped him across the face. 5 red marks immediately appeared on his face. Shin Yiji stood there, a little stunned. This slap is to teach you a lesson. Not every woman can be touched. Then came another slap on his other cheek. This slap is for you to properly discipline your servant. Don't let him act like a dog backed by its master, bullying others. Then another slap. This slap is for you to take responsibility for your actions. Using and abandoning someone, trying to wipe them out completely, not everyone is so easy to deal with. You have to take responsibility for your own mess. Suddenly, There wasn't a sound at the scene. The afternoon sun seemed very quiet, shining on Shi Yao's face as if emitting a faint golden glow. You have some nerve? Aren't you just the wife of that useless prince? How dare you lay a hand on the prime minister's legitimate son? Are you tired of living? Li Bing quickly went to Shun Yiji's side and supported him. He hadn't expected this woman to be so bold. The crowd fell silent again. One sentence had revealed two prominent identities. Shun Yiji was also dazed from the 3 slaps, standing there and staring blankly at the woman before him, only feeling a fiery, burning pain on his face. The 3 slaps had indeed been solid. He had been pampered like a treasure at home, and his face immediately became red and swollen. Li Bing immediately shook Shun Yiji, who was still in a daze. Brother Shun, she actually dared to hit you. You are the legitimate son of the current prime minister. How can you let someone insult you like this? She dared to hit you, Brother Shun. If we don't teach her a lesson today, she'll be walking all over the prime minister himself. Li Bing shouted Shun Yiji's name over and over, reminding him loudly in his ear. He finally snapped Shun Yiji back to his senses. Who did you just say she is? Shun Yiji asked belatedly. Brother Shun, you might not know since you just got back. She is the famous young lady from the capital recently, the legitimate daughter of the general's manor, Chu Xiao. And now, she is Prince Jin's princess consort, Li Bing said very clearly. A very obvious change came over Shun Yiji's face. However, Brother Shun, everyone knows Prince Jin's condition. He can't even stand up. Yet the old general married his only legitimate daughter to such a cripple. It's clear she doesn't have much status. Brother Shun, you don't need to worry. Li Bing reminded Shun Yiji over and over. Shun Yiji, who had been somewhat apprehensive, seemed less so after hearing Li Bing's words. The pain on his face also reminded him again and again that he should avenge those 3 slaps. Just the wife of a cripple dares to hit me. You ungrateful bitch. All of you get her. Strip her clothes off for me. I want to see just how chaste and virtuous she is. Spurred on by Li Bing's encouragement, Shun Yiji felt even more that he couldn't lose face. Besides, the burning pain on his face was not fake. Shun Yiji was finally enraged. Li Bing smiled, having gotten his way. Although those servants were still a bit shaken, the young master had given the order. Moreover, the young master had brought another group of people with him. With their numbers, she couldn't possibly win, even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms. Immediately, the couple from before rushed out and stood in front of Shi Yao. Young Master Shun, do whatever you want with our family. We won't have any more complaints. We will listen to you. But this young lady, she didn't mean any harm. Please, young Master Shun, don't make things difficult for her. The old couple immediately knelt before Shun Yiji, kowtowing and begging continuously. If they hadn't asked this young lady for help, it wouldn't have ended up like this. The couple was filled with regret. The servants who rushed forward kicked the couple down. 2 heavy kicks sent the 2 of them sprawling on the ground, unable to get back up. Next was Shi Yao. They quickly surrounded Shi Yao. About a dozen men formed a circle around Shi Yao, ready to strike at any moment. The first one raised his fist and attacked Shi Yao. Shi Yao didn't rush to fight back. Just as the man was about to reach her, before his fist could get close, Shi Yao kicked him, sending his body flying far away. You like to kick, don't you? Then I'll let you have your fill of it. One after another, men lunged at Shi Yao. No matter how fast they were, once they got near Shi Yao, they were kicked far away like punching bags. Unwilling to give up, they conferred and charged together. Some of them were even holding daggers, coming at Shi Yao one after another. Just as a dagger was about to reach Shi Yao's body, a long white sash flew out from the carriage. The dagger was quickly wrapped by the white sash. It was thrown onto the floor with a loud, crisp clang. Then, the white sash continuously struck the group of men. The seemingly soft and beautiful white sash was now more effective than any club or sword. Seeing this, Shi Yao knew he had made his move. The crowd watched as if at a play, seeing the white sash chase after the group of men. In the end, unable to match the sash's speed, they were all beaten by the seemingly soft fabric until they spat blood. The scene was brutal. Following that, a man in a moon-white plain robe flew out of the carriage, landing lightly on the horse's back. With a whoosh, the white sash in his hand retracted into his sleeve. Xiao had already experienced the power of this white sash. In fact, she had always been curious about how such a long sash could be simply retracted into his sleeve. And how could it be hidden so seamlessly within his sleeve? He was truly a treasure. The crowd was stunned once again. The man was so handsome, he didn't seem mortal. His black hair was simply tied with a golden ribbon, with a few strands falling beside his cheeks, yet it didn't look disheveled, but rather like it was part of his celestial aura. He sat on the horse without any expression, as if looking down on this group of people unworthy of his action. Sikong Jing rarely made a move. Shun Yiji never expected that his men would be utterly defeated in less than a moment, lying motionless on the ground as if dead. Shun Yiji looked in a panic at his men, who were lying motionless on the ground. He then glanced at the person sitting on the horse, looking at him coldly, and his heart trembled slightly. He had originally been somewhat wary of Sikong Jing. After all, he was the god of war on the battlefield a few years ago, and no matter what, he was the emperor's son. But he had been carried away by Li Bing's words, and the result was this disastrous scene. Now, only he and Li Bing were left standing here, and Li Bing was completely useless to count on. You have some nerve. Do you know who you've offended? Li Bing was still fanning the flames from the side. If he didn't make them suffer today, he would never be able to quell the anger in his heart. He is the legitimate son of the current prime minister. Chu Xiao, you're just an abandoned daughter. What do you have to be arrogant about? No matter how skilled Prince Jean is in martial arts, he's just a cripple who can't even perform his marital duties. Thinking about it, don't you think rejecting the marriage to Prince Yu was a huge mistake? Look, you're destined to be a widow for the rest of your life. Li Bing stood behind Shin Yiji, muttering non-stop, afraid that Xiao wouldn't hear. Shin Yiji stood in front of him, his eyes about to pop out. Shut up. He finally couldn't take it anymore and turned to roar at him. Brother Shun, you don't have to be afraid. Your father is the current prime minister. Even the emperor has to show him some deference. You could do whatever you want. Li Bing was still egging him on from behind. Xiao finally moved, gradually walking toward them. Shin Yiji subconsciously took 2 steps back, and Li Bing also retreated 2 steps with him. After all, with Shun Yiji shielding him, his safety was more or less guaranteed. She finally reached the 2 of them. Although Shun Yiji was a little intimidated, he still put on a brave face. What are you going to do? Shun Yiji asked that if you don't want to get hit, get out of my way. Xiao glanced at Shun Yiji, then moved her gaze to Li Bing. Of course, Shun Yiji didn't want to get hit. The next second, he moved aside. Li Bing was at a loss. He hadn't expected this Shun Yiji to be so disloyal, moving aside without the slightest hesitation. And at that moment, Xiao took a step forward, coming before Li Bing. Say what you just said one more time. Xiao stared straight at Li Bing, her eyes intensely cold. I said Prince Jean is a cripple. He can't even perform his marital duties, and you'll have to be a widow for the rest of your life. Unexpectedly, he really had the guts to say it. He really has some backbone, Xiao thought to herself. However, she saw hatred in this person's eyes. She didn't remember ever offending this person, in this life or the last. Why was the hatred in his eyes so strong? But since he had said such ugly words, it was time to teach him a lesson. Do you want a broken arm or a broken leg? She grabbed him and questioned him coldly, as if asking what he wanted for lunch. You dare? My father is the Minister of War. My father is one of His Highness the Crown Prince's men. If you dare touch me, I'll have the Crown Prince kill you. Li Bing said in a panic, his neck still in Xiao's grasp. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Hearing the words Crown Prince, Xiao's grip loosened slightly. His father was one of the Crown Prince's men. Xiao subconsciously turned to look at Sikong Jing, and Sikong Jing also turned his gaze toward her, then gave an imperceptible shake of his head. Don't you know that His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Prince Jean have been close since childhood? Do you think the Crown Prince will listen to you and kill me? What's more, every word you just said was heard clearly by everyone present. That will be evidence in court. My husband and I have no grudge against you, yet you harbor thoughts of revenge, publicly insulting my husband and me. Is this also what your father taught you? Xiao pressed him step by step. Li Bing thought about it carefully. They had indeed never had a direct confrontation, but he just couldn't get over it in his heart. You crazy woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Bing retorted angrily. Whether I'm spouting nonsense or not, everyone here can be a witness. You, if I remember correctly, this is the first time we've met today, yet you target my husband and me like this. Who instigated you? Hearing Xiao's words, Li Bing trembled. Have you decided yet? Broken arm or broken leg? Xiao asked again, oh no, you can't touch me. My father is the Minister of War. If you touch me, I'll have my father raid your manor. Li Bing was panicking now, because he saw that Xiao's eyes were completely serious without a trace of fear. He had seen with his own eyes how she had snapped that man's wrist. Your father probably doesn't have the authority to raid a prince's manor. Even if he served as an official for another 10 years, he probably wouldn't have that authority. Even though she had thought about being cautious and prudent in this life, doing what she should and completing her plan, she was increasingly discovering that one couldn't always endure when it came to some scoundrels and shameless people. If you endured, people would think you were truly easy to bully. Have you decided? If you haven't, I'll decide for you. The next moment, Li Bing's body was thrown heavily to the ground. Without another word, Xiao stomped on his knee. With a crisp crack, Xiao lifted her foot and stood there quietly, as if nothing important had just happened. Then, as expected, a miserable scream was heard. At this moment, Xiao's image was rooted in everyone's mind. She meant what she said. What she said went. She never hesitated, and she was not easy to talk to. Such a disposition was truly comparable to the old general in his youth. Li Bing was in too much pain to speak. Xiao squatted down, bringing her head close to Li Bing's. Today, I'm being merciful and only taking one of your legs. You called him a cripple and a useless man over and over. Today, I'll teach you a lesson so you know what a cripple is, what a useless man is. But luckily, you still have one leg. You can still struggle a bit. As she said this, Xiao suddenly laughed. At this moment, everyone noticed this extremely beautiful woman. Her smile was like a flower from hell, intoxicating, yet deeply poisonous. Shen Yiji's fingers also trembled involuntarily, thankfully hidden by his sleeves. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Xiao slowly stood up and scanned her surroundings, her gaze lingering on Shen Yiji and Li Bing. I have married His Highness Prince Jin, so I am his wife. He is naturally my husband. I always mean what I say. If anyone gossips about him or insults him in the future, and I happen to hear it, then anyone who wants a broken arm or leg can come find me. I will definitely help you fulfill your wish. Also, I'm very protective of my own. If anyone says another bad word about my family, besides broken arms and legs, I know many other things. For example, a broken neck. Xiao once again raised a devilishly charming smile. Everyone present instinctively shrank back, a chill running down their necks. Xiao slowly walked 2 steps closer to Shen Yiji. Shen Yiji was so scared he quickly looked at Xiao. I know what to do. I will definitely not make things difficult for their family in the future. I will arrange a good place for them to live. Only then did Xiao nod. She then walked over to the 3 people. Old sir, madam, if he is disrespectful to you again in the future, just come find me directly. I will come and help you take care of this trouble at any time. Although these words were not directed at Shen Yiji, he could still feel waves of coldness. Young Master Shun, your arms and legs are temporarily on loan to you. You'd better remember that. After all that commotion, the 2 of them finally got into the carriage. It was surprisingly quiet. Neither of them seemed to have anything to say. It was as if the whole commotion just now had been an illusion. Xiao slowly raised her eyes and saw that Sikong Jing's expression was not very good. After some thought, she spoke up. Your Highness, just now. I caused trouble just now. This matter certainly won't end like this, but I'm not afraid. It won't implicate your Highness. Please rest assured, your Highness. Xiao didn't know what was wrong with her to blurt out such a thoughtless string of words. But Sikong Jing didn't answer her. His mind, however, kept replaying the word she had said just now. And that word, husband. Before they arrived at the general's manor, news of their homecoming visit had already been received, so people were waiting at the general's manor early on. The family banquet was already set. A group of people sat at a table, seemingly enjoying themselves. However, only they knew in their hearts that they each had their own ulterior motives. Xiao faintly swept her gaze over everyone present. On the surface, they all wore smiles, looking happy, but it didn't reach their eyes. Only Chu Wensi sat quietly in his seat, glancing at Xiao from time to time, but then quickly looking away, afraid of being caught looking at her. Madame Song, on the other hand, looked very well. It seemed that in the days since she had gotten married, she had been living quite comfortably. The rumors all say that His Highness, Prince Jing, is a jade-faced god of war. I have always been very curious. Today, I am fortunate enough to see the legendary Prince Jing in person. He is truly a man of outstanding talent, simply stunning. Older sister, you're truly blessed to be able to marry a man like Prince Jing, who is like a banished immortal. Chu Shiyu sat beside Sikong Jing, looking at Xiao with a delicate smile. But so what? He has nothing but a pretty face. Yet he can't even enjoy the simplest pleasures of an ordinary person. If it were me, I'd rather find someone who could. Just as Chu Shiyu was speaking, Chu Zhen immediately interjected, her words dripping with sarcasm. Shut your mouth, little sister Zhener. How can you be so tactless? Your cousin is now the official consort of His Highness, Prince Jing. It wouldn't be good if you made your cousin angry. Seeing Chu Zhen speaking, Chu Shiyu interrupted her at just the right moment. Xiao was not blind. Just now, when Chu Zhen said those words, her infatuated gaze was locked on Sikong Jing. Even though her words were harsh, her eyes could not lie. Chu Shiyu was truly putting on a good show, humiliating her with such poise at this family banquet. If it were the old her, she would never have been able to tolerate someone humiliating Sikong Jing in front of her. She might have even started a fight with that person. In the past, at home, this was how she protected Sikong Jing. For Sikong Jing, she could offend the entire world. Hearing their words, Sikong Jing paid them no mind at all, continuing to eat the food on the table as if he hadn't heard a thing. Chu Zhengying slammed his chopsticks down on the table with a sharp crack. Who taught you to say such things? Chu Zhengying glared at Chu Zhen. Stared at by Chu Zhengying, Chu Zhen subconsciously shrank back and didn't dare to look at him again. Master, my niece is still young. She's too naive and inevitably a bit tactless. Please forgive her. Old madam, don't you agree? After Chu Shiyu finished speaking, she didn't forget to cast a glance at Lu Shi. Lu Shi also put down her chopsticks and looked toward Chu Zhen. Today is your cousin's homecoming visit. Don't bring shame upon your father. Lu Shi's words were not harsh. This granddaughter had been good at coaxing people since she was little, and she was clever and cute. She was still very fond of her, so naturally, she sided with her own granddaughter. She just couldn't be too obvious about it. She couldn't have come up with those words on her own today. Someone must have taught her. I know, grandmother. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sure older cousin won't blame me, right? Chu Zhen even gave Xiao a provocative look. She hadn't forgotten the grudge from the Empress's birthday banquet. She would do anything to make her lose face. In this family, she had her grandmother to back her up anyway, so she wasn't afraid of Chu Xiao. Besides, now older sister Shiyu was on her side too. Why would she be afraid of not being able to deal with her? Of course not. I'm already an adult. How can an adult bicker with a misbehaving child? Xiao said faintly. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily speechless. Then, as if remembering something, Xiao spoke again. Zhener, last time you said you would go back after we were married. You've been staying in this mansion for some days now. If you don't go back soon, I'm afraid second uncle and third uncle will start to worry, won't they? Xiao glanced at the two of them, speaking as if unintentionally. A flash of embarrassment crossed their faces. Yes. Grandmother said she wanted us to stay for a while, and my father has already bought a house in the capital. He's been buying furniture these past few days. We'll go back once the furniture is all set up. Chu Zhen looked at Xiao, annoyed. That's right, they're my granddaughters. What's wrong with them staying in the mansion for a few days? You're already married. Are you afraid they'll take over your room? Lu Shi also shot Xiao an impatient look. I am married, but I am still the legitimate first daughter of the Jiang mansion. This status is indelible. What is mine is mine. It cannot be occupied by others just because of some special circumstances. Even if I am not in the mansion, those things will not disappear for no reason. Xiao said faintly. After speaking, she began to pick up her chopsticks and eat the food on the table. And at this moment, many people had already lost the good appetite they had before. During this meal, Sikong Jing barely said a word, but his eyes would drift toward Xiao from time to time. However, Xiao never once looked at him. The family banquet ended, and the sky gradually darkened. Young miss, your room has been tidied up, Donger said into Xiao's ear, hesitating. Xiao nodded, then asked casually, what about the guest room? The guest room? Donger was puzzled. Xiao nodded. Young miss, it seems the master did not give orders to prepare any extra rooms. Only then did Xiao belatedly realize that she was now a married woman. If they were to sleep in separate rooms in the mansion, it would be far too obvious. It was just that she had never shared a bed with Sikong Jing since getting married. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding that they would not share a bed. That this was indeed the case did not surprise her. But now, under her father's nose, if the two of them still slept in separate rooms, it would be too strange. Xiao turned her gaze and glanced at Sikong Jing sitting beside her. He didn't seem to mind. Father, It's late now. I will take His Highness to rest. We could talk about anything else tomorrow, Xiao said, looking at Chu Zhengying. Chu Zhengying nodded. Have Donger take His Highness to rest first. There are some things your father and your mother need to talk to you about. Seeing Chu Zhengying's eager to ask expression, Xiao knew that an interrogation was unavoidable. Xiao nodded. Then, two servants brought in the sedan chair. They helped Sikong Jing's body sit on it. The two then followed Xiao's steps and carried Sikong Jing out. And throughout this series of actions, Chu Zhengying and Yun Lan watched without blinking. They watched as Xiao walked up to them. Now, only the three of them were left in the room. Yun Lan had been holding it in for a long time and finally had a chance to speak with her most beloved daughter. She felt a little excited and heartbroken. Xiao, has His Highness always been this inconvenienced? Before Yun Lan could speak, Chu Zhengying asked eagerly. Xiao didn't speak, which was a silent confirmation. Why must it be so troublesome, being carried back and forth? Isn't there a simpler way? For example, something he can operate himself. Even a small pony would be good. Chu Zhengying was also a little worried. His body is immobile. He can only sit and lie down. The sedan chair is already the most convenient option. I originally didn't want him to accompany me on my homecoming visit today. But not only did he not refuse, he was very willing to come back with me. He knew his body was inconvenienced, yet he didn't refuse. For some reason, she was inexplicably afraid that her father and mother would speak ill of him, so she quickly explained. Only then did Chu Zhengying slowly nod. It seems you two are getting along well. In that case, your father, can rest assured. If only he could. Sigh. His Highness, Prince Jing, seems perfect in every way. The only flaw is his legs. Daughter, do you blame me, your father? Chu Zhengying's expression was at times relaxed, at times worried. Father, what are you saying? How could I blame you? His Highness, Prince Jing, treats me very well. Didn't you hear them just now? They all envy me for having such a handsome husband. To keep her parents from worrying, Xiao smiled broadly and said, My poor, silly child. Have you consummated the marriage with him? Finally, she got to the main point. Of course, these were not words Chu Zhengying could ask. Mother, who consummates the marriage right after getting married? His Highness, and I don't talk much to begin with. Naturally, we need to get familiar with each other for a while before we can be intimate. Mother, why are you more anxious than I am? Xiao smiled at Yun Lan, feigning a complaint. You child, isn't Mother just worried about you? If he really can't, Mother can make plans for you early. Yun Lan held her hands and said worriedly, Mother, he can. You should stop worrying needlessly. Xiao also patted Yun Lan's hand. Father, did Uncle Lu pass on the message to you? Xiao's smile suddenly vanished, her expression turning serious. Chu Zhengying nodded. He said you have something important to tell me. Did you run into some trouble at the prince's mansion? No, Father. I'm doing very well at the prince's mansion. I want to talk about something else. Father, you also know. Father, do you still remember the night of the Empress's birthday banquet? Someone gave me a Qilin robe. Chu Zhengying nodded. Of course I remember. The events of that night were indeed quite perilous. Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince spoke up for you, which was a relief for me, your father. Father, do you know who gave that Qilin robe to your daughter? Xiao asked. Who was it? You found out? Xiao nodded, looking somewhat troubled. She didn't speak for a long while. What is it? Why aren't you speaking? Is there some difficulty? Chu Zhengying quickly stood up and asked seriously. Father, I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you. Xiao looked at Chu Zhengying with a troubled expression. Whether I believe or not, you must first say it. That way, your father, can make a judgment. Xiao helped Chu Zhengying's arm and sat him down. This incident happened on the night of the birthday banquet, and I knew nothing about it. I only just figured out the whole story yesterday. I feel the implications are not shallow. Father, you may not know this, but the maid you assigned to me, she was actually the concubine's person. She is no longer in the mansion. She disappeared right after that night. I asked Uncle Lu to help me find her. He eventually found her. Because she was pregnant and needed to raise a child, Uncle Lu gave her some money and she revealed everything. If you were to say the concubine would tarnish the reputation of the general's mansion, father's reputation, your daughter might not have believed it. But according to that maid, she, Chinger, overheard the concubine talking with her brother, Song Yuan-Kei. She said this idea came from Song Yuan-Kei. That is to say, Song Yuan-Kei's target is you, father. Hearing this, Chu Zhengying was silent for a long time. What on earth is this treacherous woman trying to do? To actually collude with an outsider to harm our general's mansion. Yun Lan could not tolerate this. Her brother, Song Yuan-Kei, is one of the Crown Prince's men and has always supported His Highness the Crown Prince. But that night, His Highness the Crown Prince clearly spoke up for us. He even reprimanded that man in front of all the officials. Although he didn't name names, I imagine that person did not have an easy time after returning. Speaking of His Highness the Crown Prince, Xiao was somewhat shocked. She never would have thought that the person who tried to harm her that day would be one of his men. But didn't he also save her in public that night? If he truly wanted to harm her, then why would he risk offending a high-ranking official just to save her? And she had heard his words that day clearly. They were truly stunning and renewed the impression of those who didn't remember him well. Could it be that on that day, he was just using her to consolidate his own position? But when she thought of his gentle and refined face and how he had saved her several times, he didn't seem like someone who would want to harm her at all. Her heart grew more and more conflicted. Seeing Xiao silent for a long time, Chu Jingying waved his hand in front of her face. "Daughter, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking that His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't seem like that kind of person. He saved me several times." Xiao hesitated. "Daughter, you must know that in this world, things are not simply black and white. The human heart is very difficult to fathom. Some people are not as kind as they appear on the surface," Chu Jingying said with a serious expression. Xiao nodded. "No matter what the truth is, I will not let those with ulterior motives harm anyone in our mansion." Chu Jingying stroked Xiao's head and smiled with gratification. "You must be vigilant in all matters. You are the legitimate eldest daughter of this family. In the future, you must also teach your younger brother." Xiao nodded. "Father, what do you plan to do about the concubine?" After some thought, she still asked. "She is, after all, the sister of the Minister of Justice. She also married me, your father, with the status of a legitimate daughter. She has been my concubine for over a decade and even bore me, your father, my only son. I, your father, cannot treat her poorly. Xiao, you and your mother must not blame me. This is all my responsibility to bear." Chu Jingying looked guiltily at Yinlan, then at Xiao. Yinlan's expression was not good, but she did not speak up. "Father, you are overthinking it. If others don't harm me, I won't harm them. As long as the concubine behaves herself, your daughter naturally can't find any fault with her. But if one day she is led astray by someone, then I will not hesitate to do whatever it takes to protect our Chu family." Although Xiao was smiling, her expression carried an air of unquestionable determination. Chu Jingying nodded. "My daughter has grown up. She knows how to think for her family. All right, it's so late. You should go back and rest. Remember to serve His Highness well." Although Xiao was extremely reluctant to agree, she still nodded stiffly. As soon as Xiao entered the room, she saw Sikong Jing sitting at her desk, reading a certain book. She had lived in this room before she was married and was very familiar with it. It was just that now, with the sudden addition of a stranger, it felt a little uncomfortable. After hesitating for a while, Xiao still entered the room. She walked up to Sikong Jing. "It's so late. Why haven't you rested yet?" Xiao asked, looking at Sikong Jing, who was flipping through a book. Sikong Jing seemed not to have heard, immersed in his book. Xiao slowly walked to the desk, watching him read line by line. Sikong Jing slightly raised his head to glance at Xiao, then moved his gaze back to the book. Xiao felt a little awkward. Was this book really that captivating? Xiao glanced at the book's title and was instantly shocked. In his hand, he held Strategies for Governing a Nation. Beside it lay another book on current affairs. "You wrote these?" Indeed, she had written them. But for a woman to write such things would be suspicious. When she first woke up, she had written them out of boredom, thinking that if she could change history, perhaps these treatises would be useful. She had casually placed them in the room and paid them no more mind. When the servants tidied the room, they hadn't touched her things, so they were naturally left here, untouched. Xiao snatched the book from his hand, but as soon as she did, she regretted it. He had been here for a while, and there was another book right next to him. It was likely he had already read it. Snatching it now was pointless. How could I write something like this? I was just copying books out of boredom. These are all my handwritten copies," Xiao said, her face straight and her heart not skipping a beat. "The handwriting is a bit messy. I'm afraid it will offend your Highness's eyes. Your Highness should." Xiao clutched the book in her hand, her words trailing off. Sikong Jing slowly raised his eyes, a pair of dark orbs locking onto Xiao's eyes. Xiao felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, always feeling there was something else in his eyes. This prince, however, feels that the writing reflects the person. Although it looks like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, it is as smooth as flowing water, vivid and lifelike. The brushstrokes are vigorous and powerful, just like the princess consort herself. As Sikong Jing said this, his eyes were fixed on Xiao's face without blinking, as if trying to see through her. Your Highness praises me too much. It is getting late. Your Highness should rest early. Xiao was about to reach out and take the book on the table. Just as she touched it, her wrist was covered by another hand. Xiao's heart jumped again, and even her fingers trembled slightly. She didn't know why, but she could never hide her emotions in front of him. As always, she couldn't hear any of his thoughts. She had long expected that her mind-reading art would not work on him. Xiao raised her eyes and met his gaze. This is the princess consort's room, is it not? Sikong Jing asked with a calm, waveless voice. Xiao nodded without thinking. Then where's the princess consort preparing to go now? Xiao did not answer, unable to discern his intentions at this moment. Since this is the princess consort's residence, where else would the princess consort go? Where else would we go? She just organized the books. Xiao paid no mind to his hand and simply picked up the book, pulling free from his grasp. She placed the two books together. It seems the princess consort values these two books very much. Sikong Jing's gaze still hadn't left Xiao's face. He only withdrew the hand he had just extended. Xiao was also puzzled. This man was really something. Why did he keep harping on these two books? Your Highness misunderstands. They are just two books. In that case, then gift these two books to this prince. She hadn't expected him to have this in mind. Xiao was silent for a long time. She didn't know if he had read on current affairs. It recorded the history of Bayman from the past up to 10 years in the future and included analyses of events. He absolutely could not be allowed to see it. If he read it, he would think she was a monster. It's just two books. The princess consort wouldn't be reluctant, would she? Sikong Jing saw that she didn't answer and pressed on. This man always knew how to exploit her weaknesses. How many have you read, Your Highness? Xiao asked tentatively. I just saw these two and found them curious. I've only read that one. I haven't had time to read the other one yet. Sikong Jing pointed to strategies for governing a nation. Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't read on current affairs. Then let's give this strategies for governing a nation to Your Highness to read first. I haven't finished transcribing the other one yet. It won't be too late to give it to Your Highness after I've finished transcribing it. Who knows if you'll even remember the next book after you finish this one. At that time, I could just say I forgot where I put it and brush him off. Sikong Jing looked into Xiao's eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Xiao's heart was also pounding, quietly waiting for his answer. Very well. Then many thanks to the princess consort. After a long while, Sikong Jing finally spoke with a faint smile. Xiao's heart relaxed as well. We are husband and wife. Why speak of thanks? Xiao said subconsciously, her mind elsewhere. Then stay here tonight. After all, it's the first day of our homecoming visit. It wouldn't be good if the people in the mansion noticed anything unusual. Xiao nodded. There was no escaping this night, but she wasn't worried. With his body, as long as he didn't use that 9 heavens dark iron spirit, she could still handle him. She helped Sikong Jing's body and sat him down on the edge of the bed. Xiao suddenly remembered what her father had said earlier. Simpler, something he can operate himself. If the two people carrying the sedan chair were replaced, wouldn't it be simpler? But without people to carry it, how would it move? But if it could move, she suddenly thought of the wheels of the carriage. What would the effect be if those wheels were installed on the sedan chair? What are you thinking about? Xiao was standing next to Sikong Jing, her gaze distant, staring blankly at a certain spot. Seeing this, Sikong Jing glanced at her. Xiao quickly snapped back to reality and glanced at his legs, which were dangling over the edge of the bed. I was wondering if Your Highness would like to soak your feet. Sikong Jing didn't speak for a long time. If Your Highness is unwilling, that's fine too. Before Xiao could finish, Sikong Jing leaned forward. Xiao was slightly stunned, then snapped to her senses and called out the door, Dong. Quickly have someone prepare a basin of hot water. In less than a moment, Donger entered with a basin of water. Xiao gave her a look, and Donger understood. She placed the basin at Sikong Jing's feet, then looked at Xiao again, awaiting her command. Your Highness, shall I have her come in and serve you? Your Highness, please soak your feet. Yes, young Mississippi. Just as Donger was about to leave, Sikong Jing spoke. No need. I will do it myself. Donger's steps faltered. She looked at Xiao. Xiao was also a little surprised, not expecting him to say that. Xiao nodded at Donger and Donger went out. Sikong Jing leaned down slightly, took off his shoes and socks, and placed his feet into the water one by one. Xiao watched from the side. His legs were no different from anyone else's. They were slender and pathologically pale. Is the water temperature all right? To avoid an awkward silence, Xiao asked. After a while, he dried the water from his feet. So he wasn't someone who never lifted a finger. He was about to lift his feet, but as he did, he suddenly hit the edge of the water basin. The basin of water suddenly tipped over onto the floor. The clean water in the basin instantly soaked the originally clean floor. The basin also fell over onto the floor. The legs that had been halfway lifted also fell down squarely. Without shoes or socks, they just dangled by the side of the bed. Sikong Jing's expression also froze slightly. Seeing him like this, like a child who had done something wrong, a strange emotion flickered through Xiao's heart. The atmosphere was no longer as awkward as before. Xiao walked over, picked up the overturned basin from the floor, and set it right. Then she walked to the edge of the bed, gently lifted his legs, and placed them on the bed. She leaned over and pulled the blanket from the innermost side of the bed. Just as she was about to get up and arrange the blanket, she lifted her head, and her lips unexpectedly brushed against his cheek. Xiao's movements instantly froze. 2 clouds of red instantly bloomed on her face, burning hot. Sikong Jing's previously lowered eyes also slowly lifted with this feather-light touch. He looked at the fair face so close to his gaze gradually moving from her face to her pink, red lips, and then stopped. Xiao quickly came back to her senses. With flustered movements, she covered his legs with the blanket. But as soon as she looked up, she saw the handsome face her lips had just brushed. A faint red mark. She somewhat resented herself. Why did I have to wear that rouge today? Donger was the one who told her to put it on, saying that wearing rouge would make her look healthier and also reassure her parents. She hadn't suffered much since getting married, so she felt it was better to look healthier. But this rouge stained too easily, didn't it? Xiao glanced at Sikong Jing's face with some embarrassment, unable to read his emotions. He must be furious right now. He must think she took liberties with him on purpose. Xiao quickly raised her hand and, using her sleeve, wiped the red mark on his face. Your Highness, you have a speck of dirt on your face. She gave a random explanation and quickly withdrew her hand. Just as she was about to turn around, Sikong Jing grabbed her hand. Xiao's body froze again. Is he going to hold me accountable? It's late. Let's rest. Knowing what he meant, Xiao didn't pause. She just turned her head and smiled at him, went to blow out the lamps, and then went around blowing out the lamps in the room one by one, leaving only the one by the bed. Standing by the bed, she hesitated, but finally took off her shoes. Your Highness, do you want to sleep on the inside, or... This is fine, Sikong Jing said faintly, because she had just lifted his legs and placed them directly on the bed. Without moving his body, he was now on the outer side. Xiao nodded, then got onto the bed, crossing over Sikong Jing's body to the innermost side, wishing there were 1,000 mountains and rivers between them. Your Highness, you should lie down quickly. The faint light shone on his face. From the side, he looked like an otherworldly immortal. Xiao lay on the inside of the bed, watching him as if he were lost in thought, just leaning against the back without lying down. After a long while, Sikong Jing moved his body slightly. She felt that these past few days, he had been too silent. Even the air around him felt heavy. It was probably because his body was uncomfortable. He had some difficulty lying down, as his legs were not easy to move. After thinking for a moment, Xiao got up, moved over a little, and helped his body lie down. Then she covered him with a blanket. Just as she was about to move back to the inside, Sikong Jing grabbed her hand. Do you pity me? His voice betrayed no emotion. Xiao, however, froze. She didn't know how to answer his question. She just felt that she only needed to lift a hand, something so simple that took no effort to help him. Why should she stand by and watch him struggle? Perhaps subconsciously, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But a person with his kind of personality must be strong-willed. How could he tolerate being pitted by others? No, there's only one blanket here. If I let you have it all, what will I do if I catch a cold? Xiao said with a light and easy smile. Then she placed his hand inside the blanket and covered herself with the remaining part. Your Highness shouldn't catch a cold either. Otherwise, if you pass it on to me, we'll be endlessly sick together. Only then did she lie down. Hearing this, the corners of Sikong Jing's mouth also tilted up slightly. He turned his head and saw a profile with soft lines. When he first entered the room, he had looked around. It wasn't like a typical woman's room, filled with rouge, powder, and various precious treasures. Instead, the desk was piled with books. It was exceptionally full. He had flipped through almost all the books on the desk. What he said earlier about not having read that book on current affairs was naturally a lie to her. He hadn't expected her to let out such a deep sigh of relief. That book had truly astonished him. He knew all of Beimin's history up to this point, and the book recorded it clearly. But why did it also clearly write about the next 10 years, as if she had truly lived through them? In that book, Strategies for Governing a Nation, who was she writing it for? It was written in such detail and clarity. The woman before him was becoming more and more astonishing. Sikong Jing's lips curved up slightly. His fingers slowly stroked the spot on his cheek that had been touched. Early the next morning, Sikong Jing opened his eyes, looking at the unfamiliar canopy of the bed. His thoughts shifted rapidly. He felt an unfamiliar presence on his chest. Lowering his gaze, he saw the woman with a delicate and beautiful face. She was lying on his chest, breathing evenly. Her hands were subconsciously wrapped around his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest. There was no sign of her waking up. Her long, curled eyelashes, like a feather fan, rested on her fair face. Her lips were pure. Such a peaceful, sleeping face. Like a tired cat, she lay obediently on his chest. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He himself didn't realize how warm this smile was. He slowly reached out a hand towards her cheek. He gently touched her rosy cheek. It was unexpectedly smooth and soft. And those beautiful eyelashes, they felt fluffy to the touch, but it felt very nice. Suddenly, he felt her eyelashes flutter. He quickly withdrew his hand. Then he closed his eyes, pretending nothing had happened. Sure enough, a moment later, Xiao slowly opened her eyes, still a little dazed. Feeling a warmth beneath her cheek, she suddenly had a bad premonition. Her eyes flew wide open. Slightly raising her head, she saw the scene before her. She was lying on someone's chest and had been sleeping soundly. She quietly withdrew the hands that were hugging his waist while observing his face. Luckily, she woke up early and he hadn't noticed. She quickly moved her body away. She moved far away and let out a deep breath. As she got up and was about to climb over his body, the person beneath her suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao's movement froze on the spot. Just then, the door was pushed open by Duoer. Duoer and Rinxia stood at the doorway, dumbfounded, holding washing utensils. While Duoer was still stunned, Rinxia quickly closed the door and pulled Duoer aside. What are you doing? Duoer shook off Rinxia's hand with some annoyance. Are you stupid? The princess consort and our master are cultivating their relationship. What are you staring at? Rinxia's face turned slightly red. Cultivating their relationship? Why? Duoer asked, somewhat confused. You'll understand when you get married in the future. I can't explain it to you clearly right now. Rinxiao's face grew even redder. Duoer, believing him, nodded. Xiao's face mechanically turned back from the direction of the door. She looked at Sikong Jing awkwardly. Sikong Jing's gaze was calm and unwavering as he looked at her. How long are you going to stay like that? After a long moment, Sikong Jing asked. Xiao, belatedly realizing, scrambled off him to the inner side of the bed. If he hadn't suddenly opened his eyes just now, she wouldn't have been startled into freezing in place and in such an awkward position. So this was all his fault. Don't misunderstand. I was just trying to get out of bed, that's why. Xiao didn't know what was wrong with her. Her tongue was suddenly tied. Sikong Jing didn't pay her any mind, but propped himself up into a sitting position. Seeing that he didn't seem to care, Xiao felt a sense of relief. After getting out of bed, Xiao quickly finished washing up. Rinxia came in to serve Sikong Jing. His gaze, full of ambiguity, lingered on Xiao. Seeing Rinxia's look, Xiao shot him an annoyed glare. Then Rinxia walked up to Sikong Jing. Master, your complexion is much better than yesterday. It seems you rested well here, Rinxia said with deep meaning. Sikong Jing shot him a look. What nonsense are you spouting? When this prince woke up today, I felt a dull ache in my chest. I don't know what's wrong. Xiao's hand, which was combing her hair, suddenly paused. Why did that sentence sound a little strange to her? Master, don't scare your servant. I'll go get an imperial physician to take a look at you in a moment, Rinxia said, looking at Sikong Jing with a serious expression. The corners of Sikong Jing's mouth lifted slightly. No need. Perhaps it's just because it's my first time sleeping in this bed. I'm not used to it. There's no need to make a big fuss. Ren Xiao was still hesitant. In a flash, he was by Shi Yao's side. Princess Consort, you slept with our master last night. Did you notice anything unusual about his body? Shi Yao was startled by him. She had slept dreamlessly through the night until dawn. How would she know when she had ended up on his chest? Aya, this prince's body is really fragile. No, I was asleep. I don't know anything. Shi Yao looked at Ren Xia with a very earnest expression. Ren Xia gave Shi Yao a skeptical look, then nodded and went over to serve Sikong Jing. In the afternoon, Shi Yao was sitting at her desk drawing something when Duo suddenly ran in, flustered. Miss, it's bad. What is it? You've been with me for so long. Why are you still so hasty? Shi Yao didn't look at her, still busy with the work in her hands, and said dismissively, Miss, those two young masters you taught a lesson to yesterday have come to our door with their fathers. Duo finally explained slowly. Shi Yao focused on finishing the last stroke of her drawing before looking up. Miss, why don't you look worried at all? One is the legitimate son of the Prime Minister's residence, and the other is the beloved son of the Minister of War. Both have extraordinary statuses. What if? Duo looked at Shi Yao with concern. Shi Yao stood up and handed the drawing to Duo. Take this drawing to the most experienced craftsman in the city. Have him build what I've drawn on this paper exactly as it is. There can't be the slightest deviation. If it's built well, I will naturally reward him handsomely. Duo took the paper and examined it carefully from all angles, but couldn't understand what it was. Miss, what is this thing? It looks like a chair, but it has wheels. It looks very strange. Miss, what are you going to do with this? You'll know when it's made. For now, take this to the craftsman first. Duo nodded, still worried. But miss, they've already reached the front hall. They might be complaining to the old master right now. Aren't you going to go take a look? Shi Yao smiled faintly. Of course I'm going. By the way, where is His Highness? The sunlight is very bright today. His Highness is outside sunbathing. Shi Yao nodded and went out the door with Duo. Just as she reached the door, Shi Yao suddenly turned around and said to Duo in a low voice, Oh, right. Do not mention this matter in front of him. It's best he doesn't know. Duo was hesitant and confused. Which matter is Miss talking about? The drawing or the people? Shi Yao considered for a moment. Then don't tell him about either of them. Got it? Just as she stepped outside, she saw a person sitting by the large tree in the front courtyard. Shi Yao walked to his side. She saw him leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. She didn't know if he was asleep. The warm sunlight fell on his face, looking very bright. He was indeed handsome. Duo was about to step forward and say something, but Shi Yao waved her hand, signaling her not to speak. You go on ahead. Don't wake him. I'm going to the front hall now, Shi Yao whispered in Duo's ear. Duo nodded and left, but Shi Yao returned to the room, took a thick blanket from the soft couch, walked to Sikong Jing's side, and very gently covered him with it. Although the weather was very good, the sunlight was bright, but with his constitution, he fell ill at the slightest thing. This was still the general's residence. If something happened and he got sick, it would be hard to explain. Leaning over him, her long hair unintentionally drifted onto his hand. She glanced at the book in his hand. It was still the Jiguosu from last night. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect something she wrote casually would interest him so much. She actually felt a small sense of accomplishment. She took the book from his hand, closed it, and placed it on the blanket to weigh it down. Only then did she leave, reassured. The moment she left the courtyard, the man's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. He looked at the blanket covering him. His gaze drifted far away. Shi Yao was on her way to the front hall. From a great distance, she could hear a chaotic clamor. Old General, look, how should this be resolved? This subordinate's perfectly fine son was beaten by your daughter, who doesn't know her own strength and now has a crippled leg. You must give me an explanation today. Old General, I, Shun, have always respected you greatly, but you... Aya, look at my son's face. The Minister of War, Li Shijing, and the Prime Minister, Shun Chiyuan, stood beside their sons, denouncing Chu Zhengying. Chu Zhengying stood in the middle of the hall, listening to the two men's accusations over and over, his brow tightly furrowed. Even he hadn't expected that this dutiful and gentle daughter of his, who never fought with anyone, would beat two grown men into this state. He couldn't believe it at all. Minister Li, Prime Minister Shun, I think this matter needs to be investigated further. My daughter, she doesn't know how to fight, and I've never taught her martial arts. She is just a quiet, gentle lady of the boudoir, Chu Zhengying said. Old general, are you trying to make excuses for your daughter? She definitely did it. Many people at the scene saw it. Gentle personality? Just look at my leg. Is this something a person with a gentle personality could do? Li Bing complained with tears and snot. Shi Yao sighed inwardly, then strode into the hall. The previously chaotic hall instantly fell silent with Shi Yao's entrance. Everyone's gaze turned to Shi Yao. Shi Yao had no expression nor a trace of fear, as if it wasn't a very important matter. You finally dare to come out. I thought you were a coward who wouldn't dare to admit what you did. Shi Yao glanced at Li Bing, then walked to his side. Li Bing immediately became alert, afraid of being attacked again. Shi Yao gave him a mocking smile. Do you think being beaten by a woman is something worth proclaiming so loudly? And crying like this? Don't you find it shameful? Li Bing was rendered speechless. Chu Shiyu quickly walked to Li Bing's side, looking at him with extreme shock and sympathy. What happened? It was all your good sister's doing. She broke my leg. Li Bing's eyes were fixed on Chu Shiyu's face. What? How could this be? How could my sister be such a cruel and ruthless person? Besides, she's a woman. Where would she get so much strength? It must be a misunderstanding. Chu Shiyu's words. Although on the surface, it seemed she was making excuses for Shi Yao. If one listened closely, it was clear she was saying it on purpose. Shi Yao, listening from the side, felt helpless. This Chu Shiyu was always looking for an opportunity to play the part of a gentle and meek girl, but her words were truly aimed to kill. However, what she said wasn't wrong. She was indeed a person of her word. When it was time to act, she had to act. Otherwise, others would act against you. But to say this in front of so many people, she hadn't even given her opinion on the beating, yet the other had already admitted it for her, truly using every means possible, seizing every opportunity to harm her. Daughter, did you really do it? Chu Zhengying, sitting in the main seat, quickly asked Shi Yao. Shi Yao didn't speak, which was a tacit admission. But why? Did they offend you? Father, to say they offended someone, they didn't just offend me. Shi Yao finally turned around, looking at Chu Zhengying with a serious expression. Then she swept her gaze over the angry group of people standing before her. You all have offended someone who is second to only one and above all others, His Highness Prince Jin, who has made great contributions to Northern Ming. Father, don't be anxious yet. Please listen to my detailed account. Hearing Shi Yao's words, Chu Zhengying finally nodded with a sigh of relief. Father, let's just forget it. I'm not seriously hurt. Let's just go back. Before Shi Yao could speak, Shun Yiji quickly spoke up, trying to stop what Shi Yao was about to say. However, Shun Qiyuan had no intention of letting it go. You are my Shun Qiyuan's son. If you have been wronged, I, as your father, will naturally seek justice for you. Let's first hear what she has to say. Father. Shun Yiji's eyes were evasive, flustered, and nervous. Yesterday was the day of my and His Highness's homecoming visit. His Highness was already unwell yesterday, yet he still had to accompany me. I was very grateful to His Highness. I was joyfully returning to see my family, but I didn't expect that halfway there, our carriage was kicked fiercely. My husband was injured from the impact, very seriously. That person said our carriage was blocking their way. When I got out to check the situation, I found that the servants attending to me and His Highness had all been beaten. My maid is still lying in her room now. I ask you, how can a delicate woman withstand being slapped by a grown man? My maid is still running a high fever. After getting out, I discovered that they were beating a poor family in front of all the common people. A father, mother, and daughter, 3 in total. The daughter was being molested, and that person wanted to drive the family out of the capital city, to leave them with no place to live. An elderly couple in their 60s, kneeling on the ground, letting them beat them. The scene was too tragic for words. The husband and wife cried and begged me to save them. I felt a moment of pity and was prepared to help. But after he learned my identity, after he saw my husband, he continued to speak rudely and insult us. He said I had merely married a cripple, that the general's residence, by marrying me to such a person, showed that I was not favored, that I was an abandoned daughter, destined to be a widow for the rest of my life, that I had no power, no status, and no backing, so they could beat and curse me as they pleased. As Shi Yao said this, she deliberately squeezed out a few tears, looking incredibly wronged. Her words were overheard by several people standing outside the door. Among them was Chu Wensi. It was the first time in his life he had seen his eldest sister cry. He had always thought his eldest sister was an extremely strong and assertive person. But unexpectedly, seeing his eldest sister's tears, a pang of sadness shot through his heart. He was about to rush in, but was stopped by someone next to him pulling his sleeve. He turned his head and saw that he had been so engrossed in listening that he hadn't noticed him sitting quietly beside him. Hearing his words, Chu Wensi stood quietly in place. I never thought that what was supposed to be a happy day would turn into this. My husband was thinking only of me, yet he had to suffer such insults. No matter what, my husband is the current emperor's own son, the noble His Highness Prince Jean. The emperor also dotes on him, but I never expected him to be insulted like this, with no regard for my husband at all. If that's the case, does that mean you also have no regard for the current emperor? If that's truly the case, then I will immediately enter the palace and explain this matter to His Majesty personally. My personal maid, Xiaoxi, was beaten and cursed. My husband was insulted. My father was also cursed along with me. If I still endure this, then what kind of weak and incompetent person would I be? With each point Xiao made, she would shift her gaze to the perpetrators of the incident. Looking at it this way, everything became clear. You came here today to denounce me, for no other reason than to use this as a pretext to suppress my father. I see clearly what you're planning. Countless people are eyeing the military power in my father's hands. Let's not say more. Today's matter must be settled. My lords, if you can't think of a suitable solution, I can go to the palace to see His Majesty and report these matters one by one in detail. I believe His Majesty will definitely have a very appropriate solution. As Xiao spoke, she made a move to walk out the door. The men, who had been standing firm, could no longer hold their ground. They quickly blocked Xiao's path, with Li Shijing at the forefront. Eldest Miss Chu, oh no, Princess Consort Jean. How can we trouble the Emperor with such trivial matters? We can resolve this ourselves. How do you think we should resolve it? Li Shijing's tone had softened considerably compared to before. That's right, father, my face just looks a bit swollen, but it's nothing serious. Shen Yiji said quickly. Shen Shiyuan's expression was a bit stiff, but he didn't say anything. Only Li Bing, seeing his father's tone immediately weaken, felt very indignant. Father, she broke my leg. How can we let her decide how to resolve this? A whole leg? You shut up. You wretched son, always causing trouble for me. Are His Highness Prince Jean and the Princess Consort people you can afford to provoke? Breaking your leg today will teach you a lesson. Although Li Shijing was unwilling in his heart, if this matter were reported to the Emperor and His Highness Prince Jean had been wronged, the Emperor would certainly not stand by. At that time, their lives would become even more difficult. He never thought this Chu Xiao would be such a ruthless character. After being yelled at by his father, Li Bing didn't dare to speak again, but only glared at Xiao with extreme hatred. How do I think it should be resolved? Didn't Minister Li just come to my general's residence so confidently and imposingly to denounce my father? Why are you asking me now? A mocking smile appeared on Xiao's lips. I didn't know beforehand that this wretched son had made such a huge mistake. I beg the Princess Consort not to blame us. After we return, this official will definitely punish him severely. Li Shijing immediately said fawningly. But my husband, he was indeed insulted in front of everyone. This matter will surely reach the Emperor's ears soon. You see, I don't know how to resolve this either. Xiao said, feigning difficulty. Li Shijing immediately knelt down before Xiao. Princess Consort, whatever you say goes. As long as you don't implicate our Ministry of War residents, this official will definitely do as you say. Xiao nodded and walked to Li Shijing. Get up. You are not at fault in this matter. It's just that your son was disobedient and caused trouble. As long as in the future, I don't hear any nasty rumors about my husband circulating outside, then no matter what the rumor is, I will attribute it directly to your son. What do you think of that? Xiao looked down at the man kneeling on the ground like a lofty monarch. Excellent, excellent. Everything will be done as the Princess Consort says. Li Shijing quickly stood up. Then, Princess Consort, if there's nothing else, this official won't disturb you any longer. What are you all still standing around for? Hurry up and carry the young master back. The servants quickly came over and carried Li Bing out. Li Bing howled in pain. Then, Xiao walked up to Shen Shiyuan. Shen Shiyuan sized up the woman before him. Her words just now had been sharp and to the point. If she were to go to the palace and say something she shouldn't, the Emperor would surely be enraged. The military power was already a very sensitive topic. If it got linked to them, It would only bring disaster upon him and his family. Princess consort, it's getting late. We'll take our leave as well, Shen Shiyuan said with a faint smile. Xiao nodded. Prime Minister Shun, go back and discipline your precious son properly. Don't let him do things like abandoning women or forcing himself on them again. At such a young age, it would be so shameful if word got out. Xiao reminded him with great kindness. Shun Shiyuan flicked his sleeve, let out a cold snort, and left in a huff. Chu Shiyu, watching from the side, was grinding her teeth. She never thought that such a terrible situation would be resolved by her in just a few words. She had originally wanted to see her become a laughingstock, but unexpectedly, she had stolen the show. Sikong Xingyu also stood outside the door and witnessed this scene. He only felt that this woman, who was originally gentle and brainless, had become someone he could no longer see through. His heart was wild with curiosity. He had originally thought she was just trying to get his attention, deliberately putting on a cold and indifferent act to play hard to get. But he never expected her to see it through to the end. A look of admiration gradually appeared in Sikong Jing's eyes, which even he himself did not notice. Chu Wensi could no longer hold back. He stepped into the hall, grabbed both of Xiao's arms, and said, "Eldest sister, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" Looking at Chu Wensi's somewhat worried eyes, Xiao smiled faintly. "I'm fine. They wouldn't dare to hurt me." Chu Jingying also walked to Xiao's side and patted her on the shoulder. "In the future, don't be so reckless. I never knew you could fight like that and beat them into such a state. If it weren't for your sharp words today, who knows how long they would have kept making a scene. Father, don't worry. If they still can't understand the situation now, then they've grown that big head of theirs for nothing. Father, I only fought to protect myself. You wouldn't want to see me being so weak that anyone could bully me, would you?" Xiao deliberately glanced at Chu Shiyu. "That's true. You take after me. But in the future, you still need to be gentler. Don't go breaking people's arms and legs again," Chu Jingying said, somewhat awkwardly. Outside the door, Sikong Xingyu slowly shifted his gaze to Sikong Jing, revealing a benevolent smile. "Seventh brother, I didn't expect her to defend you like this. It seems you two are getting along well." Sikong Jing didn't speak, only offered a faint smile in return. "It's getting a little cold. Let's go back." Sikong Jing didn't even look at him, only shifting his gaze to Ren Xiao beside him, as if treating Sikong Xingyu like thin air. Sikong Xingyu couldn't stand this arrogant attitude of his the most. Although they were born of the same father, but different mothers, he had never been close to him since childhood. He would rather be close to his other siblings, but always treated him with indifference, like a stranger. How could they be considered real brothers? Ren Xia glanced at Sikong Xingyu, also ignoring him, and ordered people to come and lift the sedan chair, preparing to leave. Not long after they started moving, Sikong Xingyu chased after the sedan chair, stopping the servants' movements. "Seventh brother, wait a moment." Sikong Jing's eyes swept faintly over Sikong Xingyu's face. "Seventh brother, don't you want to hear what third brother has to say to you? If third brother has something to say, just say it." Sikong Jing said faintly. "We haven't seen each other for days. Why has seventh brother become even colder towards third brother? Did third brother do something to displease seventh brother?" Sikong Xingyu clearly knew they were not close, yet he still asked this question. At this moment, his back was to the door. He suddenly realized something. Sikong Jing was silent for a moment, then said elegantly and calmly, "What is third brother saying? We two brothers have known each other for decades. Everything that should and shouldn't be said has been said. There's nothing important left to say now. Besides, I'm a bit tired today and just want to go back and rest." "That's good. I wonder, what are seventh brother's views on this marriage of yours and mine?" Sikong Xingyu said with a smile. Sikong Jing raised his eyes and looked at Sikong Xingyu faintly. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "So, I didn't know third brother liked that type of woman. Indeed, Miss Chu Shiyu is very beautiful. Third brother's taste is naturally unique." Sikong Xingyu's face froze. He was stunned for a long moment, then asked, "Third brother's talking about you. What are your views on eldest Miss Chu? For the legitimate daughter of the general's residence to marry me is indeed a pity." Sikong Jing looked at Sikong Xingyu and said with a bitter smile, "It's just a case of unrequited love. Third brother did not fancy her, so it fell to your little brother to marry her. With her status, she and third brother would have been a perfect match. Why does seventh brother say such things? It was she who rejected me that day. So where does this unrequited love come from? Wasn't it because third brother was seen with Miss Chu Shiyu multiple times, and she, heartbroken, did such a thing?" Sikong Jing asked in surprise, as if he truly didn't know the real reason. I didn't. Third brother doesn't need to say more about this to me. Now that things are settled, she's already my princess consort. I naturally know how to manage her. Sikong Jing gently tapped the edge of the sedan chair, smiling faintly as he looked at Sikong Xingyu. Could it be that seventh brother doesn't care about the past relationship between third brother and her, and doesn't care why she wanted to marry seventh brother? Could the reason really be just because she rejected my marriage proposal on the spot? She took the initiative to reject the marriage. Has seventh brother asked her what the reason was? To be honest with you, seventh brother, ever since she ruined my wedding that day, it's as if she's become a completely different person. I wonder if you've heard the rumors, seventh brother? The legitimate daughter of the Jiang residents, Chu Xiao, was said to be incredibly foolish and timid as a mouse, with looks not even worth mentioning. But since that day, she has been changing day by day. I believe that even a deity couldn't have such a drastic personality change in just a few short days. I think you must have noticed this, seventh brother. Her actions are those of a complete stranger. Don't you suspect her identity, seventh brother? If she is someone with ulterior motives, seventh brother, would you still dare to keep such a dangerous person by your side? Sikong Xingyu looked at Sikong Jing, who kept his eyes lowered for a long moment without speaking, a flash of delight crossing his eyes. Third brother, you're worrying too much. It's normal for people to change after experiencing a major setback, let alone her. To personally witness the man she loves with a sister she considered her own flesh and blood. I don't think most people could endure such a blow. Only after a long moment did he look up, but his smile was as faint as could be. Sikong Xingyu was once again rendered speechless. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He leaned in close and whispered in Sikong Jing's ear, "If you believe even a fraction of my words, seventh brother, then go and verify if it's true or false. I have long suspected that this eldest Miss Chu is an imposter. I know that on her collarbone, there is a cinnabar mole about 5 feet larger than a pinhole. You'll know if she's real or fake with just one look." Upon hearing this, Sikong Jing's fingers, which had just relaxed, immediately clenched into fists. The smile on his face also vanished in an instant without a trace. Sikong Xingyu naturally noticed this very obvious change in him. He sneered inwardly, "Seventh brother, don't be deceived by appearances. She deceived me in the same way back then. I never knew that the dignified His Highness, Prince Yu, would be so fond of gossiping." Just as Sikong Xingyu was speaking smugly, Xiao strode out of the room. A moment ago, she herself didn't know what was making her so unhappy. She just wanted to worsen the relationship between them. It would be best if the two of them grew to detest each other. Seeing Xiao come out of the room, he didn't pay it much mind. After all, these words were meant for both of them to hear. But thankfully, he had been clever enough just now to lower his voice for that very important sentence. Xiao reached their side in a few steps. Seeing Sikong Jing here, a bad premonition crossed her mind. Did he hear all the things she said in the main hall earlier? But now was not the time to think about that. Xiao, oh no, sister-in-law. Sikong Xingyu smiled warmly at Xiao. "Your Highness, Prince Yu, I am now his princess. Isn't it improper for you to sow discord between us like this?" Xiao didn't buy his act at all. He said coldly, "I know you still have me in your heart. You're only saying this to use seventh brother to make me angry, aren't you? How could your feelings for me be forgotten overnight? As long as you have a change of heart, seventh brother naturally won't make things difficult for you. The position of my primary consort in my residence has always been kept for you." Sikong Xingyu looked at Xiao with great affection as he spoke. Hearing this, the ruthlessness in Chu Shiyu's eyes intensified. But Xiao, hearing these words, found them utterly hypocritical. She sneered, "Even if that position is empty, I wouldn't dare to marry you. At that time, I'd be accused of being fickle between two brothers and having ulterior motives." Hearing this, Sikong Xingyu was reminded of what she had said to him at the hunting grounds last time, that I'm not the kind of person who eats from their own bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Such insatiable greed. Your new bride hasn't even been with you for a month, yet you're already thinking of marrying another. Must you humiliate me like this in public? Sikong Xingyu's expression suddenly became extremely unsightly. I remember I made it very clear to you last time. We have no relationship anymore. Please stay away from me and the people around me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. You refused to listen. You brought this upon yourself. Let's go. Xiao glanced at her subordinate, signaling him to have someone take Sikong Jing away as well. Then, the group left without lingering. Sikong Xingyu watched their departing figures. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, his eyes filled with rage. Chu Shiyu, watching from the side, also gritted her teeth. She now felt that every extra word Xiao said to Sikong Xingyu was an act of seduction. Your Highness, my sister has always been the type who doesn't know what's good for her. Why bother being angry with her? She's just trying to get your Highness's attention. That's all. Chu Shiyu sneered from the side. Sikong Xingyu slowly turned around to look at the person standing beside him, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. Shiyu. It was the first time Sikong Xingyu had called her by her name. Chu Shiyu was also surprised. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at him with a very gentle smile, completely different from her earlier jealousy and ruthlessness. What's wrong, Your Highness? How is it that I find you different from before? Meeting Sikong Xingyu's gaze, a trace of shyness flashed in Chu Shiyu's eyes. She thought Sikong Xingyu had finally come to his senses, and even her voice became extremely gentle. Your Highness, I'm still me. How am I different? I've discovered that before you married me, you defended your sister in every possible way. How did you become like this after marrying me? Your Highness, isn't this because I'm on your side, speaking up for you? Your Highness is so deeply affectionate towards my sister, yet she won't even spare you a glance. She clearly has no respect for you. I'm just feeling indignant on your behalf. Before Sikong Xingyu could finish, Chu Shiyu immediately grabbed his wrist, interrupting him and explaining with all her might. However, Sikong Xingyu coldly flung her hand away. He snorted, You feel indignant for me? What right do you have to feel indignant for me? If you hadn't come to my room that day, perhaps the one standing by my side right now would be her. It's because of you that I failed to marry her, letting seventh brother get this advantage for nothing. At this point, Sikong Xingyu became even more furious. He blamed everything on her. If he hadn't believed her words that day, he wouldn't have made such a foolish mistake. Chu Shiyu's hand, which had been thrown off, throbbed with numbness, and she was furious enough to go mad. Don't you want to marry her that badly? Chu Shiyu questioned him with tears in her eyes. Yes, I do want to marry her. Sikong Xingyu seemed too lazy to spare her another glance, and was about to leave. Then why did you marry me in the first place? Why? Why did I marry you? Don't you know the reason yourself? Because you ruined my reputation. It's already benevolent of me not to settle the score with you. Right now, you just need to play your role properly. Don't you dare mention those things to me again, because you're not worthy. At this moment, he became more convinced of his own speculation. He must have been drugged by her that night. Otherwise, how could he have lost control of himself like that and slept with her? If he had been even a little bit sober, he would never have messed around with a woman so tender to the bone. This woman was like a bright and beautiful vase, but after being shattered, she was revealed to be an out-and-out fake. Because of this incident, he looked down on her and had never shared a bed with her. He originally thought he could take the opportunity on the day of her homecoming visit, but she wouldn't let him get close to her at all. He only put on a show of doting on her in public, but behind her back, he never gave her a pleasant look. And all of this was because of her, Chu Xiao. Although she still hadn't figured out why the plan had failed that day, she subconsciously felt that it must have something to do with her. Every time His Highness argued with her, he would always bring her up, which made her really think that His Highness wanted to marry her. What was so good about that Chu Xiao? Why was everyone so fixated on her? The jealousy in Chu Shiyu's eyes grew increasingly frantic. Ever since arguing with Sikong Xingyu earlier, Xiao had been silent the whole way. Sikong Jing didn't say anything either. The two of them, as if by tacit agreement, did not speak. Even at night, the two of them didn't say a word. Xiao found this a bit strange and decided to test him. She pulled the quilt over, preparing to cover him with it. But as soon as the quilt touched him, he immediately pushed her hand away. He took the quilt and covered himself. Xiao was stunned for a long moment, her hand frozen in midair as she looked at him in confusion. Didn't anyone tell you, I don't like to be touched? This was the first sentence he had said today. But she hadn't touched him just now, had she? Besides, hadn't they touched in the past few days? She hadn't seen him be so averse to it. Could it be because of their conversation in the afternoon? Xiao retracted her hand that was frozen in midair. But even if it was because of those words, he shouldn't be this awkward, right? All right, as long as you're happy. Xiao paid him no more mind, turned over, and lay down with her back to him. In a short while, Her breathing became steady as she fell asleep. At this moment, Sikong Jing opened his eyes. He sat up with an extremely light movement. Then, he reached out a hand and placed it on her shoulder, gently turning her body over. She was now lying flat on the bed. Xiao had only taken off her outer robe. Her inner clothes were still on. She didn't wake up even when her body was laid flat. Sikong Jing's hand still didn't retract. It slowly reached for the front of her clothes. He reached out and touched her lapel. Ever since his conversation with Sikong Xingyu today, his mind had been replaying Sikong Xingyu's words. He had been conflicted for a long time, but that sentence truly made him agitated. How did Sikong Xingyu know she had a cinnabar mole on her collarbone? Could it be that they had already been intimate? And the way she looked at third brother. Even though she hid it well, it didn't mean he hadn't noticed. Although there was hatred in her eyes, it wasn't just hatred. The thought of this made him inexplicably irritated. His hand touched Xiao's lapel, but his movement paused. If that cinnabar mole was there, it would prove that she was the real Chu Xiao, but it would also prove that third brother had indeed seen her body. In that case, they must have already been intimate. In the afternoon, third brother had asked him if he cared about his relationship with Chu Xiao. He already knew they had a past, and given their own sham marriage, he didn't need to care that much. It had little to do with him. But the more he thought this way, the more he wanted to see if that cinnabar mole was really on her collarbone. In the end, he still reached out his hand. With an extremely light movement, he pulled open her collar. The closer he got to her collarbone, the more cautious he became. When he finally saw that cinnabar mole, his heart sank with it. Xiao's body moved subconsciously. Sikong Jing immediately retracted his hand and quickly lay down. Even with his eyes closed, his heart was not at peace. He was sleepless all night. The next morning, when Xiao woke up, the spot beside her was already empty. The bed was also cold. When Duo came in to help her wash up, she noticed her confusion and said, "Mississippi. His Highness left early this morning to who knows where. He hasn't come back yet. His subordinate is also gone." Xiao slowly walked to the desk and saw the 2 books placed on it. She thought of how he was holding that book yesterday, reading while basking in the sun. For some reason, a bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. Oh, right. General Xiaoho is here. She's practicing with her whip in the outer courtyard. "After you've washed up, miss, you should go and greet her." Xiaoho Shui? What's she doing here? Xiao nodded. Indeed, no matter why she was here, she should go and see her. Xiaoho Shui held a 9-section whip, brandishing it freely. It flew up and down, the silver chain whip moving like a great silver serpent, its cracking sound thundering in the air. It was dazzling to watch. In her hands, the whip seemed at times hard, at times soft, and her movements were incredibly swift. When Xiao arrived at the outer courtyard, this was the scene she saw. Today, Xiaoho Shui was not wearing her silver armor, but a set of dark blue close-fitting attire, with a sash tied tightly at her waist. The fitted attire wrapped around her graceful figure. Her long, ink-black hair was tied up high with only a dark-colored ribbon. As she moved, the ends of her hair danced along. Xiao was momentarily stunned. So, the big brother, who often played with her as a child, had grown up to be so beautiful. Perhaps it was because she wore armor all day that she seemed somewhat cold. In this attire today, she looked truly beautiful. Seeing Xiao arrive, Xiaoho Shui immediately put away her whip, coiling it into a loop in her hand and walking toward Xiao. Because of her spectacular performance just now, she had attracted a large crowd of onlookers from the residence. Chu Shi watched, stunned. This outfit was clearly a woman's attire. Though simple, it was extremely imposing and good-looking. She suddenly remembered the scene at the training grounds that day. At the time, she had even called her young master. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze towards Xiaoho Shui held an admiration she herself did not understand. Xiaoho Shui walked up to Xiao and smiled at her. "We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've become even more beautiful, little girl." Xiaoho Shui patted Xiao's shoulder. Xiao also offered a faint smile. "Sister. This is the first time I've heard you call me sister. You always used to call me brother." Xiaoho Shui laughed very happily. Xiao was somewhat at a loss for words. She had indeed called her brother when they were little. It was just a distant memory, and she couldn't clearly recall what she looked like as a child. Seeing Xiao's slight embarrassment, Xiaoho Shui spoke again. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I saw your whip skills were quite good last time, and your moves are impressive. This whip is a gift for you." Xiaoho Shui handed the long whip to Xiao. Xiao looked at the long whip, a little hesitant. Xiaoho Shui directly took her hand and placed the long whip in it. take it. This is an eelskin whip that I had a hard time obtaining. I brought it especially for you. Xiao looked at her hesitantly. Don't worry. If you don't know how to use it, I can teach you. We haven't seen each other for so many years. I have to give you some kind of meeting gift. Don't be so polite, Xiao Shui said with a smile. Master, it's bad. A servant ran in from outside into the inner chamber in a panic. Xiao was a little puzzled and followed him. Inside the inner chamber, Chu Jingying was reading a book with a slight frown. What's the matter? What's all the panic? How improper. Master, it's bad. The eldest young master has been arrested by the men from the Dali Temple. They said. The servant was too nervous to speak. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Chu Jingying was already on edge after hearing the first half of the sentence and couldn't stand the servant stuttering. They said he's suspected of treason and colluding with the enemy. The Dali Temple minister is personally interrogating him. The interrogation has been going on all morning. What? When did this happen? Why so sudden? Xiao, who had followed the servant in, immediately asked upon hearing his words. Eldest miss, I heard they arrested the eldest young master last night. But the eldest young master happened to be away from the residence last night. He was on an assignment. Just as he was about to return, men from the Dali Temple came and arrested him. There was no room for discussion at all. Hearing this, Chu Jingying's already old body trembled a couple of times. Xiao quickly came over to support him. You just said colluding with the enemy and treason? Big Brother is an upright man and has always been conscientious in his work. How could he be charged with such a crime? Who framed him? This servant doesn't know. I only know that someone came to deliver the message early this morning. I'm just repeating the messenger's words to you, master. Chu Jingying's brow furrowed deeply. I didn't expect them to be unable to hold back any longer. Chu Jingying sighed in a low voice. Xiao's eyes paused for a moment. Father, what do you mean by that? Do you have a suspect in mind? Chu Jingying pondered for a long moment, then raised his eyes to look at Xiao, hesitating to speak. He changed the subject. For them to go to such lengths to frame your big brother and the general's residence, it must be for the military tally. Chu Jingying heaved a deep sigh. Right now, everyone in the court is eyeing the military tally covetously. There are many with ulterior motives. I don't know for sure who it is. Your big brother is in grave danger this time. I'm afraid we can't wait that long. I will go to the Dali Temple to save him, Chu Jingying said, and was about to head out. She suddenly thought of something. Under normal circumstances, those people wouldn't make a move so suddenly and easily. But yesterday, they arrested Big Brother directly. Something must have provoked them. And yesterday, that incident happened. She might have angered them, which is why they acted this way. And the answer in her father's heart was exactly what she was thinking. Her father didn't say it out loud to avoid making her feel guilty. A flash of guilt crossed her heart. If it weren't for her reckless actions offending someone, Big Brother wouldn't have been arrested. Father, even though I'm married, the Chu family's affairs are naturally my affairs. What's more, I bear full responsibility for today's matter. Father, let me go. You wait for my news at home. Chu Jingying looked at Xiao in shock, not expecting her to have seen through his thoughts so completely. Daughter, father, don't worry. No matter what, I am the Princess Jing, specially titled by the Emperor. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. You just need to wait for news at home with peace of mind, Xiao said, comforting him with a smile. And oh, how can I be at ease? You're a weak woman. Go to a dangerous place like the Dali Temple. You can't go. I will go myself. Chu Jingying immediately objected. Father, you should stay at home and manage things. The news has just arrived, and everyone in the residence must be in a panic. We need someone to stabilize them. Besides, Big Brother has just been arrested. If you rush over in a hurry, you'll inevitably invite gossip, and then it will be even harder to explain. Father, your health is also declining day by day. Don't be too anxious. Don't get angry. I'll be right back. Xiao coaxed Chu Jingying while patting his back comfortingly. After hearing Xiao's words, Chu Jingying seemed to think it made some sense. This daughter of his was becoming more and more capable of handling things on her own. To be so calm in such a situation, he truly felt a sense of gratification in his heart. Chu Jingying nodded. This is the only way for now. You must be careful. Do not offend the people of the Dali Temple, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiao nodded and was about to leave, but Chu Jingying grabbed her hand. He then went to a cabinet by the bed, took something out, walked to Xiao's side, took her hand, and placed the object in her palm. Only then did Xiao see clearly that what was placed in her palm was a bronze Qilin-shaped object. It was carved with extremely clear and detailed patterns, as well as an inscription. At this moment, she finally understood why they had used a Qilin to frame her that day. If she were the emperor at that time, she would have felt displeased too. Xiao's heart jolted. She suddenly felt that the object in her palm weighed 1,000 caddies. Daughter, today I am entrusting this military tally to you. Remember, unless it is absolutely necessary, never take it out, and don't let anyone see it. This military tally can both save your life, and Chu Jingying ultimately did not say the last part. Father, I can't take this military tally. You should take this opportunity to hand the military tally over to the emperor. By now, the matter of your big brother has already reached the emperor's ears. If you go over with the military tally now, in the emperor's eyes, it will only look like a guilty conscience. You'd be handing over the military tally to absolve yourself of the crime. Even if you save your big brother, the emperor will only grow more resentful of the general's residence. The more it is like this, the more we cannot hand the tally over to him. Do you understand? Xiao's head had been in a whirl from anxiety. What her father said was indeed reasonable. Xiao accepted the military tally and went out the door. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Xiahou Shui still standing outside the door. Seeing Xiao rushing out, Duoer immediately followed. Miss, what are you going to do? Xiao turned to look at Duoer to go back quickly. Don't follow me. I'm going to save my big brother. Miss, just as Duoer was about to follow, Xiahou Shui blocked her path. Don't worry, I'll follow your Mississippi. I will protect her. Xiao took 2 steps and then stopped again. She looked at Duoer. If His Highness asks about me, just say I went shopping with my sister. Also, try not to let him know about Big Brother's situation. Although Duoer didn't know why her miss was doing this, she still nodded. Xiahou Shui followed beside Xiao. The two of them left the residence and mounted the horse that Xiahou Shui had ridden over. Little girl, why don't you want him to know? Xiahou Shui asked, sitting in front of Xiao. I don't want to involve him, Xiao said. It was indeed a subconscious desire not to let him know. He had said it before, and they both should understand what he meant. They would live their own separate lives and not interfere with each other, let alone get involved. Even if he knew, he would surely pretend not to know anything, because this matter had no direct connection to him. Her instructions to Duoer just now were merely a precaution. Involve? Why is it involving? You two are already married, so you are husband and wife. Would he not care about your affairs? Xiahou Shui asked in confusion. Sister, we are not as simple as an ordinary couple. There are no feelings between us. We're like 2 strangers. When I first married him, I made it very clear to him. I won't interfere in his affairs, and he naturally won't interfere in mine. Of course, I won't involve him either, Xiao said truthfully to Ah. I thought you two were for real. After all, you look like a good match. What did you think? Nothing. Hold on tight. I'm speeding up. Then, Xiahou Shui spurred the horse to gallop along the main road. In a short while, they arrived at the Dali Temple. As soon as they got off the horse, they rushed towards the entrance. But the 2 guards at the entrance immediately drew their weapons, blocking her path and stopping her. Who are you? Why are you trespassing at the Dali Temple? One of the guards asked. His tone was very impolite. That I am the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. My big brother was arrested by you. I want to see him. The man pondered for a long moment, then turned his eyes to exchange a look with the other guard. He then turned his head back and looked at her very seriously. You should leave. The Dali Temple is not a place you can just barge into. If it's really about your big brother, then have your father come in person. Xiao now finally understood. Even the guards had been bribed. They were waiting for her father to walk right into the trap. What if I command you in my capacity as Princess Jing? Xiao asked, suppressing her anger. Your Highness, why must you make things difficult for us? We're just following orders from above. Besides, the Dali Temple is a place for men. You are a woman. You should go back. The scenes inside are so bloody, you probably couldn't bear to see them. The man's tone softened slightly, but he still wouldn't let her in. You don't recognize her, but you don't recognize me either? Xiahou Shui roared angrily at the 2 men. The 2 men reacted quickly. Isn't this General Xiahou? Why are you here too? The 2 men's attitude immediately softened, and they looked at Xiahou Shui respectfully. General Xiahou was the only female god of war in Baiming, decisive and ruthless. Almost no one dared to provoke her lightly. Why can't I be here? If I hadn't come, how would I have seen a scoundrel like you bullying my sister by relying on your master's power? Get out of my way. Xiahou Shui's voice was extremely loud and resonant, inspiring a sense of awe in those who heard it. General Xiahou, we have strict orders from above that no one is allowed to enter except for the old general. You still dare? I have an imperial gold medallion bestowed by the emperor. Obstructing me is obstructing the emperor. Don't you want your miserable lives anymore? Xiahou Shui took out a golden medallion, about half the size of a palm, from her sleeve and held it in front of them. The two men immediately examined the medallion carefully, and then a look of terror appeared on their faces. This imperial gold medallion could be used to exercise any command on behalf of the emperor, even a kill. The two of them trembled in fear. General Xiahou, you may go in. The two men had no choice but to let them in. After all, nothing was more important than staying alive. Xiahou Shui immediately put away the gold medallion, took Xiao's hand, and stepped inside. This Dali temple was indeed enormous, like a huge execution ground. The sounds of wailing and screaming were endless. Xiao's heart sank. It was truly a gruesome, bloody scene. The waves of wails assaulted her eardrums. Bodies, unable to endure the torture, were carried out one after another, covered in blood. The prisoners in the iron cells had eyes full of despair, having lost the will to live as they awaited their deaths. Seeing these scenes made her think of her older brother all the more. How could a man as gentle and refined as him endure such cruel torture? What court of judicial review? What sacred place for trying criminals? This was simply a hell for extracting confessions through torture. Noticing Xiao's distress, Xiahou Shui gently squeezed her hand. She was only 16, after all. How could she have ever seen such a bloody scene? It was understandable that she would be momentarily overwhelmed. Entering the innermost room, Xiao saw him. Chu Wenxuan, his arms bound tightly to the wall with iron chains. The once gentle and refined Chu Wenxuan was now disheveled, his messy hair almost completely obscuring his face. His prison uniform was so stained with blood that its original color was unrecognizable. Even though she couldn't see his face clearly, Xiao could confirm that this was her older brother, the man with the grace of an orchid. In just one night, they had tortured a perfectly healthy person into this state. They had already seized her older brother last night, yet they only sent notice at this hour today. They had clearly concealed it intentionally, secretly arresting him. Now, they intended to use him to coerce her father. How dare these people treat her older brother like this? A pang of heartache shot through Xiao. Xiahou Shui also allowed a soft sigh and walked to Xiao's side. Chu Wenxuan's eyelids were shut tight, and even his breathing was faint. Your Highness Princess Jing, your visit truly brings splendor to my humble prison of the Court of Judicial Review. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse and drawn-out voice came from outside the room. Both of them turned their heads in unison to look. A person walked in from outside. He wore a dark blue official's robe and a brown official's hat. The man was about 60 years old. His aged skin was covered with wrinkles as if carved by a knife. His black hair was streaked with a little white. His eyes were weather-beaten and deeply sunken. Though he was old, his eyes still glinted with shrewdness, his eyeballs darting about as if looking for something. Xiahou Shui moved slightly closer to Xiao, her lips near Xiao's ear. This is the Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Cheng Ren. A chill ran through Xiao. Rende? His appearance was clearly that of a treacherous and sycophantic official, yet he had such a name. It was truly an insult to those two words. Xiao cast her gaze toward Cheng Ren. Minister Cheng, Xiao called out faintly. It is rare that Princess Jing still recognizes this subordinate. It is my honor. Cheng Ren stood before Xiao with great airs. Minister Cheng, I don't recall my Chu family offending you in any way. Why must you retaliate like this? Xiao's gaze swept over Chu Wenxuan behind her as she spoke coldly. Princess, you have misunderstood this subordinate. The evidence is conclusive. The eldest young master, Chu, has indeed committed a grave crime. This subordinate has always acted impartially. How can you speak of retaliation? Cheng Ren's eyes stared intently at Xiao, his smile never fading, yet it seemed to exude a sinister air. You speak of evidence. What evidence? I like to see it. Xiao said. Princess, on this matter, this subordinate cannot comply. How can something so important be shown to others so casually? If you truly want to save your older brother, then have your father come here in person. Cheng Ren's tone was extremely firm, leaving no room for negotiation. This confirmed exactly what Xiao had been thinking. Their target was her father, but but they didn't know that her father had already given her the military tally. A trace of doubt arose in Shi Yao's mind. It had been such a long time since yesterday. Logically, the news should have long since reached the palace and the emperor's ears. The emperor shouldn't have remained silent until now. Not even a single word. Something suddenly occurred to her. Shi Yao. A weak cry suddenly reached Shi Yao's ears. Shi Yao quickly turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. Chu Wen-Xuan was struggling to lift his head. He slowly opened his previously tightly shut eyes. Shi Yao immediately walked over to Chu Wen-Xuan, looking at that pale and wretched face. Older brother. Seeing Shi Yao's face, a faint smile gradually appeared on Chu Wen-Xuan's pale face. He looked at her with gentle eyes. Don't worry, older brother is fine. Looking at Chu Wen-Xuan's gentle gaze, she was reminded of how he used to be. Although the two of them hadn't spent much time together, Shi Yao felt that her older brother was like a cup of warm water, making one feel warm. But today he had been harmed by those people and reduced to this state. Even like this, he was still comforting her. A chill settled in her heart. She looked at Chu Wen-Xuan. Older brother, don't you worry. I won't let you suffer in vain. I will definitely get you out. Shi Yao, don't waste your effort. They are determined to frame the general's manner, to frame father. They want to use me to threaten father into handing over the military tally. Shi Yao, you must remember, no matter what, do not let father come here. Even though she knew what he was about to say, Shi Yao interrupted him without a second thought. Older brother, don't say any more. Things haven't reached an irreversible point. How can you lose heart? I know you're the most upright person there is. Are you willing to be slandered like this? Shi Yao, perhaps you still don't know. I am not your biological brother. I was picked up by father from a battlefield. Father has treated me like his own son. How can I not repay such a debt of nurture? But now, I have become a burden to father and to you. The best way now is for you to pretend you know nothing. I will bear all the blame alone, and you must never come to this court of judicial review again. I have no blood relation to the general's manor. That will surely sever the connection to the general's manor. What foolish words are you speaking? Regardless of blood ties, you will always be my older brother. Older brother, you just need to believe in me. Just wait for me to clear your name. Shi Yao had never imagined that her older brother could be so selfless and fearless, shouldering all the blame himself, especially for such baseless accusations. His actions left her utterly shocked. Such an upright and selfless person was being slandered as a traitor who colluded with the enemy. There was no way she could swallow this insult. The general's manner was important, but her older brother's life was just as important. Older brother, you don't need to say anything more right now. Just tell me, do you believe me? Shi Yao asked again. Without a second thought, Chu Wen-Xuan nodded. I believe you. Good. Since you believe me, then you must hold firm to your stance. Leave the rest to me. Whether I succeed or fail, I will give everyone an answer. Older brother, can you wait for me? Shi Yao asked this last question with some hesitation. Chu Wen-Xuan, also without any hesitation, nodded. I will wait for you. There was not a shred of doubt in his eyes, only deep trust. Shi Yao, of course, saw his gaze. She then gave him a faint smile. Shi Yao turned to look at Cheng Rend. Minister Cheng, I wonder if what you said just now still counts? Shi Yao asked faintly. Cheng Rend nodded with a relaxed smile. Of course it counts. That's good. Before, when my father heard that older brother was imprisoned in the court of judicial review, he suffered a great shock. His health took a turn for the worse, and he fell ill. You said to have my father come over, but you'll have to grant us a few more days, won't you? Shi Yao looked at Cheng Rend, calm the face of crisis. Oh, what a coincidence. How did the old general fall ill at such a time? This official can wait. But eldest young Master Chu's body, I don't know if it can hold out. Cheng Rend deliberately put on a worried expression as he looked at Shi Yao. Shi Yao was so angry she was on the verge of cursing. She averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight of his crocodile tears. 3 days. A 3-day period. But my older brother is so heavily injured. If his treatment is delayed and he develops some permanent condition, my father might get anxious and have to stay in bed for a few more days. It's a deal. 3 days. Cheng Rend also smiled as he looked at Shi Yao and waved his hand. A prison guard came over. You, go quickly and summon the imperial physician to treat eldest young Master Chu's injuries. Then, Cheng Rend looked at Shi Yao again. Princess, you should be satisfied now, right? Rest assured, Princess, this subordinate will certainly serve eldest young Master Chu with good food and drink while waiting for you to bring the old general. It was already dark when Sikong Jing returned, but he couldn't find any sign of Shi Yao anywhere. so he summoned Duo-er for questioning. Duo-er, where is the princess? Duo-er quickly stood up straight, her gaze flickering as she looked at Seekong-jing. Duo-er had anticipated that His Highness would ask this question, so she had already thought of how to answer. Miss, she went out shopping. Duo-er answered extremely quickly. It's already dark. Shopping? Seekong-jing questioned. Miss went out in the afternoon. Perhaps she was having too much fun somewhere. Duo-er fabricated, feeling a little guilty. After all, she had never lied before. You're quite good at lying for your mistress. Seekong-jing's tone was nonchalant, but it made one feel very uneasy. Duo-er felt extremely guilty for being exposed on the spot. She quickly knelt down. Your Highness, your servant did not. No matter what, she couldn't let His Highness find out. Miss had personally instructed her. Seekong-jing paid her no more mind, just faintly calling Rinxia's name. Rinxia, you tell me. Your Highness, the princess. As soon as she heard the news of her older brother's arrest, she immediately went to the Court of Judicial Review. She has not yet returned. Duo-er raised her eyes in shock and looked at Rinxia. They had been gone since morning, and Miss had specifically instructed that no one was to be told of her whereabouts or about her older brother. But she never expected them to know so clearly. Your Highness, when did you find out? Duo-er asked in shock. Seekong-jing did not answer her question, instead asking, did she tell you to hide it from me? Duo-er had no choice but to nod. Then she quickly explained, Miss was afraid that your Highness would worry if you knew. That's why she didn't tell you. It's already evening now. Maybe Miss will be back soon. Seekong-jing didn't speak for a long time, just rested his chin on his hand with a faint look in his eyes, lost in thought. You may leave. After a long while, Seekong-jing finally spoke. Duo-er nodded and walked toward the door. Later that evening, Xiao finally returned. Her mind hadn't stopped racing all day. At this moment, she was truly tired and weary. But as she lifted her eyes, she saw a familiar figure sitting at the desk. The room was filled only with the bright moonlight and a quiet person. As if by reflex, Xiao quietly went to get a blanket. Looking at the man before her, she wondered why he had fallen asleep in the chair. She had intended to cover him with the blanket, but then she suddenly remembered what he had said yesterday. He didn't like to be touched. Xiao quickly withdrew her hand. Better not. But in the next second, Xiao's attention was drawn to a piece of paper on the table. This is... At first, she wasn't curious about what was written on it, but the first line of words captured her full attention. Evidence of Chu Wenxuan's crimes. The calligraphy was bold and unrestrained, completely uninhibited. The strokes seemed to flow together, yet they were extremely clear, as ethereal as a deity, just like the man himself. However, after carefully reading the contents of the paper, she was consumed by a burning rage, her fingertips trembling slightly. Word by word, charge by charge, Xiao stared, her eyes wide with shock. This is the evidence against my older brother? Seekong-jing was also woken by the sound. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the person before him. Xiao was still in shock over his actions. How could he know? And why did he know so clearly? He not only knew where she had gone, but also about her older brother's situation. And she had specifically told Duo-er not to tell him. Duo-er was naturally obedient. But this man was extremely intelligent and would have guessed that Duo-er was lying. Unable to hold back, she blurted out, Your Highness, how do you have these things? I investigated, of course. Seekong-jing's expression was as usual. This is utter nonsense. My older brother. How can my older brother do these things? These people are just framing him. I'm going to find evidence to prove my older brother's innocence. Xiao immediately folded the list of charges, tucked it into her robes, and was about to leave. Seeing her being so reckless, Seekong-jing anxiously stood up. He immediately reached out and grabbed Xiao's sleeve, saying, It's already late at night. It's not too late to deal with this tomorrow. As he said this, Seekong-jing's whole body was trembling. He was struggling to maintain his balance. But Xiao, in her fit of anger, did not notice him standing behind her. She forcefully flung her arm and shouted, Let go. Chung Rind only gave me 3 days. I can't wait. My older brother can't wait either. Immediately followed by a loud thud. This finally brought the impulsive Xiao back to her senses. She subconsciously looked back, only to see Seekong-jing lying powerlessly on the ground, a painful expression on his face. A few drops of sweat had even appeared on his forehead. Xiao's mind went blank. How could she think of anything else? She directly knelt down, wrapped her arms around Seekong-jing's waist, and helped him up. Are you all right? I'm fine. Listen to me. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping the wood. Rest well and go tomorrow. Sikong Jing said faintly. His voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable authority. Only then did Shi Yao realize how close the two of them were. Suddenly meeting his gaze, she felt a little flustered. Shi Yao's face turned completely red. She quickly turned her head away and said awkwardly, I'll listen to you. She was also very tired today. She couldn't just act rashly. So she decided to listen to him and rest for a few hours first. Shi Yao suddenly thought of something else and said, tomorrow is supposed to be the last day of my homecoming visit. I should return to the manor with you. But because of my older brother's situation, I can't go back with you tomorrow. Shi Yao explained seriously. As you wish. Sikong Jing was as nonchalant as ever. The next morning, Sikong Jing returned to Prince Jing's manor. Ren Xiao then stood by Sikong Jing's side and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I have mostly finished investigating the matter you assigned me. However, all the witnesses have been clearly arranged by Prime Minister Shun. It might be difficult to overturn those charges this time. They can find witnesses, but you can't? There's always a way to make those witnesses talk. Does this king need to teach you that? Sikong Jing's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair, as if deep in thought. Your subordinate will go and handle it now. Ren Xia then quietly slipped out the door. That night, in the Court of Judicial Review, Cheng Ren summoned a prison guard. He whispered something secretively in the guard's ear, murmuring for a good while. After speaking, Cheng Ren resumed his haughty posture, flicked his official robe, and commanded, Get this done quickly to avoid any complications from delays. As you command. The prison guard took his leave. The 3-day deadline passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao had also been busy for 3 whole days and felt somewhat apprehensive. At this moment, Xiao Shui was still by her side and no one else. Girl, are you confident you can rescue older brother Chu today? Xiao Shui asked. Xiao hesitated and shook her head. I don't know. Even if I can overturn their fabricated evidence, if they have a backup plan, I can't be sure. It's okay, don't worry. If it really comes to it, I'll just break older brother Chu out. Xiao Shui smiled and patted Shi Yao's shoulder. Shi Yao didn't reply, just offered a faint smile. The two of them then set off for the Court of Judicial Review. When Shi Yao stepped into the main hall of the Court of Judicial Review, it seemed as if Cheng Ren had been waiting there for a while. Cheng Ren sat in the grand hall where criminals were tried, waiting without any impatience, an inscrutable smile on his face. But Shi Yao's eyes immediately fell on her older brother, who was lying in the center of the hall. Although his complexion was slightly better than 3 days ago, he was still pale. His dirty clothes had been changed for a coarse cloth garment. His hair was still messy, covering his head. Xiao quickly walked to Chu Wenxuan's side, helped him up, and glared resentfully at Cheng Ren. Minister Cheng, is this what you call taking good care of my older brother? He can't even stand up now. Princess, you can't blame this subordinate for that. Eldest young Master Chu was already injured. He is only flesh and blood. How could he recover and be jumping around in just 3 days? Aren't you making things difficult for this subordinate? Cheng Ren said, feigning difficulty. This is a prison, not an inn. This subordinate feels he has already done his utmost. On the other hand, Princess, why hasn't the great general you promised arrived? Cheng Ren's old but sharp eyes were locked on Shi Yao. My father will naturally come, but not now. Minister Cheng, before my father arrives, shouldn't we resolve the matter of my older brother being framed? Shi Yao met Cheng Ren's gaze without the slightest fear. Nonsense. Your older brother was not framed. This subordinate originally thought you were sensible, but I didn't expect you to remain so stubborn. This subordinate made it very clear to you 3 days ago. To still be entangled in this issue today, are you not afraid that this subordinate will report this matter to the emperor and have his majesty personally review it? So that's how it is. They indeed had not informed the emperor of this matter. They were hiding it from him. They wanted to resolve this matter privately, with the goal of making her father voluntarily hand over the military tally. Although she didn't want to make the emperor suspicious of her father, bringing this matter before the emperor was clearly more disadvantageous for those who framed her older brother. Xiao's mind went numb. Why had she overlooked this? Even if the emperor became suspicious of her father, he wouldn't be unreasonable. With the emperor as a witness, her older brother would have a glimmer of hope. If only she had notified the emperor in time. At this thought, Shi Yao said, neither servile nor overbearing. That would be even better. I believe His Majesty will surely restore my older brother's innocence. The emperor has arrived. The emperor's arrival stunned quite a few people. Cheng Ren was so shocked he immediately gathered his official robes and walked down from beside the high desk, nearly taking a hard fall. The emperor entered the main hall, supported by his attendants, closely followed by Jing. Xiao was even more shocked, not only by the emperor's timely arrival, but also by Jing's presence. There were many people with the emperor. Xiao didn't get a clear look before she quickly helped Chu Wenxuan to his knees. "Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty." Cheng Ren quickly knelt before the emperor, his head bowed and his forehead beaded with cold sweat. "All of you rise." The emperor's expression was faint, showing neither pleasure nor anger. His gaze lingered on Shi Yao and Chu Wenxuan for a moment. Afterwards, Shi Yao helped Chu Wenxuan to his feet. Cheng Ren gave his seat to the emperor. A chair brought for Jing was also placed on another side. The scene suddenly became somewhat quiet. Cheng Ren finally spoke, though his face didn't look too good. "Your Majesty, your presence here today." "Minister Cheng, why did you not report such a major matter to me?" The emperor glanced at him and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant believed that since this is a major matter, it should be thoroughly investigated before being reported to your Majesty, to avoid causing you unnecessary trouble upon learning of it." Cheng Ren bowed respectfully, his tone extremely calm. Shi Yao sneered inwardly. This Minister Cheng is quite good at finding excuses. Minister Cheng is indeed farsighted. However, I have come today to personally see how he committed such a crime. The emperor's gaze quickly swept to Chu Wenxuan. "You will retry this case right here in front of me. Reporting to your Majesty, the prisoner already signed and sealed his confession last night. The evidence of his crimes is now an indisputable fact. There is no need to trouble your Majesty." Xiao's eyes shot up, glaring coldly at Cheng Ren. Then she shifted her gaze to Chu Wenxuan, saying in disbelief, "Older brother, you signed and sealed it? Didn't I tell you to wait for me?" Chu Wenxuan also looked completely shocked. He had no memory of this at all. "See for yourself. What is there to deny?" Cheng Ren placed the confession before Chu Wenxuan. The black ink on the white paper and the handprint were perfectly clear. "I really didn't sign and seal it. How could this be?" Chu Wenxuan looked powerlessly at it all. Beside him, Xiao looked at the confession without a word. Her sharp eyes suddenly noticed that there was only a handprint on it and not her brother's signature. Xiao then glared at Cheng Ren before turning to the emperor. "Reporting to your Majesty, there are suspicious points in this matter. First, my older brother is not illiterate. Yet this confession only has a handprint and not his signature. I have reason to suspect that someone pressed his handprint while he was asleep." Hearing her say this, Chu Wenxuan had a sudden realization. "I remember now. When I woke up yesterday, there was a red mark on my finger. I thought it was a bloodstain at the time and didn't pay it any mind." Xiao ignored her brother's words and continued. "Second, look at the wounds on my older brother's body. They are the result of torture to extract a confession. Your Majesty, since when has a testimony obtained through torture been considered valid?" "Minister Cheng, how do you explain this?" The emperor's gaze shifted to Cheng Ren. "Your Majesty, do not believe her nonsense. She is merely trying to clear her older brother's name by slandering your humble servant." Xiao had truly never seen someone play the victim so brazenly. He not only framed her brother, but also accused her of slander. Unexpectedly, after speaking, Cheng Ren turned and berated her. "Princess, under all heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. Of all the people on these shores, there are none who are not the king's subjects. Do not think that your general's manner is so powerful that you can do as you please." At this moment, Xiao truly wanted to kill this man with a single strike. By bringing up her father like this, he was stirring up the emperor's suspicions where there were none before. Truly a sinister and cunning old fox. Xiao forced herself to calm down. This was not the time to get angry. If even she couldn't remain calm, how could she save her older brother? "Your Majesty, your humble servant also has here the account books of eldest young Master Chu's embezzlement of military funds and letters of treason." "Treason? Quickly, let me see." A single sentence from Cheng Ren captured the emperor's full attention. "Men, present the evidence to this official, and bring the witnesses to this official as well." A prison guard then presented several volumes of records and multiple letters. "Your Majesty, all of these were found in eldest young Master Chu's residence. Those volumes of records all document the money eldest young Master Chu obtained by extorting the common people. And those are multiple letters exchanged with the southern nation." Cheng Ren pointed at the so-called evidence and said to the emperor, "Eldest young master Chu once served as the governor of Yezhou. Yezhou is originally close to the capital and is a prosperous place. But that is no reason to extort the common people without limit. Furthermore, he gave all this extorted money to the southern nation, so that the southern nation would have enough money to recruit soldiers and buy horses. The southern nation has long been eyeing our northern Ming with covetous intent. Are his actions not enough to prove that he has committed the crime of treason and conspiracy? Your Majesty, may this subject have a look at that evidence?" The emperor raised his eyes and looked at her, not immediately agreeing. Cheng Ren was also somewhat puzzled. All the evidence was out, yet she was still so calm. Could it be that she had some countermeasure? What audacity! This is evidence. Do you think you can look at it just because you want to? Cheng Ren shouted sternly. "Minister Cheng, I am requesting this of His Majesty. When did it become your turn to interfere? Under all heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. Of all the people on these shores, there are none who are not the king's subjects. This subject naturally obeys His Majesty. If His Majesty lets me see it, I will see it." Hearing this, the emperor was amused. He chuckled and nodded, saying, "Ha, let her see it." Cheng Ren was rendered speechless. His expression flustered as he glanced at the people around him. Was sharp-tongued girl, using his own words against him. Xiao took the file from the emperor's hands, along with the letters. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "This is the evidence you've been hiding away. I wonder if Your Majesty noticed anything just now?" Xiao asked in return. The emperor did not react, merely looking at Xiao. "My elder brother is the provincial governor. He must have submitted many memorials for Your Majesty to review in the past. Perhaps Your Majesty is usually too tired and hasn't noticed. The handwriting in these was indeed deliberately imitated from my elder brother's. The resemblance is uncanny. It's understandable that Your Majesty was confused, but I wonder if Your Majesty remembers one thing." Xiao took out a letter and placed it before the emperor, pointing to one of the characters. "Your Majesty, please look at this character 4-5. The emperor looked at it again and again, saying in confusion, "There's nothing wrong with it." That there's nothing wrong with it is the biggest problem. I remember that ever since he was a child, my elder brother has always liked to add an extra stroke when writing the character 4-5. He was smacked on the palm by our tutor almost every time, but he never managed to correct it after so many attempts. The tutor can testify to this. I have brought my elder brother's past calligraphy practice as proof. I invite Your Majesty to inspect it." After speaking, Xiao respectfully presented the evidence with both hands. The emperor took it and looked. It was indeed as she said. There really was an extra stroke on the character 4-5. Chu Wenxuan heard this and felt a sense of relief. "I never thought that writing a character incorrectly could save my life. I'm not going to correct it in the future either." Cheng Ren clamored in dissatisfaction. "The tutor has vested interests with your general's manner. Besides, a single character 4-5 is hardly credible proof. I also have here the ledgers for the embezzlement of military funds. It's all in black and white. You can't possibly deny it." Xiao snatched the ledger from Cheng Ren's hands. Seeing Xiao's intimidating presence, beads of nervous sweat dripped from Cheng Ren's temples. Xiao brought the ledger close to her nose and sniffed it a few times. One didn't need a thing to know. Of course, it had the scent of conspiracy. Indeed, she narrowed her eyes and closed the ledger. With a saintly smile, she slowly advanced on Cheng Ren, step by step. Cheng Ren was so frightened he lost his composure. "What are you doing?" He couldn't help but cry out. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, why does she look so confident? Xiao then walked back to the emperor, picked up a cup of tea from the emperor's table, then took the ledger, randomly flipped to a page, and recklessly splashed the tea onto that page of accounts. "Your Majesty, she is destroying evidence right in front of you. This is a complete disregard for you. If such a vile act is not severely punished, it will be difficult to command respect." Cheng Ren immediately seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. The emperor also didn't understand Xiao's actions and looked at her with confusion. "Your Majesty, she must be mad to be so bold. What normal person would dare to be so audacious in Your Majesty's presence? She's gone mad. What she says now must be nonsense and absolutely cannot be believed." Xiao could clearly sense that he was starting to panic and act recklessly. He must have never imagined that she would know what he was thinking. Xiao unhurriedly held out the ledger. "Your Majesty, please take another look at the ledger and see what has changed. Just now, your subject smelled a medicinal fragrance on the ledger. Your subject once read something quite surprising in a book. It said there is a magical potion that leaves behind a bitter, medicinal scent after use. Xiao smiled as she looked at the emperor. The emperor nodded after hearing this. Hearing you say so, we have also become a little curious. The emperor also brought the ledger to his nose and took a sniff. This potion can remove the original text on the paper without leaving a single trace. The characters erased by this potion will reappear when splashed with tea. Your Majesty, please look. The ledger has clearly been maliciously altered. The amount of silver has been inflated by a full 10 times. The emperor's gaze was fixed on the ledger, examining it closely. It was true. Your Majesty should not need your subject to explain this any further. Cheng Ren, standing to the side, also saw this scene clearly. His eyes darted about unnaturally. Perhaps the characters were all written by the young master, Chu himself. He wants to use this chain of schemes to escape punishment. Cheng Ren said stubbornly, looking at the ledger in the emperor's hands. Xiao looked at Cheng Ren with a smile that hit a dagger. Lord Cheng, you're in such a hurry to jump out and defend yourself. Could it be a guilty conscience? Cheng Ren's expression stiffened. For a moment, he didn't know how to retort. In just an instant, Cheng Ren recovered. Your Majesty, don't listen to her nonsense. I still have a witness who can prove it. Guards, bring the witness in. Xiao no longer wanted to argue. A person so glib-tongued is truly worthy of being the one in power at the Grand Court Revision. Witness, tell us, is the evidence of the crimes committed by young Master Chu true? Cheng Ren said, pointing to the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. The man glanced at Cheng Ren, fear showing in his eyes. Then he glanced at the emperor. This commoner. In the end, he was too afraid and quickly lowered his head. He trembled, not daring to speak. Speak up. As a witness, if you don't speak, you will be held equally culpable as the criminal. Cheng Ren threatened from the side. I'll speak. Young Master Chu. He did indeed commit those crimes. That day I saw with my own eyes. Young Master Chu handed one of those letters to a man. That man's appearance, he didn't look like someone from Beimin. After speaking, the man didn't dare to raise his head again. At the side, Chu Wen-Xuan was so angry he clenched his fists. Xiao walked up to the kneeling witness. The emperor is here right now. He won't dare to do anything to you. You just need to tell the truth. Xiao had long seen his helplessness. He could only be acting this way because he was being forced. The witness knelt on the ground in an extremely humble manner, kowtowing. This commoner is telling the truth. Cheng Ren instantly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao with some smugness. Xiao was ashamed of his behavior. Just as Xiao was still thinking of a countermeasure, two people, one large and one small, walked in through the doorway. Their clothes were very plain. Xiao didn't understand what was happening. After coming in, the woman shouted, "Husband, we've been rescued. You don't have to be threatened by Cheng Ren anymore. That deranged Cheng Ren wouldn't give us food." Little Bao fainted from hunger. It was this young lady who rescued us. You can't harm her family. Little Bao. The kneeling witness turned his head and called out softly. Everyone present looked towards the sudden turn of events at the door. Xiao was completely stunned. When had she rescued them? She didn't even know what had happened. It seemed the witness she had prepared would not be needed. Who on earth is helping me like this? Not only did they help me summon the emperor, but they also solved the problem with the witness. What's going on? At this moment, the emperor finally spoke. Xiao's gaze swept around casually. Suddenly, she understood something. She turned to look in Sikong Jing's direction, only to see him covering his mouth, trying to hide a laugh. Xiao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Your Majesty, please see clearly. This was all because Lord Cheng threatened this commoner with his family. The emperor's face was already contorted with rage. He looked coldly at Cheng Ren. Lord Cheng, is this what you so solemnly swore to show us today? Cheng Ren immediately fell to his knees. Your Majesty, do not listen to their nonsense. Your humble servant has been an official at the Grand Court of Revision for decades. How could I do such a despicable thing? Silence. The evidence is right in front of you, and you still dare to argue with us? You old fool, have we been too lenient with you over the years, allowing you to become so audacious? You even dared to frame the old general's son and have him beaten into such a state. If you're not punished today, it will be difficult to give the old general an explanation. Guards, drag this old fool out and execute him on the spot. The jailers were about to step forward. Seeing the serious look on the emperor's face, Chung Ren was so scared he could barely speak properly. Your Majesty, spare my life. This was not what your humble servant wanted to do. It was the Minister of War, Li Shijing. He was the one who made your humble servant do it. I didn't expect him to confess so easily. Xiao had indeed guessed correctly. Li Shijing was taking the opportunity to retaliate, but he probably never expected his schemes to backfire so completely. Heavens, it was actually the minister, your Majesty. The minister and your subject do indeed have some past grievances, Xiao said, feigning surprise. What grievances? Tell us, the emperor said, his tone softening slightly. That day, your subject was returning to my parents' home with his highness. But on the way, the minister's son, Li Bing, kicked our carriage. The carriage shook violently, causing his highness to be injured. Your subject was so angry that I was about to get out of the carriage to reason with them. But not only did that man hit your subject and his highness's personal maid, Shao Si, he also tried to strike your subject. His highness was verbally insulted by them for trying to save me. They said. Xiao deliberately trailed off. Said what? The emperor asked as expected. Your subject cannot bring myself to say it. The insults were too unbearable to hear. They showed no respect for his highness whatsoever. They had the advantage in numbers, and your subject was afraid I couldn't win. I even mentioned your Majesty, saying how much your Majesty dotes on his highness, but they still didn't stop. Their words became even more vile, Xiao said, feigning weakness while sneering inwardly. Embellishing the story? Who can't do that? Our general's manner could not stand for it. Your subject could not bear to see him disrespect your Majesty. So under unbearable provocation, I struck him. But I don't know if it was because his body was too frail or what, but I accidentally broke one of his legs. Oh, Sikong Jing accidentally let out a laugh. He was amused by Xiao's innocent, watery white eyes. As expected, the emperor flew into a rage after hearing this. He slammed his hand on the table. What audacity! Truly lawless. You got off easy by only breaking one of his legs. He should have been beaten to within an inch of his life. A smile lifted the corners of Xiao's lips, while Chung Ren, kneeling on the ground, trembled in fear. After that, as your Majesty has seen, they sought revenge with malicious intent, disregarding the law to frame a loyal subject. You, rest assured, we will certainly give your general's manner an explanation. Your father has also suffered, the emperor sighed. Xiao touched the military tally she carried, carefully considering whether to hand it over to the emperor. She had originally discussed with her father about handing over the tally to the emperor early to eliminate his suspicions. Now, such a major incident had occurred because of the tally, even implicating her elder brother. The military tally was indeed a dangerous thing, but without it, the general's manor would also lose a layer of protection. However, by holding onto the tally, the emperor's suspicion would never dissipate, and her father would be walking on a knife's edge every day. Perhaps it's better to hold nothing and be free of burdens. Today, I must take this gamble no matter what. This tally is indeed a hot potato that everyone desires. On behalf of my father, your subject thanks your Majesty for your imperial grace. In gratitude for your Majesty's favor towards the general's manor, your subject has something to present to your Majesty. The scene changes. In Prince Jing's manor at dusk, Sikong Jing was leisurely sipping tea. Nangonyu looked at the Qilin in front of him and spoke. What is this? A military tally? Where did you steal it from? What are you thinking? With a flick of his finger, Sikong Jing sent the teacup flying into Nangonyu's forehead. Nangonyu took a cup as self-punishment for his own loose tongue, his eyes welling up with tears from the pain. Today, after young Master Chu was exonerated at the Grand Court of Revision, Xiao presented the military tally to Father Emperor. Father Emperor then turned around and bestowed it upon me. Sikong Jing knew clearly that since he possessed the Jade Dew and had no hope of inheriting the throne due to his disability, it was most appropriate for Father Emperor to hand the tally to him. Brother Boyan, whose idea do you think this was? I don't think the old general, being so cautious, could have come up with it. It must have been sister-in-law's idea. Sister-in-law is truly brilliant, Nangonyu said, smacking his lips. So, what are you trying to say? Sikong Jing glanced at Nangonyu. If only I had a wife as brilliantly intelligent and decisive as sister-in-law. How wonderful would that be? Nangong Yu sighed in admiration. Then you probably won't have a chance in this lifetime. Sikong Jing pursed his lips. Brother Boyan, can't you just let me have something to hope for? Nangong Yu said, bored. No, because she is mine. You can't hope for her, much less think of her. Sikong Jing said, all right. Can't you leave a way out for people like us? You clearly care so much, doing all these things for her. Yet why don't you take credit? You even pretend as if it has nothing to do with you. Brother Boyan, you're really something else. Nangong Yu said, very displeased. You just need to keep your mouth shut, Sikong Jing instructed faintly. That day, Chung Rand and Li Shijing were thrown into the imperial prison by the emperor for interrogation. Elder brother was able to return home to recuperate. At this moment, Chu Wenxuan was sitting on a chair, coughing severely. Xiao brought over a bowl of medicinal soup and said with concern, Elder brother, drink the medicine while it's hot. Chu Wenxuan's eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze extremely gentle as he watched Xiao bustling about for him. You must be exhausted these past few days, Chu Wenxuan said softly. Xiao smiled faintly. It was nothing. I wasn't that busy. Thankfully, we were able to save you today. Xiao, thank you, Chu Wenxuan said. Xiao, the image of you defending me before the emperor today is deeply imprinted in my mind. Why are you saying these things, elder brother? This is what I should do. Who told you to be my elder brother? Xiao looked at him with a faint smile. Xiao, I've said before, I'm not your elder brother. Don't say anything more. We've lived under the same roof for so many years. I've long considered you my real elder brother. How can we distinguish between blood-related or not? Don't say such things again in the future. Father raised you for so many years, not for you to take the blame for others. Before he could finish, Xiao interrupted him. Although her words sounded very pleasant, a trace of unknown sorrow appeared in his eyes. The medicine in the bowl seemed to have become even more bitter. After he finished the medicine, Xiao took the bowl, ready to leave. Elder brother, rest early. I'll be returning to Prince Jing's manor tomorrow. Your health is poor, so you don't need to see me off. Chu Wenxuan lay on the bed, his thoughts in a whirl as he recalled all the recent events. The feelings in his heart were endless and unceasing, yet he could not reveal even a little. He helplessly covered his eyes with his forearm. But Xiao, do you know that I would rather not be your real elder brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nangong Yu was enjoying himself in his dreams, a beauty in his arms for a lifetime. But a pair of slender, jade-like hands reached out in the darkness, extending towards the unsuspecting him by his bedside. The person on the bed was drooling in his sleep. The black-clothed person's hand began to grope his chest. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Nangong Yu grabbed this groping hand. Still in his dream, he puckered his lips and planted a kiss, not forgetting to say, "Beauty, you're being so forward, you'll make me shy." Smack! The beauty gave him a merciless slap. Nangong Yu was instantly awake. He focused his eyes and immediately bristled like a cat. You, why is a tomboy like you in my room? Nangong Yu clutched his stinging face, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes. He angrily questioned the woman in black before him. Of course, it was Xiahou Shui. She climbed onto Nangong Yu's bed, grabbed the front of his lapels, and easily pulled his body closer. This posture, late at night, was truly a bit much for one to handle. They had never been this close to each other. Suddenly, Xiahou Shui spoke. I heard from Shi Yao that the emperor suddenly arrived at the Grand Court of Revision during the day, and the witness's family was also rescued. You've been acting mysteriously these past few days, too. Does this have something to do with you? You woman, can't you be a little gentler? But I really can't talk about this. If I do, Brother Boyan won't let me off. Puffed. Xiahou Shui couldn't help but laugh at Nangong Yu's reaction, her smile growing brighter. Nangong Yu's gaze subconsciously shifted to Xiahou Shui. He had never really looked closely at this woman before. When she smiled, she was actually a little pretty. The moment he thought this, he wanted to slap himself awake. How could he think this tomboy was pretty? He must have lost his mind. So it was related to you guys. You've already said half of it. Might as well finish the story, Xiahou Shui said with her arms crossed. Only then did Nangong Yu react and cover his mouth. Crap, I let it slip. Nangong Yu silently scooted his body backward, wondering if it was still too late to escape. Little did he know, Xiahou Shui was like a worm in his belly. Still thinking of running? Since we were kids, when have you ever escaped from my grasp? With that, she reached out, clasped his neck, and pulled his entire head into her embrace. Are you going to talk or not? Heavens, that soft, pillowy feeling was. Nangong Yu's eyes widened instantly. A soma sensation shot through his entire body from head to toe. I'll talk. Let me go quick. Nangong Yu subconsciously felt that if this continued, he might not be able to take it. Only then did Xiahou Shui release her hands, putting some distance between them. Nangong Yu also subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, then glared angrily at Xiahou Shui. The witness's family was actually rescued by men sent by Brother Boyan. The emperor was also invited by Brother Boyan. Actually, Brother Boyan has been secretly helping sister-in-law all along. He just doesn't want anyone to tell her. I don't know why Brother Boyan is like this either. He helped sister-in-law. He didn't harm her. Nangong Yu was also very confused by Si Kongjing's actions. Xiahou Shui was also a little surprised in her heart. So that's how it is. As far as she knew, Si Kongjing had never been so concerned about anyone. Now, he had made an exception for Shi Yao. Seeing Xiahou Shui lower her eyes in thought, Nangong Yu quickly spoke up. You can't tell sister-in-law about this. Brother Boyan specifically told me not to tell anyone. I only told you today because you forced me. If you tell, Brother Boyan will definitely come after me. The two of them left, and a carriage was waiting outside. Chu Zhengying and his wife came out together to see her off. Father, Mother, you really don't have to see me off. Last night, Xiao had already explained what happened yesterday. Chu Zhengying's eyes were filled with constant praise for Xiao. He was originally very worried, but his daughter had ultimately left him shocked and delighted. Yinlan's complexion didn't look as good as before. She seemed somewhat tired, with an indescribable weariness. I wanted you to stay a few more days, but Yinlan said, reluctantly holding Xiao's hand. Mother, don't worry, I'll come back to see you in a few days. Why is your complexion getting worse? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Xiao looked at Yinlan with concern. Yinlan patted her hand and smiled. I'm fine. I just caught a bit of a chill a few days ago and felt a little under the weather. Don't worry, all right? Xiao could only nod, still a little worried. Mother, if you feel unwell, please tell me right away. All right. Before you were married, I never saw you worry about me so much. After getting married, you become much more sensible. It's true that a woman grows up once she marries. Yinlan sighed with a smile. Mother, I ask for nothing else. As long as you and Prince Jing live your days peacefully. You're grown up now, so Mother doesn't need to lecture you on every little thing, unless you find me long-winded again. All right, I know all of this. Xiao walked towards the carriage reluctantly, looking back every 3 steps. Then your daughter takes her leave. Go on. Chu Zhengying nodded, watching his daughter get into the carriage. Just as Xiao lifted the curtain, she saw a person sitting silently inside the carriage, waiting. She was just about to speak, but he pulled her inside, placing a finger to his lips to silence her. After the carriage had traveled for a while, Xiao finally spoke. Elder sister, what are you doing? Why are you hiding in my carriage? Since you were here, why didn't you get out and greet my father just now? A look of worry and frustration appeared between Xiahou Shui's brows. You have no idea. I don't know what my father said to your father, but ever since I got back, whenever he sees your father, he wants to drag me off to meet men. Meet men? What do you mean? Xiao asked, confused. Are you stupid? What else would meeting men be for? Xiao thought for a good while before she understood and couldn't help but laugh out loud. So your father is asking my father to be a matchmaker for you. Is there someone in your heart? If not, why not give it a try? Someone in her heart. Hearing what Xiao said, Xiahou Shui's mind unconsciously recalled the scene from yesterday. That man, held in her arms, his cheeks flushed red and cute. A smile suddenly appeared on her lips. It seems elder sister does have someone in her heart. It's just that elder sister is slow to realize it herself. Can you tell me who that person is? Xiao said with a light smile. Xiahou Shui immediately wiped the smile off her face. No, there's nothing. Who has someone in their heart? Let's not talk about this. I came to tell you something. I learned from Nangong Yu that the person who invited the emperor to the Grand Court of Revision yesterday and rescue the witness's family was Prince Jing. Prince Jing doesn't want anyone to know, especially you. So don't go asking Prince Jing why he helped you. Otherwise, that Nangong kid will be in trouble. Xiahou Shui saw Shi Yao to the manor's entrance and then said her goodbyes, not forgetting to give her one last reminder. Upon entering the manor, Shi Yao was lost in her own thoughts. Why did he help me like that? I really want to ask, but I can't. Just like that, the two of them met by chance in the courtyard. Seeing Shi Yao's hesitant look, Si Kongjing took the initiative to ask, what do you need me for? At this moment, Duo suddenly appeared, speaking mysteriously to Shi Yao. Miss, that thing is ready. Hearing this, Si Kongjing asked curiously, A moment later, a novel contraption appeared before everyone. The servants curiously asked, "What is this? I've never seen this kind of chair before. It should be called a chair, right?" At this moment, all four of them were looking at the chair before them. It was called a chair, but its shape was a bit strange. This thing could be sat on and also moved with four wheels, one large and one small pair. Xiao didn't explain. She walked directly to Sikong Jing and, without a word, scooped him up in a princess carry. Again, Sikong Jing was a little embarrassed. The servants behind them were so shocked their jaws dropped. Xiao placed his body directly onto the wheelchair to sit. To prevent him from being uncomfortable, she had even specially asked someone to make a cushion. Sikong Jing was a bit stunned. This seat was slightly higher than usual chairs, but it was quite comfortable to sit in. "But why make a special seat for me? It's used like this," Xiao said as she demonstrated for Sikong Jing. She walked behind him, held the backrest, and gave it a gentle push. The wheelchair began to move slowly around the courtyard. Xiao smiled happily, a different kind of smile than usual. It wasn't her usual faint smile, but rather a smile that seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. Duoer also stood to the side, looking at her with some surprise. Young Miss seems happier than usual today. Sikong Jing was somewhat at a loss. He had never imagined that this chair he was sitting on could actually move. After a short while, Xiao stopped. She walked over to Sikong Jing, took one of his hands, and placed it on the axle next to the wheel beside him. Then, she placed her hands over the back of his. A pair of small, fair, and delicate hands. They only covered a part of the back of his hand, her fingertips resting on his second knuckles. Xiao pressed down on his hand, slowly turning the axle. The wheelchair then began to move. A look of disbelief appeared in Sikong Jing's eyes. At this moment, Xiao was focused with all her attention on his mood and expression. Naturally, she noticed his emotions. The smile on her lips grew even brighter. After moving for a short while, she let go of his hand. The warmth on the back of his hand immediately vanished. Only then did he come back to his senses. He raised his head to look at Xiao. This is... Xiao just looked at him with a faint smile. "What do you think of using it as your means of transport?" Sikong Jing did not answer, his eyes slightly dazed. The atmosphere became a little too quiet. Sikong Jing lowered his gaze, his emotions unreadable. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Just who told you to act on your own?" His tone was extremely calm and indifferent. The smile on Xiao's face also gradually faded. "No one. I did it myself." Xiao answered truthfully. "Why are you doing this?" It's this kind of question again. She did indeed have a motive, but those motives could not be told to him. "Must I have a reason for everything I do?" "Fine, I did this on a whim because I was bored, alright?" Sikong Jing did not speak, nor did he look at her. "Use it or don't." Xiao stormed out of the courtyard in a huff. Her heart was suddenly filled with a sense of loss. She thought she would hear some praise from this person, but instead, her warm gesture was met with his cold indifference. "And to think I was touched by what he did for me." "Young Miss." Donger, standing to the side, was too scared to make a sound. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere was so harmonious. She did not expect it to change so quickly. Sikong Jing's fingers, resting on the armrest of the wheelchair, curled slightly. He raised his hand as if to say something, but the person had already walked out the door. Donger sighed softly at the side, then walked up to Sikong Jing. "Your Highness, my young miss designed this for you herself." Her eyes were red and sunken from working on the drawings, and yet you do not appreciate it. Donger did not know why she was so bold at this moment, uncontrollably saying so much in front of this cold-faced prince. Normally, how would she dare to say so much? She only dared to grumble in front of her young Mississippi. Perhaps she wanted to stand up for her young Mississippi. After all, the young miss had finally cast Prince Yu from her heart and now cared for Prince Jean. This could be considered a good thing. Sikong Jing said in a low voice, "I know. You may leave." Having received the order, Dong also ran out in a huff. "I suppose I overreacted." Sikong Jing caressed the chair, speechless. "She actually designed this for me, with her own hands." Then he mimicked how Xiao had just taught him, placing both hands on the axles and tentatively turning them. The chair slowly moved forward. Carefully savoring the recent moments, Sikong Jing smiled faintly. At this moment, a young servant came to report, "Your Highness, noble consort Jiayan requests you and the princess consort to enter the palace." Sikong Jing's smile stopped abruptly. "At this juncture, she's summoning me to the palace." "Servant, go and tell the princess consort to prepare to enter the palace." Shortly after, Si Jing entered the carriage with the help of a servant. For convenience, and also with a bit of selfish motive, the servant directly helped Si Jing sit down next to Shi Yao. After succeeding, he quickly got out. The carriage curtain was drawn. From beside her came the faint, wispy scent of agarwood. It was the unique incense of Prince Jin's manor. He also carried some of this scent on him. It was faint and very pleasant, not an intentional fragrance. It was different from the slightly stronger, deliberately applied fragrance on Sikong Xingyu. Every time Sikong Xingyu wore clothes, they were scented by servants before being brought to him. In the past, she always found the fragrance on him very pleasant. But now, she felt that this faint scent was very nice. Xiao deliberately closed her eyes and leaned against the carriage wall, not looking at him. It was better for the two of them to speak less or not at all, to avoid parting on bad terms again. "If you're tired, then sleep." Sikong Jing suddenly spoke. The abrupt sound was very clear in the carriage. "Humph." Xiao just gave a cold snort in response. She did not hide it. She was tired, mentally tired, but she really was a bit tired. She had not slept well last night. Perhaps it was too quiet, or perhaps it was the steady sound of the carriage wheels. She did indeed gradually fall asleep. In a daze, she appeared again in a place shrouded in mist. This is the scene from before my execution in my past life. Am I back in my past life, or am I in a dream? Then the person who saved me. Xiao slowly turned her head. This time, will I be able to see his face clearly? This dream always repeated in her mind. The person she saw at the bend on the main road, the person who saved her, she had never seen his face clearly. Even though it was just a dream, she still wanted to know who it was. Suddenly, a child appeared in front of the carriage. The servant immediately made an emergency stop, and Xiao was jolted from her sleep. Her forehead uncontrollably went towards the carriage wall, but a large hand reached out in time to block the impact for her. Xiao opened her eyes in annoyance. Damn it, in my dream, I was just about to see his face. Just one more second. She suddenly realized that a wave of warmth had just brushed past her ear. By this time, Sikong Jing had already withdrawn his hand. His left hand was covering his right hand, his expression composed. He did not say a word. Xiao stared blankly at him. Xiao subconsciously looked at his hand. There was a very clear red mark on it. He actually used his hand to cushion my head to prevent me from hitting it. "Servant, what happened?" Sikong Jing asked towards the carriage door. "Your Highness, a child almost ran into the carriage just now, so the stop was a bit sudden. Are you all right, Your Highness?" "We are fine. Let's go." A slight blush appeared on Xiao's face. At this time in Jiayong Palace, Prince Yu and Chu Shiyu had already arrived by carriage. Chu Shiyu began to speak on her own. Yesterday, His Majesty gave the military tally to Prince Jin. As long as we get the military tally from Prince Jin, Your Highness can rest easy. Prince Yu said dismissively, "How could it be that easy? My seventh brother has never been close to me since we were young. How can that thing be it just by asking?" As the two were talking, the sound of wheels came from behind them. Unbeknownst to them, Sikong Jing and Xiao had already arrived. "Seventh brother." Prince Yu glanced at him warily. Did he hear? Prince Yu quickly changed the subject. "Seventh brother, this chair of yours is truly novel, and so useful. The person who made it is truly skillful. Haha, third brother, this chair was made for me by my princess consort herself. If you want to praise someone, praise her." Sikong Jing now had a proud look on his face, completely different from his previous cold reaction. Xiao was stunned. His face changes so fast. That was not your attitude before. An unreadable emotion flashed in Sikong Xingyu's eyes. His hands clenched into fists. Xiao actually went to so much trouble for this cripple. And Chu Shiyu at the side saw all of this. At this moment, a palace maid came out and interrupted the four's conversation. Noble consort Jiayan invites the two highnesses and the princess consort to enter the hall. The group then lifted their feet and walked over. When Chu Shiyu reached the palace maid's side, the palace maid spoke coldly. "Please wait, Princess Consort Yu. Her ladyship the noble consort did not invite you into the hall. Please follow this servant to the side hall for a cup of tea." On the surface, Shiyu forced herself to remain calm, but inside, she was grinding her teeth in hatred. "Xiao and I are both princess consorts. Does her ladyship the noble consort have to treat us so differently? Damn that Xiao. She has to one-up me even after marriage." When the three of them entered the palace hall, noble consort Jiayan was already waiting there. Sikong Jing wheeled himself forward, stopping some distance away. His expression was cold and distant. He did not look at noble consort Jiayun, merely sitting steadily in his wheelchair, waiting for what she had to say. Noble consort Jiayun looked at the wheelchair before her and could not help but praise it in her heart. This chair is rather novel. On the surface, she said without a change in expression, you may dispense with the courtesies. I will be direct. Jinger, hand the military tally over to me. Please forgive your child for being unable to obey. Sikong Jing said without even thinking. Mother consort, this military tally was personally handed to your child by Father Emperor. Your child is only keeping it for him. I do not know when Father Emperor will ask for it back. If Father Emperor asks for the tally, then, and your child cannot produce it, implicating Mother Consort at that time would be unfilial of me. Noble consort Jiayun's gaze immediately shifted. She glared at him sharply. Stop trying to fool me. You do not need to worry about future matters. I have my own plans. You just need to hand the military tally over to me. Sikong Jing's eyes were cold enough to freeze a person. At this moment, Sikong Xingyu's smug smile seemed particularly jarring to him. Noble consort Jiayun spoke again, unceremoniously, refusing to give me what I want. That is true defiance and unfilial piety. I cannot give it to her, but she is my mother consort. I still cannot obey. The military tally is not with me. Sikong Jing said faintly. What? You say the military tally is not with you? Then where is it? Noble consort Jiayun asked immediately. Sikong Jing clearly had not thought of an excuse and did not know how to handle the situation. Xiao noticed Sikong Jing's predicament. She stepped forward and said, replying to your ladyship, I am keeping the military tally. I am safeguarding it for him. Sikong Jing was startled. He subconsciously looked up at the person behind him. Oh. Noble consort Jiayun immediately stood up from her seat. I do not want to waste words with you. Since you have it, hand the military tally over to me. From her eyes, Xiao saw clear disdain and impatience. Xiao calculated in her heart. If I give it to her, it will fall into Prince Yu's hands. It is most beneficial to the general's manor if the military tally stays in Prince Jin's hands. Thinking of this, Xiao spoke without a change in expression. I cannot give it to you. Please forgive me, your ladyship. Xiao looked at noble consort Jiayun calmly, not at all with the expression a 16-year-old girl should have. How could a girl her age be so calm and self-possessed in front of someone of such high royal status? She should at least be a little nervous. But she seemed as if she were looking at an ordinary person. Do you have any respect for the royal family? Noble consort Jiayun looked at her sharply. It seems the general's manner presenting the military tally was just a tactic of feigning retreat to advance. Your general's manor still wants to keep military power in its own hands. Xiao pretended to be wronged. It is precisely because I, your servant, have the emperor and mother consort in my heart that I cannot hand over the military tally. Since ancient times, consorts are not to interfere in politics. If the court officials were to say you are crowing like a hen at dawn, it would be your servant's fault. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, is that it? Noble consort Jiayun was already impatient. Oh, it is so lively here, sister. A sudden, sweet, and delicate voice rang out, interrupting the tense standoff. Everyone turned their heads to look. Standing at the door was none other than Consort Lan. On the day of the Empress's birthday celebration, on the racecourse, she had been unyielding in her words, opposing noble consort Jiayun at every turn and openly and secretly mocking people. And behind her was a pretty little figure peeking its head in and out, then running away again. We were discussing. Noble consort Jiayun, having been interrupted, did not know what to say. It was Sikong Xingyu who reacted quickly and picked up the conversation. We were discussing 7th Brother's new chair. Consort Lan said with a teasing smile, a chair with wheels is quite novel indeed. It is just a pity that its material is nothing more than the most ordinary wood. Wood, just like people, is divided into different classes. No matter how novel or magnificent the exterior, it cannot cover up the earthiness of its roots. Consort Lan's words were clearly alluding to something deliberately said for a certain person present to hear. Her tone was filled with thick disdain. And now, a certain someone had already clenched her fists in anger. Sikong Xingyu, however, was unaware. He quickly added, that's right. Such ordinary wood is indeed unworthy of 7th Brother status. We have made a fool of ourselves in front of you. Little did he know that after saying this, he felt a death ray from behind him. Noble consort Jiayun looked as if she could kill him with her glare. Xiao was speechless with surprise watching this scene. Can Prince Yu not tell that Consort Lan is alluding to noble consort Jiaoyan? Xiao quickly tried to save the situation, saying, "Your ladyship, Consort Lan. The late emperor also came from humble beginnings before he founded the dynasty. Is your ladyship alluding to the late emperor? I did not. Do not speak nonsense." Consort Lan had not expected Xiao to be so bold as to openly refute her in front of everyone. "When elders are speaking, what are you interrupting for?" Noble consort Jiaoyan suddenly shouted angrily. She took the opportunity to walk up to Xiao and said in a vicious, low voice, "Do not think I will be grateful just because you said a few good words for me. I will give you some time to think it over. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Ruthless? Is that something a mother would say to her child? Xiao was still surprised. This noble consort Jiaoyan is a gentle beauty in front of the emperor. But at this moment, she is like a villain whose mind has been clouded by anger. Noble consort Jiaoyan's expression returned to one of cold indifference. She said, "Let's stop here for today. You two may go back." Noble consort Jiaoyan immediately put on a fake smile and went to greet Consort Lan, continuing to act out the drama of sisterly affection. "What wind has blown my dear sister Consort Lan here?" Consort Lan smiled and explained, "The emperor has rewarded me with some palace silk. I want to tailor an outfit for Changel and was worrying about what pattern to make." At this time, the two who had been snubbed should also tactfully leave. Sikong Jing said faintly, "Let's go back." Consort Lan's arrival was inexplicable. Noble consort Jiaoyan's attitude towards the prince is also strange. Xiao knew that he must be feeling terrible right now. Walking out of the courtyard, Xiao pushed Sikong Jing and could not help but ask curiously, what was Consort Lan's status before? "She is the legitimate younger sister of Prime Minister Shun, whereas my mother consort was of low status, relying entirely on Father Emperor's favor to ascend to the position of noble consort." No wonder. Xiao finally understood the reason why Consort Lan always targeted her. "Sister Xiao." A tender voice called out to Xiao. She looked back and saw it was the person who had been hiding behind Consort Lan just now. The young, tender girl before her had a petite and delicate frame, looking to be about 14 or 15 years old. She wore a light pink dress, her skin was fair, and her pair of eyes looked extremely clear. Her cheeks were also small, with red lips and white teeth. At this moment, her whole being exuded a sense of shyness. I want to ask you something. Can I talk to you alone for a while? I heard you were entering the palace, so I deliberately begged my mother consort to bring me to Jiaoyang Palace. I just wanted to ask you, how is elder brother Chu? Are his injuries better? It was clear that Princess Changel was a bit shy. She did not even dare to look Xiao directly in the eye. Her speech was, "He can already walk. Why are you suddenly concerned about my elder brother?" Xiao could tell that this Princess Changel seemed to have some feelings for her elder brother. But how would a princess deep in the palace know about the recent situation of the general's Manor's eldest son? A blush immediately rose on Princess Changel's cheeks. She hurriedly explained, I didn't. Her small hands were so nervous she did not know where to put them. "I'm leaving. I'll visit you another day." Princess Changel was too shy to stay any longer, afraid that someone would see through her. She quickly slipped away. Watching her shy and awkward appearance, Xiao could not help but feel a little suspicious. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? In the evening, at Prince Jin's manor, a eunuch from noble consort Jiaoyan's palace came to deliver a message. Her ladyship noble consort Jiaoyan has been feeling unwell since this afternoon. She requests His Highness Prince Jin to copy the classic of filial piety 100 times to pray for her well-being. What? Xiao could not help but exclaim in surprise upon hearing this. The eunuch bowed very respectfully and said, "Please begin as soon as possible, Your Highness. Her ladyship's message has been delivered. I shall take my leave now." "Oh, right." After turning around, the eunuch turned his head back with a smile and said, "Her ladyship says that only by copying the scripture while kneeling will it show sincerity and reach the ears of the gods." Now Xiao was even more displeased. As soon as the eunuch left, she shouted at Sikong Jing, "Do not listen to her. She knows your leg is injured, and she still wants you to kneel while copying." Sikong Jing's face had been gloomy the whole time, and he did not speak. He was silent for a moment before raising his head, teasing her with a faint smile. Are you that concerned about me? Xiao was stunned. She immediately changed the subject awkwardly. I'm going to sleep. Copy it or don't. It's up to you. In the evening, Xiao could not help but think, this noble consort Zhao Yun is too cruel. Why treat Prince Jean like this? But he should have listened to my advice. He wouldn't really kneel and copy it, right? Who cares about him? The next morning, when Xiao woke up from bed, she found the space beside her empty. Her first reaction was, he's not here. She reached out to touch the spot where he would have lain. There was no trace of it being used. The sheet was also cold. Xiao felt a little suspicious. She got up, washed, and dressed on her own. Then she went outside the hall and asked the servant in Dong, "Where is His Highness Prince Jean?" Dong stammered, not knowing how to answer. She knew her young Mrs. Temper. The servant did not care about these things and honestly confessed, "His Highness is in the study." What? The study? Upon hearing this, Xiao's anger flared up. With a flick of her sleeve, she hurried towards the study. With a loud bang, she pushed open the study door without any courtesy. As expected, this man is truly a great filial son. He was actually doing exactly as noble consort Zhao Yun had said. A stack of copied classics of filial piety had already accumulated beside him. Xiao quickly covered her mouth, which was about to cry out in alarm. This fool! He actually knelt all night, writing all night. At this moment, he seemed oblivious to Xiao's appearance, still kneeling upright and concentrating on his filial duty. Xiao's anger flared up. She strode forward and cursed angrily. "Noble consort Zhao Yun is doing this to get back at you. Do you even want your legs anymore? Stop writing." Xiao reached out to grab the Xian paper on the table. With a swish, the ink smudged, leaving a long streak on the paper. Oh no, I made him copy it for nothing. Xiao had acted on impulse without thinking. Only now did she realize her mistake, standing frozen in place at a loss. Sikong Jing still showed no change in expression. He calmly took the Xian paper from Xiao's hand. He folded it carefully, then told the servant, "The ruined paper, burn it together with the rest for Jean zitting after some time." The servant and Donger had both entered the study at this point, witnessing this awkward scene. Xiao did not say another word, just stood quietly to the side, her expression unchanging. Only then did Sikong Jing look up at Xiao. "I could have rested now. Now I have to copy for another hour." Xiao felt that she had once again offered a warm gesture, only to be met with cold indifference. She really never learned her lesson. She said coldly, "Then I'm truly sorry. If you love copying, then keep copying. I'm not going to apologize. Blind filial piety is incurable. Donga, let's go." After speaking, she did not want to look at him for another second, turning angrily to leave. The scene changes. The mistress and servant were already on the street. They were wandering aimlessly. Perhaps because the weather was good today, the streets were quite crowded. At this moment, Donger was still worried about what had just happened. She said distractedly, "Young miss, let's go back. His Highness must be unhappy." As the two were talking, a mysterious veiled woman appeared not far away. She suddenly gave a strange smile, and holding a hairpin in her hand, she stabbed it directly into the buttocks of a nearby horse. Over here, Xiao was still speaking lazily. Why bother with him? He does not even cherish his own body. At this moment, she had not yet realized the impending danger. As she spoke, the tearing sound of a horse neighing to the sky came from not far away. The people on the street dodged one after another. Many were injured by the horse's hooves, and Donger, who was facing her young miss, saw the sudden turn of events. "Why, young miss?" She was so scared she stammered. The people in front of Xiao quickly moved away. Only then did Xiao realize the commotion behind her. She just casually glanced over her shoulder. Behind her, a reddish-brown fierce horse was galloping wildly from a distance. Its eyes were bloodshot. It reared up its hooves as if it had gone mad. Just as the fierce horse's hooves were about to strike Xiao squarely, she was already scared silly, standing frozen to the spot like a wooden chicken. Xiao had no time to react, let alone dodge. At this critical moment, a large hand came towards the back of Xiao's head. Immediately after, her body was fiercely embraced by someone who spun around to shield her in front of his chest. In an instant, her hair flew, a beautiful sight, but it was not time to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the person in front of Xiao was kicked by the hoof of the galloping horse. A heavy kick landed on his back. His body uncontrollably lunged forward toward Xiao. What followed was a mouthful of fresh blood that sprayed onto Xiao's chest. The man's head rested heavily on Xiao's shoulder. Xiao did not see clearly who this person was. Xiao was somewhat stunned by this series of sudden actions. She subconsciously supported the man leaning against her. Her ears were ringing. Xiao took a deep breath before realizing that the kick that might have landed on her had been taken by someone else. This man saved her. Young Master Nailin. While Xiao was in a daze, Donger's cry of alarm woke her up. Donger quickly ran to Xiao's side, looking at Xiao and young Master Nailin, still shaken. Only then did Xiao slowly support the person leaning on her. It's him. Although they had only met a few times, this person's gentle and refined temperament made him easy to remember. And he had also helped her treat and take care of Donger. Are you all right? I'm fine. At this moment, the person before her had a deathly pale face, with traces of blood still at the corner of his mouth. For a moment, Xiao did not know what to say. But this man really did save his life. My lady. Let's quickly take him to the clinic. Donger was so anxious she was about to cry. Xiao supported him with her silk sash. Then, she lifted his body and walked forward. Saving him is what's important. Donger also hurried over to support Nailin Sun's body. When Xiao entered Nailin Sun's clinic, she realized something was very wrong. The clinic, usually crowded with people, was so quiet today there wasn't a single person. Only then did Xiao look doubtfully at the person beside her and ask her first question, "What's going on? Where did everyone go?" Nailin Sun chuckled lightly. "There's a temple fair at Shishan Temple today. I gave the clinic staff a day off. They went to the fair. Ahem, I can just prepare some medicine myself." "You're injured? How could that be convenient?" Donger said worriedly. "I'll go find another doctor." Donger immediately ran out of the clinic. Nailin Sun watched helplessly as the small, trotting figure disappeared from sight. Nailin Sun turned and walked to the medicine cabinet, grabbing herbs as he spoke. "That girl is so impatient. I know my own condition." As he reached out a trembling hand to grab a medicine bottle from a high shelf, he accidentally pulled at his wound and gasped from the sharp pain. Seeing this, Xiao was very perceptive. Before he could even reach for it, she had already helped him get the medicine bottle. Nailin Sun didn't have time to pull his hand back, and his palm touched the young lady's slender, delicate hand. "Is this the one you wanted?" Xiao was concerned about his injury and didn't pay much mind to the touch just now. Nailin Sun, however, was a little embarrassed. He spoke awkwardly. "Then I'll have to trouble you to help me. Pour it together with the medicine from that bottle next to it and mix it evenly." Xiao followed Nailin Sun's instructions, mixing the two bottles of medicine and shaking them. Her movements were very precise and swift. "All right, drink it." Nailin Sun, sitting in a chair, said somewhat bashfully, "Why don't you step aside for a moment? Or wait until the Dr. Donger went to fetch arrives." Xiao was unconcerned that what's there to avoid just for drinking medicine. Suddenly, Xiao thought of something. Is this a topical medicine? She looked into Nailin Sun's eyes and asked. Nailin Sun's face turned red again. He turned his head away without speaking, which was a tacit admission. Xiao froze for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, with a sense of do-or-die determination, without a second word, she consciously reached forward with both hands and boldly pulled open the lapels of the man opposite her. Hey, what a move! Nailin Sun was stunned on the spot, his face turning even redder. His chest was exposed for all to see just like that. Meanwhile, in Prince Jing's manor, Sikong Jing had finally finished copying the last volume of the classic of filial piety. He put down his brush and flexed his wrist. He raised his eyes and asked his subordinate, "Where did the princess consort go? Did you have someone follow her?" "I did not have anyone follow her," the subordinate said. "What about covertly?" The subordinate swallowed. "You did not mention it, so I did not send anyone." "This servant thought you trusted the princess consort." "Trust? When have you ever seen me trust anyone?" Sikong Jing raised his eyes, looking directly at his subordinate. This servant understands. Back to Xiao's side. Xiao very calmly held a medicine bottle and asked, "Take off your clothes. I'll apply the medicine for you. Will you take it off yourself, or shall I?" I'll do it myself." Seeing how nervous he was, Xiao found it amusing. He didn't look very old. He was about the same age as Sikong Jing. To her, he was still a young man. Nailin Sun saw that Xiao was completely unaffected, while he, a man, was the one being so nervous. He felt a bit ashamed. In no time, he had lowered his clothes to his waist and turned his back to Xiao. Xiao moved closer and carefully examined Nailin Sun's injury. That kick was not light. The hoof print was still clearly visible. The area that had been stepped on was already very red and swollen. She deftly poured the medicinal liquid into her hand and asked, "Why did you save me?" Then, Xiao pressed her palms together, rubbing the medicinal liquid vigorously until it warmed up to promote absorption. She heard Nalen Sun answer faintly, "A doctor has a benevolent heart. I would have saved anyone." Nalen Sun added with a faint smile, "Besides, it's not like I'm." Just as he was speaking, Xiao placed her hands on Nalen Sun's back and began to slowly rub and press. This nearly sent Nalen Sun to his grave. He held his breath and forced out the last two words he hadn't finished. "In any trouble." Nalen Sun was petrified on the spot. Good heavens, such strength. It hurt so much. "Do you usually serve Boyan like this in a manner?" Nalen Sun suddenly asked. "No, it's not my place to serve him," Xiao said as she massaged. "Then your movements are quite skilled," Nalen Sun praised with a hint of doubt. Xiao's gaze paused for a moment. In her past life, she had served Sikong Xingnu quite a lot. This was so simple, she learned just by watching. Xiao said faintly, "Applying it once is enough." Nalen Sun straightened his clothes. Nalen Sun spoke with some hesitation. "From the way you talk, does that mean you and Boyan don't get along well?" "His personality is just cold on the outside and warm on the inside. His intentions are actually good. Since you've married him, you'll inevitably have to adjust to each other. Although his temperament is a bit stubborn, he is a very kind person. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, is he? He wears a cold expression all day, so he's quite cold on the outside. But perhaps he's cold on the outside and cold on the inside, too. Are you trying to speak up for him?" "We're not at that stage yet," Xiao said with a smile. "I've known Boyan for some years. He really is a gentle person. When we were young, we all thought Boyan would marry. But things are unpredictable. In the end, you two were the ones who wed. I still hope you can make it work." Nalen Sun paused for a moment in the middle, not saying the name that was on the tip of his tongue. Hearing this, Xiao seemed to become interested. Boyan was going to marry whom? Oops, I almost let it slip. Nalen Sun covered his mouth, glanced at Xiao, and said, "It's better not to talk about it. It's all in the past." Seeing that Nalen Sun had no intention of revealing anything, Xiao didn't ask further, just nodding slightly. It was a sign of acknowledgement. After a while, Donner arrived with a doctor. Both of them were sitting quietly in their chairs. The doctor was carefully taking Nalen Sun's pulse. "How is he?" Xiao walked up to the doctor and asked. Nalen Sun inconspicuously looked towards the doctor, his sharp gaze self-evident. The doctor glanced at Nalen Sun before saying, "Young Master Nalen suffered a heavy blow to his back just now. It's already bruised and swollen. I have just treated it for him. Due to the excessive impact, his internal organs were somewhat affected. However, with proper recuperation in the future, there will be no major issues." Nalen Sun quickly turned his head and said with a smile, "See, I just said it was nothing serious. Now you can rest assured, right?" However, upon hearing this, Xiao's brow furrowed. The doctor's words. He was clearly answering based on Nalen Sun's cues. His internal organs suffered a heavy blow. How could it be described so lightly? It wasn't that simple. Xiao placed a hand on Nalen Sun's shoulder. And in that moment, Xiao knew her earlier guess was indeed correct. Nalen Sun, in order not to worry her, had the doctor deliberately lie to her. He thought she wouldn't understand what the doctor said and just glossed over it. In reality, his internal organs had suffered a severe injury. In the future, it would most likely leave lasting effects and be very difficult to heal. A wave of guilt washed over Xiao. If it weren't for saving her, he wouldn't be in this state. She sighed deeply in her heart. Nalen Sun noticed her action and her slightly troubled expression. He turned his head and asked her, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I saw some dust on your shoulder and brushed it off." Xiao smiled and withdrew her hand that it's getting late. "You're a young lady. You should hurry back and rest. You can't delay any longer." After a moment, Nalen Sun looked at Xiao and said. Xiao nodded. "All right, then we'll leave first. I'll see the doctor off. You should take good care of yourself. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Xiao's tone was very certain. "You don't have to. There's no don't have to. You saved me today. That's a debt of gratitude. Just consider me repaying your kindness. I already said, I don't care what you say. I've always been a person of my word. I always repay kindness, and naturally, I always repay grudges." Xiao insisted. "It's a good thing I haven't made an enemy of you," Nalen Sun said with a somewhat helpless smile. Seeing her determination to come, Nalen Sun knew that nothing he said would work, so he said no more. After Xiao left, he could no longer hold back and coughed violently a few times. In the evening, Xiao returned to Prince Jing's manor. Where did you go during the day? Sikong Jing's voice was very deep. Just went out for a casual stroll, Xiao said. Strolling until this hour? Sikong Jing retorted, it was nothing. Something just came up, so I was delayed for a while. What was it? Sikong Jing pressed, step by step, that it was nothing important. Why is this man interrogating me today? Is that so? A hint of suspicion flashed in Sikong Jing's eyes. Before Xiao could answer, her waist was wrapped by that white sash. Then, her body moved uncontrollably towards Sikong Jing, landing in his arms. Xiao quickly put her hands on his chest to support herself. Xiao, of course, knew what that white sash was. The Nine Heavens Mystic Iron Sash. This was the second time he had used this thing against her. She certainly knew how powerful this white sash was. Then what is this? Sikong Jing looked at the bloodstain on Xiao's chest. Originally, Xiao's clothes were a deep, dark color. It was very similar to dried blood. With the two similar colors mixed together, it wasn't very easy to see. But she didn't expect his gaze to be so sharp. Today on the street, the horses were startled. Someone was injured. This bloodstain belongs to that injured person. Xiao answered with a half-truth that if you ever get involved with anyone other than this prince again. Although Sikong Jing only said half a sentence, Xiao understood the full meaning. This was clearly a threat. But why would he say that? Could it be that he knew something? Impossible. The situation today was so urgent. If his men were following, there's no reason they wouldn't have saved her. Besides, she didn't believe this man would be idle enough to watch her all day. She must be overthinking it. Your Highness thinks too highly of me. Who doesn't know that the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family is talentless, virtuous, unattractive, and foolishly ignorant? Anyone with half a brain wouldn't be interested, right? Xiao said with a smile. But she didn't notice the corner of Sikong Jing's mouth twitch slightly. Sikong Jing withdrew the white sash. This prince only ever says things once. You'd better remember that. We'll let today's matter go for now. Click. Prince Jing opened a box on the table. Take this and keep it. Then, Sikong Jing placed something in her hand. Looking at the object in her palm, Xiao was stunned. The military tally? Why are you doing this? Xiao asked in confusion. Since I've already told Mother Consort that the military tally is in your keeping, I will give this military tally to you today. Sikong Jing said faintly, as if he were giving her an ordinary, couldn't be more ordinary object. Xiao did not accept it. I can't take this. His Majesty already entrusted it to your care. How can you give it to me? It's too casual. Sikong Jing raised his eyes to look at her. What if this prince says that once this military tally is given to you, it is yours to command as you please? Sikong Jing said with deep meaning. Xiao also raised her eyes and looked at him quietly, not knowing what he was planning. But from his gaze, she could see he was probing, and he was clearly speaking with a hidden meaning. Could it be that he was deliberately testing her? Your Highness, what use would a woman like me have for this military tally? And what would I command with it? Xiao retorted. Or you could give it to someone else, someone you want to give it to. If she still didn't understand what he meant, then she would truly be a fool. He thinks I'll give the military tally to Sikong. Xingnu, your Highness is overthinking it. Xiao ignored him. She had already noticed that he lived very cautiously. Although on the surface, he seemed not to care about anything, that was not the case. Xiao clenched her fists, trembling slightly with anger. Forget it. Don't be angry. My identity is sensitive to begin with. Now that I've personally handed the military tally to the Emperor and it ended up in his hands, I can understand why he wants to test me. At this moment, a subordinate entered the room to report, Your Highness, Eunuch Zhou is here. Let him in. Why is this eunuch here again? To avoid complications, Xiao quickly tucked the military tally into her sleeve. And Prince Jing, who had been silently observing her from the side, noticed this small action out of the corner of his eye. So she took it after all? Your Highness, I have come to relay a message from her ladyship, noble consort Yin. Her ladyship asks if you know your mistake. What mistake have I made? Sikong Jing was baffled. The eunuch immediately said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Her ladyship, the noble consort, says that if you cannot recognize your mistake and correct it, then please continue to kneel and copy the classic of filial piety 100 times to pray for her ladyship's fortune. For a moment, a flash of displeasure crossed Sikong Jing's face, and a corner of his mouth twitched. But he quickly concealed it, merely replying obediently yes. Xiao remained silent at the side, her hands in her sleeves, tightly gripping the military tally. Does recognize your mistake and correct it refer to presenting the military tally? Having delivered the message, Eunuch Zhou cupped his hands. Then, I shall take my leave. Xiao waited until Eunuch Zhou was far away before she took out the military tally, stood firmly in front of Sikong Jing, and said, "In the heat of the moment, I temporarily put it away. Now, I'm returning it to its rightful owner." After speaking, she placed the military tally on the nearby table. "It's getting late. I'm going to bed. If your highness loves copying so much, then continue copying." Without waiting for his reply, she walked straight out of the room. For the next few days, Eunuch Zhou came daily to relay noble consort Yun's message, and Prince Jing, following the noble consort's words, knelt and copied the classic of filial piety every day. Frustrated by his lack of resistance, I decided it was better to just not see him. I went to visit young Master Nalin every day. "Where has the princess consort gone again?" Sikong Jing asked his subordinate while copying the scripture. "These past few days, the princess consort has been going to the same place." "Young Master Nalin's clinic," the subordinate said from the side. "The clinic." Sikong Jing's eyes darkened, and his expression instantly turned cold. His Highness's gaze is terrifying. The subordinate standing by his side could feel the chilling aura from him. That day, young Master Nalin was injured by a horse's hoof while saving the princess consort. This servant thinks the princess consort must feel guilty, which is why she frequently goes to young Master Nalin's residence. The subordinate quickly spoke up for Shi Yao. "You said Nalin's son saved her?" Sikong Jing raised his eyes and asked. "Yes," the subordinate said. "Why didn't you mention this to this prince that day?" Sikong Jing said, "Your Highness didn't ask either." The subordinate pouted and muttered. "The moment the princess consort returned that day, you were busy settling scores with her. Where was there time to ask him? I told you to keep an eye on her. Is this how you keep an eye on her?" The subordinate looked up at Sikong Jing in confusion. "When she ran into trouble, shouldn't you have been the first to save her? How did you let someone else get the chance?" "Your Highness, aren't you and young Master Nalin close friends? Why would you think of it as him? I thought your Highness would settle accounts with him." Turns out this is what your Highness was thinking. "It seems I'm finding it harder and harder to understand your Highness's temperament. But no matter what, it's all related to the princess consort. Is it your place to question this prince?" Sikong Jing shot him a glance, then composed his expression. "Continue to keep an eye on her for this prince. If you let someone else get the chance again, you can figure out the consequences yourself." The subordinate gave a bitter smile. He always gets assigned these kinds of tasks. If His Highness cares, why doesn't he show it? That way, the relationship between him and the princess consort could ease up a bit. In his words, it's suffering for the sake of saving face. But he would never dare to say this out loud. One day, Xiao happened to witness this scene. Nalin's son was rolling up his sleeves, massaging a middle-aged man's leg. The man's leg had some bruises that looked rather grim. Nalin's son paid it no mind, instead diligently massaging the man's leg. Shi Yao could see that he was using considerable strength. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. This caught Shi Yao's attention. Shi Yao walked up to the two of them and watched for a good while. She casually helped Nalin Sun wipe the sweat from the corner of his forehead. Nalin Sun lifted his eyelids and glanced at Shi Yao a couple of times, then smiled. "Why are you here so early today?" Speaking with Shi Yao didn't affect his hands, which didn't stop moving. "I was idle anyway, with nothing to do in the manor." "What are you doing?" Shi Yao watched his movements. The middle-aged man sitting in the chair had rolled up both his pant legs, revealing his legs resting on another stool. The middle-aged man looked at Shi Yao, glanced at her, then nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. "Does he have to do this leg massage himself? What's wrong with this uncle's leg?" Shi Yao asked in surprise. "This leg of mine, it was from years ago when I was harvesting reeds in the fields. I soaked in a paddy field for too long and it caught a chill. At first, I lost feeling several times. Luckily, young Master Nalin helped treat me. Now I can walk, more or less." The middle-aged man looked at Nalin's son with gratitude. Nalin's son maintained a faint smile. Although he was very tired, he kept massaging. Shi Yao nodded, then looked at Nalin's son. "Will it get better just by massaging like this? This can alleviate the pain and also clear blocked blood vessels. It can help with a faster recovery. There are very important acupoints on the leg. As long as you master the acupoints, it's very effective," Nalin's son said. Hearing this, a person suddenly came to Shi Yao's mind. Sikong Jing. Shi Yao was silent for a long time. After some thought, she finally spoke. "Have you massaged His Highness's leg like this?" "I have. He comes over every so often. His leg injury is very serious." It's been several years already. When he was first injured, he couldn't stand at all. Later, I helped him massage his leg and prescribed him some medicine. He has recovered quite well over these past few years. It's just that he has a strong-willed personality and only comes over occasionally. He only comes when the pain is unbearable, asking me to prescribe some pain-relieving medicine. Nalan Sun's gaze seemed distant, as if he was reminiscing that you're saying his leg hurts? Xiao asked in surprise. She had only ever seen him with a calm and detached appearance, not like someone tormented by pain. Nalan Sun looked at her and smiled. You've been married to him for some days now. How do you still not know this? Xiao was suddenly at a loss for words. Could she tell him that, in fact, apart from the 3 days of the bridal home visit, they slept in separate rooms? How could that be possible? She suddenly remembered that day of the home visit. She seemed to have accidentally bumped into his leg. At that time, his face had turned pale from the pain. She hadn't paid much attention to it. Thinking back now, it must have hurt terribly. He never showed that he was in much pain in front of me. Xiao thought for a moment and said, all right, he has a very strong-willed personality. He'd rather die from the pain than cry out. Some time ago, the pain in his leg was unbearable, and he fainted from it. It was his subordinate who, without his permission, forcibly carried him here. Nalan Sun said, why would he do that? Xiao asked in surprise. He has never shown weakness to anyone else, and he never will. Perhaps he has developed this kind of personality since he was a child. Xiao nodded. Speaking of which, he hasn't been here for many days. Nalan Sun looked at Xiao and, on a whim, asked, do you want to learn how to massage his leg for him? I massage his leg. Nalan Sun's sudden suggestion shocked Xiao. She pointed at herself in disbelief. Nalan Sun nodded and said, I didn't expect you to be so shocked. You two are already married. A leg massage is nothing, right? Nalan Sun said, as if it were a matter of course. But Xiao hesitated. She couldn't just tell Nalan Sun that she and Prince Jing weren't what he imagined. Or is it that you, being a young lady from a noble family, are unwilling to do such things? Nalan Sun naturally knew she wasn't that kind of person. He was just teasing her. How could that be? It's not that I'm unwilling. It's that he might not be willing. Besides, their relationship hadn't reached the point of physical contact, had it? Although she had tried to touch him before, it was only to probe his thoughts. But since she couldn't figure out what was on his mind, there was no need for her to deliberately get close to him. Nalan Sun suddenly smiled that I naturally know you're not that kind of person. I was just joking. The strength in your hands is very good. If you were to massage for him, I imagine it would be very effective. You're already married to him. After all, you two are one. If his leg recovers, it would be good for you two. Xiao raised her eyes to look at him. She felt there was a deep meaning to his words. And what was with that meaningful smile? I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. Xiao shot him a glance and didn't speak. So, do you want to learn or not? While this uncle is here, it's a good opportunity to teach you. I'll learn, Xiao said. After a moment of silence, as if she had made up her mind, she lowered her head to hide her shyness and said softly, learn. Soon, the uncle's foot massage was done, and the lesson was more or less complete. Thank you, young Master Nalan. The uncle turned to bid farewell. As Nalan Sun saw him off, he didn't forget to remind him, remember to apply a hot compress on time when you get back. And take your medicine. Oh, right. Nalan Sun handed a packet of herbs to Xiao. This is medicine that can relieve pain. He hasn't been here for a while. It might come in handy. Take it back and give it to him. Xiao took the packet of herbs Nalan Sun handed her. It was heavy. At night, when Xiao returned to the manor, as soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw eunuch Zhou's departing figure. Xiao's foot had just crossed the threshold. She quietly looked at the person inside the room. At this moment, he was still copying scriptures, but his body, due to the fatigue of the past few days, began to cough. Xiao couldn't help but think about what a renowned figure in all of Baiming this person used to be. Now, he had suddenly become like this, even being tormented by his own mother for refusing to hand over the military tally. Have you ever thought about healing your legs? Xiao suddenly mustered her courage and asked tentatively. Sikong Jing's eyes suddenly lifted, his gaze turning cold in an instant, staring straight at Xiao's face. Xiao was so frightened by his gaze that she subconsciously took half a step back. Had she been too direct? If you don't want to answer, Just pretend I never asked. Xiao didn't want this person to suddenly get angry, which would lead to no good for her either. What is that look in your eyes? Pity? Sikong Jing's tone was also cold. Upon hearing this, Xiao knew he was angry. It seemed that anything involving his legs was his sore spot. Your Highness, I don't know where you saw pity, but I have never pitied you, whether you believe it or not. After speaking, she turned and went out again without looking back. She hadn't even had time to tell him about the medicine packet in her hand. Xiao didn't know what she felt for him. She just felt that a person like him shouldn't be so self-destructive. She didn't know what he was like originally, but to be able to go to war at such a young age, to protect his home and country, and to serve the people with all his heart, she could guess what kind of person he was. He should have his own ideals and great ambitions. But now he spent his days idly, doing nothing, not living the life a person his age should. It wasn't that she thought there was anything wrong with living idly, but she just felt that he should have things he wanted to do. She just thought he should live a more brilliant life. Ren Xia, by the side of the corridor, keenly spotted the medicine packet in Xiao's hand. He immediately found it somewhat familiar and couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Late at night, Xiao was already fast asleep in bed, but a knocking sound, dong dong dong, came from the door. Xiao was startled awake. Who is it? She opened the door to see it was Ren Xia. Why are you knocking so late? Ren Xiao's face was extremely grim. He hesitated for a long while. He finally spoke. Did you bring back some pain-relieving medicine from young Master Naelin's place today? Xiao understood at once. She quickly got dressed and came out, turning back to instruct Ren Xia. The medicine is on the table. Hurry and take it to be brewed. Only then did Ren Xia nod in understanding. Xiao's steps faltered slightly. By the way, where is he? Ren Xia stammered in reply. The prince is in the study. Upon hearing this, Xiao broke into a run towards the study. He's still copying? Doesn't he want his legs anymore? Running to the outside of the study, she found it brightly lit. Before she could get close, a crashing sound suddenly came from inside. What's wrong? Xiao frantically pushed open the study door and rushed in. She saw that the room was a mess. Xian paper was all over the floor, along with a shattered teacup. The person on the floor was curled up on his side, his legs trembling slightly. His pair of long, slender hands were clenched tightly. His eyes were shut tight, his teeth grinding with a clattering sound. Sweat poured down like rain. His ink-black hair was soaked through with sweat. Traces of blood seeped from the corners of his lips. His brows were knitted tightly together. Even in such intense pain, he didn't make a single sound, just enduring it silently. Xiao stood by, stunned. She suddenly remembered what Nailin Sun had said. Nailin Sun said, I can help him. Xiao hesitated no longer. She immediately walked over and reached out, about to help him up. But before she could touch his arm, he immediately dodged away. Get out. Sikong Jing's eyes, as cold as the tip of a blade, fiercely stabbed toward Xiao. Xiao was also shocked and froze on the spot. But the current situation didn't allow her to remain stunned. Ignoring his expression and gaze, Xiao, without a word, immediately lifted the trouser leg on one of his legs. You dare. Watching the sweat continuously seep from his face, his eyes still wide and struggling, she saw the sweat was about to flow into his eyes. Xiao saw his pair of very slender and frail legs. There were no wounds or bruises on those legs. They were just too thin, as if they were about to become skin and bones. His skin was also fair. If someone who didn't know the situation saw them, they might think there was nothing wrong with these legs. But being so frail was definitely because he hadn't gotten up and walked around these past years. Sikong Jing was shocked by her actions. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao spoke. If it hurts, you can cry out. There's no shame in crying out. Xiao's voice was surprisingly calm. Hearing her voice, Sikong Jing felt as if he could calm down quite a bit too. I'll let you in. Sikong Jing asked with a frown. I saw the door wasn't closed, so I came in on my own. Seeing Xiao's eyes fixed on his legs, Sikong Jing was about to get up and put his trouser leg down, but Xiao stopped him, placing her hands on his legs. A hint of killing intent immediately arose in Sikong Jing's eyes. Just as he was about to pull something from his sleeve, he felt a gentle pressure on his legs. Xiao didn't see that dangerous glint in his eyes. Her own eyes were entirely on his legs. Feeling that her strength might be a bit much, she deliberately lightened her touch, recalling Nailin Sun's massage technique in her mind and carefully massaging for him. Xiao's hands were very warm. Sikong Jing felt that it didn't seem to hurt as much as before. He slowly withdrew the hand that was in his sleeve. Xiao's slender hands continuously pressed on his legs, hoping to alleviate his pain. Sikong Jing quietly watched the woman busying herself for him. The woman had no guard up at all, completely trusting him. And yet Xiao suddenly lifted her eyes to look at his face, actually wanting to see if he felt any relief. And as she looked up, she met Sikong Jing's gaze directed at her. Seeing Xiao look up, Sikong Jing quickly averted his gaze, pretending to casually look elsewhere. Xiao naturally saw his gaze, but she didn't think much of it. "Do you feel this helps relieve it a little?" Xiao asked, looking at him. The movements of her hands did not stop. Only then did Sikong Jing slightly turn his gaze back to her. "Who told you this?" Xiao's hands paused slightly. Was he interrogating her? "You're already in this much pain. Can't I see for myself?" Xiao retorted. Sikong Jing said no more, just quietly looking at her. "No matter how much you endure, this level of pain will show. Do you think that by enduring it and pretending it doesn't hurt, others really won't be able to tell? Actually, they will. Rather than doing that, it would be better to just cry out freely," Xiao said as she massaged his legs and looked at him. After a long while, Rinxia came in, walking hastily with a bowl of medicine. He quickly handed it to him. Sikong Jing glanced at Rinxia and took the medicine from his hand. Just as he was about to bring it to his lips, the princess consort brought it back from young Master Nalan's place. Rinxiao explained from the side. The moment he entered, he saw the princess consort helping His Highness massage his legs. He was very gratified in his heart. His Highness's relationship with the princess consort had finally eased. Sikong Jing's hand, holding the bowl to his lips, paused. In the end, he did not drink it. Rinxia said anxiously, "Your Highness, why aren't you drinking? Hurry and drink it while it's hot, lest you suffer more." Sikong Jing ignored Rinxia and instead turned his gaze to Xiao. "Nalan, why did you go to him?" Sikong Jing asked. Xiao thought for a moment, but decided not to explain. Explaining this matter would only make it more troublesome. Besides, why should she specifically explain to him? "I was just passing by," Xiao answered simply. Sikong Jing's face darkened. "He told you?" Xiao's hand stopped, and she looked at him. "No, he just asked me to give the medicine to you." Rinxiao watched from his side, tense. The atmosphere between the two of them had seemed quite good just a moment ago. How had it turned so heavy in just a short while? Sikong Jing fell silent again, but his expression was still sour. "You should drink the medicine first. It's really going to get cold," Xiao reminded him. "All of you get out. I need to continue copying." Sikong Jing turned his head, no longer looking at her. Xiao turned her eyes to look at Rinxia. They looked at each other for a second. Rinxia gestured with a slight shake of his head. Then, Xiao followed him out of the room. Xiao looked at Rinxia, somewhat confused. "Princess consort, His Highness has been in a bad mood lately, so?" Rinxia said to Xiao with an apologetic expression. "In a bad mood lately? When has he ever been in a good mood?" Xiao was helpless. His mood was indeed unpredictable, sunny one moment and stormy the next. Others couldn't tell what mood he was in at all. "It's fine. You go look after him. It seems he doesn't want to drink that medicine." Rinxiao nodded and then went into the room. He didn't come out for a long time. Xiao faintly understood that he was kicking her out just now, not bothering with it anymore. She returned to her room and fell into a deep sleep. "Your Highness, the princess consort has returned to her room." "Your Highness, you should hurry and drink this medicine." Rinxiao thought for a moment and still tried to persuade him from the side. "Just now, I asked her 3 questions. She lied 3 times. Sikong Jing said this very calmly. Rinxia stood to the side, at a loss for what to say, and all 3 were related to Nalan, yet she deliberately avoided the topic. What does that mean? Sikong Jing seemed to be asking Rinxia, and also asking himself. "This is a matter between you and the princess consort. This servant shouldn't interfere," Rinxia said with difficulty. "Has she been going to Nalan's place often recently?" Rinxia nodded. "Yes, perhaps for something important." "A married woman. What is she doing there all the time?" Sikong Jing muttered. "Perhaps young Master Nalan's body hasn't recovered yet." Humph. Sikong Jing suddenly revealed a smile, pouring out the medicine in the bowl bit by bit. This smile made Rinxia unable to figure him out. It was just that His Highness didn't usually smile often. The next day, she saw that Sikong Jing's face was a little pale. He must not have drunk that bowl of medicine last night. Xiao was about to go out, but ran into him in the outer courtyard. Her steps faltered, just as she was about to get closer to him. "Where are you going?" Sikong Jing asked first. "Out to get some sun," Xiao replied casually. "Dressed like that? To get some sun?" Sikong Jing sized up Xiao, who was in men's attire. Out to get some sun, Xiao repeated. I have an appointment. Sikong Jing raised an eyebrow. Xiao didn't answer, neither confirming nor denying. Dong standing behind Xiao, slightly raised her eyes and glanced sideways at Rinxia, who was standing behind and to the side of Sikong Jing. Rinxia returned a helpless smile to Dong. What if I forbid you from going out today? Sikong Jing suddenly asked. Does your highness have some instructions? Xiao retorted. No, I just forbid you from going out. Today's Sikong Jing was very strange. His expression, his gaze, his voice. Since your highness has spoken, I won't disobey. Then, Donger followed her back to the room. Miss, what's wrong with his highness today? So strange, Donger asked, puzzled. I don't know. I've never been able to figure him out. For the next few days, it was almost the same scene every day. That is, Sikong Jing wouldn't let her out. Miss, what's going on with his highness? Why is he restricting Miss's movements every day? How should I know? Xiao sat on the chair, flustered. Had she offended him in some way, causing him to act like this? In the past, he never asked where she went. But who would have thought he would suddenly restrict her movements? This action made her very unhappy. She had always hated being restricted by others. Today, more than half the day had passed. She had originally thought to just let it be for today. If she couldn't go out, she couldn't go out. It's not like she could do anything about it. But then she received a message. Miss, the young master was beaten up at the academy. Hearing this news, she couldn't sit still for a moment. She immediately stood up. Miss, what are you doing? Donger asked quickly, seeing Xiao tidying her clothes again. Going to the academy to see Wency. But Miss, His Highness, after Xiao finished getting ready, she walked to Donger's side and patted her shoulder. I'll go by myself. You don't need to follow. Xiao had just reached the outer courtyard when she, as expected, ran into that person. That person revealed a faint smile, looking at Xiao with a gentle, radiant smile. Going out? Sikong Jing asked faintly. Yes, no matter what, I have to go out today. Before Sikong Jing could speak, Xiao brought it up first. Sikong Jing looked up at Xiao. You should know, it's forbidden. Why? Why is it forbidden? For days on end, it's been forbidden. Your Highness, why are you restricting my movements? There must be a reason. Xiao's tone was a little unhappy, and her eyes were also full of displeasure as she looked at Sikong Jing. She had thought he was just putting on a show and would stop bothering her after a couple of days. But who knew he would wait there every day, blocking her like he was guarding a prisoner? She really didn't understand why he was doing this. Coincidentally, she also resented being stared at and constrained. You never asked for a reason before, Sikong Jing replied. Fine. I won't ask your highness for a reason. But whatever the reason is, I must go out today. Xiao didn't care if he agreed or not and walked directly towards the gate. I won't stop you today. I'm just curious about who it is that you've been so concerned about these past few days, going out every day. Sikong Jing said, looking at her back. Xiao's steps faltered slightly. How should she answer this? A while ago, it was because of Naylan Sun's matter. Later, because of his leg, she went for a while. Today, it was because of Chu Wency's matter. Explaining it was too complicated. Rinxia also quickly blocked her way, looking at Xiao with a troubled expression. He actually really wanted to explain for her, but ever since he spoke out of turn last time, he had been sent away from His Highness's side for a long time. His Highness's health was not good. How could he not have someone who knew him well to take care of him? He didn't trust anyone else. And His Highness had a stubborn personality. Sigh, there's no one. Your Highness is overthinking it. Xiao decided not to explain. Xiao bypassed Rinxiao's body and was about to go out. I won't stop you, but I must remind you, no one has ever dared to defy my orders. If you truly step out of this gate today, although Sikong Jing's tone was neither hurried nor angry, Xiao heard his anger. Princess Consort, you should go back. Wait until His Highness is in a better mood. You can. Rinxia quickly tried to persuade her from the side. No, I must go out today. You shouldn't stop me either. Xiao's tone was very firm. She pushed Rinxiao's body aside and was about to walk out. These past few days, she had indeed been somewhat neglectful of her brother, Chu Wency, and had rarely asked about him. She absolutely could not let him follow that old path, walking all the way to the dark end. Now, after not asking for a period of time, something had happened. She could not be negligent anymore. Your Highness, I'll explain to you when I get back. Without waiting for Sikong Jing's reply, she went straight out the door, then headed directly for the academy. Rinxia didn't dare to block her anymore and could only return to Sikong Jing's side to stand. Your Highness, perhaps the Princess Consort really has something urgent. Rinxia said ambiguously. I stopped her for these many days. I thought she had given up that idea, but she's still not giving up. Is this manner really that boring? Sikong Jing seemed to be asking a question and also seemed to be talking to himself. Your Highness, the princess consort just said that she will explain to you when she returns. It must be something urgent, Rinxia said. After a while, Sikong Jing said, Where are you going? Rinxia asked. To Nalan's place to have a look. Rinxia seemed to understand something and immediately went to order someone to prepare the carriage. Xiao rode a fast horse straight to the academy. Without a second word, she went directly to the hall where Chu Wenxi was having his class. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the students in the room gathered in a circle. She couldn't see where Chu Wenxi was at a glance. Xiao didn't care and walked directly towards the crowd. From far away, she had heard a noisy discussion. As she got closer, she heard that they were all talking about Chu Wenxi. Truly unlearned and unskilled, just like his good-for-nothing sister. If it weren't for his father, with his mediocre aptitude, how could he be worthy of entering this royal academy? Yeah, serves him right for getting beaten. With his ungrateful character, it's only natural that he gets beaten. Look at his weak and incompetent character. How does he resemble the old general's son? Who knows what wild child he is from who knows where, who used some trick to latch onto the old general. One after another, unbearable comments continuously entered Xiao's ears. Without even guessing, she knew who they were surrounding at this moment. These comments occasionally brought up her father and her. Which ordinary student would dare to be so bold? Xiao snorted coldly and walked straight into the crowd. You even dare to question the old general's son? Then does that make me, the only legitimate daughter, some low-class wild child too? Xiao's cold storm. The people who had formed a circle, upon hearing this incomparably cold voice, all turned around. Their gazes fell upon the dark figure walking towards them. The hall instantly fell silent. No one dared to say another word. Through a gap, Xiao saw the boy sitting in his seat, his head bowed, not saying a word. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, she was sure it was Chu Wenxi. She remembered that when she first met him, he wasn't like this. At that time, he had caused a scene on the street. He wasn't like this then, sitting silently to the side without a word. At least at that time, no one dared to bully him in public. What happened today? Where did his sharp personality go? Xiao coldly swept her gaze over the group of embarrassed students, then walked directly to Chu Wenxi's side and sat down. Chu Wenxi, lift your head. Xiao's voice was stern. Chu Wenxi sat there as if he hadn't heard, making no movement at all, as if he had been put under some kind of immobilization spell. He didn't look at Xiao either. You won't even listen to your eldest sister's words anymore? I told you to lift your head. Xiao's tone became 3 parts heavier. From the side, Xiao clearly noticed his long eyelashes trembling unnaturally a few times. Then, he slowly lifted his head, looking at Xiao with a very unnatural expression. Xiao also saw very clearly that his cheek had been cut, with faint traces of blood. Not only that, but one side of his cheek was also swollen high. She remembered that in 2 months, it would be his 14th birthday. He was already young, and his body had not fully developed in all aspects. His skin was originally delicate. Because he was quite pampered at home, it was as delicate as a girl's. But this bloody scratch on his delicate face looked exceptionally clear and glaring. She remembered that his eyes used to be full of spirit and brightness. But seeing him today, they were like a pool of stagnant water, like a very beautiful flower that had lost all its color, leaving only a deathly gray. What on earth happened? Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. A moment of her negligence had allowed someone to bully her brother into this state. Xiao took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped the blood from his face. When did you become so spineless? Don't you know how to fight back when you're bullied? You weren't like this before. Xiao looked at him, her heart aching with disappointment. Chu Wenxi's 2 hands were clenched tightly, but he didn't utter a single sound. The group of people around them quickly retreated to the side, not daring to speak. This was because just now, Xiao had coldly swept her gaze over them. No matter how uninvolved in worldly affairs they were, they should have heard how violent the legitimate daughter of the general's manor was, how she had brutally broken a man's arms and legs. For a woman to be so brutal, it sounded truly terrifying. Seeing that Chu Wenxi wasn't speaking, Xiao didn't press him further. Instead, she stood up directly, glanced at the people in the crowd, and then randomly picked out a student. The chosen student shivered with fear, quickly shrinking his neck, but eventually stood out. PR Princess Consort. I didn't say anything bad about him just now. He immediately explained himself. Tell me the truth. Who bullied my brother? If there's not a single word of truth, you should have heard about me. Xiao's voice was extremely cold, making one's hair stand on end. It was Feng Hui. Feng Hui slapped him just now. The student stammered in reply. Feng Hui? Who is Feng Hui? Xiao asked. Feng Hui is Teacher Feng's nephew. Just now, Feng Hui was bad-mouthing Chu Wensi for a long time, but he didn't say anything. But when he mentioned you, Princess Consort, Chu Wensi couldn't take it anymore and talked back to him, so he got slapped. Feng Hui was the one who told us to surround him and say bad things. Feng Hui is the only son of Grand Tutor Feng. We don't dare to offend him. Grand Tutor Feng, that would be the Crown Prince's teacher, right? A high-ranking official. His son has the right to bully others, but without his father's permission. Would his son dare to be so bold and throw his weight around? Is that so? Where is he now? Xiao asked. He should be in Teacher Feng's room. The student said. Eldest sister. Chu Wensi finally spoke, somewhat hesitantly. Xiao turned her eyes to look at him. What is it? That person, his father, is the Grand Tutor. His official rank is even higher than father's. Eldest sister, you should go back quickly, Chu Wensi said with a troubled expression. What he meant was that Grand Tutor Feng's official rank was high, so he was not to be offended, and it was best to cause as little trouble as possible. It was rare for him to know when to advance and when to retreat. It could be considered a kind of growth, couldn't it? However, she couldn't swallow this insult. Get up. There are no cowards in our general's manner. Xiao looked at the group of students in the room. I don't care whose orders you follow in the future. This time I'll turn a blind eye. But if it happens again in the future, I won't be so merciful. Then, she directly pulled Chu Wensi out the door. In a short while, they arrived outside the teacher's room. Uncle, I didn't expect that Chu Wensi to be such a pushover. I thought his personality would be like his sister's. So boring. As they walked to the door, they heard the arrogant words from inside the room. My dear nephew, you can't hit him again in the future. I saw just now that you left a mark on his face. If his father sees it, he won't let it go. Teacher Feng advised from the side. Uncle, what are you worried about? With his pathetic character, do you think he would dare to go back and tell his father? Besides, even if he does, so what? My father is the Crown Prince's teacher. At the very least, they have to give face to the Crown Prince, right? Uncle, don't worry. It'll be fine. Feng Hui's tone was very shameless. Sigh, my dear nephew, your uncle, I have also just started teaching at this Royal Academy not long ago. I can't openly protect you. The people who can study in this Royal Academy are definitely from extraordinary families. My dear nephew, you should rein in your temper a bit, Teacher Feng said helplessly. Uncle, your personality is just too timid. Don't worry, with my father around, you don't need to worry. I, for one, am very curious about his sister. They all say she's a cruel beauty. I'd really love to see for myself. A sinister smile appeared on Feng Hui's face. My dear nephew, you absolutely must not. His sister is Prince Jin's princess consort, personally appointed by the emperor. You must never provoke her, Teacher Feng said hurriedly. Young Master Feng, it seems you're quite interested in me. Before Teacher Feng could finish, the door was pushed open from the outside. Then, Xiao appeared before them, pulling Chu Wensi along. Feng Hui's gaze instantly shifted to Xiao, looking her up and down. Seeing Xiao, Teacher Feng couldn't quite believe it. He rubbed his eyes. Princess Consort. Teacher, I'm here to demand justice for my brother. Or are you intentionally siding with your nephew? Xiao asked coldly. Teacher Feng stammered, not knowing what to say. So, you're his sister? Feng Hui walked up to Xiao and asked. Xiao didn't even glance at him. You really do have more guts than that wimpy brother of yours. Interesting. Why don't you head back first, Your Highness? Teacher Feng stood between them, at a loss. He could only turn his gaze to Xiao. Are you joking, Teacher Feng? Can't you see the wound on my brother's face? Or do you think our general's residence is easy to bully? Xiao looked coldly at Teacher Feng. Why, dear nephew, hurry up and apologize to the princess consort. Caught in the middle, Teacher Feng could only turn and look at Feng Hui. Uncle, do you think that's possible? Feng Hui sneered and glanced back at Chu Wensi. Teacher Feng was now truly in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend either side. What was he to do? Teacher Feng helplessly tapped his head. Your Highness, why don't you take your brother to see a doctor first? After all, a facial injury like this can't be delayed. Teacher Feng turned to Xiao. All right, I'll give you time to think it over. If you don't have a resolution in 2 days, then I don't know what the consequences will be. But it certainly won't be as pleasant as this. Xiao curled her lips, deliberately speaking ambiguously. Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down Teacher Feng's forehead. Then, she walked up to Feng Hui, grabbed him by the collar, and stared at his face with a pair of meaningful eyes that you'd better think carefully about how you're going to explain this to my father. I imagine if your father knew you had provoked me, he wouldn't be as calm as you are now. Then she coldly pushed him aside. Feng Hui's eyes were filled with interest as he looked at Xiao. Intense interest. Even though Xiao had just spoken to him so coldly, he seemed even more intrigued. What kind of explanation do you want? Oh, right. I heard Prince Jin's legs don't work, that he can't move. Doesn't that mean you're doomed to a sexless marriage for life? But you still have a chance. As long as you beg me, say a few nice things to make me happy, maybe I can give you a chance to enjoy life. Feng Hui's eyes were full of a desire to conquer, looking at Xiao like a wolf looking at a sheep. Did I ask that so? Aren't you afraid of Prince Jin? Xiao mocked you. Feng Hui wanted to retort, but couldn't find the right words. That don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll pass on your toast. As for the forfeit, you don't have what it takes to make me drink it. Just as Feng Hui was about to retort, Xiao turned to face Teacher Feng. Teacher Feng, I won't negotiate with this wet behind the ears brat. Isn't he just relying on his father? In that case, the father should bear the consequences of his son's mistakes, shouldn't he? Teacher Feng didn't comment, just looked at Feng Hui with a deep frown. I hope you will go back and tell his father exactly what happened. If this matter isn't settled, I will let him know what it means for a father to pay his son's debts. Xiao suddenly revealed an extremely wicked smile, then directly pulled Chu Wenxi's hand and walked out the door. Behind them, Teacher Feng was petrified on the spot, looking at Feng Hui with an awful expression. Sigh. My dear nephew, why didn't you listen to my advice? Prince Jin is deeply favored by the emperor, and she is Prince Jin's wife. How could you say such unspeakable things to her face? If your father finds out, he'll blame your uncle for not teaching you properly. What are you worried about, uncle? When the time comes, just push all the blame onto me. She's just Prince Jin's woman, but my father is the Crown Prince's tutor. The Crown Prince is Prince Jin's second elder brother. Who do you think will have to yield to whom in the end? Feng Hui said, looking at Teacher Feng with full confidence. You're not wrong to say that, but what if? Teacher Feng was still worried. Feng Hui smiled and walked up to Teacher Feng. Uncle, do you know why you've never been able to keep up with my father? Teacher Feng looked up at him. It's because you're always so timid, afraid of this and that. It's naturally hard to accomplish anything without any courage. After speaking, he even patted his shoulder encouragingly, then swaggered out the door. Hearing this, Teacher Feng's face immediately turned ashen. He had always known this boy was fearless like a newborn calf that doesn't fear a tiger and just needed proper guidance. But today he had shown him no respect at all, leaving him blamed by both sides. He was so arrogant. It was time he learned a hard lesson. Today, Princess Consort Jean clearly wanted justice, yet he had only made things worse. Xiao took Chu Wenxi directly to Nailan Sun's clinic. Firstly, it was close. Secondly, Nailan Sun's medical skills were superb. He should have a way to prevent a scar from forming on his face. After all, it was such a long gash. If it really left a scar, he would surely be looked down upon. What young lady would be willing to marry him in the future? At the clinic, Chu Wenxi sat restlessly beside Nailan Sun as Nailan Sun examined his wound. I'll mix a medicine. Just remember to apply it on time. Nailan Sun turned and called to Xiao. Xiao, come help me for a moment. Stir this until it's even. Make sure it doesn't clump. All right. Xiao walked to his side without hesitation. Since there were only the three of them in the room, Nailan Sun had asked Xiao to help. The two were already very familiar, so there was no need for much formality. But as she took the medicine, their hands accidentally touched. Nailan Sun subconsciously looked up, his eyes meeting Xiao's. He forgot to pull his hand back. This brief pause was clearly seen by the person outside the door. Nailan Sun's hand was resting right on Xiao's fingers. As the two looked at each other, they were interrupted by the sound of wheels moving outside the door. That exact scene fell into Sikong Jin's eyes. The attendant standing behind him, pushing the wheelchair, was so shocked his jaw dropped. "Your Highness!" Nayland Sun quickly withdrew his hand. Xiao, however, very naturally took the container in her hands. Rin Xia pushed the wheelchair into the room. Sikong Jin didn't say a word for a long while, his gaze just sweeping over to Xiao. "Your Highness." Xiao, being perceptive, came over and greeted him. "Perhaps this prince has come at an inopportune time." Sikong Jin looked at Xiao with a faint smile. Nayland Sun's face stiffened, guessing that he had misunderstood. "You were actually willing to come today. It's been a while. Are you here for your leg treatment today?" Nayland Sun said with an awkward smile. "Rin Xia, you can push him over." Sikong Jin waved a hand to stop him. "Not today. I have something to discuss with the princess consort. I'll wait for her here. I need to finish applying medicine for my brother." Xiao had no time for Sikong Jin. Nayland Sun could only continue to be awkward. Then I'll go prepare some medicine for the prince. Xiao walked over to Chu Wensi with the ointment and gently applied it to his wound. "Bear with it, it might sting a little. But this should be very effective," Xiao said as she applied the ointment. Chu Wensi's gaze flickered away. Though evasive, it couldn't help but sweep across Xiao's face. At such a close distance, he had never been this close to his own sister. At such a close distance, his sister's expression was so sincere. Every expression, every movement seemed just right, neither excessive nor artificial. Just now, he had seen that Prince Jean being pushed in. Undeniably, his aura was very captivating, and his looks were the type to fascinate women. But he was, after all, a man with a physical disability. Could his sister truly be happy? From his sister's behavior, her actions, and even her expressions, he couldn't see a single trace of the emotion she should have for her husband. The two of them interacted like a pair of the most familiar strangers. It wasn't that he hadn't heard that his sister had previously admired that Prince Yu, but in the end, she accepted the imperial edict and married this Prince Jean. Just now, he had even seen a flash of anger in Prince Jin's eyes. Although it was fleeting, disappearing in an instant, he had always been good at observing others. In truth, he wasn't without his own inner conflicts. Living in such a family, facing his father's expectations and his mother's pressure day in and day out. Before he was 13, this sister of his had never paid him any mind. Although they lived in the same house, she was completely indifferent, treating him like a stranger. Later, after hearing all the things his mother said about his sister, she was his mother, so of course he would believe her. He thought his sister was aloof and unwilling to interact with people. In reality, it was as his mother said. She was gathering power to drive him and his mother out of the house and seize the family fortune. And so, day by day, influenced by his mother's words, he came to see his sister as an imaginary enemy. But after his sister recovered from serious illness, she began to interact with him. Through his time with her, he could feel that his sister wasn't as bad as his mother made her out to be. Naturally, his opinion began to shift in his sister's favor. But his mother kept pressuring him day after day, pushing him to his wit's end. He started to become unwilling to go home. He understood, of course, that his mother's intentions were for his own good. But not a day went by that his heart wasn't in turmoil. "Elder sister, when you have time, you should come home for a visit." That was all he could say. Xiao's hand paused for a moment. She looked at him nonchalantly. Chu Wensi quickly averted his eyes. "That it's nothing. It's just that Annie hasn't seen you for some days and misses you a lot," Chu Wensi said. Xiao showed a faint smile. "That I'm a married woman now. I can't just go back whenever I want." Xiao glanced at Sikong Jin, then said, "Living in the prince's residence, even freedom is an issue. If I run back to my maiden home every few days, it will cause gossip. I'll find time to go back and see her in a couple of days. In the days that I'm not there, please take good care of my mother." Chu Wensi's thoughts drifted for a moment. Then he nodded. I know, and you must remember what I told you before. Don't you forget it," Xiao reminded him again. Chu Wensi grunted from his nose. Although his face had been burning with pain just now, after his sister applied the medicine, it felt exceptionally cool and was no longer so uncomfortable. "Study hard at the academy. If there's anything you don't understand, you must ask those who do. As for that teacher of yours, I'll find a way to deal with him later. Here, take this ointment back with you. If you run out, come find young Master Nayland again." Xiao handed him the ointment. "All right, you should head back now." As Chu Wensi left with the ointment, he couldn't help but turn back to look at Xiao one more time. "Elder sister, you must remember to come back when you have time." Thinking Chu Wensi was just saying it casually, she didn't pay it much mind, just nodded with a smile. Once everything was done, the two of them got into the carriage together. Again, there was silence. What's wrong with you? Xiao finally relented and asked, what were you doing at Nalan's place today? Just passing time. Sikong Jin cut her off. You call Nalan so intimately now. Xiao nodded after hearing this. When I went out this morning, I said I would explain it to you. You should have seen it. Actually, it was Wincy. Just as Xiao was about to speak, the carriage suddenly jolted violently, followed by a loud noise. The carriage came to an abrupt stop. Xiao subconsciously steadied his body to prevent him from falling like last time. What happened? Sikong Jin asked. Rin Xia opened the carriage curtain, glanced at Sikong Jin, then at Xiao. He stammered, unable to say what happened. What on earth happened? Sikong Jin asked with a frown. It's Miss Shun. She just fell off her horse. Rin Xia finally spoke up. Sikong Jin didn't react for a long time. Rin Xia also waited where he was. Only Xiao looked at the two of them, not understanding. Miss Shun, she hurt her leg when she fell just now, Rin Xia added. Sikong Jin seemed to snap out his thoughts. He glanced at Xiao. Help her up. Rin Xia nodded and got out of the carriage. A moment later, the curtain was lifted and a woman of stunning beauty entered. Rin Xia helped Shun Xinro to the seat directly opposite Sikong Jin and Xiao. As soon as she sat down, Shun Xinro revealed a gentle, faint smile. But the look in her eyes as she gazed at Sikong Jin carried a trace of helplessness and sorrow. Thank you, Your Highness, for your help today. Shun Xinro's soft gaze rested on Sikong Jin's face. With a look like that, she wouldn't believe there wasn't a story between them. Sikong Jin said nothing. Xiao nudged Sikong Jin's arm. Only then did he come to his senses and look at Xiao. She's talking to you, Xiao reminded him. Sister Xiao. Oh no, Princess Consort. Do you still remember me? Shun Xinro gave Xiao a friendly smile, and oh need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao. Xiao returned a faint smile. Only then did Sikong Jin raise his eyes to look at the person opposite him. Seeing that look in her eyes, Sikong Jin immediately looked away, not looking at her again. A trace of hurt appeared in Shun Xinro's eyes. Didn't you not know how to ride a horse? Sikong Jin's voice was very deep. Why did you go riding? And you even ended up falling off. Are all the guards in the Prime Minister's residence dead? Brother Jin, I learned on my own after you were injured. I didn't want you to think I was just a delicate young lady who couldn't even ride a horse. I want to follow in your footsteps. Shun Xinro's gaze was locked on Sikong Jin, but Sikong Jin didn't look at her at all. Follow the footsteps of a cripple. Hiv. Shun Xinro hurriedly retorted, no, that's not it. I wanted to learn how to ride, so I could go alone to the places we once went to together. I don't want anyone else to set foot in the beautiful places of my memories. Xiao just sat there quietly, without a word or expression, perfectly calm. Hearing this, if Xiao still didn't understand the relationship between them, she would truly be a fool. She suddenly remembered what Nalan Sun had told her. The childhood sweetheart of Prince Jin that Nalan Sun mentioned. Was it her? Suddenly, she felt a bit like a third wheel. Xiao couldn't help but be curious. What exactly had happened to make them like this? I've often gone there these past few years. Do you still remember? When we were little, you took me to the Peach Blossom Pond west of the city to catch loaches, but you mistook a snake for a loach and got bitten. Shun Xinro spoke without reservation, talking to Sikong Jin right in front of her. From beginning to end, Sikong Jin barely looked up at her, just kept his eyes lowered, lost in thought. Rin Xia, take Miss Shun to the Prime Minister's residence first. Sikong Jin ordered to the person outside the carriage. Rin Xia quickly turned the carriage around and headed in another direction. Thank you for the trouble, Your Highness. A flash of disappointment crossed Shun Xinro's face. He didn't want to listen. Is he still blaming me? Xiao was also a bit stunned. She had always thought this Miss Shun was just a delicate young lady, but she never expected her to have such courage. In that case, the relationship between the two of them was perhaps more complicated than she had thought. Hearing the story Shun Xinro just told, his personality must have been cheerful and active in his youth. Yet now he had become so gloomy and cold. Xiao guessed that the connection between them must be inseparable from his leg injury. After dropping off Shun Xinro, Xiao still said nothing. The carriage gradually started moving again. Not a word was spoken for the rest of the journey. When they arrived at the prince's residence, Xiao unhesitatingly lifted her dress and jumped down from the carriage, waiting by the carriage door. As Sikong Jin pulled open the curtain to get out, Xiao subconsciously reached out to support him. Sikong Jin's expression was somewhat suppressed. He stared blankly at the hand Xiao held out in front of him, and remained silent for a moment. Then he heartlessly turned his head away. I don't need your pity. At that, Xiao obediently took 2 steps back, making room for Sikong Jin to get out of the carriage. But Sikong Jin's legs were not as strong as his willpower. The moment they touched the ground, they trembled and felt unsteady. In a moment of carelessness, he nearly fell. Indeed, the prideful prince was a fickle one. 1 second, he disdained her help. The next, he was ready to fall into her arms. And so, Xiao subconsciously moved to support his arm. As a result, she ended up with her arms full of the prideful prince opposite her. With a handsome man in her arms, she didn't forget to ask solicitously, "Are you all right?" And just like that, the prideful prince became a bashful prince. His little face was flushed red, all his earlier aggression gone. But apparently, the persona couldn't collapse. I must remain prideful. His eyes immediately turned fierce. Ren Xia, aren't you going to bring the chair? He said, pushing away from the beauty's embrace. Ren Xia stood to the side, trying to hold back his laughter, which made him tremble. My lord, you sure can change your tune fast. He quickly answered, yes, and immediately sprang into action. Xiao stood frozen on the spot. She quietly watched as Ren Xia pushed the wheelchair inside. Was it because of her? Shun Xianrou's melancholic and sad expression clearly showed she had feelings for the prince. What about him, then? Did he also have some feelings for Shun Xianrou? Is that why he's being so gloomy and cold to me again at this moment? Xiao lowered her eyes and only entered the residence after a long pause. The next morning, my lord, the princess consort went to the palace early this morning. Although he was reluctant to say it, he still spoke up. Sikong Jin's gaze paused as he looked at Ren Xia. What for? This servant doesn't know. The princess consort left in a hurry, Ren Xia said. Out again? I thought after yesterday's events, she might stay put for a few days. Sikong Jin's brow was tightly furrowed. He sighed softly. Understanding his meaning, Ren Xia acknowledged and left the room. Xiao didn't go to the palace for anything major, but it was something that had to be done. She had originally wanted to help the crown prince ascend the throne and prevent Sikong Xinyu's ambitions from succeeding. It was just that she had forgotten about the crown prince recently. Now, she would use this opportunity to get closer to this crown prince. The junior tutor, is it? Good, I'll go meet you right now. Xiao went alone, without Dunzi. Xiao entered the eastern palace, and Sikong Yuanming had someone lead her in. Upon entering the inner hall, she saw Sikong Yuanming sitting at his desk, and opposite him, a middle-aged man. His beard was graying, and he looked to be about 60, yet he appeared full of vigor. His deep-set eyes glinted. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Xiao slowly walked up to Sikong Yuanming and curtsied. That it's you. Regarding Xiao's sudden visit, Sikong Yuanming was still a bit surprised. Your Highness, I have come today to ask you to uphold justice for me. What justice? Take your time and tell me. Sikong Yuanming's voice was very gentle. From the first time she met him, her impression of him had been good. If such a person became emperor, he would likely do his utmost to serve the people. It's about the junior tutor indulging his family member in bullying my younger brother. Hearing this, junior tutor Feng's expression stiffened. Sitting in the palace, and trouble falls from the sky. Sikong Yuanming also stood there curiously, waiting for Xiao's next words. I wonder what business the princess consort has with me. If I recall correctly, this should be the first time I'm meeting the princess consort. I don't believe I have offended you, have I? Why would you start by asking His Highness the Crown Prince to uphold justice? Junior tutor Feng's meaning was that since they had never met, what business could she have with him? But Xiao felt that this man was very obviously putting on airs in front of her. Relying on his status as the Crown Prince's junior tutor, his tone toward Xiao was also dismissive. Junior tutor, you remember correctly. This is indeed our first meeting. But don't be in such a hurry to distance yourself, junior tutor. Let me ask you one question, junior tutor. Is a young man named Feng Hui a relative of yours? Hearing this, junior tutor Feng frowned and didn't answer Xiao for a long moment. That Feng Hui studies at the Royal Academy. I hear his family is prominent. I also heard he has some connection to you, junior tutor. If I made a mistake, then I have offended you, junior tutor. I can certainly apologize to you. Although Xiao said this, her eyes were fixed unwaveringly on junior tutor Feng's aged face. Junior tutor, if I remember correctly, isn't that young man named Feng Hui your son? Sikong Yuanming spoke up from the side, as if reminding him. Hearing Sikong Yuanming's voice, junior tutor Feng quickly spoke. Your Highness remembers correctly. Feng Hui is indeed my only son. Then he looked at Xiao again. That Feng Hui is my son. You are not mistaken. There is no need for an apology. But why is the princess consort inquiring about this? Junior tutor Feng asked, looking at Xiao with a puzzled expression. There's a reason, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to find my way to His Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing Junior tutor Feng's words, she could be certain that Feng Hui had not told him about yesterday's events. That meant he didn't take it seriously at all. In that case, he had only himself to blame. Your son beat my brother yesterday, injuring him quite severely. Don't tell me you still don't know about this, Junior tutor. Xiao's eyes were locked on Junior tutor Feng. After hearing this, Junior tutor Feng frowned. How could that be? My son has always been well-behaved and sensible. How could he resort to violence? Is the princess consort perhaps deliberately framing him? Junior tutor, of all the people I could frame, why would I frame your son? I'm sure, Junior tutor, you are aware of what kind of character your son has. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hesitated for that moment just now, Xiao added. Junior tutor Feng suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Facing the scrutiny of this young woman, he actually felt a moment of unease. Princess consort, everything requires evidence. You say my son beat your brother, but do you have any proof? At this point, Xiao was somewhat thankful that the idiot hadn't told his father. He hadn't revealed a single thing. Now, he wouldn't have time to make preparations to clean up his son's mess that asked for evidence. There's plenty. The wound on my brother's face, the eyewitness accounts of everyone at the academy, and teacher Feng. Hearing this, Junior tutor Feng's face grew even more rigid. Just now, he had seen how close the crown prince was with her. If he were to argue now, it would be a thankless task. Besides, if someone investigated and found out that his nephew got into the academy through his connections, it would be disastrous. That unfilial son, he actually caused trouble for me, Junior tutor Feng said, frustrated with his son's failure to meet expectations. Then he looked at Xiao. If this is true, I will certainly punish that unfilial son severely. I wonder what the princess consort has in mind. It seems he's quite sensible, much smarter than his son, but it's not what I have in mind. It's what you should do. Once you see my brother's face, you will understand everything. Although Junior tutor Feng was reluctant, he sensibly nodded. Then, Xiao looked at Sikong Yuanming. I have disturbed your highness the crown prince today. Please forgive me, your highness. You are too polite. Such a major incident must be handled properly. I believe the junior guardian will give you a satisfactory explanation. After all, the junior guardian has always been strict with himself, let alone his son. I still trust his character. Although Sikong Yuanming said this, his gaze towards him was meaningful. A peculiar emotion then flashed in his eyes, causing Junior Guardian Feng to quickly lower his head. I will return at once. I will certainly give the princess consort an explanation. After Junior Guardian Feng left, Xiao was about to return, but was kindly stopped by Sikong Yuanming. Princess consort, please stay. I have some matters to discuss. Accompany me for a stroll in the Imperial Garden. Thank you, your highness the crown prince, for seeking justice for my brother and me. Sikong Yuanming looked at Xiao and smiled faintly. You're still too polite. Since you have married seventh brother, you're no longer an outsider. You should follow seventh brother and call me second brother. Why the hesitation? Could it be that you are unwilling? Sikong Yuanming smiled. How could I be unwilling? I just feel it would be a breach of etiquette. Xiao said hurriedly. Look at you. According to etiquette, you should also call me second brother. Xiao no longer hesitated and softly called out, second brother. This made Sikong Yuanming laugh out loud. To hear you say it like that, you must be very unwilling. I'm just not used to it, Xiao said, looking at him. No matter. You will get used to it in the future. You have the faint scent of agarwood on you. Sikong Yuanming said softly. Xiao's expression faltered slightly. She hadn't expected him to start the conversation this way. It left her unsure how to reply. She subconsciously lifted her sleeve and sniffed it. That is seventh brother's scent. I know, Sikong Yuanming said. He instructs his servants to burn this incense in the room every day. After a long time, my clothes naturally pick up some of the scent. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Do you know why seventh brother burns that incense? Sikong Yuanming suddenly turned and asked. From the first day, she smelled this fragrance. She had recognized it as agarwood. At the time, she only knew that agarwood could promote circulation and relieve pain. Thinking about it carefully now, it must be for him. His leg pain is unbearable. Burning the incense is most likely to numb himself and lessen the agony. For some reason, thinking of this, she felt a tightness in her chest. Agarwood has many effects. Its fragrance is warm and clearing. It is warming but not drying. It also has a good effect of promoting circulation and relieving pain, and it can also aid sleep. This incense has accompanied Seventh Brother for many years. Without it, perhaps Seventh Brother wouldn't be able to get a peaceful night's sleep. Sikong Yuanming sighed softly. By the way, have you seen what Seventh Brother is like when his leg hurts? Sikong Yuanming turned and asked. Although Xiao hesitated slightly, she still nodded. You have. In that case, he must trust you. Did you know? He hasn't told many people about his leg pain. It's likely only those he trusts. Even so, he endures the pain. Seventh Brother has truly lived a bitter life. He had just managed to establish his fame and fortune, with a bright path ahead of him. But at that most critical moment, he suffered a great disaster and could never go to the battlefield again. Whether it was because of the sorrow in Sikong Yuanming's words or something else, Xiao could deeply understand that kind of pain. An inexplicable sourness welled up in her heart. Did you know? When he was little, just to earn a single word of praise from his mother consort, noble consort Jiayan, he soaked in ice water for 3 days and 3 nights. It was winter then. It was only because noble consort Jiayan said that without a good body, one can accomplish nothing. Noble consort Jiayan told him to learn martial arts, so he learned martial arts. He trained his body, stripped off his clothes, and soaked in the ice water. He fainted from the cold several times. He was only 7 years old then. When I carried him out, his body had no warmth at all, yet he still forced himself to go see noble consort Jiayan. In the end, however, noble consort Jiayan said nothing. She just gave him a cold glance and paid him no further mind. Hearing this, a surge of indignation rose in Xiao's heart. Why is his own mother so cold to him? She's not like a mother at all. Xiao said. Sikong Yuanming shook his head. That I do not know. It is precisely because noble consort Jiayan is like this towards Seventh Brother that Father Emperor dotes on him doubly, giving all his love to him. Yet, Seventh Brother remains melancholic. Only when he sees his mother consort does he show a faint smile. I think he still loves noble consort Jiayan very much. Or perhaps something happened in their generation that we don't know about. Who can say for sure? Sikong Yuanming sighed softly. But it's not like that with Prince Yu. I can see it. Noble consort Jiayan treats Prince Yu completely differently than she treats him. They are both her children. Why is she so biased? Xiao said, dissatisfied. Every time he sees his own mother treat his own older brother so differently from how she treats him, he is like an abandoned child. If his own flesh and blood treats him this way, how heartbroken must he be? Sikong Yuanming shook his head again. Who in this palace doesn't have the same question? Yet, no one dares to ask noble consort Jiayan. Noble consort Jiayan has a harsh temperament. Even the servants don't dare to speak much with her. Perhaps only Father Emperor knows. Could it be that His Highness is not noble consort Jiayan's? Before Xiao could finish her sentence, Sikong Yuanming raised a finger to her lips. Shoo, do not say such things again in the future. If others were to hear it, you would bring disaster upon yourself. Xiao, seeing Sikong Yuanming's serious and earnest expression, looked at him and nodded. This scene happened to fall into that person's eyes. Second Brother, hearing the shout, Sikong Yuanming finally lowered his hand. The two of them looked towards Sikong Jing at the same time. Rinxia was standing behind the wheelchair again with an ashen face, looking at Xiao. Oh, Princess Consort, how can you be so coincidental every time? For his lordship to see such a scene. You really know how to pick your moments. Just now, when Sikong Jing saw that scene, a coldness had flashed across his face. He suddenly remembered the words Renxia had relayed to him that day. The abbot said, she has the destiny of an empress. And now this. Princess Consort, accompany me to pay respects to Mother Consort. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we take our leave. Rest assured about your brother's matter. I will give you an explanation. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, Prince Jean. Xiao hesitated but still spoke up. He is being forced by noble consort Jiayan to kneel and copy scriptures every day. Can you help? What? A flash of shock appeared in Sikong Yuanming's eyes. Don't worry, leave it to me. Sikong Yuanming smiled back. Thank you. Xiao also gave a sweet smile in response. Sikong Jing watched the two of them smiling and interacting in the pavilion, feeling that they were flirting and making eyes at each other. The green pasture on his head grew even greener. He couldn't help but become more annoyed. Aren't you coming? Coming. Xiao didn't know where Sikong Jing's sudden anger came from. and just obediently agreed. Meanwhile, Sikong Yuan Ming stood alone, looking at the pond full of lotuses, lost in thought. Noble consort Zhao Yun is truly too cruel to seventh brother. I didn't know about this matter of kneeling to copy scriptures. It seems noble consort Zhao Yun ordered it privately. Does Father Emperor know? It's impossible that Father Emperor doesn't know. Yet he indulges noble consort Zhao Yun in treating seventh brother this way. It's time to investigate the matters of the previous generation. When the two arrived at Jiaoyang Palace, a group of people was standing in the courtyard outside, basking in the afternoon sun. The weather today was quite nice, and the group looked very leisurely. Wow, your ladyship Zhaoyan, the koi that Brother Xingyu gave you are so beautiful, Shen Xianro said with a charming smile, full of envy. It's all thanks to my son's filial piety. Sikong Xingyu took the opportunity to offer another's gift as his own. Sister Shinro, if you like them, I'll send some to your prime minister's manor another day. Humph. Chu Shiyu stood to the side without a word. But in her heart, she was full of disdain. When Shi Yao and the others approached, they immediately drew the attention of the few people who were chatting there. Mother consort, seeing Sikong Jing being pushed over in his wheelchair, noble consort Jiayun's smile vanished without a trace, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. With Sikong Jing's arrival, the lively conversation instantly fell silent. Xiao watched the cold woman from the side. When she smiled, she was indeed stunningly beautiful. She had already given birth to 2 grown sons, yet she still looked so young. Looking closely, Sikong Jing, and she still had some resemblance in their eyes and brows. She had previously questioned if Sikong Jing was her son, but if they weren't flesh and blood, how could they look so similar? Looking at Sikong Xingyu, his nose and even his chin were also similar to noble consort Zhaoyun's. By this logic, both of them should be her biological sons. Both inherited their mother's good looks. But when Sikong Xingyu and Sikong Jing were compared, they weren't that similar. A strange feeling arose in Shi Yao's heart. She couldn't quite describe what kind of feeling it was. Jinger, why have you come? Noble consort Zhaoyun said. It was like a routine question, devoid of any particular emotion. Shi Yao knew those words weren't directed at her, so she turned her gaze to Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing slowly raised his pair of cold eyes, his face expressionless. If he didn't come, I'm afraid noble consort Zhaoyun would have forgotten she even had such a son. Before Sikong Jing could answer, Xiao spoke up before him. She already disliked noble consort Zhaoyun for being so cold to him. Coupled with what the crown prince had told her about him, she could no longer hold back her anger, though she didn't know why. Insolence! Is this a place for you to speak? Upon hearing this, noble consort Zhaoyun was instantly enraged. She shot Xiao an extremely disdainful glance. With noble consort Zhaoyun's words, it immediately fell silent. Chu Shiyu, however, was exceptionally pleased. Mother consort, don't blame older sister. When she was back at the manor, she was always this frank and outspoken. Actually, older sister has no ill intentions. Chu Shiyu said, quickly walking up to noble consort Zhaoyun. It sounded like she was trying to dissuade her, but she was actually adding fuel to the fire. Xiao had long known that Chu Shiyu would take any opportunity to undermine her. This was to be expected. Really? Humph. Do you still think you are the young lady of the general's manor? Now that you are married, you should abide by a wife's duties. Don't say what shouldn't be said, and don't do what shouldn't be done. You have no manners at all. Why do you have to speak before me? Noble consort Zhaoyun looked at Shi Yao with extreme contempt. Xiao had no idea this noble consort Zhaoyun disliked her to this extent. Thinking back, it seems she hadn't left a good impression on her during their first meeting. Back then, she had even lectured her for not understanding etiquette. Now that she was married to Sikong Jing, it was understandable that she was disliked along with him. If she dislikes me, so be it. I'm not gold or silver that can make everyone like me. You are mistaken, noble consort Zhaoyun. Even though I am married, my maternal home is still the general's manor. That is an indisputable fact. Furthermore, since I have married him, what is wrong with saying a few words for him? Must one marry a pretty doll who can't speak, can't do anything, and can only smile? How is that any different from puppet? Xiao retorted without fear. A sinister glint flashed in noble consort Zhaoyun's eyes. Just as noble consort Zhaoyun was about to say something, Sikong Jing spoke. Will you be quiet? Sikong Jing's tone was laced with anger. No one present dared to speak again, and just looked at him. That is my mother consort. Do you still have me, your husband, in your eyes? Mother consort. She has always been insensible and often bickers with me. Today, she was tactless and offended mother consort. Please do not blame her. I will discipline her properly when we return and teach her the rules. Then, Sikong Jing looked at noble consort Zhao Yun with a blank expression. Noble consort Zhao Yun looked at Sikong Jing and sneered. No matter what, you are a high and mighty prince. How can you let such a loose-tongued woman argue with you? It's so unruly. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiao's hands clenched tightly. This noble consort Zhao Yun's words were truly infuriating, but she wouldn't say another word for him. It was a thankless task. She would rather endure it in silence. I usually don't fuss over such things. After all, my status is different from before. I only wish to live this life in peace. Sikong Jing's gaze drifted faintly to the distance, his voice extremely clear. Xiao's hand, which was gripping the brocade by her side, gradually loosened. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the person beside her. She did not notice the trace of helplessness and self-blame that flashed in noble consort Zhao Yun's eyes. No one noticed. Then, noble consort Zhao Yun sighed and said, "Forget it. In your current state, I can't ask you to do anything more. If you don't wish to come to my place in the future, then don't. It will save me the trouble of being annoyed by the sight of you." Xiao raised her head to look at noble consort Zhao Yun. She hadn't seen it wrong. Noble consort Zhao Yun had actually compromised. This meant that he wasn't completely absent from her heart, right? Her heart shouldn't be this cold, right? Your son will naturally follow mother consort's instructions. Since the sight of your son annoys mother consort, then your son will try not to appear before you in the future. Sikong Jing said with a faint smile. But that smile held a trace of bitterness. Just as Sikong Jing was about to leave, noble consort Zhao Yun spoke. "Wait, today, I want to discuss a matter with you all. It is about Xianrou's marriage." As soon as noble consort Zhao Yun spoke, Xiao's heart sank. For some reason, a bad premonition arose. Sikong Jing did not speak, but his eyes darkened. "Xianrou, you grew up with these two. Speak your mind about who you admire. I will naturally make the decision for you." Noble consort Zhao Yun looked at Xianrou with a gentle gaze. Xianrou's eyes slid across Sikong Jing's face. It was only for an instant, but Xiao still noticed. "Your ladyship, Xianrou came to accompany your ladyship today, not for this matter. Your ladyship, please don't tease Xianrou." Xianrou said with a light laugh. "You have been very close with the two of them since you were young. Could I have been mistaken? The one you admire is actually someone else?" Noble consort Zhao Yun said. "No, of course not." Hearing noble consort Zhao Yun say this, Xianrou immediately denied it. Noble consort Zhao Yun laughed out loud. Only then did Xianrou realize what she had said, and two red clouds immediately rose on her cheeks. "Your ladyship." Xianrou let out a light cry of feigned annoyance. "Mother consort, today's matter has nothing to do with me. I will take my leave first." Then, without waiting for noble consort Zhao Yun's approval, he had Ren Xiao push him away. Xianrou's smile immediately froze on her face. The hand hidden in her sleeve almost reached out. In the end, it could only remain hidden in her sleeve, trembling slightly. Noble consort Zhao Yun did not stop him, but being perceptive, she noticed the subtle changes on Xianrou's face. The disappointed gaze, the urgent expression. "Xianrou, what's wrong?" Noble consort Zhao Yun asked. I'm fine." Xianrou quickly averted her gaze, pretending to be nonchalant as she looked at noble consort Zhao Yun and smiled. "Let him go. I naturally know you don't admire him. He can barely protect himself now. How could he marry you?" Noble consort Zhao Yun said, looking into Xianrou's eyes. Xianrou desperately wanted to explain, but in this situation, the person in her heart showed none of his past concern for her, only such coldness. What should she do? "Your ladyship, I need to think about this matter. Xianrou appreciates your ladyship's kind intentions. When Xianrou has thought it through, I will definitely give your ladyship an answer." Xianrou quickly said. "That's fine too." Noble consort Zhao Yun smiled. Sikong Xinyu's expression was a bit complicated. He turned his eyes to glance at noble consort Zhao Yun. Noble consort Zhao Yun was also looking at him. After Xianrou left, only the three of them were left. Only then did noble consort Zhaoyan speak. Xingyu, listen to me. I want you to marry her. Noble consort Zhaoyan said bluntly. Hearing this, Chu Shiyu looked at noble consort Zhaoyan in shock. Mother consort, be quiet. Before Chu Shiyu could speak, noble consort Zhaoyan cut her off. Chu Shiyu dared not say another word, and could only shift her gaze to Sikong Xingyu. Mother consort, why? You clearly know that the one she admires is not me. Sikong Xingyu said. I don't care who she admires. I am informing you now, not discussing it with you. You must marry Shen Xianro. Noble consort Zhaoyan's tone was very firm. Then why did mother consort ask her like that just now? Sikong Xingyu asked. If I didn't ask, how can I make her give up hope? Your seventh brother is already in that state. Do you think he would take the initiative to marry her? Only by making her give up hope will she marry you without any reservations. But why? Sikong Xingyu was about to ask when noble consort Zhaoyan spoke again. You fool. Her father is the current prime minister. How many people follow him? As long as you marry Shen Xianro, how can your position not be consolidated? Only by marrying her will your position become more stable. Do you understand what I mean? Sikong Xingyu nodded quickly. Your son understands. I will follow all of mother consort's wishes. Noble consort Zhaoyan's expression finally softened. That's good. You must know that everything mother consort does is for your own good. You just need to listen to me. Sikong Xingyu nodded again. Only Chu Shiyu's heart sank to the bottom. No, she must stop this. Stop him from marrying Shen Xianro. Doesn't she admire Prince Jin? She should be allowed to have him. Sister Shinro, please wait. Sister Shinro, why do you look so troubled? Are you still worried about what mother consort said? Chu Shiyu asked directly. Shen Shinro did not speak. Sister Shinro, we are both women. I can naturally see that the person you admire is not Prince Yu, but His Highness Prince Jin, right? How did you know? Shen Shinro blurted out in shock. She quickly covered her mouth shyly. Chu Shiyu smiled. I know there is a barrier between you and His Highness Prince Jin, so you were too embarrassed to speak your heart at the time. Sister Shinro, I can see that His Highness Prince Jin still has you in his heart. The eyes cannot lie. Is that so? Does he still have me in his heart? Shen Shinro lowered her head, lost in thought. How could I lie to you? You and His Highness Prince Jin grew up together. How could he truly not care? Today, Mother Consort even promised to make the decision for you. As long as Mother Consort speaks, the matter between you two is set in stone. Sister Shinro, could it be that you mind not being the primary consort if you marry him? Chu Shiyu asked again. After hearing this, Shen Shinro immediately raised her eyes and denied it. No, how could I care about that? As long as I can see him every day, I will be satisfied. But will he marry me? Shen Shinro said worriedly. His Highness Prince Jin has always been obedient to Mother Consort's orders. Since Mother Consort has already decided for you, are you still afraid that His Highness Prince Jin will not agree? Chu Shiyu said, looking at Shen Shinro very seriously. If I really marry him, won't I have to call your sister older sister? Your sister will surely be unhappy. Shen Shinro said again. You don't need to worry about that either. My sister never had any feelings for His Highness Prince Jin. She won't care about such things, and you must seize this opportunity. An opportunity missed is an opportunity lost. Really? Chu Shiyu persuaded Shen Shinro over and over again by her ear. The scales in Shen Shinro's heart were slowly tipping. Hee, she took the bait. After leaving Zhaoyan Palace, Xiao's heart was also a little complicated, but seeing the person in front of her, she felt even worse. Right now, she really didn't want to be in the same room with him. She felt suffocated. Without even looking at him, Xiao jumped off the carriage by herself. She happened to see a horse tied to the side of the gate, so she untied it and mounted it. Marrying a wife, being targeted by his own mother, none of it is my business. Why am I worrying my head off about it? He can do whatever he wants. If I worry about him again, I'm a puppy. Seeing her strange behavior, Sikong Jing spoke. What are you doing? Rinxia, tell your master that I'm upset and need to go out to cool down. Then, without another word, she spurred the horse and charged out. By the time Rinxia reacted, she was long gone. Hearing the petulant tone in Shi Yao's words, the corner of Sikong Jing's mouth lifted slightly. He shook his head and sighed softly. Just as Rinxia was about to come in and report, Sikong Jing spoke directly. Have someone follow her. Don't let her get hurt. Xiao went to a tavern. It wasn't that she wanted to drown her sorrows in wine, but the aroma of wine wafting from that tavern was too enticing. She rode her horse in that direction. It had been a long time since she had been so relaxed. They say wine drowns sorrows, but she felt that the more you drink, the happier you should be. Xiao's steps were a little unsteady as she walked down a long alley. The smell of alcohol still clung to her, and her face was still a little flushed. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a clamor. "Quick, search! Is it this way? You guys go that way." Xiao paid it no mind. After all, it had nothing to do with her. But in the next second, her mouth was tightly covered by a hand that smelled of blood. Before she could figure out the situation, her body was dragged to a certain place by that person. However, the hand on her mouth was not removed. Xiao was about to suffocate. What bad luck to run into this on a rare trip out. That person held Xiao's body and twisted and turned, who knows where to. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. "Swallow this." The man took out a black pill from his sleeve, pried her mouth open, and forcibly fed it to her. Xiao clutched her chest and coughed violently, hoping to cough the thing out. "Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? What did you give me?" Xiao glared at him angrily. "Ugh." Xiao tried to make herself gag to throw it up, but the other person was leaning against the wall, watching her with amusement. "It's useless. This pill dissolves the moment it enters your mouth. You can't cough it out. You have to find a way to help me escape. Why should I help you?" Xiao now understood. The group of officers just now were here to catch him. He was a fugitive, and he had just happened to run into her. "You have no choice." Then, the man took out a silver bell from his waist and shook it lightly. Xiao felt a pain in her abdomen, as if it were being twisted by a knife. Only after long, while did the pain subside for Xiao. She glared at him and said, "You think I can't have someone cure this poison? This is my secret formula. No one can cure it. If you don't do as I say, I can make you die in pain here at any time." The man smiled sinisterly. Then, the sound of footsteps came from a distance. Just as the man was alertly about to make a move, Xiao quickly grabbed his body and pressed him against the wall, draping herself over him in an extremely intimate manner. The man was instantly stunned. Just now, when he wasn't paying attention, his body had been turned around. Now, looking at the woman before him, so close, he could clearly feel her breath. Xiao pressed on his head and said, "Bury your head." This woman was so beautiful it made one forget the pain. For a moment, he couldn't bring himself to kill her. Then, a group of officers walked past from behind Xiao. They let out muffled laughs. "This alley is quite secluded. It's truly a good place for a tryst. Let's go, brothers. It wouldn't be good to ruin the young couple's business." After the officers left, Xiao finally let out a breath and released him. "They're gone. When will you give me the antidote?" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the man beside her slump down. He seemed to have fainted and was unconscious. Xiao swallowed and gently pushed his body. His body went limp and fell uncontrollably to the ground. Xiao raised her hand and looked, only to find it covered in blood. "He can't be dead, can he?" Feeling a little panicked, she quickly knelt down and slowly reached her hand toward the tip of his nose. Fortunately, there was still a faint breath. If he dies, then this poison of hers. After some thought, she decided to help him up. A glance revealed the bell by his hand. "Would everything be fine if I just take this bell?" Xiao's hand slowly reached for the bell, but as soon as she touched it, her hand was grabbed. Although the man's breathing was weak, he still had his subconscious reflexes. "Don't even think about snatching this bell. Even if you take the first one, I have countless more. What if I kill you? Then no one would know I've been poisoned, and no one would ring this bell. You can try, Xiao. If you don't have the antidote, the poison will rot in your stomach. You'll die of pain all the same." Xiao wished she could just strangle this man. He's about to die, yet he won't let people have any peace. "All right, I was just joking with you. If I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have saved you just now." Then, the man pointed to a house nearby. His voice was as faint as a thread as he said, "Take me there to recover." Xiao supported his body, pushed open the door of the house behind them, and helped him inside. Xiao glanced around. It was very quiet, not looking like anyone lived there. His mind is already unclear, yet he's quite good at picking places. There were medicinal herbs planted in the courtyard and a medicine cabinet inside the house. The owner of this house seemed to be in the business of collecting and making medicine. It's just that for some reason, the owner wasn't home. This fellow sure got lucky. Xiao helped him to the side of the bed and laid him down. The man's body was covered in wounds. His eyes were tightly shut, and his hair was messily stuck to his face. It seemed his injuries were very serious. Right now, she couldn't expose his identity. She had to treat his injuries. Otherwise, his life was a small matter, but losing her own would not be worth it. Xiao gritted her teeth. Might as well go all the way. She began to unfasten the clothes on his chest. Just as she was halfway through, Xiao saw a totem on his abdomen. Before she could get a clear look, her hand was grabbed by the man. Xiao's heart jolted. She looked up and saw the man's eyes, dark to the extreme and filled with killing intent. "What are you doing?" The man gritted his teeth. I studied with a doctor for a while before. I'm treating your injuries now. If you don't want to die, let go of me. You'd better be." The man saw that she had no intention of harming him. He slowly released her hand, then fainted again. Xiao was very annoyed. This man is already in this state, yet he's still so vigilant. Even if he's passed out, I can't just run away. For now, I can only quickly stop his bleeding and bandage his wounds one by one. At this moment, things were not good at Prince Jing's residence either. The attendant who had lost the princess consort hurried in to report. "How could you have lost her?" Sikong Jing asked with a frown, propping himself up. "My lord, the men I sent out earlier said they were originally following the princess consort. Then they saw her enter a tavern, and she never came out. They went in to search, but couldn't find any trace of the princess consort. Only a horse was left outside the tavern." The attendant reported truthfully. Sikong Jing sighed and sat up straight. Then he said, "Quickly send people to search. We must not let anything happen to her." The attendant nodded and quickly withdrew. Wait, Sikong Jing suddenly thought of something. He then added an instruction, send someone to follow Nalan's son. By the next night, the man slowly woke up. Xiao had been sitting by the bed, waiting for the man. In a daze, he saw a beautiful woman looking at him. As his thoughts returned, he gradually opened his eyes. How long was I unconscious?" The man's voice was a bit hoarse. "A day and a night. You've been here the whole time?" The man asked, somewhat surprised. Xiao nodded. "Don't be surprised. For me, it's just that I need your antidote." His complexion was slightly better, but his hair was still messily plastered to his face. Xiao was in no mood to help him tidy his hair. She didn't bother with it. After all, he was just a stranger. "By the way, I still don't know your name." The man suddenly looked up at Xiao. "We are just strangers who met by chance. What's the point of knowing names? Besides, you're the one who forcibly brought me here. There's no need, is there?" Xiao said faintly. The man suddenly showed a rare smile. Xiao could only see the corners of his mouth lift slightly. Although Xiao's tone was light, one could still hear the complaint in it. "Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. I can also repay you for saving my life." "No need. It would save me the trouble of you showing up at my door. Staying up for a day and a night without daring to sleep. I'm dead tired." She hadn't returned for a whole night. Sikong Jing must know by now. He must be looking for her at this moment. Xiao yawned again. "When are you planning to leave?" "Tonight." Suddenly, the man's ears caught a sound from outside. "Someone's here, and it's two groups of people. Better be cautious." The man threw off the covers and got out of bed. He immediately changed his mind. "No, I'm leaving now." He quickly pushed open the window. Epsilon Tau Phyotide jumped out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Xiao a deep look. "Remember, my name is Ranli. I will come back to marry you." "Definitely." "Hey, aren't you going to give me the antidote?" Xiao demanded, her hands on her hips. The man didn't hesitate, taking the golden bell from his waist. He tossed it to her. Xiao was a little confused. "Isn't this bell the thing that causes her stomach pain? What is he giving me the bell for? Who wants this? Give me the antidote." Xiao felt she had been tricked. Angrily, she squeezed the bell in her hand. The next second, with a crack, Xiao looked down at her palm. The bell had been crushed. A brown pill rolled out from inside. Xiao was a bit stunned. If she had known it was this simple, she wouldn't have had to wait for him for a day and a night. Just then, the door behind Xiao was pushed open. A slender figure appeared. "What are you doing here?" When the two saw each other's faces clearly, they couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Both saw shock in the other's eyes. Nalan Sun was the first to speak, explaining, "This is the residence of a pharmacist friend of mine. He's out on business and asked me to come help look after his medicinal herbs periodically. His Highness Prince Jing has been looking for you all night. Why are you here?" "So that's how it is." Xiao gave a helpless, wry smile. "It's a long story. The urgent matter now." Xiao quickly took out the antidote she had just gotten. "Hey, the situation now is that I've been poisoned. This is the antidote. Can you tell what kind of medicine this is?" Xiao looked at the pill and had many thoughts. The antidote that guy gave, hidden in a bell. Can I really trust it? Could it be that the first thing wasn't poison, but this is the poison to control me? Could he be taking advantage of my desperation for an antidote to make me take poison instead? Hearing this, Nalan Sun reached out his hand and said urgently, "Don't take it yet. Wait for me to scrape off a little powder and study the medicinal ingredients inside." "All right, I'm counting on you." Xiao moved closer to Nalan Sun and cautiously instructed, "And please don't tell anyone about this, especially Prince Jing. I'm not sure if the poison can be cured yet. I'm worried that exposing this villain's actions will endanger my life." Nalan Sun also gave a solemn promise. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a round of applause was heard. Both of them were startled. They turned to look at the source of the sound. It was Prince Jing and his attendant, who had appeared at the main entrance, disappearing for a day and a night, just to fool around with him and not return all night. Quite an interesting rendezvous you're having here. Sikong Jing rested his chin on his hand, watching it all with a faint smile. Fool around? A person like him can say such things? Your Highness, you've misunderstood. I only happened to run into him just now. Even though he was very angry, Xiao still explained to him with composure. The more flustered she was at this moment, the more easily he would misunderstand. Fine. Haven't you always complained that I never give you a chance to explain? Go on, explain. For a moment, Xiao didn't know what to say. I can't say it. I can't be sure if the medicine in the bell is the antidote. If it's not, and I tell Prince Jing the truth, and he launches a massive search for that man, it might provoke him into killing me. I can't die. I can't afford to gamble. In the end, Xiao could only offer another pale explanation. We just happened to run into each other. Just happened to run into each other? How many coincidences do you have? Why is it that every time I see you, you're with some irrelevant man? For a moment, Xiao was stunned. Why is this person so angry? Sikong Jing's hands gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. She felt that in the next moment, he would pounce on her and hit her. Xiao stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. It wasn't that she was afraid of him, but under that intimidating presence, she subconsciously didn't dare to move. She only felt the cool summer breeze, making her feel even more dizzy. She hadn't slept a wink last night, and today she had been busy running around. She was already quite exhausted. Why aren't you talking? Or is it that you are, by nature, a promiscuous woman? You can be with any man, is that it? Are you that shameless? Xiao's gaze gradually shifted to his face. She could feel his icy, sharp glare shooting straight at her. That look made her feel a bit dizzy. She didn't know why her heart felt so pained at this moment. She couldn't explain this feeling of pain. There was just a sharp pain in her chest, and her head was getting dizzier. It wasn't until many years later that she understood what kind of emotion this was. If you want to attract someone's attention, if you want to win someone's praise, if you care about someone's opinion of you, if you feel heartbroken by someone's misunderstanding, then congratulations. That person has already taken up residence in your heart. You feel pain because you allow them to trample on your heart. Whatever I am, that's my own business. Why are you so angry? What right do you have to be angry? What relationship do we have? What right do you have to control me? Xiao didn't know what came over her. These words just tumbled out of her mouth. After saying them, she herself didn't know what she had said. She just felt her throat suddenly tighten, unable to say anything else. In a blur, she seemed to see Sikong Jing open his mouth and say, "Fine, I can stop caring about you. You don't abide by the rules of a married woman. This prince will divorce you on the grounds of the 7 outs." In a blur, she seemed to see Sikong Jing suddenly stand up, but he nearly fell. The next moment, she couldn't see clearly anymore. She didn't know what happened after that. Xiao, Sikong Jing anxiously called out to the person in his arms. It wasn't until this stubborn and headstrong woman fainted in front of him for the first time that he discovered that this seemingly indifferent and calm woman could also have tears. Although he didn't see her cry clearly, it was only after she fainted from the tear that escaped the corner of her eye that he felt this woman was strong. So strong that she refused to shed a single tear while conscious. And it was this single tear that made his heart complicated again. He was starting to be unable to figure this woman out. It was also the first time he felt so clueless about a person. The complex emotions were bottled up in his heart. A surge of feeling he couldn't identify. Just like the woman's words, what right did he have? It seemed that since she married into the family, his temper had become increasingly difficult to control. "Your Highness, please let me take a look at the princess consort," Nalan Sun called out anxiously. The man from before had actually not gone far. He had been sitting on the roof the whole time. "So she is the princess consort of Jing, Chu Xiao." Inside the room, Xiao had been placed on the bed. Nalan Sun took Xiao's pulse. "Your Highness, rest assured, the princess consort is merely overly tired and mentally exhausted. She will be fine after some rest. Also," Nalan Sun bowed respectfully and explained, "I have been at the pharmacy for the past 2 days. The pharmacy apprentice can testify. I have no private relationship with the princess consort. Please see the truth, Your Highness." Sikong Jing's eyes were downcast, making his expression unreadable. I know that too. To say that Shi Yao was with Nalan all night is not logical, because I had my attendant send someone to follow Nalan. He was at the medical hall all day. I just wanted to hear the truth from her. This woman has too many secrets. She is too different from the sheltered young ladies who never step out of the house. She makes me not know what to do with her. Sikong Jing calmed his emotions and spoke faintly. Then tell me, why were you and she here? This is my friend's house. He entrusted me to look after his medicinal herbs. As for the princess consort, I promised her I would not tell you. A gentleman keeps his word. I cannot say. Sikong Jing did not speak upon hearing this answer. His face then darkened as he said, I hope you will also be a gentleman when it comes to not coveting a friend's wife. Attendant, we're leaving. Hearing this, Nalan Sun was momentarily dazed. He was rendered speechless, not knowing how to react. Sikong Jing held Shi Yao in his arms, and the group then left the residence. Attendant, help the princess consort into the carriage. Nalan Sun, however, remained in the room. He had more important things to do. The most urgent task was to scrape off some of the antidote Shi Yao had given him. As he worked, tears silently streamed down his face. Prince Jing's last words echoed in his mind. I must be a gentleman. The next day, in Prince Yu's residence, Chu Shiyu was happily eating melon slices. You're saying Prince Jing and the princess consort had a fight? Exactly. The princess consort stayed out all night, and the prince argued with her so fiercely. He even knocked her unconscious. The princess consort went out standing and came back lying down. It was so tragic. I saw it very clearly. This little maid was quite skilled at embellishing the story. Hearing this, Chu Shiyu felt increasingly delighted. In her happiness, she took out a bracelet from her jewelry box and said, Well done. This is your reward. Go back and continue keeping a close eye for me. All right. Having gained a benefit, the little maid acted cute. Linger, standing by, saw all of this. She couldn't help but say worriedly, Miss, since coming to this Prince Yu's residence, the money saved from the general's residence has been spent like water. What do you know? Chu Shiyu said with a smile. This money is face, its power. I have no roots or foundation in this Prince Yu's residence, and no maternal family to rely on. Only by giving money will others listen and do things seriously. Don't worry. You won't be treated poorly following me. No, take this bracelet. Do something for me. Find a gossipy old woman from the Shun residence. Leak the news of Prince Jing and his wife's discord to Shinshinro. Yes, thank you for the reward. Mississippi Linger's gloom was swept away, and she happily went off to do the task. At this time, in Prince Jing's residence, the attendant brought in a bowl of soup and said in an unfriendly tone, Drink your medicine. Hey, you seem to have a big problem with me. Xiao looked at him closely. Of course I do. I feel it's unfair to my master. Ever since you disappeared, he hasn't had a single peaceful night's sleep. Although it wasn't convenient for him to go look for you himself, he was always waiting for news. He barely closed his eyes. In the end, he saw you with young Master Nalan. Princess Consort, you've truly hurt the master. Not just his body, but his heart too. Princess Consort, you need to be more considerate. Hearing the attendant's tearful and indignant complaint, Xiao felt a lump in her throat. It was really uncomfortable. Don't worry, he's about to divorce me. I won't be able to hurt him in the future. The prince never said he was going to divorce you. The attendant looked at the princess consort, puzzled. Didn't he say so yesterday? That I violated one of the 7 grounds for divorce, and he was going to divorce me. Xiao found it strange and said with confusion. The attendant now understood. His tone softened. His Highness clearly said, Fine, I can ignore these trivial matters of yours. But if you don't fulfill your duties as a princess consort again, don't observe the rules of a married woman, and get entangled with irrelevant men, this prince will definitely divorce you on the grounds of the 7 outs. Only then did Xiao understand the words she had misheard in her days yesterday. So he was just scaring me. He didn't intend to divorce me. And in this matter, I was indeed in the wrong. Thinking of this, Xiao immediately ran out of the courtyard. The attendant called from behind, Princess Consort, where are you going? You haven't finished your medicine. She ran in one breath to Sikong Jing. Your Highness. Before she could even steady herself, Xiao called out to the person in front of her with some urgency. Sikong Jing was startled by the sight. Your Highness, it was my fault for not returning the night before last, but I absolutely was not fooling around with Nalan's son. I have already married you. Even if our marriage is in name only, I would never do those indecent things to ruin your reputation. As for why I was there, I can't say for now. If one day the time is right, I will tell you. Your Highness, can you trust me? Xiao's eyes stared unblinkingly at Sikong Jing. She said this all in one breath, then quietly waited for his reaction. Sikong Jing looked at her, who was anxiously explaining. He thought to himself that her attitude was sincere enough. Perhaps she really had some difficulties she couldn't speak of, so he said, "Fine, let's put this matter to rest. Don't ask any more. Be more mindful in the future, and don't make the same mistake again." Sikong Jing's voice was extremely calm. He then picked up an account book from the table and said, "This is the key to the accounting office and the account books for the businesses under my name. From now on, you can also find something to do in the residence. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the attendant. Also, this prince has manners, restaurants, and shops that I run. You can go inspect them and manage the accounts. At least you won't be bored to death, cooped up in the residence." Xiao took the account book in surprise and said, "Why so suddenly?" "Oh, right. My mother-in-law has stopped making me copy the classic of filial piety." "Thanks." Sikong Jing turned his head away very unnaturally and said faintly, "You're welcome." Today was probably the only time he had ever said so much to her. The atmosphere between the two finally eased a little. Looking at Sikong Jing like this, Xiao's emotions were a bit subtle. Over the next few days, Xiao was bored to death. She tried to understand those account books and things. After all, it was a task Sikong Jing had given her. And for these few days, as expected, he ignored her. She hadn't seen him for several days. Xiao interpreted this as him still being angry and thus ignoring her. Xiao was just passing by the garden when she saw his figure. What was he doing here? This was also the first time she had seen him in days. Just as she was about to go over, she saw a woman walk out from opposite him, a gentle smile on her face. "Brother Yin, what are you looking at?" Xiao's steps faltered. She hesitated whether to go forward. After all, they were two childhood sweethearts, full of affection. If she went over, wouldn't she be a killjoy? But just as she turned around and took 2 steps, she heard a shout from behind her. "Xiao!" It was Shun Xianrou's voice. Xiao's steps immediately froze. She wanted to pretend she hadn't heard, but Shun Xianrou was already walking towards her, her voice getting closer and closer. "Xiao, I was just talking about you, and here you are. Come here." Then, Shun Xianrou took her arm and walked forward. "Talking about me?" Xiao asked in surprise. "Why is she being so intimate with me? So strange." She linked arms with Xiao and walked towards the pavilion. And Sikong Jing was sitting in the pavilion. Xiao followed Shun Xianrou's steps and stood in the pavilion. She didn't really look at the person sitting opposite her. For some reason, she felt a great distance between them at this moment. "Yes, last time I said I would come to marry you, and this time I've come to fulfill my promise." Then, Shun Xianrou glanced at Xiao, then at Sikong Jing, and smiled. "But Brother Yin wasn't with you. He didn't say where you were. Did something happen between you two?" Only then did Xiao raise her eyes to look at Sikong Jing. There was no expression on Sikong Jing's face. He just cast his gaze to one side, as if he hadn't heard Shun Xianrou's words. A trace of gloominess appeared in Xiao's heart. She's clearly here to see him. Why insist on pulling me over? Xiao also composed herself and said casually, "No, it's just that His Highness is usually busy with many official matters, so naturally he can't spend too much energy on family trifles." "Is that so?" Shun Xianrou said, trailing off. "Family trifles." At this moment, Sikong Jing's eyes flickered. He glanced at Xiao. Xiao's smile was very forced. Shun Xianrou pondered for a long time before carefully asking, "Xiao, and I'm just saying if Brother Yin were to marry another woman to help him with family matters, how would you, as the primary consort, feel?" Shun Xianrou deliberately emphasized if. Hearing this, Sikong Jing's fingers holding the book scroll tightened. The tips of his fingers turned a little white. Shun Xianrou looked at Xiao's face with an extremely serious expression, waiting for Xiao's answer. Xiao was stunned for a moment. How was she supposed to answer this? He's asking for my opinion on him taking another wife. It's so painstakingly asked for him to hear. What can I say? I would choose to support His Highness's decision, Xiao said. Xiao glanced at Sikong Jing. He still had a blank expression, neither agreeing nor refusing. He must be willing in his heart, right? All right, it's getting late. You should go back. Before Shun Xianrou could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing's face was very cold. The smile on Shun Xianrou's face immediately froze, looking somewhat aggrieved. Shun Xianrou's face instantly turned pale. Xiao, on the other hand, watched them as if nothing was wrong. "Brother Yin, are you so unwilling to spend a little more time with me? The attendant will see you home." Sikong Jing still didn't look at her. His attention was still on the book scroll in his hand. Shun Xianrou's hands trembled slightly. Her gaze, fixed on Sikong Jing, was filled with sorrow. Shun Xianrou snatched the scroll from his hand and tossed it aside. I know I was wrong in the past, but I had no choice. My father locked me in my room every day. There was nothing I could do. Now, I want to make up for everything. Can you really remain unmoved? Xiao was also stunned. Her attention was entirely on that book. Wasn't that Strategies for Governing a State? The book he had brought for her that day. And Shun Shinro, unlike her usual gentle self, her manner, just now, was more like a woman who had suffered greatly from love. Sikong Jin's hands slowly clasped together. He slightly raised his eyes to look at her. I don't want to bring up the past. There's nothing more for us to say now. It's getting cold. You should go back. Shun Shinro ran out of the pavilion, crying. What's this all about now? How did she get so angry that she ran off? Xiao reached out, about to call him. What did you think of her words just now? Sikong Jin suddenly asked. Xiao paused for a moment, carefully considering the meaning of his words. Then she said, Is your highness talking about taking a woman as a wife? Sikong Jin nodded. Why does your highness need to ask me? I've already answered very clearly just now. Everything can be decided by your highness. Sikong Jin's expression darkened slightly. He then raised his eyes to look at her. Even if she weren't here, you would still say the same? In your highness's presence, I am speaking only the truth. Shin Shinro's posture was so humble just now. He must feel a bit of pity for her. He must be asking for my opinion now. How can I not grant his wish? After all, the two of them are the most compatible pair. And what about me and him? We're nothing. Just a married couple in name only. Why, when I think of this, do I feel a little melancholic? Sikong Jin saw Shi Yao's indifferent, unconcerned expression, and a burst of anger suddenly rose in his heart. He looked coldly at the woman before him. If I were to really marry her, you would have no objection? Hearing this, Shi Yao felt a heavy blow to her chest. But on the surface, she smiled instead of getting angry. How could I have an opinion? Besides, is my opinion useful? Back when you restricted my movements, didn't you also ignore my opinion? You get out. Don't appear before me again. Sikong Jin pointed in a direction and roared at Xiao. Fine. Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately walked out of the pavilion. Furious, Xiao slammed a fist against the stone gate. Heavens know how she managed to say those things just now. She clearly didn't think that way, but her mouth was just uncontrollable. But why was he so angry? She was clearly going along with what he wanted. Why did he seem even angrier? If you want to marry a wife, then go marry one. If you don't want to see me, then fine. Do you think I care about you? The next day, Xiao went to the pharmacy to meet Chu Wensi. Young Mistress Feng personally went to the residence to apologize. Xiao's expression faltered as she looked at Chu Wensi. Also, Tutor Feng has been replaced, and Feng Hui hasn't come to the academy for several days. Chu Wensi thought happily. I feel like my eldest sister must have handled this. It's all thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao slowly revealed a faint smile. Then you can study in peace from now on. Don't cause any more trouble for father. I'll come back to see you on your birthday. But Chu Wensi hesitated. What's wrong? Xiao asked. She felt like he had something on his mind today. It's nothing. Eldest sister, you must remember to come back then. Chu Wensi shook his head. Xiao didn't think anything of it. She only thought that this child was growing up and she should hurry him home. Xiao's birthday was 2 months after Wensi's, which means after her birthday, she would be 17 years old. When Xiao was returning from the shop, she saw a certain scene. Sikong Jin was holding Shun Shinro's body, while Rin Xia pushed the wheelchair from behind. Shun Shinro had fainted in his arms. He held her body, looking very careful. Xiao stood just outside the courtyard, but Sikong Jin didn't see her. When they reached the door, Sikong Jin seemed to sense something. He suddenly stopped and turned his head to the right. Hey, see, asked in surprise, Your Highness, what's wrong? Xiao quickly dodged and hid behind a pillar in time. Why did he come back holding Shinro? Does he still long for her after all? For some reason, a strange feeling crossed Xiao's heart. She couldn't explain what that strangeness was. She just felt exceptionally lonely. It's nothing. Push me inside. Sikong Jin instructed Ren Xia. He was indeed a little angry. She actually hid from me. So Sikong Jin had discovered her after all. Sikong Jin placed Shun Shinro on the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her. Rin Xia, find a doctor to treat her later. Yes. After Sikong Jin gave his instructions, he was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, the person on the bed sat up. Sikong Jin turned back to look. So you were awake. Thank you for saving me today. I was so scared. Can you stay with me a little longer? Shun Shinro's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Sikong Jin. pleading. I remember in the past, whenever I was scared, you were always the one by my side, making me feel safe. From the beginning until now, Sikong Jin hadn't looked at her, nor did he respond in any way. He just turned his wheelchair and followed Ren Xia out. In the end, he only left her his back, saying, I still have matters to attend to. You can stay at my residence for now. Even so, Shan Shinro's gaze remained fixed on him. At least he saved me and brought me back. I'm still in his heart. It must be. After leaving the courtyard, Sikong Jin gave his special instruction. Have her go to the front hall for breakfast tomorrow morning. Also, let the princess consort know. Yes, your highness, Ren Xia replied. Early the next morning, Xiao thought Sikong Jin had some instructions for her, so she went to the front hall without hesitation. Sikong Jin sat at the head of the table, while Xiao sat to the side. This was how they had always done it. She originally thought it would be just the two of them. But once she was there, she truly understood the meaning of tasting nothing in one's food. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, about to get some food, a woman she knew all too well came in from the door. Brother Bo Yen, I'm late. Shun Shinro came in, carefully supported by a maid. Looking at her, she really resembled a newly pregnant woman. Walking so slowly, everything about her revealed her body's weakness. So this was about her. Xiao held her chopsticks, her hand a little stiff. She then placed them back on the table. The last time they met, she didn't feel this much aversion in her heart. But what was wrong now? Why did she start to feel uncomfortable the moment she saw her? Especially seeing her every move. To an outsider, it might not seem like anything, but to her, it always felt intentional. Xiao secretly pinched her own fingers, trying to dispel the strange thoughts in her mind. But seeing her come in, she truly lost all appetite. Even so, Xiao still gave her a faint smile. After all, the other woman was smiling at her. She couldn't just keep a cold face. How improper that would look. Then, Shun Shinro very consciously sat on the other side, opposite Xiao and next to Sikong Jin. Xiao, something happened to me yesterday, so His Highness brought me to the residence. You don't mind, do you? Xiao also looked at her and smiled faintly. Of course not. You and His Highness are already familiar with each other. I'm not that petty. It's just a meal. He carried you back and let you stay at the residence. I'm afraid it's more than just something that happened. That's good. I knew Xiao wouldn't mind these things. Shun Shinro's eyes were full of goodwill, without a trace of anything else. But Xiao felt very uncomfortable hearing it. Let's eat. Sikong Jin, who had been silent for a long time, said faintly. Xiao was also glad to stop listening to this person's chatter. She began to eat the rice in her bowl. However, before she had taken 2 bites, she saw Shun Shinro pick up a piece of food with her chopsticks and place it in Sikong Jin's bowl. Xiao's chopsticks instantly froze by her lips, her mouth still half open. Your Highness, I remember you used to love eating these dishes. Shun Shinro didn't just do it once, but continued to serve him food again and again. Only when his bowl was piled high, like a small mountain, did she stop. Xiao didn't have much of an appetite to begin with. Now, she had none at all. Xiao put down her chopsticks and didn't eat another bite. Sikong Jin was about to put down his chopsticks, but when he looked up and saw Xiao's expression, he retracted his hand. He looked at Shun Shinro and revealed a faint smile. It's been so many years, yet you still remember. Receiving his response, Shun Shinro's face instantly bloomed into a smile. Of course I remember. I remember everything about you. Xiao didn't say a word, just quietly listening to the two of them chat. When she felt enough time had passed, she stood up. I'm full. Please take your time. Just as she was about to leave, Shun Shinro spoke up again. Hey, Xiao, won't you stay a little longer? It looks like you barely ate anything. Xiao thought to herself, she was so busy serving him food just now. How could she have noticed whether I ate or not? No, I have something to do in a bit. You two continue your meal. Then, without looking at them again, she walked straight out of the main hall. As soon as Xiao left, Sikong Jin also put down his chopsticks. Shin Shinro was at a loss. She turned her head. Brother Bo Yin, from now on, like everyone else, call me your highness. The smile on Sikong Jin's face was long gone. He just had a faint expression and didn't look at her again. Shun Shinro stood there in a daze, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Why did he become so cold in an instant? He wasn't like this to her just a moment ago. Xiao went to the pavilion and sat down alone. They looked so harmonious together. But why do I feel so awful? Princess consort. Suddenly, someone called her. It was a voice she knew all too well. Xiao looked up in surprise and asked, Why are you here? Can't I be here? This is my residence. The way he said that, she immediately stood up in anger. Then I'll leave. She silently grumbled to herself. I don't want to see you at all right now. Are you angry with me again? The person behind her spoke again. How would I dare? I just remember that His Highness told me yesterday not to appear before you again. Besides, shouldn't His Highness be accompanying Miss Shin right now? You went to the trouble of carrying her back last night. Shouldn't you be quickly discussing when to formally marry her? Seeing Shi Yao's angry look, Sikong Jin couldn't help but be amused. He didn't speak, didn't refute. He just looked at her with a faint smile. You're angry because of this? You don't want me to marry her? I'm not. Xiao was still being stubborn. I don't care at all. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Her mouth said she didn't care, but her heart was in a panic. Is he really going to marry Shin Shinro? Seeing that Xiao was about to leave, Sikong Jin flicked the white silk from his sleeve, and in a flash, it bound the person opposite him. Don't say you don't care. You're not good at lying. You, Xiao, with her back to Sikong Jin, felt utterly wronged. What exactly do you want from me? This is wrong, that is wrong. And you're even using the white silk to restrain me. As she thought about it, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Xiao turned her head and said chokingly, Last time I answered you, you told me not to appear again. What about this time? You've already brought her back, so why do you care what I think? Sikong Jin was stunned when he saw her tears. She does care. She's even angry because of what I said. Sikong Jin immediately tugged on the white silk. Xiao was instantly pulled in front of him. The two locked eyes. That was just an angry remark last time. It doesn't count. You're my princess consort. I only want to hear your true feelings. Sikong Jin said with a smile on his lips. He stared at Xiao with utmost sincerity and said, word by word, if you tell me not to marry her, I won't marry her. Hearing this, Xiao got even angrier. You're a liar. You clearly feel something for her. Before Xiao could finish, Sikong Jin tugged the white silk again. Xiao fell right into Sikong Jin's arms. Their eyes met unexpectedly once more. Sikong Jin said faintly, I won't lie to you, because you're my only princess consort. It was the first time Sikong Jin had said something so sentimental. He himself blushed deeply, then added his next sentence, and I hope you also won't be my only princess consort. Do you understand? Lying in Sikong Jin's arms, Xiao's mind went blank. Now, hearing these words with their hidden meaning, she was even more stunned. What does he mean by that? Xiao quickly struggled out of his embrace. Her face flushed crimson. She turned her back to him and ran off, stammering, but didn't you bring her back? And let her stay in the residence. You still say you don't care? The person behind her pressed his advantage. Am I only allowed to ask you, but you're not allowed to ask me? That's because third brother almost killed her. Sikong Jin was explaining what happened yesterday. What? Xiao's mouth fell open in surprise. She looked at Sikong Jin. What happened? Xiao asked curiously. It's related to Sikong Xingyu? Since the princess consort is so eager to know, this prince will tell you. Sikong Jin said with a smile. Xiao turned to face him, not saying a word. Consort, you sent someone to say that Shun Shinro went to see my mother consort, asking to be betrothed to me. Doesn't that mean she really wants to marry him? Xiao said, her eyes wide. But why would Chu Shiyu do that? Princess consort, don't be anxious. Because my mother consort betrothed her to third brother. Imperial consort Zhao Yun wants Shun Shinro to marry Sikong Xingyu? This, Xiao couldn't help but lower her head in thought. But Imperial consort Zhao Yun should have seen Shun Shinro's intentions before. Could it be that she's after her family background? It seems Imperial consort Zhao Yun is determined to support Sikong Xingyu. As she was thinking this, Xiao looked up and saw Sikong Jin smiling, his face blooming with joy. He thought she was anxious to know the result. I'm not anxious. I was just a little curious. Oh heavens, she was blushing furiously again. Is that so? Sikong Jin, in a very good mood, smiled and continued. Later, Shun Shinro refused and ran to find third brother to cancel the engagement. Such a foolish act. Yesterday, in Prince Yu's residence, Sikong Xingyu's expression was grim. You are unwilling to marry me. Do you want to marry seventh brother instead? Why didn't you say so that day? At that time, he didn't show any intention, so I thought I could take it slow. But her ladyship, the imperial consort, she misunderstood me. Shun Shinro replied with a very serious expression. It's him again. Why do all of you want to marry him? The expression on Sikong Xingyu's face was one of extreme hatred. He was suddenly reminded of Xiao. Back then, Xiao was also dead set on marrying him, only to publicly humiliate him at their wedding. The thought of this filled his heart with hatred. He has to snatch everything from me. It's been like this since we were children. And now, even in his current state, he still wants to snatch things from me. Shun Shinro was terrified by the hateful expression on the man before her. She had never seen him look like this before, as if he had gone mad. It was as if the person from before had never existed. Growing up, what she saw most was his gentle smile. The way he looked now, it was like he had become a different person. She was a little afraid to approach Shun Shinro, subconsciously backing away, not daring to look at him. Sikong Xingyu grabbed Shun Shinro by the neck. "You actually came to me for help today. Don't you know that because of Chu Xiao, I've already become a laughingstock? I, the dignified third prince, was publicly rejected at my wedding by a woman. And now you come and tell me you want to marry him? How do you want me to help you? Let you two reject me at a wedding again? Do you think I can afford to lose that much face? I'm sorry. Who told you to do this? Was it seventh brother?" Shun Shinro could clearly see Sikong Xingyu's eyes were faintly red with rage, but she didn't dare say a word, unable to utter a single sound. "And no, it wasn't him. I did it of my own free will." Shun Shinro gripped his hand tightly. His strong grip on her neck was nearly suffocating her. Of your own free will? You think I'll believe that?" Sikong Xingyu's grip tightened. Shun Shinro's eyes trembled uncontrollably. Just in the nick of time, with a crack, Sikong Xingyu's hand was violently knocked away. The white silk. Sikong Xingyu cried out in pain, instantly releasing his grip on Shun Shinro. "It's you." He clutched his right hand, looking at the newcomer in shock. At that moment, Shun Shinro lost consciousness. She collapsed to the ground. "Third brother, how exactly did she offend you, for you to be so ruthless?" Sikong Xingyu slowly walked up to Sikong Jin. He laughed mockingly. "Seventh brother, do you know? This woman actually came to beg me to help her marry you. Don't you think that's hilarious?" Sikong Jin didn't say a word. He just looked at him coldly. "No matter what, she was our childhood playmate. You actually wanted to kill her. How can you be so cold-blooded and heartless?" "I didn't want to kill her. I just wanted to teach her a lesson, to scare her a bit. I just squeezed her neck a little. I didn't expect her to be so useless." The expression on Sikong Xingyu's face was bizarre. At this moment, he truly looked like a bloodthirsty madman. "Third brother, I know you're angry with me. You could take it all out on me. Why must you harm an innocent person?" Sikong Jin said coldly. "So you knew. Then why do you keep crossing my line? First, you stole Xiao, and now you want to take her too. You really are greedy, aren't you?" Sikong Xingyu's smile was chillingly cold. "Third brother, I never intended to take anything from you. Whether you believe it or not, the brotherly bond between us is long gone. From now on, I only wish for us to go our separate ways." After Sikong Jin said his last words, he paid him no more mind. Holding the woman in his arms, Ren Xia pushed the wheelchair and left. From his line of sight, Sikong Xingyu watched the departing figure coldly, the hatred in his eyes growing ever stronger. To prevent third brother from harming Shinro, I brought her back after she fainted. Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Sikong Xingyu, she didn't say the rest of her sentence. He actually held a grudge about what happened back then all this time, and even blamed it all on Sikong Jin. Sikong Jin continued, "Since someone came to inform me if I didn't take any action, and something happened to Shun Shinro, then Mother Consort and the Shun family would surely blame me. So that's why you want to save her and brought her back." Xiao suddenly had a new understanding of everything. "He's actually explaining things to me," Sikong Jin said with a smile. "Saving her is one thing, but bringing her back." Sikong Jin was being deliberately mysterious, leaving his sentence half-finished. Xiao still found it strange. In the next moment, the deep affection in his eyes was almost overflowing. He gazed intently at Xiao. He said with utmost seriousness, "I will not marry her." Is the princess consort satisfied with this outcome? Xiao was stunned, not knowing what to say. Then last night, you know I saw you come back." Sikong Jing still smiled good-naturedly. "Otherwise, why wouldn't I have had someone bring her into the room?" Xiao was extremely embarrassed. So she had been completely under his thumb. What on earth was this man thinking? Just because you thought I wasn't telling the truth, you decided to pick a fight with me? She lowered her gaze and muttered, You're unreasonable. Princess consort, you don't seem to dislike my touch like this. Is it really just because this prince is unreasonable?" Today was truly the day Sikong Jing had smiled the most. That smile was practically fixed on his face. Only then did Xiao realize their hands were still clasped together. She quickly pulled her hand back and turned away from him. Nonsense. I'll take my leave now. She had to escape quickly. If she stayed any longer, her face would burn up. She had only taken a few steps when Sikong Jing called out to her again, "Princess consort." Xiao turned her head and asked, Is there something else? She was so flustered she was stuttering. Unexpectedly, Sikong Jing said something utterly shocking. He actually said, "This prince is very satisfied with your performance today. Oh, who needs you to be satisfied? Why was this man smiling so wantonly? My heart is in a mess. Xiao covered her mouth, looking at Sikong Jing in disbelief. He was so different today. I can't handle this kind of offensive. Heavens, I have to run. I can't take it anymore that I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao threw this sentence out and fled, leaving only Sikong Jing still smiling, his mood incredibly cheerful. As Xiao walked along the long corridor, she calmed her thoughts. He was just testing me, testing to see if I would care about him marrying Shun Shinro. If I got angry, wouldn't that be like I was jealous? The blush on her face deepened another shade. Impossible. How could it be? Xiao's eyes widened, not believing she had already been betrayed by her own reactions. The scene of being pulled into his embrace earlier replayed in her mind. He had said, "Because you're my only princess consort." Only. Her lips denied it, but her body was very honest. Her heart was pounding wildly. Xiao was now confused as well. Why do I feel so much better? Today, Xiao planned to visit the bank. Looking at those ledgers these past few days, she felt something was off, but she hadn't given it much thought. After all, it was an industry under his control, so there shouldn't be any major problems. I need to quickly forget about yesterday's events. From now on, I must focus on dealing with Sikong Xingyu. Xiao's attire today was no different from usual. A simple black dress that looked plain but was not without grace. She sat quietly in the bank's main hall with her arms crossed. Donger stood behind her. The bank manager was called out by a clerk. The manager looked at Xiao with suspicion, finding her a bit strange. "Is this the young lady who wants to see the ledgers?" The manager quickly went forward, wearing an obsequious smile, and said, "I'm very sorry, but our bank's ledgers can only be viewed by internal staff. Young lady, is there anything else you need?" Donger could no longer stand it and immediately stepped forward to speak. "Do you know who this is?" But Xiao raised a hand to stop her. She had to remain silent. Xiao thought for a moment. In this situation, it seemed they didn't know her identity yet. "All right, then tell me the bank's daily profit for the last 10 days. What? Seeing that the woman was well-dressed and had a strong presence, he had been very polite, not daring to offend her. But this woman's behavior was too strange. It really seemed like she was deliberately here to cause trouble. "Young lady, if you're intentionally looking for trouble..." Xiao's temper flared. She slammed her hand on the table. She said angrily, "I think you're the ones intentionally trying to deceive me. Do you not recognize this princess consort, or do you simply not regard the master of Prince Jing's residence as your master?" Xiao's expression instantly turned cold. No one in the hall dared to speak. They just stared blankly at this woman with a unique aura. "Princess consort, you really are." The manager and the clerk were so scared they didn't dare to breathe. Still not kneeling to greet the princess consort of Jing, head steward Ren. The manager saw the person at the door. He was the first to call out. Ren Xia stepped through the door with a very serious expression. Even Donger, standing behind Xiao, was taken aback. This Ren Xia was usually all smiles. Today he had learned to put on airs. Ren Xia walked to Xiao's side and bowed respectfully. "Princess consort, these people do not follow the rules, yet they receive a monthly salary several times higher than others. You are half the master of the prince's residence. You can make any decision to deal with them." The manager's face turned the color of pig's liver. He looked at Xiao with great difficulty. "It was I who was blind just now. I failed to recognize the princess consort's identity in time. I am at the princess consort's disposal." The manager knelt down reluctantly. "You just said I can dispose of you as I see fit. Is that right?" Xiao asked faintly. The manager quickly nodded. Yes. "Good. I won't punish you for now. Bring me the bank's ledgers to look at." The manager raised his head and looked at Xiao with difficulty. This I'm afraid." As he hesitated, Xiao immediately shouted angrily, "Is my command ineffective? Or do you have a guilty conscience?" The manager kept his head down, not daring to look directly at "Oh, that's not it." The manager stammered, unable to say anything coherent. A moment later, Xiao had roughly finished browsing the ledger in her hands. Xiao was silent for a while, just holding the ledger open. She quietly looked at the person kneeling before her, her expression extremely grim. The manager kept his head bowed low, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He trembled, not daring to make the slightest move, afraid. Xiao coldly took the brand new ledger in her hand. She mercilessly threw it in his face. "You used this kind of forged document to deceive me? To deceive His Highness?" The manager trembled with fear. He quickly raised his head to look at Xiao. "Princess consort, I cannot bear the responsibility for such a thing. I have dedicated my life to the bank, and His Highness has seen it all. How could I possibly forge it? Shi Yao sneered inwardly. Now he's trying to play the emotional card. This ledger recorded transactions for over a year, yet the paper was so new. Moreover, just the profit figures for the last 2 months alone had obvious discrepancies. Shi Yao stared directly at his face, not missing any unusual expression. Sure enough, his face stiffened for half a second before quickly returning to normal. The manager was secretly alarmed. She saw the problem with just a glance. How is that possible? His Highness you speak of, could it be His Highness Prince Yu? You work for him, turning Prince Jing's bank into an empty shell. Shi Yao's confident words made the manager's expression lose its composure. The manager was so scared he subconsciously raised his hand and pointed at Shi Yao, while making baseless accusations. I can have someone verify all the bank's income, expenses, and cash flow in recent years right now. Don't tell me you don't know how much money the bank has secretly given to Prince Yu's residence. At this moment, Shi Yao was filled with rage. In her past life, she knew Sikong Xingyu was embezzling Sikong Jing's assets. Finding evidence would be a piece of cake. This princess consort Jing was so formidable. The manager couldn't believe it. She could spot the issue just by glancing at the ledger. This was simply too incredible. What do you want? What do you want me to do? The manager helplessly gave in. This woman was no ordinary woman. She was too clever. So clever it was shocking that I want you to redeem yourself through meritorious service. The manager raised his head and looked at Shi Yao in astonishment. Next, Shi Yao laid out her entire plan. If that's the case, I am at the princess consort's command. The manager was finally convinced, completely submitting to the princess consort before him. At this point, Shi Yao also spoke gently. In addition, I have some suggestions for the bank's operations. We will no longer charge interest for customers' deposits. Instead, we can offer appropriate interest based on the length of time. But, Princess Consort, if we pay interest, how will we make money? A clerk quickly asked. With more people depositing money, the number of people taking out loans will naturally increase. Of course, we will charge interest on loans. You'll have to determine this interest rate yourselves. In any case, I believe that for a bank, reputation is the most important thing. If you don't even have a basic reputation, who would dare to come here? After Shi Yao finished speaking, the manager immediately clapped his hands in approval. Brilliant. Excellent. The plan was progressing smoothly. Shi Yao glanced sideways and saw Ren Xia smiling cheerfully off to the side. Could Ren Xia have been sent by him to follow me? What are you so happy about over there by yourself? Perhaps because she had just vented, her mood had also improved. Nothing. I just feel that the princess consort has solved a big problem for His Highness. Well done, Princess Consort. He was both shocked and delighted by the Princess Consort's performance today. So this was His Highness's intention in letting the Princess Consort handle the ledgers. It seems he must have long guessed that the Princess Consort was capable of handling this matter. Really, the two of them clearly have a deep understanding of each other, yet they insist on pretending to be strangers. Even an outsider like him was getting anxious. If he reported this to His Highness when he returned today, he would surely be very satisfied. Ren Xia returned to his cheerful, smiling demeanor. This look was much more familiar. Shi Yao shot him a look, but said nothing. I'm just trying to deal with Sikong Xingyu. It's not for his sake. After Ren Xia returned to Prince Jing's residence, he reported the matter to Sikong Jing in detail. Sikong Jing showed no unusual expression, merely giving a faint acknowledgement and saying, from now on, continue to follow the princess consort. Yes, Sikong Jing supported his chin in thought. He seemed to be planning something. I wonder who it's for. It was as if Sikong Jing had long known this would be the outcome. He didn't specifically seek out Shi Yao to ask about it afterward. The matter just passed by quietly. 2 months later, on this day, a palace banquet was to be held in the imperial palace. Shi Yao was dressed in her finest. She stood behind Sikong Jing. She personally pushed him to the banquet. Throughout, her expression remained a faint smile. Shi Yao caught a glimpse of Sikong Xingyu's figure. I finally waited for this day. Sikong Xingyu, I prepared a special gift just for you. Sikong Jing also noticed Shi Yao's subtle movements. He said nothing, just a little curious about what this little minx was up to now. The sharp-eyed Princess Changle was dying to fly over the moment she saw Shi Yao. Her small, rosy face was all smiles, bright as the sun. Sister Shi Yao, you've finally come to the palace. Changle, Princess Changle quickly ran to Shi Yao's side and intimately linked her arm with Shi Yao's. Shi Yao looked at her and smiled. You haven't been to the palace in so long. Princess Changle looked at Shi Yao with a hint of complaint. There wasn't anything important, so why would I keep running to the palace? Shi Yao said with a smile. Princess Changle's eyes kept darting around, as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Shi Yao asked, feigning ignorance that sister, why isn't Brother Chu here? Princess Changle thought for a moment and finally asked, actually, since that incident last time, my brother hasn't gone out much. He resigned from his previous post and is staying at home to help father with his affairs. Shi Yao naturally understood the reason. Her brother was afraid of implicating the family again, so he had been extremely cautious ever since. Oh, so that's how it is. Princess Changle's face fell upon hearing this. What's wrong? Shi Yao asked again. Sister, I want to see Brother Chu. I really do. I haven't seen him in so long. I was hoping he would come today. Princess Changle looked at Shi Yao with disappointment, her eyes filled with despair and sadness. Shi Yao hadn't expected that this young girl would be so attached to someone, and that person was her own brother. Oh, you really want to see him that much? There's a significant age gap between you and my brother. I just want to see him right now. I just know that, besides him, I probably won't feel that flutter in my heart for anyone else. Is that so? Shi Yao felt a pang of sadness. Just like her, in her past life, she was so devoted to Sikong Shengyu, feeling he was the only one for her. She wasted her entire life on him, but in the end, she never knew what true love was. Shi Yao changed the subject to comfort her. It's not like there's no chance. Next month is my younger brother Wenxi's birthday. Father will definitely hold a family banquet to celebrate. You can use that as an excuse to visit the general's residence. You'll be able to see my brother then. Hearing this news, Princess Changle truly cheered up. She danced with excitement. That's wonderful. I'll definitely go. Xiao turned her head to look in Sikong Jing's direction. I wonder, in this life, having met you and married you, will everything be different? Sikong Jing saw Xiao's pensive gaze and was a bit puzzled. When Xiao walked closer to him, Sikong Jing asked curiously, why are you looking at this prince? Xiao bent down, her big, innocent eyes like a little rabbit's, and said as if it were the most natural thing in the world, I am your princess consort. Shouldn't I be looking at you? Her words actually made Sikong Jing lose his composure for a moment. He suddenly felt his face grow a little hot. He lowered his gaze unnaturally and replied, then don't look at anyone else. A big question mark popped up over Xiao's head. Who is he talking about? Did he see me looking at Sikong Xinyu earlier? The two of them were talking as if no one else was around. Meanwhile, Shun Shinro sat beside Prime Minister Shun, her weary eyes also glancing from time to time in Sikong Jing and Xiao's direction. Shun Shinro did not look well, her face full of sorrow. Her eyes also appeared listless. The former #1 beauty of Baiming, a stunning and dazzling beauty, looked like an ordinary woman today, having lost her former luster. But even so, the gazes of many men were still drawn to her. Perhaps it was this melancholic and elegant aura that attracted them. Shin Shinro had long been accustomed to being treated like the moon surrounded by stars by those men, so she wasn't flustered by it. What's wrong with you? You've been in a daze all these days. Prime Minister Shun, sitting beside her, frowned as he looked at her. Only then did Shun Shinro snap back to reality. She stared blankly at Prime Minister Shun for a moment, then returned to her calm state that I'm fine. Nothing. Do you think you can deceive your father's eyes? From the moment they came in, your eyes haven't moved from him. You still have him in your heart, don't you? Prime Minister Shun stared at Shun Shinro's face with great certainty. Shun Shinro just lowered her head and said nothing more. Prime Minister Shun sighed softly. A few days ago, Imperial Consort Zhaoyan summoned your father to the palace to discuss your marriage with His Highness Prince Yu. Even though His Majesty has not yet issued the decree, your father guesses that it won't be long before he does. Seeing that his daughter was still indifferent, Prime Minister Shun's tone immediately became stern that I won't dwell on what you did before. But from now on, you must cut off all contact with Prince Jing. Shun Shinro slowly raised her head, her gaze meeting Prime Minister Shun's directly. Is father planning to lock me up again? And then offer me as a gift to Prince Yu? Don't talk nonsense. Prime Minister Shun looked at his daughter. Her usually weak disposition seemed somewhat different now. He wasn't sure if he was overthinking it. It was father who single-handedly severed the fate between him and me, making him think I am a woman who would do anything to achieve her goals. Shun Shinro's expression was somewhat cold. From beginning to end, father has been using me. Father, for more than 10 years, I have lived according to your wishes, but I'm truly tired. In the future, I may not be able to help you with anything. This was probably the first time in her life that she had spoken so much to her father in one breath, so fearlessly. Prime Minister Shun was frozen on the spot, momentarily at a loss for words. After saying this, Shun Shinro immediately stood up and walked in a certain direction. Prime Minister Shun also quickly stood up. He shouted after her, "You are my daughter. These are things you should do. Where are you going? Stop right there." But no matter how he shouted, Shun Shinro never turned back. And all of this was witnessed by Nan Gongyu, who was drinking off to the side. It seems Prime Minister Shun is also quite troubled by family matters. Nan Gongyu smiled, gloating. Xiahou Shui stood behind Nan Gongyu, gave him a helpless look, and said, "What's it to you? If you're that idle, go play somewhere else." Nan Gongyu glared at him resentfully. "It's precisely because I'm idle that I came over to you. You think I wanted to come here?" Xiahou Shui retorted amusingly. "Then why haven't you left yet?" Nan Gongyu turned away in a huff, ignoring him. If I leave just because you tell me to, wouldn't I lose face?" Looking at Nan Gongyu's behavior, Xiahou Shui found him so cute he wanted to pinch his cheeks. After leaving the banquet, Shun Shinro walked to a deserted spot. She suddenly covered her mouth and began to sob uncontrollably. Am I really fated to never be with Brother Boyan in this life? After crying for a long time, someone followed her from the direction she had come from, Sister Shinro. Shinro quickly wiped away her tears and replied, "Shiyu, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying so sadly? Did someone bully you?" "No, no one bullied me." "Sister, why be sad over things that are not worth your sorrow? Just don't think about those unpleasant things. In this world, if you don't cherish yourself, I'm afraid no one else will cherish you. Shun Shinro's eyes gradually lost their focus. That's right. Why should she be sad? She shouldn't be sad. She clearly hadn't done anything wrong. The ones who should be sad were not her, but those who had wronged her. Shun Shinro slowly stood up straight, her gaze gradually shifting from sadness to listlessness and then to emptiness. Chu Shiyu took Shun Shinro's hands. "Sister, you must remember, heaven and earth will destroy those who do not look out for themselves. It is only natural for people to look out for themselves." Chu Shiyu seemed to be comforting her, as if offering guidance, but her words were extremely profound. Shun Shinro slowly raised her eyes to look at Chu Shiyu. Chu Shiyu looked at her and gave an encouraging nod. It was unclear if Shun Shinro understood her meaning. She didn't respond, but in her eyes, there was a sudden flicker of life. At this time, the palace banquet had already begun. The emperor and imperial consort Jiayan sat on the high throne. Dear ministers, I have prepared this banquet on this auspicious day. I hope everyone will drink and rejoice together. Thank you, your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live. Your majesty. A eunuch suddenly ran into the hall in a panic and whispered something in the emperor's ear. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, and his anger flared. "What? Commoners are causing a disturbance at the gate and demand to see me." Seeing the emperor's fury, everyone fell silent. The scene instantly became eerily quiet. Xiao, however, nonchalantly tucked a strand of hair, a faint smile on her face. "The good show is about to begin. Your Majesty, should we drive them away immediately, or should we punish them for trespassing in the imperial palace?" The emperor pondered for a moment, then shook his head in no need. If they were truly ordinary commoners, how could they have so easily broken into the imperial palace? They must have their grievances. Hearing this, Xiahou Shui stood up and walked out. "Your Majesty, why not summon them in?" As soon as Xiahou Shui said this, imperial consort Jiayan, sitting beside the emperor, glanced at Xiahou Shui, then looked at the emperor. "Your Majesty, the identities of this group of people of unknown origin are certainly not simple. How can we just summon them in like this? What if they're malicious people with ulterior motives? General Xiahou is being far too careless." Xiahou Shui glanced coolly at Imperial Consort Jiayan, then said, "That group of people are dressed as commoners and are unarmed. The Imperial Palace has the Imperial Guards and the Praetorian Guards. With layers of protection, What danger could there be? Is your ladyship perhaps questioning the abilities of our soldiers? You, Imperial Consort Zhao was speechless, glaring at Xiahou Shui, not knowing what to say. Besides, if your majesty turns those commoners away today, by tomorrow, word will have spread all over the streets. What kind of talk will spread? I need not say more. Your majesty is wise and will naturally make your own decision. The emperor's brow furrowed. He then waved his hand. Fine. This is still the imperial palace. I refuse to believe they are that bold. Go and let them in. Your majesty. Imperial consort Zhao tried to stop him from the side. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch took his leave. After speaking, Xiahou Shui returned to his seat. Xiao was right across from him, watching him quietly. A faint smile appeared on her face. If it weren't for General Xiao's secret help, they probably would have been caught before they could even make a scene. Xikong Jing turned his gaze to Xiao. What are you planning to do? Xiao's hand paused slightly. She then turned her head to look at him. What can I do? Your Highness, let's just watch the show. Subsequently, dozens of simply and plainly dressed commoners walked in. They walked to the center of the Great Hall and knelt in a neat row. The emperor was originally in no mood to look at them, thinking it was just a minor disturbance. That is, until he saw an old man kneeling among them. Old Lu. The emperor's tone was one of surprise and confusion. Your Majesty. I didn't think your Majesty would still remember me. Old Lu was also somewhat emotional. He's just an ordinary commoner. I can't believe the emperor still remembers him. Of course I remember you. I will not forget that day I was on an undercover tour, and you were the one who saved me. The emperor said with a smile. You didn't ask for any reward back then. Is there anything you want today? The emperor glanced at the group of people beside old Lu. Your Majesty is protected by a true dragon. I did not come for a reward today, but to seek justice. Old Lu's expression suddenly turned serious. After all, he was here today on official business. What is it? Please rise. There is no need for formalities. I will surely grant you justice. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I would like to ask, when His Highness Prince Jean was doing business outside, was it with Your Majesty's special permission? The Emperor nodded. Yes, but you've made this difficult trip to the palace. Why are you asking about Prince Jean? Old Lu stepped forward, pointing at the people standing beside him. Your Majesty, these people are the accountants for the businesses under His Highness Prince Jean. I, Old Lu, am one of them. But today, I, Old Lu, must report something truthfully to Your Majesty. As soon as Old Lu said that, the expressions of most people present changed. Xikong Jin slightly raised his eyes to look at the center of the Great Hall. Xikong Xingyu was also clearly drawn in, watching the center of the hall with great vigilance. Noble consort Zhao face darkened even more. Listening to old Lu's words, the emperor's expression also gradually grew serious. Members of the imperial family are not allowed to engage in business. This was a rule once set by Your Majesty. An exception was made only for His Highness Prince Jean because of the harm he suffered. Although His Highness Prince Jean has businesses under his name, they're all just empty shells. All the profits have gone into the hands of His Highness Prince Yu. After old Lu said this, almost everyone was stunned in place. Only Xikong Jin's expression was faint, showing no surprise at hearing this. What did you say? The emperor, seemingly unable to believe what old Lu said, asked again. Noble consort Zhao at the side also had a pensive look. Hearing old Lu's words, Xikong Xingyu had already jumped up from his seat in agitation. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, Father Emperor, this man is slandering your son. Your Majesty, please see the truth. We were previously under the control of Prince Yu's manor and did not dare to speak out. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, we dare to seek an audience with Your Majesty. If Your Majesty does not believe us, you can send people to investigate immediately and you will find out. Old Lu spoke again. Your Majesty, please see the truth. The other managers also chimed in beside him. Your Majesty, you cannot listen to his one-sided story. Noble consort Zhao also immediately got up from her seat. Xingyu stepped forward to stop her, saying, the emperor waved his hand. There's no need to investigate. I trust old Lu's character. Hearing this, old Lu was so moved that tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Father Emperor, Xikong Xingyu quickly gathered his robes and walked swiftly to the center of the Great Hall. Xiao, enjoying the drama, sat in her seat, snickering to herself. It wasn't a waste of my effort to win over old Lu. The emperor would never doubt the words of his savior. Xikong Jin slightly raised his eyes, looking at the person beside him with a probing gaze. 2 months ago at the bank, Xiao said to old Lu, I want you to expose Prince Yu's despicable actions in front of the emperor. Old Lu was utterly shocked at the time. I'm just a nobody. I can give you the ledgers as evidence, but openly offending Prince Yu is absolutely out of the question. Old Lu quickly refused. You are highly respected at the bank and have a connection with the emperor. How are you a nobody? You dare to talk back to me even when you had a guilty conscience, but now you say you don't dare to stand up for justice? Xiao was truly disappointed in him. Old Lu lowered his head in shame, wondering to himself, how does she know I once had an encounter with the emperor? All the businesses under His Highness Prince Jin's name are controlled by Prince Yu. I will find all those people, and you will all expose him together. Will you still be afraid then? Xiao's words completely stunned everyone present. Even Xiahou Shui had a look of shock. Prince Yu is actually this audacious? Old Lu was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. I just want to live a peaceful life. I know you're afraid of Prince Yu, and you're worried about implicating your sick granddaughter. Xiao persuaded him again. Don't worry. In Prince Jin's name, I guarantee that you will all live peaceful and secure lives openly from now on. I will also give you enough money to treat your granddaughter. I will prove to everyone that Prince Jin is far superior to Prince Yu. Finally, in the end, old Lu no longer hesitated. He nodded and agreed. At this moment, old Lu stood quietly in the great hall, his gaze directed toward Xiao. Xiao was looking up, then gave a subtle nod. As if encouraged, old Lu continued to speak to the emperor. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Jin treats us very well. Even though the profits were taken away, he has never docked our wages or punished us. He is our true master. Hearing this, Sikong Xingyu became even more furious and glared at old Lu. You're spouting nonsense. The emperor's gaze towards Sikong Xingyu turned from serious to disgusted. What a worthless, unfilial son. Your younger brother has already become like that. So I gave him special permission to do business, to do something within his capabilities, so that he wouldn't. The emperor ultimately did not finish that sentence. So that he wouldn't become a good-for-nothing. The imperial family is truly heartless. Xiao lamented silently in her heart. Sikong Jin just sat quietly in his seat, his expression also faint, as if everything that was happening had nothing to do with him. You are so insatiably greedy. You even snatched the money from your own brother's business. Such behavior is truly shameful. The emperor glared at Sikong Xingyu in a rage. You were born into the imperial family. Have I ever deprived you of food, clothing, or use? Yet you are still not satisfied and snatched from your younger brother. How did I give birth to such a worthless son like you? The emperor pointed at his head and scolded him relentlessly. Father Emperor, your son. Sikong Xingyu couldn't say a word. I never expected seventh brother to pull a move like this. Damn it, he planned this long ago to get revenge on me. The hatred in his heart for Sikong Jin grew stronger. Your Majesty, they are biological brothers. Must they be so calculating with each other? Xingyu was merely helping him manage those affairs. Noble consort Zhaoyun frowned tightly, defending him beside the emperor. Your ladyship, you are mistaken. Even biological brothers must keep clear accounts. What's more, His Highness Prince Yu took almost 90% of the profits on the prince's behalf. At this moment, Xiao, holding a ledger, stood up and walked to the center of the great hall. Xiao flipped through the ledger in her hands in the great hall, the shock in her eyes beyond measure. Your Majesty, my husband, the prince, has rendered meritorious service to the court and suffered a calamity. Now, he only seeks to live his days in peace. Please, you must grant him justice. As soon as Xiao said this, the other officials in the hall began to whisper among themselves. Managing on his behalf and taking 90% of the profits? That's equivalent to bleeding Prince Jin's manor dry. That's right. Prince Jin rendered such distinguished service to the court back then. To be bullied by his own brother to this extent now. Where's the justice? This Prince Yu has truly gone too far. Listening to these accusations, Sikong Xingyu found them so piercing, but he could not lash out. Chu Xiao, so now you're truly on his side. Noble consort Zhaoyun glared at Xiao. This is no place for you to speak. Stop siding with these lowly people to frame him. Silence. Noble consort Zhaoyun was silenced by the emperor's angry shout. You too. Seventh brother is also your biological son, but your favoritism is far too excessive. You truly do not act like a real mother. The emperor finally said what he had never said to her before. Noble consort Zhaoyun's face instantly turned black, but she said nothing more. The emperor has never rebuked me like this. Today, he did it for him. Noble consort Zhao Yun is still protecting Sikong Xingyu. I'm afraid she is not unaware of this matter. From this day on, you will return all the money you schemed to take from your younger brother. If you ever do such a shameful thing again, I will not let you off lightly. Yes, Sikong Xingyu dared not say another word. The emperor gave noble consort Zhao Yun a faint glance, then flicked his sleeve and walked out of the hall. After the emperor left, the hall was filled with sighs and quiet discussions. There was no shortage of people enjoying the spectacle. The farce is over. Xiao also pushed Sikong Jin out of the Great Hall. Why did you do this? Sikong Jin asked. I know you planned it. When asked why, she actually wanted to get revenge on Sikong Xingyu, but she couldn't tell him that. Xiao thought for a moment, then knelt down and explained. I handed the bank over to you. Are you unhappy that I found a problem? Do you know that by doing this, you have completely ruined my relationship with third brother and mother consort? Whether I did this or not, they will think I did it. Sikong Jin's expression was a little grim. Ruined? Your Highness, do you think your relationship needed any ruining? Any discerning person can see it. When did Prince Yu and noble consort Zhao Yun ever? You let me do it and didn't stop me. Isn't that tacit approval of my plan? Xiao also felt a trace of discomfort in her heart. Although she had her own selfish motives, she had helped him one way or another. She didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. I didn't expect you to go straight to Father Emperor without discussing it with me first. To act so presumptuously on your own. You are truly audacious and reckless. Sikong Jin's gaze was somewhat stern and cold, but it was more of an emotion that Xiao couldn't understand. Sikong Jin, can you have some backbone? Xiao cursed silently in her heart. I've been meddling again. Sikong Jin was truly stunned when he heard this. Xiao walked up to Sikong Jin and said, You are the victim. Don't you want to end these humiliating days? Or are you really afraid of your third brother and mother consort, and want to be their stepping stone for a lifetime? Xiao blurted out a pile of her thoughts. Sikong Jin slowly enunciated, You think I have no backbone and am willing to suffer this oppression, so you decided on your own? Xiao pounded her chest resentfully and said, I don't know what the prince is thinking. As your princess consort, we share weal and woe. If there's anger, I'll vent it for you. I just can't stand how shameless they are. Sikong Jin raised his eyes to look at Xiao, reminding her with a look of lingering fear, Princess consort, do you know that if anything had gone wrong, you would have been charged with the grave crime of framing a prince? Hearing this, Xiao was touched for a moment. So he was sincerely saying, You're worried about me? I made such a mess of things, and he's still worried about me. Sikong Jin turned his head away, not looking at her, and just explained awkwardly, If you were to cause a great disaster because of this, I would surely not escape blame either. Xiao looked at Sikong Jin, puzzled. So you're still blaming me? Sikong Jin quickly tried to explain Before Sikong Jin could finish, a sharp shout rang out behind him. You bastard! Is this what you wanted? Noble consort Jian walked over angrily, followed by Sikong Xingyu. Sikong Jin glanced sideways at the people behind him and said no more. Xiao had long expected noble consort Zhao Yun to come and scold him. Although she felt a little guilty, she also wanted him to see clearly sooner that this mother of his had not a shred of affection for him. Although the truth was very hurtful, she couldn't bear to see him grieve and feel sad over this. Even though he usually concealed his emotions very well, Xiao had long guessed that he still cared a lot about this mother. She might have been a bit cruel, but a short, sharp pain is better than a long, dull ache. The two of them walked up to Sikong Jin, looking down at him. Sikong Jin spoke faintly, Mother consort. Noble consort Zhao Yun was as noble and cold as ever, but her eyes, as she looked at Sikong Jin, held an extra touch of resentment and coldness. Sikong Xingyu's was even more one of extreme hatred and sharpness. Stop pretending. You must give an explanation for what happened today. Don't tell me you weren't involved. Didn't third brother take my money? How could it have nothing to do with me? I only found out today that you had done such a thing. I am truly and utterly disappointed in you, third brother. No one expected Sikong Jin to say this. When this was brought up, Sikong Xingyu was suddenly at a loss for words. No matter what, you shouldn't have plotted against your third brother like this. If you had any objections to this matter, you could have spoken to me privately. But I never thought you would be so bold as to report it directly to your father emperor in public. You truly don't have any regard for me anymore. Noble consort Zhao Yun stepped forward and berated him. Xiao found her words infuriating. Let alone him, his own brother. and his own mother secretly took what was originally his and could still be so self-righteous. It was truly shocking and infuriating. I don't know how he tolerated them for so many years. Xiao rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. Old lady, today. Sikong Jin grabbed Xiao's hand. Xiao looked back in surprise. She saw Sikong Jin with his head lowered, saying, "So it's perfectly right for mother consort and third brother to do these things behind my back? Speak privately? Mother consort, did you ever give me a chance to speak privately?" Xiao felt her wrist being gripped even tighter. At this moment, he had probably forgotten what he was holding in his hand. He was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Xiao could see it. "You've rebelled. You've really rebelled. I raised you with such hardship for over 20 years. What kind of son did I end up raising? How dare you accuse me? You're relying on your father Emperor's affection for you to become more and more lawless. Is that it? You think I can't control you anymore, is that it?" Noble consort Jeyun's fierce gaze looked as if it wanted to poke a hole in his face at that moment. Sikong Jin frowned and said with disappointment, "Mother consort, are you unwilling to speak the truth even to my face?" Hearing this, both Xiao and noble consort Zhaoyun were stunned. But Xiao was puzzled and confused, while noble consort Zhaoyun was shocked. Nan Gongyu and Xiahou Shui watched all this quietly from a distance. "Don't you think Brother Boyan is pitiful?" Nan Gongyu said wistfully. Xiahou Shui's expression was faint, without much fluctuation. "Isn't that an open secret? Isn't it a bit too late for you to find him pitiful now? He's a strong person. What's a little difficulty like this?" Xiahou Shui said faintly. "After today, he should also give up this futile effort. But every time I see Brother Boyan's mother consort, I think of how much my mother consort dotes on me." Nan Gongyu looked in Sikong Jin's direction and said slowly, "I really don't feel good in my heart." Xiahou Shui shook her head helplessly, then patted his head. "So what if you have a mother's love? I've never had a mother since I was little. I don't even know what a mother's love feels like. I was raised by my father. It doesn't matter whether I have a mother or not." When she said the last sentence, there was a trace of regret in Xiahou Shui's eyes, but it vanished immediately. After hearing her words, Nan Gongyu was silent for a long while. He just looked at Xiahou Shui with a slightly different gaze. "You've never mentioned your mother to me. I didn't know." "So?" Xiahou Shui glanced at Nan Gongyu and saw a slight apology in his eyes, but he still stammered when he spoke. Xiahou Shui decided not to make it difficult for him. After all, the two of them seemed to have grown up bickering all the time. Today's behavior was rather surprising to her. Xiahou Shui patted his head again. "All right, this really isn't like you, being all hesitant." Nan Gongyu's face turned slightly red. He immediately burst out cursing. "You really? Stop patting my head. I'm not tall to begin with." Xiahou Shui burst out laughing. When she smiled, she was indeed beautiful. The blush on Nan Gongyu's face seemed to deepen. He quickly turned around, not looking at her, and walked away awkwardly, his hands and feet moving in unison. While it was a mess over here, the other side couldn't be colder. "Mother consort, have you ever raised me? Since I was young, I grew up with my wet nurse. When I was finally getting along well with my wet nurse, you drove her away from my side, leaving me to fend for myself. Is this what you call raising me for over 20 years? A trace of a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You unfilial son. What right do you have to accuse me? If it weren't for me, do you think you would be where you are today? It's one thing not to repay my kindness, but you dare to speak to me like this?" Noble consort Zhaoyun looked at Sikong Jin with a cold smile. "Is that so? Then if mother consort hadn't forced your son to go to the battlefield a few years ago, would your son still be in this state today, not quite dead, yet living a miserable life?" This was the first time Xiao had seen him look so grief-stricken and indignant. So it was noble consort Zhaoyun who forced him onto the battlefield. His leg injury is related to noble consort Zhaoyun. After hearing this, noble consort Zhaoyun was silent for a long while. An unreadable emotion flashed across her eyes, too fast for anyone to catch. Then noble consort Zhaoyun's body staggered back 2 steps uncontrollably, nearly falling. Fortunately, Sikong Xingyu quickly supported her. "Seventh brother, how can you speak to mother consort like that? No matter what, she is our mother. How can you blame her?" Sikong Xingyu glared at him, furious. "So you've been blaming me all these years." Noble consort Zhaoyun composed herself, her aura much weaker than before. Sikong Jin said no more. just lowered his gaze without looking at them. Little did he know that his silence was already a tacit admission. Jin, you are just like the me from my past life, naively thinking that by enduring in silence, you could wait for the other person's awakening and love. After a long while, noble consort Jiayun finally spoke. Forget it. What do your feelings matter to me? I never thought much of you, even when you were very young. And it's the same now. After noble consort Jiayun finished speaking, she slowly walked out of the great hall. But Xiao felt that noble consort Jiayun was very strange. Strange in a way she couldn't describe. This woman was indeed hard to see through. Let's go back to Princess Consort. Hopefully, from now on, Jin will no longer harbor any illusions about them. Nangonyu was about to come over to call Jin, but was stopped by Xiahou Shui. Nangonyu looked at her very warily. Nangonyu thought for a moment. Are we really not going back with Brother Boyan and the others? Xiahou Shui said with a smile. Does he look like he needs you? Don't worry. He has a remarkable princess consort. Nangonyu, that dense blockhead, didn't understand. Why are you bringing my sister-in-law into this? At this, Xiahou Shui laughed even more heartily. She held out her hand mysteriously. It's a secret. The two of them got into the carriage, but there was still no conversation. Xiao still felt guilty. After all, today's events were because of her. I'm sorry. Today was all because of me. I personally severed his bond with noble consort Jiayun. In the end, I didn't consider his feelings. Just a moment ago, she didn't want to apologize at all. But why was she saying it so willingly now? She also found herself a bit strange. Jin slightly raised his eyes and saw a red mark on Xiao's wrist. It was from when he had grabbed her earlier. He suddenly remembered her silent comfort in that situation. It had indeed made his heart ache less. Jin slowly extended a hand. Xiao looked at him, puzzled, until he took her hand, brought it over, and placed it in his own palm. Then, from his sleeve, he took out that white handkerchief and wrapped the red mark with extreme gentleness. Jin's cool fingertips touched Xiao's skin. Xiao felt a slight chill, and her heart trembled twice. Immediately after, a drop of nameless liquid fell onto the back of Jin's hand. Jin looked at Xiao strangely, only to see her face already streaked with tears. Why don't you blame me? You should blame me. Because I made you sad. Xiao choked on the last sentence and couldn't say it. Xiao sat up straight and wiped her tears. Jin spoke calmly, finishing the sentence he hadn't finished earlier. Because you used me to get revenge on third brother. Xiao was stunned. You refused the marriage back then, and now you're collecting evidence against him. I don't know why you hate him, but I don't think you are harming me. Xiao didn't know how to respond to these words. Jin is so smart. How could he not sense my hatred for Xingyu? But why does he sound a little wronged? Jin added another sentence. I don't care about being his enemy. Xiao excitedly grabbed the lapels of Jin's robe. No, Jin, I didn't use you to get revenge on him. I want to defeat him together with you. Xiao didn't know what was wrong with her. She clearly intended to get revenge on Xingyu. But why did she not want Jin to think that? He sees you as an enemy. You cannot fight back. If you were seizing someone else's property, I wouldn't care. But if he harms you even a little, I will repay it tenfold, along with my own share. The more Xiao spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice rising several notches. She herself began to doubt her own heart. Was getting revenge on Xingyu just a side benefit? Was I actually doing it for Jin? Jin silently looked at the indignant Xiao before him. Xiao was still chattering on. I married you because I was destined to be your princess consort. I'm getting everything back for you because I chose you. I will absolutely not betray you. Jin looked at the chattering, ruffled little sparrow before him and suddenly smiled. He reached out and pulled the person before him into his arms. Xiao was forced to lie against his chest, her face resting on his shoulder. She froze for a moment. Xiao still didn't know what to say. It was just that this gesture wasn't it a bit too awkward? Then, Jin held Xiao's body, resting his head on her shoulder as well. Since you've called this king by name so many times today, this king will make an exception and not hold it against you. Xiao could feel wisps of his breath against the base of her ear. The base of her ears couldn't help but turn red, burning hot. Your Highness, Xiao slowly turned her eyes to the side, only to find that he had already closed his eyes. Xiao sighed silently in her heart. After experiencing something like this, he had actually fallen asleep. Did my words put him at ease? Xiao's hand subconsciously and gently caressed his face. At this moment, the floor of Zhaoyang Palace was covered with kneeling servants. Noble consort Zhao Yun sat on a soft couch, a weary look on her face. Sikong Xingyu, on the other hand, stood obediently before her. Mother consort, you were the one who transferred all of Seventh Brother's wealth, weren't you? Noble consort Zhao Yun held her tea, looking indifferently at the teacup without speaking. I only heard Mother consort mention it. I myself was not involved. Otherwise, how could I have been so caught off guard today? Noble consort Zhao Yun slowly opened her eyes and finally looked at him. His wealth is indeed in this consort's hands. However, I was waiting for the right time to hand it over to you. In the future, if you have this wealth, you will naturally have a use for it. What? Are you also going to report this consort to your father emperor? Sikong Xingyu quickly denied it. No, how could I? Mother consort did all this for your son. How could your son repay kindness with ingratitude like seventh brother? Then he became worried again. But Father Emperor has already spoken. So what? During that 10-day period before, the wealth was more or less secured. Your Father Emperor only said he would return the wealth to him to save face. In the future, just use his money. Your Father Emperor probably won't ask about these things again. Only then did Sikong Xingyu nod in relief. Yes, your son understands. Also, there's one more thing. Have your princess consort find a way to monitor Chu Xiao. Noble consort Zhao Yun thought hatefully to herself. Previously, I heard she was managing businesses, and I didn't pay it any mind. Thinking about it now, this woman might not be simple. Sikong Xingyu looked at noble consort Zhao Yun and asked, why? Noble consort Zhao Yun looked at this foolish son of hers and cursed angrily. Don't concern yourself with these trivial matters. When this consort finds out in the future, I will naturally tell you. What matters now is your relationship with your Father Emperor. After what happened today, your Father Emperor will surely hold a grudge against you. You must regain his trust as soon as possible. Sikong Xingyu's expression was troubled, but he didn't dare say anything more. He could only respectfully reply, yes, Mother Consort. Your son will definitely not fail to live up to Mother Consort's high hopes. Afterwards, Sikong Xingyu still couldn't figure it out. Why would Mother Consort target Chu Xiao? Could she also be a threat to me? The carriage returning to Prince Jing's manor was still rumbling along. Inside the carriage, Sikong Jin didn't know how long he had slept. Xiao felt waves of soreness in her shoulder. Listening to his even breathing, Xiao also felt a little drowsy until she was about to fall asleep. She dreamed again of that scene, a dream she'd had countless times. Her corpse was being dragged by someone, passing through a long palace corridor. Just as it was about to disappear, a flash of white appeared. Then a voice shouted, just 3 words, let her go. For a long time, it had always been those 3 words. She had this dream countless times. Every time, just at the most crucial moment, she would wake up. That voice in the dream was very familiar, but she couldn't for the life of her figure out who this person was. The person in white went over and picked up her lifeless body that had been thrown on the ground. The back view was also incredibly familiar. After picking her up, he was about to turn around. Xiao stared intently at this scene. Just as he was about to turn around, she suddenly couldn't see anything. Xiao's eyes flew open. Who are you? Xiao shouted it out subconsciously, unaware that she was looking right into Sikong Jin's deep eyes. He had woken up. Xiao's consciousness was still in a daze. Although her eyes met Sikong Jin's, she was too stunned to look away. In the dream, just now, she had almost been able to see that person's face clearly. It was a little better than before. This time, her dream seemed to have progressed much more clearly than in the past. But it was only by a hair's breadth, and it cut off right at that moment. Who on earth was it? Who would take pity on her? And she was certain that person was someone she knew, but she just couldn't figure out who it was. Sikong Jin stared intently at the person he had moved to his chest earlier. She had slept restlessly, and based on her reaction just now, he could tell she'd had some kind of dream, so much so that she hadn't come back to her senses for a long time. Did you have a nightmare? Sikong Jin said faintly, supporting Xiao's head. Xiao slowly came to her senses. Looking at the person before her, also dressed in white, she felt for no reason that his side profile bore a slight resemblance to the person in her dream. She immediately shook her head. The person in the dream could stand on his legs and even held her body. How could it be him? She probably just wanted to know who that person was too badly. How could she suspect him? It's nothing, just an irrelevant dream. Your Highness need not mind. Of course this king minds. My princess consort can still have nightmares while in my arms. Only then did Xiao belatedly realize that she was currently leaning in his arms. A moment ago, he was clearly leaning on her. How did it get reversed? Just then, Rinxiao lifted the curtain and said, "My lord, we've arrived at the manor." Xiao was now even more embarrassed. Such an intimate position, and it had been seen by someone. To avoid embarrassment, Xiao quickly said, Your Highness, let's get off first." Sikong Jin stared at Xiao without blinking. A princess consort like this is truly beautiful. It makes one reluctant to look away. Xiao helped him to the carriage door, then got down first herself. He sat waiting at the doorway. After getting down, Xiao turned around and put his arm over her shoulder. Actually, she could have carried him down directly, but to avoid embarrassing him, Rinxiao had already placed the wheelchair next to the carriage. He could sit in it directly after getting down. Just like that, Xiao successfully helped him down and settled him into the wheelchair. At this moment, both of them tacitly refrained from scowling or giving cold looks. But suddenly, she heard a very restrained, low cry from him. Xiao froze, then quickly bent down. "What's wrong? Are your legs hurting again?" Sikong Jin's face didn't look good. He was just enduring it. Xiao said nervously, "Then let's hurry back to the room to rest and take some painkillers." Sikong Jin raised his eyes to meet Xiao's. He said haughtily, "The princess consort will brew the medicine for this king." Both of them were a little taken aback by their own conversation. Xiao stood up and pushed Sikong Jin back to the room, saying as if coaxing a child, Yes. Since your highness has said so, I will naturally do as you say." Sikong Jin smiled like a child who had just gotten candy. Xiao also smiled, thinking I'll just treat it as compensation for hiding things from him before. Rinxiao watched all of this silently from the side. Why is he like a child throwing a tantrum? Before long, Xiao came with the medicine to serve Sikong Jin. Sikong Jin sat obediently on the edge of the bed, waiting. "Your Highness, the medicine was just brewed and is a little hot. Drink it slowly." Xiao carefully brought the medicine to Sikong Jin's lips. But Sikong Jin just smiled faintly at her, not opening his mouth. "Your Highness, what are you staring at me for?" Sikong Jin spoke like a wronged child. "If I don't watch you closely, what if you go behind my back to vent my anger for me again, and this king remains completely unaware? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing?" Xiao's face flushed. "Your Highness, you're clearly teasing me with those words. You had Rinxia secretly follow me this whole time, which was a tacit approval of my actions in gathering evidence. Isn't it that the princess consort would consider things for this king? This king is naturally very gratified, but you should still discuss everything with this king. Your Highness had also tacitly allowed them to embezzle the assets. So I thought whether we discussed it or not was meaningless, because your Highness is unable to take this step yourself." At this moment, the two looked at each other without a word. There seemed to be no room for rebuttal to her words. Sikong Jin was just thinking, is she really doing this for me? Xiao saw through Sikong Jin's doubts. She suddenly smiled. "Your Highness, I will always be on your side." She was giving him a pill of reassurance to put him at ease. While feeding him the medicine, she looked into Sikong Jin's eyes and said, "I am your princess consort." Sikong Jin reached out and held Xiao's hand, saying gently, "This king will remember your words. Princess consort." Then he took the medicine bowl himself and obediently gulped it down. Xiao watched from the side with a gratified look. The next day, Xiao had something to discuss with him, so she went straight to his room. I wonder if his legs are better today. But just as she reached the door, she ran head-on into someone walking out. Before Xiao could react, she heard a crisp crash. Immediately after, a woman fell softly to the ground. Only then did Xiao see clearly. A bowl was shattered in front of her, and the ground was wet with its contents. She didn't know what it was. The woman who had fallen to the ground raised her head slightly, and only then did Xiao see who it was. Wasn't it that woman who hadn't appeared for some time? But just now, Xiao clearly felt that she hadn't bumped into her. Why was she so frail that she fell? She had such a pitiful look in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Sikong Jin heard the noise and wheeled himself over, only to see such a scene. Xiao was standing outside the door, as if nothing had happened, and in front of her was Shan Xianro, who had supposedly been knocked down by her. Xiao now understood. Her face immediately darkened, so she had timed it for when he was nearby. When did this Miss Shun start learning such low-handed tricks? Sikong Jin spoke again. "What's going on here? Your Highness, it's all my fault. Shun Xianro was about to get up, but then let out a cry of ah. She then lifted the hand that had been pressed on the broken bowl. A patch of crimson blood on her palm was extremely glaring. Your Highness, I fell by accident. Shun Xianro's eyes were so full of grievance they could drip water. With such a pitiful appearance, any ordinary man would have probably given in by now. Sikong Jin shifted his gaze to the side, then glanced at Xiao. Aren't you going to help her up? Xiao crossed her arms, looking at Sikong Jin with amusement. Why should I? At this point, Shun Xianro spoke up herself. There's no need. I can get up myself. Then she propped herself up with difficulty from the floor, giving Xiao a complicated look. With such a distant gesture, any normal person could guess what had just happened. This Shun Xianro looked incredibly wronged, yet was desperately trying to absolve me. In comparison, I was the villain who knocked someone over and refused to admit it. Xiao also sneered coldly in her heart. It seems my intuition was right after all. Otherwise, why did I dislike her so much a while ago? It turns out there was a reason. Shun Xianro raised her eyes to glance at Sikong Jin, then walked slowly to stand before him. She said, Your Highness, it's just a small injury. Your Highness, please don't make things difficult for Xiao. Shun Xianro very carefully held the hand that she had just injured. Her tone was also extremely understanding. Sikong Jin smiled faintly and looked at Shun Xianro. I'm making things difficult for her. Hearing this, Xiao wanted even more to point at her nose and curse her out. She was really committed to putting on a full show. Was she really single-mindedly trying to pin this on her? But how could Xiao let her succeed? She immediately revealed a faint smile. Miss Shun, you must be joking. How could my husband make things difficult for me? Xiao, I was just afraid His Highness would misunderstand. Looking at her aggrieved face, she really looked as if she had been bullied. The sarcasm in Xiao's heart grew deeper. Sikong Jin reached out and took her bleeding hand, looking down at Shun Xianro's hand. He said, My princess consort knocked you down, causing the Chancellor's daughter to be wronged. Is that it? Shun Xianro's eyes suddenly lifted, looking at Sikong Jin in some disbelief. Your Highness, that pitiful look from just a moment ago was instantly filled with a moved smile. Xiao felt there was no reason to stay any longer, so she turned to leave. But Sikong Jin spoke up. Princess consort, don't you have anything to say? Xiao's steps halted. She turned around and saw his eyes were on her. Xiao looked at him and asked in return, What should I say? Or rather, don't you have anything to say to her? Sikong Jin glanced at Shun Xianro. Only then did Xiao realize what he meant by that, so he also thought she had done such a thing. Then, Shun Xianro walked up to Xiao and held her hand very affectionately. Xiao, I just wanted to see His Highness today. I had no other meaning. You mustn't be angry. I won't come again in the future. Miss Shun, Xiao was about to pull her hand away when she heard something. She was right. I have to snatch Brother Jean back myself. Chu Xiao, can you win against me? Xiao was instantly stunned and stood frozen, no longer trying to pull away. She lowered her gaze slightly and saw Shun Xianro's other hand gently patting the back of her hand. I couldn't hear it before. Why can I hear it again today? This is far too strange. Xiao stared motionlessly at her pure, harmless face. Xiao smiled very politely and faintly. Miss Shun, you're joking. You are welcome to come every day. It's just that if you fall and break a bowl and get injured every time, if word gets out, people will say my prince is a poor host. Shun Xianro's expression stiffened slightly. I was just careless just now. Xiao continued to smile and said, carelessly fell in front of me, or carelessly fell for His Highness to see. Shun Xianro immediately let go of Xiao's hand. She turned to Sikong Jin and explained nervously, Your Highness, I was just too eager when I was bringing you medicine and didn't see. Xiao wanted to reach for Sikong Jin's hand, but unexpectedly, Sikong Jin simply flicked his hand away, not letting her succeed. Your Highness. Shun Xianro stood there, stunned. She noticed his gaze. That hand trembled slightly, and her heart leaped in her throat. Then, Sikong Jin glanced coldly at Shun Xianro. My princess consort doesn't need Miss Shun to bring her medicine. Hearing this, Xiao stared blankly at Sikong Jin beside her. Although Sikong Jin didn't say it outright, Shun Xianro's heart began to panic. His words involuntarily made her think that he had seen through everything. I just happened to see a servant brewing medicine. But she thought to herself, what does he mean by that? He needs Xu Xiao? Sikong Jin turned to look at Xiao, affectionately taking her hand. He said, this is Prince Jing's manner. My princess consort can be forgiven for anything she does. At the same time, she will not be allowed to suffer the slightest grievance. Xiao's face turned red again, against her will. I didn't expect him to be so protective of me. He's actually holding her hand. I've never been this intimate with him before. Shun Xianrou's jealousy towards Xiao grew even stronger. Oh my, Shun Xianrou, you're this jealous over him holding her hand? You haven't even seen them kiss, hug, and lift each other up. Sikong Jin didn't even deign to look at her, just saying from the side, Miss Shun, how exactly did you get injured? Do you need this king to investigate further? Hearing his words, a wave of disappointment and despair washed over Shun Xianrou's heart. So her joy just now was for nothing. She had thought he really believed her, that he was suddenly so gentle to her. But in the end, it was my own carelessness. I won't trouble your highness to worry about it. Then I'll be leaving. History is always surprisingly similar. Once again, Shun Xianrou ran away crying. But this time, she brought it on herself. Shun Xianrou seemed unwilling to believe that the person who had always been so pleasant to her would be so disgusted with her today. And all of this was his. It's all Chu Xiao's fault. It's all her fault. After watching Shun Xianrou leave, Xiao asked curiously, why did you take my side? She had thought he believed Shun Xianrou. Sikong Jin smiled and teased. This king and the princess consort are naturally on the same side. What? Are you the only one allowed to say that? Xiao was too shy to look him in the eye. But didn't you show concern for her injury? How did your attitude change so quickly? I was just checking if her wound was fake, if it was caused by force. Sikong Jin said with a pair of big, innocent eyes. You did it for that? Then why did you tell me to help her up? It was just you and me there. You didn't expect me to help her, did you? Would you have been happy with that? Sikong Jin replied coyly. Why wouldn't I be happy? It's just that it wasn't convenient for you. Couldn't you have called a servant? There's no need to let the servants watch such a boring show. It also saves us from being accused of being neglectful. This little girl is really stubborn. She clearly wasn't happy. When I was checking the wound, her eyes looked like they were about to eat me. Sikong Jin waved his hand and said, anyway, as long as this king is here, the show can go on, can it? Xiao turned her head away, refusing to look at him, and said petulantly, so you saw through it from the beginning. You really had the leisure to sit there and watch the show. Sikong Jin suddenly wrapped an arm around Xiao's slender waist. Xiao was caught off guard and pulled into his arms again. Sikong Jin met her shy eyes and said, do I have to say for you to understand? This king was just curious if the princess consort would need this king's help. After all, this king has been living off the princess consort for a while now. Xiao's face was red as she began to stammer again. You wanted me to ask you for help? Sikong Jin picked up a lock of hair from Xiao's shoulder and said with extreme charm, admit it, princess consort. You need this king. Sikong Jin leaned in so close. The two of them were almost touching. Xiao didn't dare to look him in the eye. At this moment, silence is better than words. Don't say anything. Just kiss me. Sikong Jin didn't speak. He just gradually moved closer to Xiao. Your Highness, Xiao murmured softly. What is he going to do? Kiss me? Xiao suddenly realized where the plot was heading, and her eyes widened to twice their size. This is a bit too much to handle. She hurriedly scrambled to break free from him. I still have things to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Run. I was almost eaten. Sikong Jin was still savoring the moment. He touched his lips, reluctant to let the feeling go. A bit of a pity. Suddenly, Xiao remembered she had something important she hadn't said. I'm going back to the general's manor tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? The blush on Xiao's face had not yet faded. She looked quite delicious at this moment. Of course, I can also go back by myself. Hearing this, Sikong Jin was stunned for a moment. Is she asking for my opinion? Inviting me? Sikong Jin responded softly. Okay. Xiao also gave a simple and then they went their separate ways without another word. Both of them unconsciously touched their own lips. It seems something has changed between us. The next day, Xiao returned to the general's manor early. Duo was still complaining. Princess consort. The prince said to wait for him to finish his business. If we leave on our own without a word, the prince will be unhappy. Xiao couldn't help but complain too. Who told him to dawdle? I haven't seen Mother in so long. I just wanted to come back a little faster. As Xiao spoke, she eagerly walked into the house. Hearing the commotion, Chu Wenxi also quickly came out of the door and walked to Xiao's side. Elder sister, you're finally back. Chu Wenxi's face was filled with joy and deep relief. However, Xiao didn't see it. She patted Chu Wenxi and smiled. Isn't this to celebrate your birthday? How could I be absent? We're a father and mother. Xiao asked casually. Father and elder brother said they had something to attend to and went out early in the morning. Madam, just as Chu Wenxi was about to speak, an excited voice sounded from outside the door. Miss, you're finally back. Xiao looked back. Any song, weren't you with my mother? Miss, don't say any more. You should hurry and see Madam. Come on. Annie Song took her hand and ran towards the inner room. Xiao didn't have time to think and followed Annie Song, running towards the inner room. Chu Wenxi and Duoer followed behind her into the room. At this moment, a very bad premonition welled up in Xiao's heart. Could something have happened to Mother? The moment Xiao entered the door, she subconsciously looked towards the bed. As it turned out, it was just as she had expected. Her mother was bedridden. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao ran to the bedside. She looked at that face, so completely different from before her wedding. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes were shut tight, and her breathing was uneven. She remembered on her wedding day, her mother had been well, smiling at her. The two of them had spoken for a long time, but today, she looked as if she had suffered a major illness. She suddenly recalled that during her homecoming visit, her mother's complexion had been a bit unusual, but she hadn't paid much attention at the time and had left. Could it be that her mother's health? Xiao didn't dare to think further. She quickly walked to the bedside and took Yinshi's hand. Mother, please wake up. Your daughter has come back to see you. Xiao called out repeatedly, but there was still no response. Young miss, the madam has been in a coma for several days. The doctors come every day, but to no avail. You won't be able to wake her right now. Annie Song reminded her from the side, unable to bear watching. After a while, seeing no sign of her waking, Xiao stopped calling out. My mother is so gravely ill. Why did no one inform me? She demanded loudly. Turning, she ordered Duo, quick, go and fetch Dr. Nalen. Yes, young Mississippi Duoer dared not delay and hurried out. Xiao thought of her father, who was out on business. Does he care so little for Mother? Oh, I was wondering who had returned with such a grand entrance. Even the servants are walking so brusquely. Just as the room fell quiet, a shrill female voice came from outside the door. It was a voice she knew all too well. So it's the eldest young Mississippi, long time no see. Xiao looked up and saw a woman, dressed splendidly and dripping with jewels, walking towards her. From the moment she entered, she had been speaking in a strange, sarcastic tone. Her gaze toward Xiao was filled with contempt. Xiao's expression had already turned cold. Duo, hurry up and go. It's Concubine Song. Can't you see that my mother is ill? Xiao found it deeply ironic. Her mother was this ill, yet this woman was dressed more spiritedly and looked more pleased than ever. Although I don't know much about elder sister's illness, I certainly know more than the eldest young Mississippi mother. Chu Wenxi stepped forward, wanting to stop his mother from arguing. Oh, as the second household's concubine, not only have you failed in your duty to care for my mother, but you're also being so sarcastic. You come into the room, making a racket and disturbing my mother's rest. What are your intentions? Xiao retorted in a cold tone. You. Concubine Song was so angered by her that she was about to burst into curses. But then, as if remembering something, she quickly suppressed her anger and laughed instead. Eldest young miss, you truly wrong me. Ever since elder sister fell ill, I have been constantly concerned and have taken care of her, not daring to slack off for a moment. But as for elder sister's health, you should know about it too. Her constitution has always been weak, and she is getting on in years. Xiao wished she could rip that fake, insincere face to shreds. As for the matter of Concubine Song taking care of my mother, I will have someone investigate the truth of it. After all, good intentions can sometimes lead to bad outcomes. As her daughter, I must know what has happened to my mother during this time. Concubine Song immediately retorted, just a simple illness, and you make such a fuss. You really think you're so precious and noble. You're already married off, yet you still want to stir up trouble in the general's manner. Chu Wenxi stepped forward and pulled his mother, saying, Mother, Madam is ill. Eldest sister is already in a bad mood. You should stop upsetting her. Sheer, it's one thing for you not to speak up for your mother, but how can you side with her? Have you lost your mind and been bewitched by her? Concubine Song said bluntly, right in front of Xiao. Chu Wensi didn't know what to do. He hated hearing his eldest sister and his mother argue more than anything, because he was caught in the middle. Shu Xian, I never knew you taught your son to be so sensible, to even know how to speak up for his eldest sister. Just as Concubine Song was about to speak, another person walked in from the doorway. The person leaned on a cane. Although her hair was gray, it didn't diminish her spirit in the slightest. It was her long unseen grandmother, Lu Shi. Xiao gave her a faint glance. It seems my return today was quite a coincidence for the manor to be so lively. Sigh, a son is his own man when he grows up. This concubine hasn't lectured him for a few days, and he's already been bewitched. I wonder who is to blame for this. Concubine Song glanced at Xiao while indirectly cursing, sighing deliberately. I didn't expect Concubine Song's habit of paranoia to get worse and worse. Grandmother is here too. If you have business with me, let's talk somewhere else. Don't disturb my mother's rest. These two vicious old women have even teamed up. They won't let me off for a single moment. Concubine Song immediately bristled. What did you say? Lu Shi also retorted, disturbing your mother? Then why do you keep running back to the manor every other day? You have no sense of propriety. If your in-laws find out, who knows how they'll laugh at us. As expected, Lu Shi had nothing good to say. Xiao took a step forward, closing in on her. Every other day? Grandmother, you must be getting old and forgetful. Including my homecoming visit, today is only the second time. Or are you saying that because I'm married, grandmother forbids me from ever coming back? Xiao shot back without courtesy. She had finally made a trip back today, only for them to all come looking for trouble with her, and in front of her mother, no less. If she were to endure this, it would be her own cowardice. Lu Shi was so intimidated by this aura that she didn't dare to move. The hand holding her cane was trembling. Concubine Song watched from the side, both shocked and scared. How dare this girl talk back like this? She wasn't like this before. You ungrateful thing. This old one scolds you a little, and you get impatient. You truly have no upbringing. I don't know how that mother of yours raised you. It's a disgrace to the general's manor to have this get out. Lu Shi was also enraged. She had originally thought she wouldn't fight back, just like before, or at most engage in a few harmless verbal spars. But she never expected this wretched girl to be so relentless. There were so many people in the room. If she didn't strike back, wouldn't she lose face? What? In the past, I gave you some face for grandfather's sake. Do you really think I, Chu Xiao, am easy to bully? Don't forget your status. Xiao looked coldly at Lu Shi. This Lu Shi was really asking for scolding. She hated it most when people used her to insult her mother. Hearing Xiao's words, Lu Shi was so angry she stumbled back several steps on her cane. It was Concubine Song who supported her. You dare to speak to me like that. You've rebelled. Lu Shi's eyes were red with anger, and she was almost at a loss for words. Xiao, what are you saying? Hurry up and apologize to the old madam. Concubine Song had also heard clearly what Xiao just said. Although she was supporting Lu Shi's body, she was laughing inwardly. Grandmother's greatest taboo is her own background. Go on, argue more fiercely. I can just sit back and reap the benefits. Xiao couldn't even be bothered to glance at Concubine Song. Her ability to fan the flames was truly impressive. But it's not like she'd only known her for a day or two. Apologize? Ridiculous. Grandmother's background. I imagine everyone in the general's manor knows about it, right? You're just freeloading here, basking in reflected glory, yet you really think of yourself as the master. Xiao did not back down. Instead, she met her gaze. Shut up. You wretched girl. Shut your mouth. Lu Shi finally couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her cane to strike at Xiao. How dare you? A furious shout came. Lu Shi immediately froze her action. Everyone was startled and looked towards the door. It was His Highness, Prince Jean. When had he finished his official business and appeared at the door? You dare touch this prince's consort. Just try it. Every word from Sikong Jean was filled with intimidation. He was imposing without being angry, making it impossible for anyone to act rashly. Your Highness. Xiao was stunned for a moment when she saw Sikong Jean. Your Highness, Prince Jean. Lu Shi and Concubine Song were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe. They quickly knelt down to perform the ritual of obeisance. Greetings, Your Highness, Prince Jean. Lu Shi wondered inwardly, why is Prince Jean here? Could Chu Xiao have arranged this deliberately? She just wanted Prince Jean to see this scene. Prince Jean slowly began to speak. This prince was not aware that people of the general's manor were qualified to disrespect this prince's consort. Please, Your Highness, Prince Jean. This old one was just momentarily overcome with anger. I would never have hit her. It's just that her words were truly hurtful. Lucia quickly tried to explain, wanting to exonerate herself. Hurtful? The one who rejected my return to the manor the moment I entered was grandmother. The one who criticized me for being ungrateful was also grandmother. I really don't know who is more hurtful. Xiao did not back down, staring fixedly at Lucia. Is that true? Sikong Jin's voice rose a few notches. He glared at Lucia and said, Do you know what a grave crime it is to offend a princess consort? This old one. Lucia was so scared she became incoherent. Oh, this old one has been wronged. Seeing she couldn't win the argument, she quickly started crying to play the victim. Concubine Song also supported Lucia and chimed in, Your Highness, Prince Jean, the old madam is old and not in good health. She was just momentarily overcome with anger. Please, for the general's sake, forgive her. Xiao, you wouldn't be so heartless as to make things difficult for grandmother, right? Xiao said nothing, just quietly watching the troublemaking duo. They are so cunning, making it seem as if I'm bullying them. Seeing that Xiao remained silent, Sikong Jin turned to her and asked, Princess Consort, how do you wish to handle this? Xiao didn't even want to look at them. She turned away and said casually, Let's set this matter aside for now. My mother is gravely ill at the moment. I have no mind to waste time on them. Sikong Jin lowered his gaze and instructed Yuan Xia, from now on, if the princess consort wishes to deal with these people, her command is my command. Yes, your highness. Yuan Xia replied in a very good mood. The prince is being protective of his own. A welcome sight. Lucia and Concubine Song kept their heads bowed obediently. Your highness, Prince Jean, and Princess Consort are benevolent. We would never dare to show any disrespect again. Inwardly, Lucia was grinding her teeth in hatred. Prince Jean is so protective of Chu Xiao. That woman is truly skilled at bewitching people. By the way, my mother is gravely ill, yet I never heard a word about it. Perhaps someone with ulterior motives deliberately concealed it. I'll have to trouble your highness to send someone to investigate this matter. As Xiao said this, her eyes were fixed squarely on the two old women. All right, Sikong Jin agreed very readily. The two of them quickly supported each other and retreated from the room. Concubine Song said worriedly, Old madam, the eldest young Mrs. Words were clearly aimed at us. Now that she has Prince Jean backing her, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Lucia's face was also full of panic and unease. What can we do? In any case, we absolutely cannot let her find any more leverage against us. Concubine Song thought resentfully, the status I worked so hard to gain in the general's manor. How can I let Chu Xiao destroy it just like that? Chu Wenxi stood silently behind the two of them, watching their scheming. His face was full of sorrow, and he didn't know what to do either. Now that the irrelevant people in the room were gone, Xiao sat by the bedside again. Mother, it's me, Xiao. She held her mother's hand, trying over and over to wake her. Watching from behind, Sikong Jin couldn't bear it either. He reached out his hand, just about to comfort Xiao, when a knock sounded at the door. Young miss, Dr. Nalen is here. It was Duoer's voice. Come in quickly. Xiao turned her head and ordered urgently. Sikong Jin withdrew his hand in time. Upon hearing the name Nalen, a wave of anger inexplicably rose in his heart. When Duoer pushed the door open, she saw His Highness, Prince Jean, and also paused. She quickly bowed respectfully with Dr. Nalen. Duoer greets your highness. Nalen greets His Highness, Prince Jean. Sikong Jin spoke with a faint expression. You're here to treat Madame Yun, aren't you? Hurry up and go. Inwardly, however, he was a little jealous. Why is it him again? Nalen Sun quickly came to the bedside and began to check her pulse, not forgetting to comfort Xiao. Princess Consort, do not panic. I will take her pulse now. Sikong Jin grabbed Xiao's hand, and she lost her balance, falling into his arms. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye, saying with extreme gentleness, Your mother will be fine. Xiao stared intently at Sikong Jin as if she had found some comfort. At this moment, Nalen Sun suddenly spoke up. The old madam's illness is not a recent development. Xiao was so startled, she immediately stood up from Sikong Jin's embrace, forgetting that others were present. Sikong Jin's arms were suddenly empty, and he was lost for a moment. Xiao looked nervously at Nalen Sun. The servants said it's been for some time. Many doctors have seen her to no effect. What exactly is wrong with my mother? Can she be cured? Nalen Sun frowned and said, her constitution was already weak to begin with, but due to improper treatment and consuming too many tonics, it had no effect and instead backfired. Can you determine if this was done deliberately by someone? Did my mother consume anything harmful? Xiao's eyes widened as she stared at him, signaling him to continue. I can only see the general picture for now. I will need to conduct more examinations in the future to be certain. However, for now, we should reduce the dosage of medicine. The food she consumes cannot be too greasy or nourishing. It should be light. We'll supplement this with these medicines to nurse her back to health. Nalan Sun handed the prescription to Xiao. This sounds promising. Xiao took the prescription and nodded. Then I'll entrust my mother to Dr. Nalan. Nalan Sun smiled faintly and promised, I will certainly do my utmost to treat her. Please rest assured, Princess Consort. Then I will come again tomorrow. Dr. Nalan, let me and Duoer see you out. Yuan Xia and Duoer follow behind him. Thank you for your trouble. After Nalan Sun left, Xiao finally sat down opposite Sikong Jin. Thank you, Your Highness, for coming to help. This prince did not wish to be late. The princess consort clearly invited this prince to return with her. Yet you left alone without waiting for this prince. Sikong Jin's words carried a hint of resentment. If I had returned with her, how would that group of people have dared to be so arrogant? Xiao knew she was in the wrong and explained with a blush, I thought you would be busy with your affairs for a long time. I couldn't wait to see my mother, so What if this prince had simply not come? What would you have done? Xiao turned her head away. Awkwardly, she said, but you're already here, aren't you? If you hadn't come, I could have handled it myself, of course. Are you saying you don't need this prince? Is that why you refused to admit it before? These words instantly reminded Xiao of yesterday's intimate scene. The blush on her face deepened. She immediately denied it. No, that's not it. Fine. There's nothing wrong with giving in once. It's my fault. I'll definitely come with you in the future. I need you by my side. Xiao mustered up her courage and said these mushy words. The proud and scheming young prince finally got what he wanted. He reached out and took Xiao's hand. Princess Consort, you must remember these words well. The princess consort's face was already burning too much for her to think. Sikong Jin quickly raised an eyebrow and met Xiao's gaze. Princess Consort, where is your room? Huh? Why are you asking that? Sikong Jin once again wrapped an arm around Xiao's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. He spoke again in that ambiguous tone. This prince will be staying at the general's manor tonight. Where does the princess consort think this prince should sleep? Xiao only felt her face grow hotter and hotter. This prince has been so clingy lately. Later that evening, Chu Jingying rushed into the room. Xiao, why didn't you notify us in advance that you were coming back? Where is His Highness, Prince Jin? Chu Jingying's tone was somewhat weary. Father, His Highness has returned to his room to rest. I only came back this time to attend Wenxi's birthday, so I just came directly. Who knew that my mother? Xiao looked sorrowfully at the person on the bed. Chu Jingying sighed lightly. Actually, when you got married, your mother's health was already a bit poor, but she kept holding on, not wanting you to see. This marriage was not something you wanted in the first place, and she was even more unwilling to add to your unhappiness during your wedding. What? Xiao was a little slow to realize. No wonder she had seen her mother so little during that time. She suddenly remembered her past life. Because of her own willfulness, she would have been clinging to Sikong Xingyu at this time. How could she have paid any attention to her mother's health? However, in her previous life, mother's health had clearly been relatively fine. How did it become like this now? Could it be that the changes I brought about have caused someone to want to harm her? Father, mother has been in a coma for days, yet you were still busy with official duties. And the doctor just diagnosed that mother received improper treatment before, which caused her condition to worsen. Did you know about this, father? Xiao's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. It's my fault, but improper treatment? That shouldn't be possible. The doctors who saw your mother were all imperial physicians from the palace, summoned by the butler. Chu Jingying's expression was one of complete ignorance, full of guilt. If that's the case, then where did the problem lie? She would have to investigate it herself. That imperial physician is the first person she needs to investigate. I won't let a single person who dared to harm my mother get away. Night fell. Xiao thought that Sikong Jin should have already gone to sleep. Xiao subconsciously lightened her movements, entering the room on tiptoe. But when she opened the door, she saw Sikong Jin sitting on the bed. Princess Consort, he called out to Xiao. Your Highness, why aren't you resting yet? Xiao asked in surprise. Sikong Jin said with a smile, as if he were a child asking for candy. I was waiting for the princess consort to help this prince change, of course. Change? Your Highness, why me? Xiao became shy again. Sikong Jin propped up his chin matter-of-factly. This is the general's manner. Shouldn't we act a little more lovingly? Or would you rather our enemies find some leverage against us? This reason is truly more than sufficient. I can't even refute it. I've been cornered again. Sikong Jin spread his hands and urged, Aren't you coming? This prince is tired. Xiao helplessly relented. Your Highness, I will help you change now. Why do I feel like he's teasing me? That's right, he is. No doubt about it, haha. Xiao walked forward and began to remove Sikong Jin's outer robes, one by one. Someone's heart was thumping powerfully. Thump, thump, thump. The room was so quiet that only the sound of Sikong Jin's heartbeat could be heard so clearly. Xiao blushed and said softly, Your Highness, I can hear your heartbeat. Sikong Jin also became shy. He lowered his head and argued, Nonsense. That's your own. Xiao thought, You little rascal, still talking back. So she put her hands on him and began to massage his shoulders. Princess consort, what are you doing? Xiao smiled and explained. I was worried your highness was tired from your work earlier, so I wanted to give you a massage to relax. This is also a sign of affection. As she massaged, someone's hands began to wander forward. Her slender, fair hand moved to someone's chest. She leaned down, pressing against Sikong Jin's back. Her left hand teasingly pulled open his lapel, while her right hand had already roamed to his abdomen. Now, it was her turn to be in control. I never thought there'd be a day I'd be the one teasing Sikong Jin. She whispered softly in Sikong Jin's ear, Your Highness, do the rest of the clothes need to be taken off? For a moment, Sikong Jin's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Xiao still immersed in the fun of teasing him, he said something utterly shocking. Princess consort, are you hinting at something to this prince? Oops, I've gone too far. Xiao quickly released her hands and stood obediently still. I wasn't. This prince only has an injured leg. Sikong Jin lunged, pinning Xiao down on the bed. Just because this kitten doesn't show its claws, you think I'm a pushover? Xiao's hands were restrained. She stared at the face getting closer and closer, her mind going blank, dumbfounded. Don't you dare do anything rash. One of Sikong Jin's hands had already started to pull at her clothes. It's over, he's taking them off. She quickly shouted in a panic. Wait a minute, Sikong Jin. Xiao's voice was pleading. He stopped his hands. What? Princess consort, are you admitting you're shy now? You're still too green to fight with me. Xiao turned her head away to hide her embarrassment, acting shamelessly. This prince is merely helping the princess consort change. Sikong Jin pulled the nearby blanket over Xiao, then turned over to lie on his side next to her. His large hand came to rest brazenly on her. Xiao huddled under the blanket at a loss. What should I do? Can I refuse? Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Let go of me. I know you're not asleep. However, the person kept his eyes closed, not moving at all. After waiting a while, there was still no reaction. Then do as you please. She decided to just ignore him. If he wanted to leave his hand there, then let him. It's not like she'd lose a piece of flesh. Once you fall asleep, I'll slip away and sleep in another room. Just like that, a light smile appeared on the corner of someone's mouth. The next morning, as soon as she woke, Xiao had a very bad feeling. The moment she cracked her eyes open, she saw that person looking at her with a leisurely expression. Morning, Princess consort. Xiao was dazed for a moment. How did I? Xiao sat up abruptly, only to realize it wasn't a dream. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't managed to break free last night. She eventually got too sleepy and fell asleep. It's morning. I'm going to check on my mother. She mumbled a random excuse and quickly got out of bed. Sikong Jin watched her with an amused expression. Princess consort, are you going out dressed like that? Only then did Xiao realize. She looked down at herself, dressed only in her inner clothes, her lapel slightly open. Sikong Jin held out her outer robe to her. Princess consort, only this prince is allowed to see you dressed like this. Xiao turned around and snatched the clothes, fuming inwardly. He's teasing me again. Xiao quickly got dressed and said irritably to the person behind her, Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. Princess consort, it seems the food in the prince's manor is good. You look a bit rounder than when you first married. Hearing this, Xiao bristled. What, are you saying I'm fat? Without another word, he pulled her into an embrace again. Sikong Jin was getting very good at this. He pinched the soft flesh at Xiao's waist. See, it feels quite nice. The hapless Xiao froze up again. Sikong Jin, Xiao, furious and embarrassed, called it by his full name. This is very good. Sikong Jin lowered his head and carefully tied the silk sash at Xiao's waist. Xiao's anger instantly dissipated. What was that about? He was clearly teasing me, then suddenly became so gentle. I don't know what to do with this person. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the house. Your Highnesses, this servant apologizes for the disturbance. Nanny Song just came to inform us that Madame Yun has awoken. Really? Hearing this news, Xiao was overjoyed, her expression brightening considerably. Madame Yun had indeed woken up. She was currently sitting on the bed, her brow furrowed with worry. What? Xiao is back. Xiao rushed to the bedside in just a few strides and took Madame Yun's hand. Mother, you're finally awake. When you were feeling unwell, why didn't you send someone to let me know? Do you know how worried I was? Seeing how sensible Xiao was, a gratified smile slowly spread across Madame Yun's face. She gently patted Xiao's hand and said with a smile, "You're a married woman now. You can't be running home every few days. It's not a major issue with me. Mother, you're still hiding it from your daughter. You child, you're already married. Why is your temperament still so restless? Mother can take care of herself." Xiao's heart ached. She held her mother's hand tightly. Taking care of you is a daughter's lifelong duty. And father, I heard you were unconscious for several days, yet he was busy running around outside all day. What could possibly be so important? Hearing Xiao's words, Madame Yun's eyes instantly dimmed. Although she didn't say a word, Xiao still noticed this subtle change in expression. Mother, Madame Yun's face was no longer as fair and radiant as before. The space between her eyebrows had a dark, shadowy hue. Even her eye sockets were somewhat sunken. Her lips were pale and covered in layers of dead skin. How could this be the once radiant and beautiful general's wife? Then, Madame Yun quickly swept away the worry in her eyes. That it's nothing. My daughter has really grown up. Just now, Nanny Song said today is your younger brother's birthday. Your father must have gone to get things ready. Xiao nodded. Early this morning, father instructed the household staff to get busy. Guests should be arriving in the afternoon. Madame Yun gave a faint laugh. Yes. After all, your father only has that one son. Hasn't it been like this every year? Forget it. In a while, have someone help me with my hair and makeup. Mother, what are you planning to do? Xiao asked, her expression turning grim as if she had guessed something in the past. I would always accompany your father. Mother, you're in this state. You should just rest well. I'll be here today. Xiao tried to dissuade her. If I don't attend, outsiders will surely speculate wildly. That wouldn't be a good thing for your father. Seeing this, Xiao didn't stop her or say anything more. In my past life, I broke my parents' hearts because of Sikong Xingyu. In this life, I must make it up to them. Before noon, guests began to arrive. The residence was almost done with its preparations. Xiao and Sikong Jing had also changed into special attire. Xiao slowly pushed Sikong Jing's wheelchair as the two of them appeared in the main hall. The moment they entered, they captured everyone's attention. The entire room of people was about to bow when Sikong Jing raised a hand to stop them. Today, I am here to accompany the princess consort in celebrating her only brother's birthday. There is no need for such formalities. A faint smile played on Sikong Jing's lips as he looked at the crowd. Everyone smiled and nodded in return. Xiao was patiently settling Sikong Jing into his seat. The people around them watched all this, their gazes filled with envy. Prince Jing is accompanying the princess consort. It seems the two are very much in love. Xiao glanced at Song Shi, who was sitting beside Chu Zhengying. Her bright pink dress was very festive. Song Shi maintained a poised and proper smile, exuding an air of nobility with every move. But the more Xiao looked, the more ridiculous she found it. How dare she sit in my mother's seat? Song Shi's attire today was indeed formal. Her makeup was meticulously applied, and the lipstick on her lips was much thicker than usual, several shades too bright. Her hair was adorned with countless pearls and jade ornaments, looking incredibly opulent. Sister, that's her mother's seat. How could she sit there? So shameless. As Xiao was lost in thought, someone quietly approached her. Xiao had just turned her head when she saw a woman who had clearly dressed up for the occasion. Her makeup today looked much more refined, but Xiao didn't like her wearing such heavy makeup. Not only did it not suit her age, but it also masked her playful innocence. Watch how I, this princess, will get her down from there. I'll teach her a good lesson for you. Princess Changle was about to step forward, but Xiao grabbed her and pulled her aside. Princess Changle looked at her, confused. Xiao shook her head helplessly. Just be patient for a moment. So many people are watching. You're still a princess. Have you forgotten why we're here today? Oh, right. Sister, what do you think of my outfit today? Changle looked at Shi Yao with joyful expectation. Oh, you think Brother Chu will like it? Shi Yao smiled. Although the makeup is a bit heavy, letting him see a different side of you once in a while might just stun Big Brother. Really? That's great. Shi Yao returned to Si Kong Jing's side. Just as she was about to sit down, Si Kong Jing suddenly spoke. Princess Consort, even that girl Changle understands. How could everyone else not understand? Such an out-of-the-blue sentence. Xiao didn't react at first. Then, Si Kong Jing glanced upwards twice and spoke. Father-in-law. My memory has been a bit poor lately. Why do I remember that seat? And this is... Si Kong Jing deliberately pointed to where Song Shi was sitting, trailing off. Immediately, almost everyone's eyes drifted towards him. An unnatural expression flickered across Song Shi's face. Then she looked at Chu Zhengying. Oh, Your Highness. It's like this, she is my second wife. Chu Zhengying's expression was also a bit strained. When he had come over to sit, Song Shi was already in that seat. People had already seen it. It would be inappropriate to rashly ask her to move elsewhere. At the time, he thought no one would pay attention to the seating arrangement, so he didn't think much of it. Oh, I see. No wonder I don't recognize her. Then what about mother-in-law? Why hasn't she come? Si Kong Jing asked again, good-naturedly. Chu Zhengying was about to speak, but Song Shi cut in front of him. Your Highness, the madam is unwell today and couldn't come. We just met yesterday, and today he says he doesn't recognize me. Does he mean that the only madam of the general's residence is Madam Yin? If that's the case, shouldn't this seat be left empty? After all, it's a matter of rules. Si Kong Jing's tone was faintly melancholic. Shi Yao, watching from the side, was stunned. She never expected this person could be so mischievous. She had originally thought no one would dare to stir up this hornet's nest. She didn't expect him to bring it up like this. Your Highness, today is my son's birthday. It's probably not appropriate for you to say these things. Besides, I am my son's birth mother. Why can't I sit here? Song Shi was already suppressing her anger. Perhaps I'm misunderstood. I always thought only the main wife could sit in that position. Si Kong Jing smiled innocently, as if he truly didn't know. He turned his head to ask Xiao, will you say Princess Consort? Of course that is my mother's seat. Only the official wife is worthy of sitting there. Xiao had long been unable to stand it. Today, Song Shi was bound to lose face. What's that saying? If you don't court death, you won't die. You. Song Shi's face couldn't hold up. She was about to speak, but was deterred by a look from Chu Zheng. Watch what you say. Since my elder sister is unwell and cannot be present, I am presiding over these matters in her place. That is why I am sitting here. I believe everyone can understand. Song Shi suppressed the anger in her heart and forced a smile. The crowd naturally said nothing. After all, it was their family affair. What could they say? I never knew my younger sister was so considerate of me. I am truly gratified. Just as Song Shi was feeling smug, a series of footsteps was heard from outside the door. Then, Madam Yin entered, supported by her maids and nannies. Song Shi's face instantly stiffened. At this moment, everyone in the hall turned their gaze to the doorway, watching as Yun Lan, supported and surrounded by her servants, entered with noble elegance. There was no trace of yesterday's illness on her face. Song Shi was so startled, she immediately stood up from her chair, staring at the doorway, at Yun Lan, as if she were a mute who had eaten bitter herbs. How did she wake up? And she even came to the birthday banquet? Yun Lan walked slowly to the center of the hall before stopping. Yun Lan's expression remained serene, her smile genuine, grand, and proper. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was not a forced act. It was a stark contrast to the gaudily dressed Song Shi. Yun Lan swept her gaze over the surrounding guests, then said with a smile, today, everyone has taken the time to come and celebrate Wenxi's birthday. As the matriarch of the general's residence, how could I not come out to see you all? I must thank you all for your kind intentions. Yun Lan's words were perfectly appropriate and immediately won the praise of many. Madam, you are too kind. Now, that is the bearing of a matriarch. Song Shi was frozen in place, her large eyes wide with deep disbelief that did not fade. Yun Lan walked up to her. Thank you for your trouble, younger sister. It's better to let me handle this myself. Song Shi awkwardly squeezed out a single word through her teeth. Yes. Yun Lan glanced faintly at Chu Zhengying. Why, Lord, have I come in an opportune time? If you have arranged another seat for me, I can let my sister sit here. What are you talking about? This is naturally your seat. It was my oversight earlier. Don't mind it. Chu Jingying gently reached out his hand. The husband and wife held hands and sat down without another word. Xiao looked at her mother with concern. Her mother was indeed a bit unusual today. In the past, she never deigned to fight with concubine Song over these things. She never paid her any mind, nor was she willing to put father in a difficult position. But today, she forced herself. What's wrong with mother? Noticing Shi Yao's worry, Sikong Jing's palm gently covered the back of Shi Yao's hand, then held it. Shi Yao's hand trembled. Just as she was about to pull it away, she met his gaze, which held a trace of gentleness. Her eyelids drooped slightly. Seeing his comforting intention, her heart yielded slightly, and she stopped struggling. My nephew's birthday is truly a lively affair. The banquet was in full swing when a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out, sounding somewhat abrupt. Following the voice, a man about the same age as Chu Jingying stepped through the door to Sure. Hurry up and greet your uncle. Seeing the man enter, a look of delight immediately appeared on Song Shu's face. She then patted Chu Wenxi's back and said. A trace of impatience crossed Chu Wenxi's face, but he still stood up and walked over to Song Yuan Kue. Uncle, why have you come? Although Chu Wenxi's expression was not good, he still managed a strained smile. A look of disdain flashed in Shi Yao's eyes. She hadn't expected that the Minister of Justice, Song Yuan Kue, who was known for his arrogance, would actually come here. In the past, he would never make a special trip to the general's residence just to celebrate Wenxi's birthday. It was no exaggeration to say he was arrogant. Since entering the door, he hadn't looked at anyone else, nor had he greeted or exchanged pleasantries. He directly called for his nephew. The guests present today were all people of status, to say the least. His manner of disregarding everyone, this proud and conceited demeanor, had long been disliked by people, but there was nothing they could do about him. In past years, when you celebrated your birthday, your uncle was often busy and couldn't make it. But I heard a few days ago that you and your mother were not having a good time in this residence, so I thought I'd come and see you too. Song Yunkei deliberately raised his voice, his eyes not forgetting to sweep across several places. After hearing this, Chu Wenxi looked at Song Yunkei with a troubled expression. Is that really true? Tell your uncle. Who dares to bully you and your mother? I will definitely seek justice for you today. Seeing Chu Wenxi's troubled look, Song Yunkei immediately put an arm around his shoulder, not forgetting to cast a very aggressive glance at Yun Lan and Chu Jingying. Xiao finally understood. So he was the reinforcement Song Shu had brought in, specifically to cause trouble. Song Shu quickly came forward and said with feigned sincerity, Brother, we are all fine. With my lord protecting us, who would dare to bully us? Really? But on my way here, I heard from my servants that you were driven from your seat. Is that true? Song Shu pretended to be troubled and stammered. Here, Madame Yun sat in the matriarch's seat, her head lowered, not saying a word. Chu Jingying saw that things were not going well and quickly tried to smooth things over. Minister Song, you don't know the whole story. Before he could finish, Song Yunkei interrupted him that I only know that today is my nephew's birthday, and his mother is not in the main seat. Is the general's residence try to make my sister a laughingstock for outsiders? His tone was extremely arrogant and domineering. Once he watched all this, caught in a dilemma. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The guests began to whisper among themselves. How did it come to this? Could it be that mother asked uncle to come? From the moment he arrived, Xiao had sensed that this Song Yuan Kue had ill intentions. Now he even dared to be so bold and presumptuous. Intolerable. There was no need to tolerate it any longer. Xiao immediately spoke up. Lord Song, you can't just say whatever you want. The general's residence has always been harmonious. Lord Song must not be provoked by those with ulterior motives. As Xiao said this, her eyes were fixed on Song Shu. Song Shu was furious, but dared not speak. Ditto. Could it be that what I saw with my own eyes is also false? Xiao retorted without any courtesy. What did Lord Song see? The general's residence is holding a grand banquet to celebrate Wenxi's birthday. My father and his official wife are presiding from the main seats. Is there any problem with that? Song Yuan Kue had not expected Prince Jing's consort to be so eloquent. Her words were flawless, and his arrogance immediately deflated. But earlier, it was my sister, Lord Song. Xiao shouted angrily that a concubine sitting in the main wife's seat, an act that brings shame to the general's residence. If concubine Song doesn't understand, do you not understand either? You. Being exposed in public, Song sure couldn't keep her composure. That damn girl, Chu Xiao, when did she become so sharp-tongued? Xiao ignored Song sure. She quickly put on a harmless smile and looked at Song Yuan Kuei. Today is a day for celebration. Why don't you quickly take your seat? If this goes on any longer, we'll really become a laughingstock for the guests. Song Yuan Kuei's eyes turned fierce. Are you implying that I am deliberately causing trouble? You certainly have a lot of nerve. So what if she does? Oh good. Our protective and proud prince is online. He propped up his chin, watching the scene with amusement. She is not only the eldest young miss of the general's residence, but also my princess consort. Song Yuan Kuei immediately walked over to Sikong Jing. This official has poor eyesight. I did not realize His Highness Prince Jing was also here. When arguing with the princess consort earlier, this official was momentarily confused. I hope your highness will not take offense. Song Yuan Kuei was secretly alarmed. Prince Jing is here too, and he's protecting Chu Xiao like this? Sikong Jing waved his hand that I generally do not interfere in the affairs of the general's residence. After all, I don't have that much nerve. These words were clearly aimed at someone. Seeing Song Yuan Kuei's defeated expression, Xiao covered her mouth and snickered on the side. I'm afraid Song Yuan Kuei never expected Sikong Jing to come, and that Sikong Jing's talent for sarcasm was so potent. Song sure was grinding her teeth in anger on the side. Prince Jing clearly interfered just yesterday. If it weren't for him, could Chu Xiao have suppressed me and the old madam like that? Your Highness is joking. I didn't expect my nephew to have such great face. Speaking of which, to be able to have a connection with your Highness is truly this official's honor, Song Yuan Kuei said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Sikong Jing raised his eyes and swept a glance at him. Lord Song is too kind. The princess consort's brother is also my brother. Since the princess consort wants to celebrate his birthday, I naturally have to join in the fun. Xiao watched with amusement from the side, still trying to curry favor. Too bad Sikong Jing isn't buying it at all. I suddenly recall that I haven't seen Lord Song in a long time. It seems you were also absent from Her Majesty the Empress's birthday celebration. Sikong Jing looked at Song Yuan Kuei with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Kuei's face instantly stiffened. When Song Sure heard this, her eyes also shot up to look at her brother. But Song Yuan Kuei did not freeze for too long. He quickly recovered on that day. This official was unwell and had caught a cold. I was afraid of passing it to others, so I did not go. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Song Yuan Kuei's tone was clearly not as arrogant and domineering as before. Sikong Jing nodded slowly. Oh, I see. Lord Song must take care of your health. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Then, this official will take his seat. Xiao stared resentfully at Song Yuan Kuei's back. This guy seemed a little guilty. Could it be that he has some secret? There are too many outsiders today. If not for my parents' reputation, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. As soon as Xiao sat back down, Sikong Jing called her softly. Princess consort, how are you going to thank me? He propped up his chin again, staring at Xiao with an amused expression. Huh? Xiao was stunned. If it weren't for me, Song Yuan Kuei would probably have continued to pester you. That birthday banquet would not have ended well. Xiao didn't give him a chance. She crossed her arms and said matter-of-factly, you clearly did it willingly. It's not like I asked you for help. Princess consort. Sikong Jing's expression was one of shock. Burning the bridge after crossing it? But in the next second, Xiao still said, thank you. She looked at Sikong Jing, smiling so gently and sweetly that I knew you would help me. Sikong Jing suddenly grabbed Xiao's hand. It's good that the princess consort knows. However, Sikong Jing gradually moved closer to Xiao and whispered in her ear, but I would prefer the princess consort to repay me with practical actions. How about tonight? Xiao felt as if she was about to hear some outrageous words and was too scared to move. Suddenly, a servant's voice from outside announced, a gift has arrived. This announcement interrupted Sikong Jing's fun. He looked resentfully towards the door. Xiao also felt surprised and looked towards the same place with confusion. Then a group of people from who knows where, all carrying a large chest, walked directly into the center of the courtyard, put the thing down, and left. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. Everyone had yet to react to what was happening. Chu Jingying stood up and scolded. What is going on? Why was there no prior announcement? Old General, this was sent from Prince Yu's residence. The side consort of Prince Yu specifically instructed that it be delivered directly to the general. Xiao looked at the chest. What trick is Chu Shiyu playing now? The servant then reached out to open the chest. The moment the lid of the chest was opened, a layer of glittering gold flashed, blinding everyone's eyes. Immediately after, the servant relayed the message. The consort of Prince Yu said that she was unable to attend, and that everything had to be handled by the princess consort of Jing, accompanying the general and the madam. She feels very sorry. She couldn't attend, but still had to make her presence known. And she specifically mentioned me, as if I'm running errands for her. Too bad. Sending a chest of tacky things so blatantly. I don't think the general's residence will appreciate it. Sure enough, the guests below began a new round of whispers. This was sent by the second Mississippi. Could it be Prince Yu's intention? And it was delivered specifically to the general. Is the general's residence short of money? Showing off with this little bit of money. How unsightly. At this time, the servant added, the consort of Prince Yu also said that for the young master's birthday, she and the princess consort of Jing, as his sisters, are presenting gifts together. Regardless of value, it is all to express their sentiment. Xiao couldn't help but scoff. She's worthy of being called Wenxi's sister? The underlying meaning is that she wants to compete with my gift. On the surface, Xiao smiled kindly. The consort of Prince Yu is very thoughtful. As Wenxi's biological sister, I naturally consider my company and celebration to be the best gift. The rest is all a token of my prince's affection. Speaking of which, the second miss doesn't seem to be of the general's residence's bloodline. That's right, the gift must have come from Prince Yu's residence. But it's really a bit shabby. Companionship is the best gift. Using money to show off is so tacky. Xiao smiled at the servant and said, relay my words to her exactly as I said them. Yes, the servant replied respectfully. At this moment, the grim-faced Chu Jing spoke. Take it away. Yes. The servants quickly packed up and prepared to carry it away. Unexpectedly, Xiao spoke again. Wait. Go back and report to your master. The general's residence has accepted the gift. Also, don't forget to repay the money owed to His Highness Prince Jing. This chest of money doesn't count. Prince Yu's residence is so generous. They must be flush with cash. Using Prince Yu's residence's name to send money in front of Sikong Jing. Could it be a reminder for us to hurry up and collect the debt? Once the debt is collected, send it to Prince Jing's residence as soon as possible. Tell her not to send it to the wrong place. Xiao thought to herself, Chu Shiyu, don't blame me for not reminding you. You really brought this on yourself. You not only lost your own face, but also Sikong Xingyu's. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, most of the people present couldn't help but laugh out loud. Prince Yu was previously ordered by the emperor to return money to Prince Jing, and he still hasn't paid it back. Is he unable to pay? He's in debt and still sending gifts to show off. He's really biting off more than he can chew. An hour later, at Prince Yu's residence, slap. An extremely loud slap echoed. Chu Shiyu was slapped by Sikong Xingyu so hard that she fell to the floor. 5 red marks immediately appeared on her fair face. Chu Shiyu was hit hard. She clutched her face in extreme pain, looking at the furious man before her. Your Highness, why? Why did you hit me? Chu Shiyu's tears welled up in her eyes, about to fall. Why did I hit you? Don't you know in your heart? Who allowed you to use my things without permission? I didn't touch them. Chu Shiyu was stunned by the slap. How could she even think about that matter? Still arguing? How much money did you send to the general's residence? Don't you know in your heart that, Your Highness, that was all my monthly allowance that has been given to me these past few days. I didn't touch Your Highness's money. It was all my own. Your own? What's your own? Since you've married into this residence, all your actions are tied to my name. The money you spend is also mine. Sikong Xingyu yanked her up from the floor and glared furiously at her face. This woman actually made a decision on her own, keeping me completely in the dark. Yes, Your Highness. Chu Shiyu was already terrified. She didn't even dare to breathe, holding her breath as she looked at the ferocious face before her. Is this still the same debonair man she used to long for day and night? Since she married him, he hadn't given her a pleasant look for a single day, only cold words and remarks. Even though outsiders thought she was deeply favored, that was only how it appeared to outsiders. No one knew how much heartache she endured behind the scenes. He hadn't even touched her once until now. You're truly generous, aren't you? What is that Chu Wincy to you, that you would give away a chest of jewelry? The ignorant might think you're generous, but they don't know the truth. To others, you have utterly disgraced me. What's more hateful is that seventh brother was there. Sikong Xingyu's eyes were filled with thick disgust. He looked at Chu Shiyu as if she were a useless piece of trash. Your Highness, I didn't know. I only sent it in my name. How could? Sikong Xingyu's gaze deeply wounded her. She trembled in fear. This was the first time he had been so close to her since their wedding, yet it was for such a disgraceful reason. She had no idea what had just happened, merely because of a chest of jewelry. He said she had disgraced him and was this furious. What on earth had happened? In your name? You should go and hear what the people at the general's manor are saying. Sikong Xingyu grabbed Chu Shiyu and threw her aside. Chu Shiyu's body fell uncontrollably to the ground. The fall hurt badly. She didn't have time to tend to her pain before she looked up. After that frightening moment, she finally understood why Sikong Xingyu was so angry. So it was all her. It was all because of that bitch's words that Prince You lost face. And in the end, he vented all his anger on her. She had been wondering why such a situation had occurred for no reason. It was all that bitch instigating trouble between her and Prince You. And now, she had truly succeeded. Men, search for all of the side consort's belongings and bring them to me. From now on, without my command, she is forbidden from touching the manor's funds as she pleases. Remember, search carefully for me. Chu Shiyu tightly gripped Sikong Xingyu's arm. She looked up, her gaze firm as she looked at His Highness Sikong Xingyu. Today, it was indeed my oversight. I was wrong. I will never act on my own again. Sikong Xingyu flung his arm, directly knocking Shiyu away, showing no tenderness at all. I've already been completely disgraced, and you want next time? Afterwards, the servants were in Chu Shiyu's room, rummaging through every last thing, not missing a single corner. Chu Shiyu collapsed dejectedly onto the floor. After some time, the servants held several stacks of banknotes and all sorts of jewelry, placing them before Sikong Xingyu. This wealth was all accumulated bit by bit during her time at the Chu Manor. It took so many years. Now it was all ruined in one fell swoop at the hands of that bitch. Sikong Xingyu took the banknotes, flipped through them casually, and then looked at Chu Shiyu with contempt. The disgust in his eyes deepened. I didn't realize you were so greedy. Tell me, where did all this money come from? Chu Shiyu was startled. These are all what I saved at the Chu Manor. Chu Shiyu answered truthfully. It seems I have underestimated you. I never knew you were so resourceful. I originally thought your only skill was luring men to your bed. I didn't expect your money-saving abilities to be so profound. Chu Shiyu couldn't say a word. She could only grit her teeth and lie on the cold floor. He's actually humiliating me like this. Men, send this wealth to seventh brother. Say that I am returning it to him. If it's not enough, search again. After giving the order, Sikong Xingyu couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore. It seemed as if another glance would sicken him. Chu Shiyu's heart was dripping blood. The money I couldn't even bear to spend on myself is now being sent to Chu Xiao. I'm in this miserable state all because of her. Yet she gets everything. No, I can't lose. I won't lose.